As I gaze upon the vast expanse of the starry sky, it gazes back at me with equal grandeur. This is the Universumi universe. On a fateful day in the year 2200, as meteors fell from the heavens, technology met its demise, and the age of martial arts commenced. I emerged from the ruins, pointing toward the celestial tapestry above. Chapter 1. Wang Jie. As a guide, Wang Jie now faced two choices: to be eliminated by the very team that had employed him, or to eliminate them first. He found the latter option to be decidedly simpler. "Let's hit the road, boy," the rotund man sneered, raising his blade, which shimmered with a grayish aura. Even before the blade reached him, its chilling edge announced its intent. Wang Jie lifted his gaze. His slender form appeared almost fragile under the sunlight. His seemingly ordinary face was adorned with a golden sheen, rendering his once bright eyes a profound shade of darkness. With a swift motion, he seized the blade, and with a sharp crack, the grayish aura dissipated as the blade was effortlessly snapped in two before the rotund man could react. Wang Jie flicked his wrist, severing the man's throat and sending forth a cascade of crimson. In a fluid motion, he stepped forward, grasped another's hair, pivoted, and hurled him into yet another adversary. The sickening sound of skulls colliding echoed, resulting in an explosive end. Wang Jie then raised his arm, casting the broken blade like a dart, embedding it into the heart of the last assailant. The man gazed at Wang Jie in utter disbelief, retreating step by step until he succumbed to the encroaching darkness. Wang Jie exhaled. "What a nuisance. I agreed to be your guide for a fee, yet you seek to rob me of my map? Such a lack of decorum." With that, he glanced at the bodies strewn about and tossed one toward the distance. The corpse arced through the air, only to be devoured by a plant with sharp teeth that emerged from the earth, leaving no trace behind. Wang Jie proceeded to dispose of the remaining bodies in a similar fashion. One of the few advantages of this apocalypse is the absence of evidence left in the wake of murder. Naturally, he first scavenged their belongings. To his surprise, he discovered a mutated beast's tooth on the rotund man, an invaluable item for disaster recovery. Old Five's healing materials are lacking, and Four Eyes is demanding increasingly exorbitant fees. Conversely, Old Nine's leg injury is nearing recovery. He mused, a smile gracing his lips as he dusted himself off, resolutely continuing his efforts to heal his comrades. A fierce wind swept across the desolate landscape, while in the distance, the scorching heat distorted the air, rendering the abandoned city a mere blur. After a short while, Wang Jie ventured into the forsaken city, surveying his surroundings until his gaze was drawn to a wall. The plaster had crumbled, and his attention was captured by an ancient, yellowed newspaper preserved under glass, a miraculous remnant of the past. Rainbow birds appear in the suburbs of Jinling, drawing throngs of curious citizens. Wang Jie contemplated silently. None could have foreseen that a headline worthy of trending would mark the genesis of the apocalypse. Each time he passed this spot, he instinctively glanced at it. The date on the article was 2200. That year, a cataclysm severed the course of Blue Star's history, ushering in the end of peaceful times and transforming the apocalypse into a global emblem. On that day, all advanced weaponry and manufacturing equipment on Blue Star was obliterated. The cause remained a mystery, yet simultaneously, all flora and fauna began to evolve, exhibiting formidable aggression in a remarkably short time. Humanity, too, embarked upon an unprecedented era of cultivation and martial advancement. It is now the year 2210, a decade since the apocalypse, and Wang Jie has reached the age of 18. He still retains memories of the peaceful era that preceded the cataclysm, which struck when he was merely 8 years old. He has developed a fondness for his vocation as a guide. It allows him to earn a living while simultaneously scavenging for materials from the disaster outside the Basia duel. Benefit as he wanders the periphery of the desolate city, the occasional sound of gnawing echoes around him, a noise he has grown accustomed to before long. His gaze is drawn to a distant billboard, and he picks up a stone to hurl at it. The stone strikes the billboard, producing a soft sound that appears to startle someone nearby. "Come out, I can see you," Wang Jie calls out. From beneath the billboard emerge the figures of two women. One possesses an unremarkable appearance, her skin somewhat coarse, yet her well-proportioned form is evident even beneath the tattered layers she wears. The other is clad in even more ragged attire, her face smeared with grime, rendering her features indistinct. Trembling, she clutches a dagger with trembling hands, her eyes filled with fear as they meet Wang Jie's. Wang Jie scrutinizes the two women in silence. "Are you a practitioner?" The rough-skinned woman inquires nervously, her voice barely above a whisper that "I am a guide." Wang Jie responds. The other woman speaks up, her voice hoarse as if parched from a long absence of water. "I possess disaster materials and can offer them to you." "What materials do you have?" Wang Jie asks, turning his attention to her. "A vial of beast blood," she replies. Wang Jie nods. "Very well, I accept your employment." He had intended to ascertain if anyone required a guide, and a vial of mutated beast blood holds considerable value. The two women exhale in relief, joyfully grasping each other's hands. "However, let me offer a word of caution, do not deceive me," Wang Jie warns, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "The repercussions of deceiving a guide may be beyond your means to bear. Rest assured, we would never deceive you," the rough-skinned woman hastily assures. Wang Jie gestures for them to follow that direction. "Come with me," he soon realizes that traversing the wilderness with two frail women is not an ideal choice, particularly as the timid one flinches at every sound, creating a palpable tension in the atmosphere. "Thank you for your kindness. My name is Lu Shui. What is yours?" the rough-skinned woman asks. Lu Shui receives a nod in response. The timid woman remains silent. Lu Shui, puzzled, contemplates the wild grass around them. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberates through the air, causing Wang Jie's expression to shift. He swiftly pulls the two women down and signals for silence. Above them, mutated creatures surge between the abandoned skyscrapers, their howls reverberating through the air. The ground trembles beneath them. They remain motionless, hiding until the cacophony subsides after a considerable time. Wang Jie cautiously peeks out, scanning the distance. He spots several figures approaching, their number substantial that he refrains from emerging, opting instead to remain concealed. The distant figures gradually draw nearer, spreading out as if searching for something, unperturbed by the threat of mutated beasts. However, it isn't long before Wang Jie and the women are discovered. With a sharp sound, a broken blade slices through the air beside them, embedding itself in the wall and causing cracks to ripple outward, glinting ominously at a young man positioned over 100 meters away, demonstrated impressive prowess by plunging a knife into the wall behind them. This display of strength was undeniably formidable. Lu Shui instinctively tightened her grip on Wang Jie's arm, while another woman, overtaken by fear, instinctively curled up. "Who goes there? Step forward," the young man commanded sharply. Curious gazes turned in their direction. Wang Jie inhaled deeply, rose, and stepped out. Behind him, the two women trembled as they followed. "What are you doing hiding there?" The young man directed his question at Wang Jie. The young man scrutinized Wang Jie and then glanced at the two women behind him, his expression apathetic, before gesturing for them to leave. Wang Jie expressed his gratitude briefly before hastily escorting the two women away. "They must be members of a hunting team," Lu Shui whispered. Wang Jie nodded in agreement. Only a hunting team possesses the strength and audacity to traverse the wilderness so brazenly. The hunting team was a unique profession born from the apocalypse, tasked with hunting mutated creatures, and must be recognized by a base to be deemed a legitimate hunting team. The prowess of any hunting team is formidable and cannot be underestimated. However, this particular team did not belong to the Jinling base. "Wait," the young man suddenly called out from behind, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Jie. The two women exchanged anxious glances with Wang Jie. Wang Jie remained composed. Though life was cheap in the post-apocalyptic world, it did not warrant indiscriminate killing. His previous actions against the overweight individuals were justified, as they had intended to steal his map and eliminate him. "Are you a guide?" the young man inquired. "Yes," Wang Jie replied. The young man tossed him a signal device and showed him a photograph. "If you encounter this individual, activate the signal device. Once we confirm their whereabouts, a substantial reward awaits." He then retrieved a vial of crimson blood, shook it lightly, and tossed it to Wang Jie with a smirk. Wang Jie caught it, astonished. "Is this mutated beast blood?" The young man replied nonchalantly, "If you assist us in locating this person, you will receive 10 vials. Wang Jie was taken aback. 10 vials, indeed. "To us, 10 vials of mutated beast blood is a trivial matter," the young man said with an air of arrogance. Wang Jie nodded, understood. The young man waved his hand dismissively, no longer regarding him. For them, they had already sought many guides. These guides were as keen as mice, far more efficient in locating individuals in the wild than they were. Let us hope Mujin Lei has not made a move otherwise. Even if we eliminate that individual, it would be futile, one voice suggested. Wang Jie's attention shifted slightly as he caught a whisper of the wind, realizing they believed he could not hear them. Another voice responded, impossible. We have been pursuing him relentlessly. He has no time to act. How dare they steal from the five extremes? Let him wish he were never born, came another declaration. Wang Jie continued walking until he was a considerable distance from a group, at which point Lu Shui cautiously tugged at his sleeve. What do they want from you? Wang Jie replied coolly, to find someone. Lu Shui acknowledged with a soft "oh" and refrained from further inquiries. That a flicker of fervor ignited in Wang Jie's eyes. Mujin Lei was also sought after by him, as he needed the individual to heal Lao Wu's wounds. Within the Jinling base lay a suitable material for the disaster, yet he could not acquire it. While lost in thought, the timid woman behind suddenly gasped in alarm. Wang Jie and Lu Shui turned to look, discovering that her foot had been pierced by a skull, and she met Wang Jie's gaze with an expression of deep regret. Wang Jie surveyed the surroundings and remarked, in truth, there is little danger in this vicinity. Please be cautious as you navigate, but there is no need for excessive vigilance. I shall keep watch. Nodding and understanding, Wang Jie led them in another direction. The walls, mottled and stained with what had long turned to a dark hue of blood, bore witness to a grim history, while the corners were cluttered with white bones, exuding a foul stench. Upon entering the dilapidated room, they beheld a figure seated calmly on a tattered sofa, observing them with an unsettling tranquility. Wang Jie felt a jolt of recognition. It was he, the very person the hunting party had been searching for. Chapter 2. The gentle breeze does not return for the guest apologies. Let us change locations. Wang Jie immediately intended to lead the two women away. The man casually flung a metal shard, embedding it into the door, piercing through to the wall several meters away. Wang Jie and the two women halted abruptly, unease washing over them as they cast anxious glances in his direction. Come in, close the door, the man spoke, his voice deep and gravelly, unsettling to the ear. Lu Shui instinctively grasped Wang Jie's arm, visibly anxious, while the timid woman's eyes brimmed with fear. Taking a deep breath, Wang Jie guided them into the modest dwelling, silently shutting the door behind them. Instantly, the room was cloaked in shadows. The setting sun streamed through the western window, illuminating the man and Appo's face. Beneath his coarse beard, cracked lips slowly curled into a smile, his eyes harboring a chilling indifference as they first surveyed the two women before settling on Wang Jie. You recognize me? Feigning confusion, Wang Jie replied, have we met? Didn't I show you my photograph? I am Hu Guan, the man replied, his smile widening yet his gaze growing even colder. Wang Jie gradually clenched his fist, betraying his tension. I've forgotten. Hu Guan continued to fixate on the group. Ironically, they believed themselves to be the hunters, unaware that Hu Guan was no mere prey. There is no need to forget. What about the item I requested? Wang Jie retrieved the signal device and activated it. Hu Guan spoke in a low tone. Wang Jie was taken aback, unable to comprehend his intent. Hu Guan laughed, his lips splitting wider, blood seeping from the fissures, creating a grotesque visage. Not here, but on the rooftop of the supermarket 10 kilometers to the southwest. You are the guide, you understand what I mean. At this point, he suddenly struck out at Wang Jie with a swift palm. Wang Jie's eyes widened, retreating instinctively, but he was no match for Hu Guan's speed. The blow landed squarely on his right shoulder, sending him crashing against the wall. The two women gasped, hastily retreating to a corner. Wang Jie collided painfully with the wall, causing the modest structure to shudder. Hu Guan, astonished, remarked, not bad. The strength of 2 seals, no wonder you can serve as a guide. Struggling to rise, Wang Jie clutched his right shoulder, his entire arm tingling, and fixed a determined gaze on Hu Guan. What do you mean? Hu Guan sneered. This strike has impeded your seal's flow. I have left the method to unlock my palm technique on that supermarket rooftop. You may choose not to go. Seek someone stronger than me to assist you, or live your life unable to wield your seals. The choice is yours. He added casually, by the way, I am a 5 seal. Wang Jie was taken aback. You possess 5 seals? In the corner, the two women stared in shock. In this apocalyptic era of cultivation, seals are the measure of combat prowess, with the known maximum being 7. Hu Guan's 5 seal strength explained why he could simultaneously be hunted by a team while also tracking them. Indeed, Few in the entire Jinling base could surpass him. How could a mere guide like Wang Jie possibly find a master to help him unlock his seal's flow? Wang Jie struggled to articulate a response. But upon gazing at Hu Guan, he could only grit his teeth and exit through the door, never once looking back at the two women. As Wang Jie departed, the two women turned their fearful eyes toward Hu Guan. He smiled, fixing his gaze on them, licking his cracked lips, tainted with blood. It has been a long time since I indulged in meat, and this little guide has brought me a gift. You come here. Liu Shui's expression changed dramatically. Hu Guan was referring to her. She turned pale, trembling under Hu Guan's gaze. Hu Guan's eyes sparkled with greed as he beckoned her closer with a finger, then pointed to the ground, his smile widening. Raising his hand, a gray mist swirled in his palm, as if he were laying the void bare, sending ripples through the air. From within, he produced a loan note. It appeared quite ordinary, merely a piece of white paper, devoid of any distinct features. Yet, no matter how many times one gazed upon it, it evoked a sense of wonder, as if it connected to another realm of existence. Once the final stroke was inscribed, the note rolled itself up autonomously, as if possessing consciousness, and vanished back into the gray mist. Are you not afraid he will seek out the hunting team? Liu Shui asked, her voice trembling. Hu Guan chuckled coldly. To be a guide, one must first comprehend human nature. Even if he betrays me, those from the hunting team cannot assist him in unraveling the seal's power. He understands this truth. The only choice lies with me. As for whether he will activate the signal device upon arrival, that is beyond his control. In that place, horrific mutated creatures roam at night. Only by activating the signal can he hope to summon the hunting team for survival. Otherwise, death is certain. At this juncture, his gaze burned intensely upon Liu Shui. Serve me well, and I shall ensure your survival. Liu Shui bit her lip, inhaling deeply, forcing a smile, poised to speak when suddenly a shadow burst through the window, eclipsing the last rays of the setting sun. Darkness enveloped the room in an instant, and the figure swiftly approached Hu Guan, reaching out to seize him. Hu Guan's pupils contracted sharply as he stepped aside with an unusual gait, but the newcomer grasped him from behind with tremendous force, dispelling the gray energy instantaneously. The assailant wore a crude mask resembling a clown. Hu Guan opened his mouth, gray energy coalescing within as he attempted to unleash something, yet was met with a second punch that struck his neck, shattering him instantly. The residual force fractured the ground beneath, fissures spreading outward. Astonishingly, Hu Guan, a formidable five-seal warrior, offered not the slightest resistance. The scene left the two women in stunned silence. They gazed at the sudden intruder, cloaked in a tattered black coat, the grotesque mask on their face rendering the moment absurd, yet they found no humor in it. This person had effortlessly vanquished Hu Guan. The newcomer crouched down, rummaging through Hu Guan's belongings, and soon found what they sought. Holding a delicate glass vial, hibiscus tears, indeed, it was correct. The remaining rays of the sun illuminated the vial beautifully. It was one of the most precious materials derived from the calamity, even coveted by the highest echelons. Perfectly suited for treating old five. In the corner, the timid woman's eyes widened in sudden realization. Liu Shui? Liu Shui beheld the figure that had just slain Hu Guan, wielding a palm-sized fish-shaped weapon, thrusting it forcefully. It seemed poised to strike the intruder, yet it fell short. Her expression shifted in alarm. Before her appeared the crude mask. In the next moment, a searing pain erupted in her abdomen. Liu Shui gritted her teeth, struggling against the agony as she withdrew, only to launch her weapon in desperation, which was effortlessly captured by the newcomer. A hand approached from afar, descending ominously. With a resounding thud, her vision darkened, and then she knew nothing more. As he observed the flowing water cascading to the ground, Wang Jie coughed softly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had drawn upon too much borrowed strength, resulting in a recurrence of his old injuries. Fortunately, it was not as severe as it could have been. With a casual gesture, he unleashed a gust of wind that struck a timid woman, rendering her unconscious. He then turned his gaze toward the water. The illustrious captain of the Windfish team from the Jinling base has disguised himself 3 times in succession. Did you truly believe I would not recognize you? It must be for this object. He tucked away the Mufei tears, adding, if it were not for you, I would have no need for such complications. With that, he pierced Hu Guan's body with a fish-shaped weapon, then flung it away, cutting through the air and embedding it into the wall of a nearby building 100 meters distant. Only then did he depart. He followed the direction designated by Hu Guan, heading southwest, 10 kilometers away. Just 5 minutes after Wang Jie left, a solitary eye materialized from the void, blinking at the lifeless body of Hu Guan before vanishing. The sun sank completely, plunging the sky into darkness. Wang Jie moved swiftly alone, with his formidable strength. He soon arrived at the rooftop of the supermarket. Calculating the time, he estimated he would reach this place by the latter part of the night. He decided to wait. The wilderness under the moonlight was perilous. If the day belonged to the mutated beasts, then the night was the domain of the mutated flora. In the distance, shadows crept under the moonlight, shrouding the supermarket. Wang Jie gazed at the towering plant, reminiscent of a multi-story building. Had it grown larger? In the sky, flying mutated beasts soared past, stirring up a fierce wind as they ventured into the distance. Suddenly, that colossal plant shot up from the ground, its leaves opening and closing to reveal sharp teeth, which then devoured one of the mutated beasts. In that instant, the plant loomed hundreds of meters tall, an imposing terror. Indeed, it had grown larger. Reclining on the rooftop, Wang Jie felt the night air, cool as water, and gazed at the starry sky. The moonlight prior to the apocalypse had never been so beautiful. The air was thick with pollution. He fixated on the heavens, his gaze gradually sharpening, and slowly, ethereal figures began to materialize under the starry sky, some standing, some seated, some wielding swords, others brandishing blades, each figure unique. This was the path of cultivation in the post-apocalyptic blue star. Many could perceive these spectral figures. They neither obscured the sunlight nor the moonlight, allowing individuals to cultivate according to what they saw, serving as humanity's greatest weapon against the apocalypse. Some could see one, others two. It was said that the most fortunate could perceive up to 10, while Wang Jie could see many. At this moment, he found himself particularly intrigued by a certain gesture, not for any other reason than its elegance. As he became entranced, the air around him filled with sounds of gnashing and roaring, dense and chaotic. Vines, akin to serpents, crawled along the walls, swaying in the moonlight, leaving traces on the surfaces. Wang Jie cast a glance, remaining motionless. He understood that the reason Hu Guan was certain he would activate the signal device upon reaching this location was due to this very entity. With the strength he had exhibited, only by activating the signal device to attract the hunting team could he survive. Otherwise, death was inevitable. So be it. He retrieved the signal device and activated it. In the distance, a young man from the hunting team suddenly looked down, taking another signal device from his pocket. His eyes alight with excitement. I found it. Southwest, let us go. The timid woman awoke, rubbing her temples as a golden ray of sunlight streamed through the door, casting a sliver of light across the room. Startled, she thought, is it not night? Outside, it was broad daylight. Had a whole day passed? In a flurry, she glanced around and beheld the corpse of Hu Guan and the figure of Lu Shui lying a short distance away, swallowing hard. She trembled as she crawled closer to Lu Shui, fearful of making even the slightest sound. Observing Lu Shui and Appo's rising and falling breaths, she exhaled in relief. She was still alive. Recalling the events that had transpired, she realized she had been unaware of Lu Shui's true identity. They had crossed paths on their journey through the desolate city. Now, Lu Shui seemed undeniably extraordinary, yet there was no time for contemplation. Surviving alone here until tomorrow was utterly impossible. With that thought, she gently shook Lu Shui. Chapter 3. A piece of land. The moment Lu Shui opened her eyes, a piercing gaze startled the timid woman, causing her to retreat hastily, her hands bruised and bloodied. In that instant, Lu Shui seemed to transform, rising to her feet and directing her first glance at Hu Guan. A wave of dizziness enveloped her. She had been knocked unconscious. Who possesses such formidable strength? As the captain of the Jinling base, having attained the 6th seal level, she was easily overwhelmed by the masked figure. Such a masterful presence had emitted not the slightest whisper. When did you awaken? Liu Shui's cold gaze fell upon the trembling woman. The woman responded in a hushed tone. Just now. The fatal wound was on the neck, yet her attention was drawn to an unusual scar on Hu Guan's chest, an imprint of her own windfish dart. Someone intended to frame her for Hu Guan's demise. Realization struck Lu Shui. This individual sought to implicate her in Hu Guan's death, a ruthless scheme. She flung open the door and dragged Hu Guan's lifeless body outside, the thud attracting nearby mutated beasts that rushed forth to feast. The sight sent a wave of terror through the timid woman, who shivered under Liu Shui's gaze. Leave, Lu Shui commanded coldly, resolutely setting her course westward beneath the blazing sun. Ahead, clouds of dust billowed as vehicles passed by, one revealing a familiar face that nodded toward Wang Jie. The individual had also been a guide. The Jinling base was rife with guides. This profession offered swift monetary gain and facilitated the search for disaster materials. After a few years, many guides could join hunting teams, albeit at the risk of their lives. In the realm of guides, he was codenamed Wild Grass, a hardy yet overlooked plant, for he consistently projected a strength of merely the second seal level. Otherwise, his extensive knowledge of the wilderness would have drawn the attention of hunting teams long ago. For now, no one approached. Wang Jie lifted his gaze to the sky, the blinding sunlight prompting him to focus. A figure reappeared, executing a series of gestures. After a considerable time, he sensed something, raising a finger toward the front. This gesture halted mid-air, half a meter from his fingertip, as the air spiraled outward, penetrating the ground, while the space directly before him remained unchanged, a testament to the power of air pressure. Success. Wang Jie exhaled. Now, let us continue planting. He closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the surroundings had transformed. The scorching sun was replaced by a hazy sky, rendering everything indistinct, except for a patch of land beneath his feet. Indeed, it was a field. Wang Jie pointed, and the shadow of his finger above the land crystallized into a vivid imprint, akin to a seed falling into the soil. Over the years, he had discovered that he could inscribe techniques above this plot, yet despite numerous attempts, the land had remained inert. Initially, he held no hope, having grown accustomed to disappointment. However, as his technique imbued the soil, the land began to stir. From the fertile black earth sprouted 3 green shoots, visibly growing at an astonishing rate until they reached half his height, gradually unfurling. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Jie felt a rare surge of excitement. At last, there was movement. However, the commotion soon subsided, leaving only 3 half-human tall green sprouts, with nothing else in sight. Wang Jie circled around the green sprouts, noticing the absence of any fruit. What could this mean? He touched one of the sprouts, his eyes lighting up, then he proceeded to touch the second, followed by the third. He withdrew his hand in astonishment. Such a phenomenon. Just moments ago, he had indeed planted something called the Heaven and Earth Luoxian finger using his finger technique. To cultivate a martial skill from another was within expectations. However, to reap the benefits of the Heaven and Earth Luoxian finger, he required fertilizer, the tears of a heartbroken girl, the blossoms nurtured for 33 years, and the severed finger of a villain. These 3 elements were precisely what he needed to nourish the 3 flourishing green sprouts, enabling the cultivation of that particular finger technique. In the distance, 2 figures were seen supporting each other as they walked, coming into Wang Jie's view. He raised an eyebrow, sensing their pretense. He closed his eyes, waiting in silence. Soon, the 2 women approached. Lu Shui spotted Wang Jie, her gaze flickering. Was he still alive? Is it really him? Exclaimed the timid girl. Without hesitation, Lu Shui advanced towards Wang Jie, calling out, "Wild grass?" Wang Jie opened his eyes, surprised to see the 2 women. "You two?" he exclaimed, then cautiously glanced behind them, asking, "What about that person?" Lu Shui fixed her gaze on Wang Jie. "You don't know?" Wang Jie, confused, replied, "No what?" Lu Shui had her doubts about Wang Jie, though they seemed unfounded, for he was too young. "Did you really go to that supermarket?" Wang Jie nodded. Lu Shui continued, "After you left, that person also disappeared. We have no idea where he went." The timid girl remained silent, her eyes cast downwards, where Wang Jie's footprints marked the ground. Wang Jie exhaled heavily, rolling his shoulders. This individual is the one the hunting team seeks. He is shrewd. The blow he dealt me did not seal my abilities. It was merely a scare tactic. Had I known, I wouldn't have activated the signal device. It would have been troublesome if I encountered the hunting team within the base. He warned, "If you encounter those from the hunting team, do not reveal my identity." Lu Shui was taken aback. "You truly activated the signal device?" Wang Jie sighed. "That vine nearly took my life. I intended to lure the hunting team with the signal device, but I was too late. Fortunately, I managed to escape. Otherwise, I would have been doomed." Lu Shui refrained from asking further questions and, alongside Wang Jie, led the timid girl towards the Jinling base. Ahead lay the Jinling base, an area deemed quite secure. Numerous tents had been erected outside the base. Not everyone could enter and reside there. After a decade of apocalypse, the base had constructed imposing walls to keep the mutated beasts at bay, resulting in a fixed capacity that could not accommodate more people, particularly for some practitioners. The hunting team expanded their territory, leading to many being expelled. Unless a beast tide occurred to allow them refuge within the base, entry was nearly impossible at other times. There was little to be done about it. Wang Jie gazed at the towering walls, which soared 100 meters high, making the Jinling base appear as a colossal entity resting upon the earth. In contemporary China, there exist 5 major bases that have gathered the remnants of humanity post-apocalypse, with Jinling base being one of them. Stationed there is Hongjian, known as the Extreme Strongman, one of the 5 pillars of contemporary China. Under the command of Hong Jian, a formidable assembly of cultivators from the east of Huaxia congregated to ensure the security of the base. Upon the towering walls, figures stood vigilant, weapons in hand. Their attire, though not opulent, was impeccably neat and adorned with protective gear. Below the walls, an uncountable number of tents encircled the base, teeming with ragged individuals. In this era, the desire for ordinary cleanliness had become a luxury. Despite the passage of a decade, humanity remained oppressed, gasping for breath, with little time to tend to their daily lives, as the number of external creatures far exceeded that of humans, evolving at an alarming rate. Wang Jie and her companions successfully entered the city. Lu Shui intended to offer Wang Jie money, but she declined, feeling rather uneasy about abandoning them. Here, take this beast's blood. It is of no use to me. The timid woman retrieved a glass vial from her bosom and handed it to Wang Jie. Within the vial lay a crimson liquid, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Wang Jie was taken aback. You have carried this with you all along? Lu Shui was equally surprised. The timid woman murmured, just in case. Wang Jie regarded her intently, accepted the vial, and tucked it away, expressing her gratitude before departing. The timid woman bit her lip, casting another glance in Wang Jie's direction before hastening after her. The streets were not overcrowded. This was once the main thoroughfare of Jinling City, now marred by mud, a far cry from its former pristine state. Occasionally, individuals dragged the carcasses of mutated beasts past, the stench permeating the entire street. As they walked, the filth beneath their feet splashed onto the legs of the timid woman, yet she paid it no mind, quickening her pace. Are you looking for me? Came Wang Jie's voice from a corner. The woman approached and spoke softly. I would like to ask for your assistance. Wang Jie straightened and moved toward the wall's edge, the woman promptly following. Around the corner lay a refuse heap, exuding a foul odor. What is it? Wang Jie inquired. The woman gathered her courage and said, I wish to ask for your help in finding my elder brother. Wang Jie frowned. I am but a guide. I also have beast blood. The woman raised her voice slightly. What is your price? Wang Jie produced the vial of beast blood she had received earlier. Does this serve as a deposit? No, the woman hurriedly replied. This is for you. If you agree, I can provide more beast blood as a deposit. Wang Jie scrutinized her. Where did the incident occur? Hearing this, the woman sighed with relief, sensing that Wang Jie might acquiesce, and quickly divulged the location. Wang Jie frowned again. That place is perilous. You intend to go there? The woman hesitated but nodded. What gives you the right to venture forth? Wang Jie suddenly queried, turning to leave. Wait. The woman urgently called after her. Wang Jie fixed her gaze upon the timid woman. You have 5 seconds. The woman bit her lip and whispered, I can sense danger. Wang Jie was taken aback. Sense danger? What do you mean? Yet, she did not perceive any cultivation from the woman. Chapter 4. Opportunity. My name is Luing, and I possess the ability to perceive projections in the sky. I have an elder sister who is practicing a method to harness the wind. As I grew older, I came to understand that this was a form of cultivation, a technique that allows one to sense the dangers carried by the wind. The young woman spoke softly, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Wang Jie. Previously, my elder brother and the others always took me along, and I helped them avoid several dangers. But this time, my brother has achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation and did not heed my warnings. Hence, Wang Jie understood, yet you failed to sense the presence of that individual in the bungalow. Luing sighed helplessly. The gap between us is too vast. Unless he releases a distinctly powerful aura, it is nearly impossible to detect him. Noticing that Wang Jie remained noncommittal, Luing gritted her teeth. 10 vials of beast blood. Wang Jie was taken aback. The young woman possessed such an abundance of beast blood. What level of cultivation does your brother have? 3 seals, she replied. Wang Jie chuckled. You truly hold me in high regard. He only presents himself as having 2 seals of strength. Luing glanced at his feet. You are not a villain, but neither are you a good person. Nevertheless, Wang Jie accepted the task, confirming the method of task completion before departing. 10 vials of beast blood is no trivial matter. Once a mutated beast perishes, its blood rapidly coagulates, even with swift action. The total amount of blood that can be collected from a single mutated beast will be limited. The blood of these creatures contains latent power for cultivation, which can be directly absorbed and refined by practitioners. In addition to beast blood, other materials including beast bones and plant resources can also be utilized for cultivation, indicating that the more mutated beast materials one acquires, the faster their cultivation progress will be. These materials are collectively termed disaster materials. Disaster materials serve as currency for cultivators. while ordinary individuals use gold, primarily engaging in barter. Outside the Jinling base, tall walls divide the area, a barrier that many dream of crossing as it symbolizes safety. However, within, there are also divisions less apparent than walls, yet unmistakable upon examining the ground. The air itself seems to be segregated. Outside lies the sewage zone, while inside resides the clean zone. Despite the scorn of many, human nature is perilous. As the order collapses in the apocalypse, such clear-cut management is essential to suppress malevolence. Wang Jie changed his attire, stepping through the sewage with one foot while placing the other on the clean pavement, leaving a trail of footprints that transitioned from deep to light as he ventured further inside. His home is situated in the clean zone. Every road bears a name, providing Wang Jie with the most direct impression of the clean zone. His residence is located at number 17, Mingyi Road, a modest two-story building. From this vantage point, the view towards the sewage zone is dominated by towering structures, though they appear dilapidated. The city walls are nearly obscured from the clean zone, hidden behind those high-rises. Upon entering, one is greeted by a small courtyard, tidy yet unpretentious. Within the courtyard, a gaunt young man with a waxen complexion reclines in a chair. His head tilted to the side, eyes rolled back, with blood at the corners of his mouth, giving the impression of someone who would never close his eyes in death. A thick blanket lies crumpled on the ground beside him. Wang Jie paused momentarily, observing him. 5 seconds elapsed. No movement. 10 seconds passed, and the pallid young man suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing, sitting upright as he gestured animatedly at Wang Jie amidst his coughing. Wang Jie entered, remarking, "Every time we have this charade, I wish to see the day it truly comes to pass." Coughing, he added, "Come now, boss, let us not be so malevolent. It is merely to enliven the atmosphere." The young man coughed violently, intermittently, revealing himself to be the fifth in their circle. Wang Jie, indifferent, inquired, "And what of the ninth?" "He is upstairs, basking in the sun," came the response. Wang Jie glanced upward to the second-floor balcony, where another young man was absorbed in a book, completely enveloped by sunlight. He appeared strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a scholar. As Wang Jie directed his gaze towards him, the young man seemed to sense it, turning to the courtyard with a smile, waving his book in greeting. "That fellow, always with his nose in a book, is of no use," the fifth lamented, then continued, "Boss, why don't you take me out for a stroll?" The fifth blinked eagerly. "I must confess, I'm beginning to enjoy this coughing sensation. Perhaps we should forego treatment?" But Wang Jie had already moved on. The fifth sighed and turned his gaze to the ninth, who merely shrugged and smiled without uttering a word. Wang Jie's residence was at number 17. Exiting the courtyard and turning right led him to number 18, where he pushed the door open without hesitation. In stark contrast to the freshness and tidiness of number 17, the courtyard of number 18 was shrouded in darkness, its interior obscured from view. Upon entering, he was met with a scene of utter disarray. The ground was littered with all manner of debris. Accustomed to such chaos, Wang Jie navigated through the courtyard and proceeded into the house, heading directly to the basement. Various wires were haphazardly intertwined, surrounded by peculiar bones and blood, with an odor more repugnant than that of a sewage area saturating the air. Rows of enormous containers filled with green liquid bubbled ominously. "You must cure your fifth soon. If he continues to cough, even I shall succumb to despair." A disheveled figure emerged from behind a broken apparatus, wearing thick glasses and a tattered white lab coat. Looking every bit the part of a disheartened middle-aged man, Wang Jie tossed him a vial of hibiscus tears. "What is this?" he inquired, catching it. "Hibiscus tears," replied Wang Jie. "What? Hibiscus tears?" the disheveled man exclaimed, excitement surging as he shoved aside the tools cluttering his workspace. Leaning in closer to scrutinize the liquid within the glass vial, Wang Jie questioned, "Can it heal the fifth?" "Indeed," the man assured, his gaze penetrating through the glass as he chuckled. "You've done well. This is extraordinarily rare. The mutated hibiscus is notoriously difficult to handle, and even the 5 extremes are reluctant to engage with it. Securing such a specimen is no small feat," he added. "Perhaps it could even mend your own injuries." "I have no need," Wang Jie replied curtly. "Are you certain? Such an opportunity is rare. It is worth a try." Wang Jie chose not to elaborate further, retrieving beast blood and mutated beast teeth from his pocket and tossing them over. "Let us see if these are of any use." The disheveled man accepted them, wrinkling his nose in distaste. "These teeth reek. They are useless. You might as well absorb them for your own cultivation." He then opened the vial of beast blood, sniffing it, and shook his head. "This too is of no value. Humans can cultivate, and so can mutated beasts. The properties of materials obtained from mutated beasts can vary with each cultivation, so to heal the ninth leg injury, each specimen must be meticulously tested. Unless you can acquire the Wolf King's third eye, akin to the effortless healing provided by the morning hibiscus, you may as well take your time experimenting. Wang Jie furrowed his brow. Didn't you previously mention that old Gos injuries would heal swiftly? Wang Jie pondered deeply. Moments later, the disheveled uncle exclaimed with fervor. A marvelous find, indeed. Hey, why haven't you left yet? I desire a flower that has flourished for 33 years. Here you go. The disheveled uncle casually tossed a mutated flower to Wang Jie. As Wang Jie emerged from the basement, he raised his gaze, his vision flowing like a stream, and soon found himself in the fields, placing the flower among the verdant sprouts. It fell directly to the ground. What does this mean? The age restriction is so rigid. What are you trying to accomplish? Is there none? None. You'll have to venture out to purchase one yourself. Wang Jie set the flower aside and departed. He glanced at number 17 but did not approach. Instead, he headed toward the sewage district. This was a place he seldom visited, as the wild grass, serving as a guide, had another home, one that existed solely within the sewage area. Old Geo observed Wang Jie's retreating figure from the second floor until he vanished from sight. Recently, several guests had arrived here. As Wang Jie stood outside, he sensed the presence of others, remaining still before knocking on the door. One of the men, whom Wang Jie recognized as a guide named Grey Claw, stepped forward. Wang Jie's gaze fell upon a woman who exuded beauty and allure, a woman more suited for the clean zones. At that moment, she was also appraising him. Who are you? Wang Jie inquired, his tone calm. Grey Claw leaned in to whisper to Wang Jie. They are major clients seeking to capture snow steeds in the wild. You know of the snow steeds, don't you? Wang Jie was taken aback. The magnificent large dogs? Grey Claw confirmed. As long as you lead them to the snow steeds, you needn't lift a finger. They will handle the capture themselves. Your reward will be substantial, and more importantly, you could become the exclusive guide for the Zhao family hunting team. Wang Jie regarded Grey Claw. Are they part of the Zhao family hunting team? The Zhao family hunting team is a formidable local hunting organization in Jinling. The woman interjected, No, we belong to the Zhao family. The Zhao family hunting team is merely one of our enterprises. We can easily make you their exclusive guide, provided you can assist us in locating the snow steeds promptly, within 3 days, to be exact. Wang Jie was puzzled. Why the urgency? His gaze sharpened. He neither accepted nor declined the offer. As the woman exited the house, she casually remarked while passing by Wang Jie, Had you entered directly without knocking, this opportunity would not have been yours. With that, she departed. Grey Claw patted Wang Jie on the shoulder. We depart tomorrow morning. Meet at the east gate. With that, he hurried after her. Wang Jie watched them leave. The Zhao family, was it? With a departure set for tomorrow morning, preparations must be made. He closed the door and decided to purchase flowers first. Chapter 5. The uninvited guest. Although the clean zone holds a prestigious status, commerce can only occur within the sewage zone. After all, many of the materials involved in trade, particularly those of a catastrophic nature, not only possess an odorous quality, but also entail a degree of danger. The Jinling base had previously experienced an incident where catastrophic materials obliterated nearly half of the city. As an armored vehicle passed by, it splashed a considerable amount of murky water. Wang Jie traversed the street and arrived at the sewage zone, the designated area for trading catastrophic materials, commonly referred to as the material zone. This zone is an expansive space constructed with enormous canopies, as the buildings of peacetime are ill-equipped to withstand the weight of catastrophic materials, leading to frequent collapses. Daily, throngs of people frequent this place. Practitioners seek to enhance their combat prowess, and absorbing the inherent power from catastrophic materials is the swiftest method. Wang Jie is a regular patron here. Is that wild grass? What materials have you brought now? Come sell them to me. I assure fair dealings, a voice called out. Wild grass, do you have new mutated beast blood? Numerous individuals greeted Wang Jie as he walked by without a glance, making his way to the innermost part of the material zone, where the largest store for catastrophic materials in Jinling is located, backed by the entirety of the Jinling base. A thunderous roar reverberated through the canopy. A splash of crimson sprayed several meters high before cascading down, silencing the roar. Wang Jie's expression remained composed as he entered the shop. To the other side, a 5-meter-tall mutated beast lay on the ground, languishing, while its catastrophic materials were being extracted. This occurrence is rare. Only this establishment possesses the capability to capture live mutated beasts, while others lack the means. The shop was bustling with employees. As Wang Jie entered, He scanned the surroundings and approached a woman in her 30s. Wang Jie shook his head. I found nothing of note, only a mutated beast's tooth. The woman smiled. No matter, perhaps fortune will favor you next time. Are you here to purchase something? Please provide me with a flower that has grown for 33 years. The woman looked puzzled. 33 years? Is such precision necessary? Wang Jie nodded. The woman asked him to wait a moment and turned to search the warehouse. Shortly after, she emerged with 2 mutated plants. I'm uncertain of their exact ages, but they were grown in a familial compound from peacetime, where flora typically matures over a decade or 2. Perhaps you might find them suitable. Thank you, Wang Jie replied, purchasing both, as he could not afford to test them here or take them without payment. Upon exiting the shop, he turned to see a colossal bounty board prominently displayed in the center of the material zone, a list issued by the 5 major bases, featuring individuals guilty of heinous crimes. The list is ever-changing, with no fixed number of offenders, and at times, exceeding 100. Wang Jie spotted a familiar name among those displayed. Hu Guan. Hu Guan, an extremely dangerous individual, possesses a combat level of 5 seals. His crimes include robbery and murder. A veritable scourge. Should he be cited, immediate reporting is mandated. Any independent action would bear personal consequences. The reward stands at 100 vials of beast blood. Pondering this, Wang Jie's gaze shifted upward, observing the faces displayed, ultimately resting on the topmost entry of the bounty board. There was no visage, merely a figure enveloped in shadow. Name unknown, this individual is deemed exceedingly dangerous, combat strength indeterminate, speculated to be at the level of 7 seals. A grave transgressor against humanity. The characteristic age should range from 16 to 20 years, with the requirement of having mastered at least 5 martial skills and bearing serious injuries. Upon encountering such individuals, immediate reporting is essential. Once confirmed, a reward of 100 disaster transformation materials will be granted. Wang Jie cast a deep glance at the leaderboard before departing from the materials zone. Has it been accomplished? Wang Jie felt a surge of joy. The first specimen was a 33-year-old flower, and there was no need to test the second. Yet, he still required the tears of a heartbroken maiden and the severed finger of a villain. He felt a pang of headache. How could he possibly acquire the tears of a heartbroken maiden? He had never paid attention to women and was utterly oblivious to matters of the heart. As dusk descended, he leaned against the edge of his bed, watching the sun sink below the horizon. A crimson meteor streaked across the distant sky. Could it be a meteorite? Simultaneously, meteors fell across various corners of Blue Star, some crashing onto land, others into mountains, while the majority plummeted into the ocean. A thunderous roar erupted as a meteorite struck a makeshift gathering place, the shockwave sweeping through the surroundings, sending numerous individuals flying. Those directly impacted were vaporized, leaving no trace of their existence. Only the remaining onlookers gazed in terror, and as the shockwave dissipated, they beheld a stone. Indeed, it was a meteorite. What terrible luck for a meteorite to land right in their gathering spot. In the next moment, the meteorite cracked open, releasing a torrent of energy that enveloped the area. Those at a distance dared not approach, and as another gust of wind blew, the energy dissipated, along with the cracked meteorite. The witnesses instinctively rubbed their eyes. Was it a mirage? Not too far from the gathering place, a woman adorned in a purple veil, her long hair cascading down to her legs, walked gracefully, each step spanning several meters. Clutched in her hand was a long sword, its sheath exquisitely crafted and adorned with gemstones. The woman lifted her gaze towards the shattered skyscrapers illuminated by the sunset, a smile curving her lips. This trial ground holds some intrigue. As she spoke, her pupils shimmered with light, scanning the gathering place. They all appear rather weak. Completing the objective should not pose much difficulty. The same scene unfolded across various locales. The inhabitants of Blue Star remained oblivious to the arrival of uninvited guests. While resting in the wilderness felt uneasy, the atmosphere within the base was quite different. When Wang Jie opened his eyes once more, a ray of sunlight bathed the earth. The surface of the murky water shimmered as if adorned by a rainbow. After a night had passed, he moved his body slightly, freshened up, and stepped outside. The eastern gate of the Jinling base was bustling with people entering and exiting. Upon his arrival, Wang Jie noticed several enormous armored vehicles, among which one stood out as a custom-built model, more than thrice the size of the others. Resembling a house fortified with iron, its emblem unmistakably representing the Zhao hunting team. Upon noticing Wang Jie, Gray Claw's eyes lit up, and he waved eagerly. Wang Jie was taken aback. By Shao? Gray Claw whispered, one of the 3 gods, daughter of Bai Yuan. Wang Jie's gaze shifted, understanding now why the young master of the Zhao family personally ventured into the perilous wilderness. After enduring a decade of calamity, Blue Star had seen the destruction of firearms. Yet other forms of communication remained intact, albeit intermittently disrupted due to the disasters. Initially, practitioners were classified based on the number of seals they possessed, leading to the integration of the concept of the 3 gods and 5 extremes several years ago. The so-called 3 gods and 5 extremes refer to the 8 most formidable individuals of contemporary Blue Star, referred to as the Blue Star, in truth. Aside from the eastern continent, the rest is dominated by flora and fauna, leaving only Huaxia remaining on this entire Blue Star. Thus, the 3 deities and 5 extremes fundamentally belong to Huaxia. Hongjian, stationed at the Jinling base, is one of the 5 extremes. Bai Yuan in the capital city serves as one of the 3 deities. Should the Zhao family succeed in an alliance with Bai Yuan, the nature of their standing would indeed transform. It is no wonder they seek Xueju. Xueju merely serves as a stepping stone for that young master to align himself with Bai Xiao. The convoy comprises a considerable number of individuals, with over 15 armored vehicles and more than 100 practitioners. You are aware of the gravity of your task now, right? This journey relies entirely on your arrangements. You must locate Xueju, or else, said Grey Claw. Wang Jie cast him a glance. You're dragging me into this. Who can guarantee that Xueju will be found within 3 days? Grey Claw's expression grew uneasy. You are undoubtedly the best guide in Jinling. It's not just me saying this. The Zhao family has investigated. Otherwise, how could they solely rely on you? Wang Jie recognized the truth in Grey Claw's words. The Zhao family would not heed outsiders without thorough investigation. In reality, numerous competent guides existed. Yet those who might surpass Wang Jie were either deceased or had joined hunting squads. Wang Jie had spent considerable time guiding in Jinling, and his survival skills in the wilderness were unparalleled in the region. Otherwise, the Zhao family would not have valued him so highly. Soon after, the convoy set off. Outside the base, many ragged individuals gazed enviously, yearning for the day they could become practitioners. Regrettably, to become a practitioner, one must first behold the projection in the sky. A sight not granted to all. Wang Jie sketched the route for the Zhao family and handed it directly to the female steward. She entered the vehicle to report, subsequently approving the route. This path would lead to the resort where Lu Ying's elder brother had gone, effectively accomplishing 2 tasks in one journey. Venturing into the wilderness, they traversed the highway from a more peaceful era, occasionally encountering mutated beasts that retreated at the sight of such a large convoy. Any mutated beasts that dared to intrude were effortlessly eradicated, requiring no effort from Wang Jie. This area was considered a safe zone. The danger zone harbored far too many mutated creatures, indifferent to the presence of any convoy. Truly, the hunting team exhibited remarkable coordination in combat, with ranged attacks, direct assaults, stealth strikes, and drone reconnaissance. I surmise that the detection range spans 10 miles. Any subtle disturbances would be readily noticed, making encounters with danger exceedingly rare. Grey Claw remarked, his tone filled with envy. Wang Jie responded nonchalantly. Even with the 5 extremes led by Hong Jian, crises may arise. Should they encounter beings of the 6th or 7th seal, they too would perish. Grey Claw rolled his eyes. Could you not speak of such ominous matters? Wishing you a long life, then. Even more dismal, he added. By the way, do you have a partner? Grey Claw paused, eyeing Wang Jie curiously. Why the sudden inquiry? Wang Jie gazed ahead, just asking casually. Yes. Does she love you? Yes. Then break up. Grey Claw's face twitched, if not for the inability to retaliate. He would have liked to slap this fellow to show him what it meant to be caught in the wrong bones. Wang Jie sighed, indeed. Matters of heartbreak were rather troublesome. Following the main group brought no worries. If a vehicle broke down, someone would repair it. And meals could be prepared with a touch of variety. Quite comfortable, indeed. According to Wang Jie's estimation of speed, coupled with the sporadic skirmishes encountered along the way, they arrived at the outskirts of the resort just as evening fell. The female housekeeper approached, inquiring sharply, "Why have we halted?" Wang Jie replied, "The wilderness at night poses greater dangers. One can never tell from where those plants might emerge." The housekeeper, her gaze icy and imperious, warned, "You are aware that you have only 3 days, correct?" Wang Jie remained composed, assuring her, "Rest assured, 3 days will suffice." Chapter 6, Moon Plants Soon. Everyone set up camp to rest. More than a dozen armored vehicles formed a circle, encasing the largest armored vehicle in the center, while the others rested around it. As darkness fell, the peaceful era of rest transformed into a sense of awakening amidst the apocalypse. Numerous mutated plants would emerge at night. Grey Claw approached. "Guess what I found?" He gestured for Wang Jie to look at the largest armored vehicle, where, unbeknownst to them, the metal windows on both sides had been drawn open, revealing white curtains and the indistinct movements of several figures within. The others had long since grown accustomed to this. Wang Jie laid a layer of stones beneath him and placed a wooden board on top, subsequently raising a small tent. Guards were stationed around, and drones continued to soar low above, while distant roars of beasts could not disrupt the tranquility of this place. Moonlight streamed through the gaps, casting a glow upon Wang Jie's face. He opened the tent and gazed skyward. When the moonlight was obscured by clouds, he leapt out, gliding through the shadows without alerting anyone, slipping away effortlessly. In truth, there was a master here, presumably a sixth seal, which Wang Jie could sense. However, the sixth seal represented martial prowess, and each individual had their own unique path of cultivation. Not all were omnipotent, save for Wang Jie. His speed was derived from a technique projected from the heavens, and once unleashed, few could detect it, especially as no one was watching him. He soared up the mountain path towards the resort. Along the way, he encountered assaults from mutated flora and fauna, whose senses were far more acute than those of humans. Yet they could not keep pace with Wang Jie's velocity. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at his destination, where he beheld a group of bodies, mangled and torn. Some reduced to half their former selves, clearly unable to digest their last meal. Surrounding them was a pool of gastric acid, exuding a foul stench. Wang Jie located his brother Luing, took a photograph, and was about to depart when a thick branch swept toward him. He swiftly twisted his body to evade it. As the house behind him was cleaved in half with a thunderous crash, plants began to sprout around him, swaying ominously in the darkness. Branches also lashed out from below. Wang Jie raised his hand and pointed toward the house, directing a strike that transformed the air into a spiraling lance. Shredding the branches and piercing the very essence of the mutated plant, a piercing wail erupted. In the next moment, his gaze swept across the surroundings, 1, 2, 3, 8 in total. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed 8 strikes, precisely obliterating the 8 emergent mutated plants. He landed on the ground, clenched his fist, and delivered a powerful blow to the earth. The force rippled outward, creating a thunderous sound as the ground collapsed, burying the nearby house. Silence enveloped the area. Wang Jie exhaled, surveying his surroundings until his eyes fell upon a vibrant green branch, half a meter long, disaster material. He promptly collected it and made his way down the mountain path. Halfway down, he spotted flames soaring into the sky. This was bad. The camp was under attack. He rushed forward. A colossal screech transformed into a sonic wave that nearly toppled the armored vehicles. It was a gigantic peacock, standing 5 meters tall. Its elongated eyes glinting with cruelty and bloodlust, continuously roaring and emitting waves of sound. Drones fluttered precariously against the mountainside. Behind the armored vehicle, numerous cultivators unleashed a barrage of weapons, arrows, darts, and stones, while over a dozen practitioners simultaneously executed the same combat technique, merging their attacks. Wang Jie fixated on the colossal peacock, one of the more formidable mutated beasts in the wilderness surrounding the Jinling base, possessing a combat strength of 6 seals. It had long remained hidden in the deep mountains. What prompted its emergence now? Moreover, it had grown larger. He recalled the enormous plant that had appeared at night, which too had undergone a transformation. These mutated flora and fauna were evolving. Observing the fierce battle in the distance, Wang Jie felt no inclination to join. He had only recently arrived and should remain hidden, ensuring no one detected his earlier presence. The gray-clawed creature retreated even further. The door of the largest armored vehicle swung open, and Wang Jie caught sight of the young master of the Zhao family. He was a strikingly handsome youth, his gaze towards the mutated peacock devoid of fear, as though he were merely watching a farcical performance. Suddenly, the mutated peacock screeched, its feathers rising and swirling in the air, clearly preparing to unleash an attack of unknown magnitude. At that moment, a figure leapt from the armored vehicle towards the peacock, raising his arm as the fingertip weapon glowed a fiery red, seemingly on the verge of melting, and he hurled a punch at the peacock. The peacock focused its gaze on the assailant, releasing multiple feathers in unison. The sounds of impact echoed, bang, 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 as the attacker deftly struck each feather, shattering them with astonishing speed. Just then, a drone flew into his line of sight. He deftly landed on it, executing an agile maneuver that propelled him forward while bellowing, "Beast, perish!" With both hands clasped into a fist, he raised them high, 6 streams of gray energy boiling from his body, transforming into a crimson aura that exuded an overwhelming presence. He unleashed a devastating punch. The blow struck the mutated peacock, propelling its massive form through the air. crashing into the already shattered highway, creating a deep indentation in the earth. Wang Jie observed the man. Indeed, he was a powerful six-seal practitioner. How could the prominent young master of the Zhao family act without elite followers? The Zhao young master applauded. While others marveled at the middle-aged man who had landed with such prowess, this was the strength of a hunting party. Without his intervention, the peacock would surely have decimated them. The 6 streams of energy indicated his six-seal status. The middle-aged man approached the fallen mutated peacock, which lay in a pit so deep that even its immense body could not be fully concealed. Its eyes fixated on the approaching figure, remaining motionless. The man kept his guard up, acknowledging that no mutated beast should be underestimated. These creatures became increasingly cunning with each passing day. Uncle Ling, can we capture it? We could use it as a replacement for the snow steed, inquired the Zhao young master. The man known as Uncle Ling frowned. No. The snow steed is a canine and was a pet even before mutation. It can be tamed. However, this peacock is wild and possesses 6-seal combat strength. It poses a significant risk. The Zhao young master sighed. Very well. Then let us slay it and see if we can obtain disaster materials. Materials from a 6-seal creature were of great interest, even to the Zhao family. At that moment, Wang Jie too was fixated on the mutated peacock, but unlike the others, his attention was drawn to its claws, which were firmly embedded in the ground. This was not a good sign. He immediately shouted, "Run! It is bringing disaster." The crowd turned to Wang Jie, bewildered by his words. At that moment, the mutated peacock suddenly soared towards the mountains near the resort. Uncle Ling was about to take action when the ground trembled violently. The armored vehicle shook fiercely, and cracks appeared in the earth as if something were about to emerge. Wang Jie's expression changed. It's the moon plant. Run. Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces paled, fear etched in their eyes as they fled in a frenzy. Uncle Ling hurriedly grabbed the young heir of the Zhao family and dashed into the distance, leaving behind several women in the vehicle who cried out in desperation. Ignored by all, Wang Jie was also running. The moon plant was the largest flora under the moonlight, appearing randomly in the wild, its patterns incomprehensible to humans. While humanity remained oblivious, the mutated beasts were undoubtedly aware. Particularly now, at night with the moonlight shining brightly, the moon plant had yet to surface. The mutated peacock's claws gripped the ground tightly, evidently releasing something beneath the earth, luring the moon plant. These creatures were astoundingly cunning. The moon plant was colossal, towering over 100 meters, capable of consuming birds and beasts with terrifying strength. Even with the prowess of Hong Jian at the Jinling base, they had failed to subdue it during previous attempts, suffering heavy losses. The ground sank, and everyone was in flight. However, the earth abruptly caved in over 1,000 meters, trapping many who could not escape, plummeting into the abyss. Attempts to climb back up were futile as scalding steam surged from below, incinerating many in an instant. Countless souls perished without even a cry of despair. It was as if a colossal maw had opened beneath the earth, intent on devouring all. Wang Jie felt helpless. He could not save those people. The moon plant represented the pinnacle of apocalyptic combat power, impervious to the 3 gods and 5 extremes, with humanity lacking any means to confront it. Surprisingly, Uncle Ling was remarkably swift. Wang Jie intentionally veered away from their path, employing his skills to escape. Yet, Uncle Ling had fixated on him, pursuing relentlessly. He was the first to realize the peacock's intentions, instinctively believing he could flee. However, this meant Wang Jie could no longer use his skills under their watchful eyes. Blood-red veined green leaves burst forth from the ground, each adorned with sharp teeth, shooting skyward as if to consume the moon. Shadows enveloped Wang Jie and the others. They scattered in every direction. Yet Wang Jie and Uncle Ling found themselves in the darkness where the moonlight was obscured by the moon plant. A leaf lunged towards them, intent on sparing no one. Uncle Ling's gaze flickered before he charged at Wang Jie, gripping the terrified Zhao with one hand and reaching for Wang Jie with the other. Wang Jie met his gaze, realizing this man intended to use him as bait. Turning swiftly, he seized Uncle Ling in return. Uncle Ling's eyes were cold as he commanded, "Hold on to me. I will take you with me." Wang Jie grasped Uncle Ling and Appo's hand, but Uncle Ling suddenly attempted to throw him backward. Huh? He couldn't shake him off? To his astonishment, he found himself being pulled back instead. What was going on? This kid was surprisingly strong. In a moment of desperation, Wang Jie attempted to rid himself of Uncle Ling, but the latter's grip tightened around Wang Jie's wrist, puncturing 5 bloody holes from which blood dripped down his fingers. "Young man, have you decided to part with your arm?" Chapter 7. The beast tied. A smile curled at the corners of Wang Jie's mouth as he deftly flicked his fingertips. unleashing a spiraling force that tore apart Ling Shu's arm in an instant. Ling Shu barely registered the attack before Wang Jie struck him on the shoulder with a swift motion, propelling him and the Zhao family's young master towards the direction of the moonlit foliage, where a vast expanse of verdant leaves loomed behind them. The Zhao heir's cries of despair echoed in the air. With a swift turn, Wang Jie discarded the Zhao young master, sending him hurtling towards the green leaves while he himself used the momentum to alter his course and escape. The final wail of the Zhao heir was swallowed by the foliage. Ling Shu, drenched in sweat, clutched his severed arm and dashed in another direction. Yet he underestimated the moonlit vegetation. So close, it consumed the Zhao heir and inevitably ensnared him as well. Darkness enveloped him entirely. He cast a glance into the distance, spotting Wang Jie fleeing into the shadows, an image that felt strangely familiar. Suddenly, Wang Jie's visage overlapped with that of the number 1 bounty on the wanted list, aged 16 to 20. It was he, gasping for breath. Ling Shu examined his wrist, noting the severity of his injury. Indeed, the 6 seals possessed formidable power. If this was the case with Ling Shu, the winged fish would undoubtedly be even stronger. Fortunately, he had exercised caution and leveraged his strength initially. Otherwise, the situation would have been far more difficult to resolve. Now, however, he faced complications. As the guide who brought the Zhao family out, with their complete annihilation, what would become of him? Surely, he would incur the Zhao family's wrath. He coughed, a smear of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as an old wound was aggravated. Perhaps a night's rest would suffice. At the very moment of the Zhao heir's demise, the Zhao family and the Jinling base became aware of the tragedy. The signal of their young master's life had vanished, indicating he had encountered an overwhelming force, surpassing the quintessence, likely tied to the moonlit vegetation, which had just begun to manifest. A middle-aged man, hands clasped behind his back, wore a grim expression. How could he have encountered the moonlit vegetation at such a crucial moment? The emergence of the moonlit foliage was not entirely unforeseen. With a Ling's prowess, he should have been able to escape. Investigate and ascertain who else remains alive, he commanded. Yes, head of the family. Wang Jie distanced himself from the moonlit vegetation and sought refuge in a suburban high-rise to rest. From this vantage point, he could still observe the moonlit foliage thrashing about under the silvery light, preying upon its surroundings. He had also acquired the severed finger of the villain, Ling Shu. This individual sought to use himself as bait, undoubtedly not a man of good character. Yet, in this apocalypse, few could be deemed virtuous, himself included. Arriving in the hazy expanse, he placed Ling Shu's finger within a second green sprout, which promptly enveloped it, proving to be effective. Now, he merely awaited the tears of a heartbroken girl. He wondered if the gray claw had perished. Leaning against the window, he slowly closed his eyes to rest. Uncertain of how long he had been resting, the building suddenly trembled, jolting Wang Jie awake as he gazed downward. The ground below was shrouded in a dark mass. Advancing towards him, a rodent tide? His scalp prickled with fear. In the wilderness, the most terrifying encounters were with formidable flora and fauna that left one powerless, and second, the beast tide. Among these, the rodent tide was undoubtedly one of the most dreadful disasters. The seemingly endless swarm of mutated rats charged forth without fear of death, a frenzy that would entomb anyone unable to escape immediately. Wang Jie couldn't fathom why the rodent tide had arrived here. Fortunately, these mutated rats were not targeting him, but merely passing through. He hurried to the rear window for a better view. The sky above was similarly cloaked in darkness, aligning with the direction of the rodent tide. This was dire. That area was the Jinling base. The beast tide had erupted. In the decade of apocalypse, the Huaxia region established far more than 5 bases, yet most of these strongholds have been obliterated. Some were destroyed by formidable flora and fauna, but the majority fell victim to the relentless beast tide. The Jinling base has also faced the beast tide on multiple occasions. Fortunately, the presence of Hongjian, one of the 5 extremities, united the cultivators to defend it. Now, another beast tide looms on the horizon. Wang Jie took a deep breath, his expression grave, as he turned once more to observe the moon plant. It had grown larger again, coupled with the thought of the mutated peacock. An unsettling sense of change enveloped him regarding these creatures. As he pondered, a sharp howl pierced the air, creating a visible shockwave that shattered the glass instantaneously. Wang Jie felt as though his mind had been struck fiercely, nearly losing consciousness. He steadied himself against the wall, the entire building swaying precariously, on the verge of collapse. Through the shattered glass, he gazed eastward, where a massive avian creature spread its fiery wings, soaring high in the sky, and with another tilt of its head, let out a deafening roar. The howl returned. Outside the Jinling base, several formidable mutated creatures were present, among them the moonplant and the azure hawk. Yet, the azure hawk, while formidable, paled in comparison to the moonplant. However, after that fleeting glimpse, he noticed the azure hawk had doubled in size. Such a creature, despite still being inferior to the moonplant, was now not far behind. It was clearing its territory. Another resounding howl swept through the air. And centered around the azure hawk, mutated flora and fauna within a radius of several dozen miles surged towards the Jinling base. Was this beast tied and sighted by the azure hawk? Wang Jie gasped for breath, striving to calm his racing heart. In the sky, a colossal shadow passed overhead. The azure hawk was on the move, heading toward the Jinling base. As Wang Jie observed its retreating figure, apprehension clouded his gaze. Could Hong Jian withstand this azure hawk? The uncertainty weighed heavily upon him. What was it striving to protect? Casting a steely glance toward the Jinling base, he turned in the opposite direction, toward the location where the azure hawk had recently lingered. Meanwhile, the azure hawk's cries set off alarm bells throughout the Jinling base. By the Xian Lake, Hong Jian wore a solemn expression, gazing toward the east. Level 1 alert activated. All personnel were to take shelter within the base, prioritizing women and children in the bomb shelter, with cultivators standing guard in the front and ordinary citizens behind. Lights illuminated the entire Jinling base as the gates swung wide open, and those who had resided outside the base rushed inside in a frenzy. On the city walls, cultivators emerged, forming an orderly line as they looked eastward. Drones took flight, heading toward the eastern horizon. A Zhaoclan cultivator, on the verge of departing the base, was promptly intercepted. A level 1 alert signified the beast tide, heralding a life and death crisis. At this moment, even if they were not stopped, they would not dare venture out. That would be tantamount to courting death. The earth trembled. One drone after another went offline. The Jinling base unveiled the profound heritage of Huasha's 5 major bases. With hundreds of thousands of cultivators ready for action, the city walls densely populated with individuals. Nonetheless, this did little to assuage the fears of those within the city. A whirlpool appeared in the center of Xian Lake. Hong Jian wondered, was this a result of the azure hawk's howl? Even the mutated beasts in the lake were affected. Raising his arm, he prepared to strike. The sky suddenly coalesced into a visible blade, slicing through the depths of Xian Lake, cleaving the whirlpool in twain. Soon, a crimson tide began to spread from the lake's center, as fierce little fish leapt forth to consume the blood. With a casual flick of his wrist, Hong Jian unleashed a sweeping wind blade, obliterating the fish that dared to breach the surface. The lake regained its tranquil facade. The 8th blade of breaking wind. A domineering technique indeed. In a pristine zone, Lao Wu and Lao Jiao sat at the windowsill, gazing into the distance, yet seeing naught. In such moments, the outside world felt far more secure than their current location. Practitioners dashed through the streets, while in the material district, various disaster materials were being transported away. Unified distribution during wartime. Once the conflict subsided, these materials would be accounted for by the Jinling base. The ground trembled increasingly with intensity. Look to the skies, someone exclaimed. In the distance, darkness loomed ominously, akin to a gathering storm cloud, and in the next instant, countless black-feathered arrows were launched towards the Jinling base. Defend! Shouted a man clad in black leather, a massive golden necklace adorning his neck. The iron net of the city wall sprang open, rising from the stone. Sparks flying in every direction. Although advanced weaponry had been obliterated 2 decades prior, technology had not met its demise. The seemingly ancient walls of Jinling were fortified with modern technological enhancements, continuously unfurling thick iron nets to thwart the onslaught of black feathers. The ground was besieged by a swarm of mutated rats, burrowing within a kilometer of Jinling. Following them were larger mutated beasts, many of which were unrecognizable in their aberration. Yellow fireballs descended from afar, hurled by a group of mutated frogs, their foreheads adorned with dim yellow lanterns, from which these fiery projectiles emanated. In another direction, mutated plants swarmed, their vines weaving through the earth. Beneath the walls, when fish observe the ground, they come. Prepare to strike. A vine surged from the depths, breaching the wall and entering the city. It met its fate with a windfish dart, severing it cleanly. Behind, a cadre of practitioners pressed their hands to the ground, unleashing their combat techniques, powerful energies resonating through the earth, causing the walls to tremble. Rain began to fall from the heavens, a green deluge borne on the winds. It's acid rain. Deploy drones for reconnaissance. Location confirmed, 30 miles northeast at the artificial lake. Assemble a strike team to intercept. We must halt the acid rain. This verdant rain could corrode even stone. Within the city, countless individuals were drenched, their flesh eroding in a ghastly spectacle. At the northwest gate, a burly man puffed on a cigar, exhaling with a gleeful grin. At last, a grand event. Standing guard here day after day is dreadfully dull. Brothers, let us go. Behind him, a contingent of 20 practitioners followed as he surged toward the northwest. 30 miles ahead lay a small lake, where green fish floated upright, spitting skyward, while to the east, a multitude of colossal birds flapped their wings, stirring a whirlwind that propelled the green spittle towards Jinling. Thus, the war arrived without forewarning. The moonlight was cloaked, yielding to darkness. Each beast tide was an ordeal, both for practitioners and ordinary folk alike. Chapter 8. The struggle. Hong Jian had arrived at the eastern side of the base, treading through the murky waters while gazing at the screen before him. Displayed on it was the majestic eagle, with its cold, golden eyes fixed upon the Jinling base from above the clouds in the eastern sky, poised to strike at any moment. Far in the distance, beyond the Jinling base, Wang Jie had determined the location from which the eagle had previously emitted its piercing cry. Soon, he stumbled upon a colossal eagle's nest amidst the ruins of collapsed skyscrapers, an intricate construction of interwoven branches. He charged towards the nest, swiftly grasping a branch to climb inside. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air. He struck the branch with his palm, utilizing the recoil to retreat, simultaneously pivoting on his right foot to grasp another branch. In that moment, a dark shadow swept past, severing the very branch he had just held onto. It was a mutated hummingbird. These diminutive creatures possessed remarkable speed, capable of tearing a person to shreds. Wang Jie leaped down, abandoning his climb. As the hummingbirds surged towards him, despite being midair, he adeptly maneuvered to evade them, a sight that astonished Lian Fei. As the daughter of Lian Qin, one of the 5 extremes, she had witnessed many formidable fighters, yet few could so effortlessly evade a swarm of attacking hummingbirds. At least, she had never seen it before. Her mother could easily dispatch these creatures, but evading them in midair was another matter entirely. Who was this person? The eagle's nest cast a shadow over the moonlight, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. Initially oblivious to the presence of others, Wang Jie only became aware when a hummingbird lunged towards Lian Fei. He spotted a group of over 10 individuals hiding beneath the ruins of the skyscraper. Among them was a young man from the southern base's hunting team. They had dared to come here. Shadows flitted around, glinting ominously. Wang Jie landed and hastily dashed in another direction. As he was alone, his target was less significant, and with his swift movements, the hummingbirds abandoned him, redirecting their assault towards the others. Brothers, wait. Let us unite to deal with these hummingbirds. Someone shouted. But Wang Jie did not pause, vanishing in an instant. Damn it, he has no intention of collaborating at all. The hummingbirds were troublesome. They needed to be dealt with first. What of those young eagles inside the nest? They might be stolen by this person. Lian Fei's beautiful face gazed at the place where Wang Jie had disappeared. You all hold off the hummingbirds. I will go. No, miss, that person is very strong. Someone protested. Lian Fei leaped forward. The senior will arrive shortly. Let her enter the nest to find me while I distract that person. As she spoke, she pursued Wang Jie. Hummingbirds pursued her, but the people around her intercepted them. With that group distracting the hummingbirds, Wang Jie found it effortless. He looked up to see a multitude of hummingbirds heading towards that direction. Astonishingly, there were so many. Even if they could be exterminated, it would take considerable effort. And he had no time to squander. The eagle had undergone a transformation and was formidable. If Hong Jian could not withstand the entire Jinling base, it would spell disaster. Perhaps he could devise a method to disrupt the eagle. There was no time to delay. Continuously climbing, Wang Jie soon reached the top of the eagle's nest. Looking down, his eyes brightened with realization. No wonder the eagle sought to clear its territory. Within this area, 3 fledgling eagles reside. Although they are termed young, each is larger than a human. The commotion from a swarm of hummingbirds rouses them, and they open their beaks, crying out for nourishment. Wang Jie gazes at them, uncertain of his course of action. Should he slay them outright? That would drive the adult eagle into a frenzy. Yet, if he refrains from killing, how can he disrupt the eagle's presence? These mutated beasts are notoriously difficult to tame, especially eagles. In times of peace, some have managed to train eagles. But in an apocalyptic era, who possesses the skill to endure such a creature? Even the esteemed 5 extremes might find it impossible. Casting his gaze westward, he vaguely perceives the tumult of battle at the Jinling base, where the colossal eagle has yet to take action. He decides to wait, to bide his time until it engages with Hong Jian. A disturbance in the distance draws Wang Jie's attention. revealing a woman climbing towards him. Under the moonlight, her striking beauty appears even more ethereal, her pale complexion accentuated, her eyes fixed intently on Wang Jie. Instinctively, he conceals his face with a black cloth. "Who are you?" she inquires, her tone laced with suspicion. "I have no recollection of such a skilled individual at the Jinling base." Lian Fei presses on. Wang Jie suppresses his voice. "With no one to protect you, are you not afraid I might end your life?" Lian Fei smirks. "Your agility allows you to evade hummingbirds in midair. Yet that does not equate to formidable combat prowess. The hunters of the Extreme Down team are not easily intimidated." Wang Jie raises an eyebrow. "Extreme Down team? No wonder you exude such arrogance. Among all hunting teams in Huaxia, the Extreme Down team is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. It comprises the most promising youth of recent years, including many descendants of the 3 gods and 5 extremes, with older candidates dismissed. The leader of the Extreme Down team is none other than Bai Yuan's daughter, Bai Xiao, with the backing of one of the 3 gods, Bai Yuan. Coupled with Bai Xiao's own abilities and beauty, she effectively attracts the CR de la CR of Huaxia's young talents. Their motto is simple: the future of Huaxia. This implies that while the 3 gods and 5 extremes currently hold dominion, the future will belong to the members of the Extreme Down team. Gaining entry into this elite group guarantees that one possesses substantial strength, regardless of background. Wang Jie remains silent, seemingly locked in a standoff with Lian Fei, yet his focus is elsewhere. He awaits the moment when the eagle confronts Hong Jian, at which point he can make his move. Lian Fei furrows her brow, scrutinizing Wang Jie. "Who exactly are you? You appear quite young. I could introduce you to the Extreme Down team." She continues to speak, alternating between threats and temptations, yet Wang Jie remains unresponsive. Suddenly, she lapses into silence. Wang Jie's expression sharpens. She is stalling for time. It is improbable that the individuals pursuing Hu Guan from the southern base lack skilled warriors, at least 6 marked powerhouses. With this thought in mind, he suddenly charges at Lian Fei. Her eyes widen in shock as she raises her arm, an arrow shooting forth from her sleeve, which Wang Jie deftly evades. In a swift motion, she produces a white straight-edge blade, her internal energy surging as the blade radiates a brilliant white light. Slicing towards Wang Jie, he steps right, yet his figure appears to the left. With another stride to the left, he has already positioned himself behind Lian Fei. She cannot react in time, staring blankly ahead in astonishment, bewildered by such an uncanny agility. With a resounding thud, she collapses to the ground. As a streak of white blade light cleaves upward, resembling a meteor in reverse, Hong Jian has made his move. With a piercing cry, the eagle descends, its sharp talons cleaving through the blade light, advancing towards the Jinling base with lethal intent. Wang Jie exhaled, realizing that the moment had come. He stood before the 3 young hawks, their surroundings marred by the remains of a man whose body had been reduced to a mere half. These young hawks feasted upon human flesh and blood. Stepping into the pool of blood, Wang Jie seized one of the hawk's feathers and yanked it forcefully. A piercing shriek echoed into the distance. Below the hawk's nest, a swarm of hummingbirds erupted into chaos, abandoning their human prey in favor of the nest. The humans, concerned for Lian Fei, devised every possible strategy to delay the inevitable. Wang Jie continued to pluck the feathers from the young hawk, each extraction eliciting increasingly anguished cries. Meanwhile, at the Jinling base, Hong Jian soared into the air, confronting the hawk with a swift strike of his blade. The wind howled around him as he ascended, and with a fierce clash, his knife met the hawk's talons, unleashing a terrifying wave that radiated outward, forming a white shockwave that pressed towards the ground. Gripping the hilt tightly, blood seeped from his palms as he gritted his teeth, channeling 7 streams of energy into 7 spiraling winds that propelled him towards the hawk. Just as the hawk prepared to strike, it suddenly paused, sensing something in the east. Hong Jian seized the moment, landing a decisive blow that severed the hawk and Appo's leg. Blood spraying into the air. The hawk frantically flapped its wings, veering towards the east, while Hong Jian spun his blade, the winds howling as he unleashed a second strike that soared over 100 meters, breaking the hawk S-wing with a force that was nearly impossible to interrupt once initiated. One blow followed another, each strike fueled by the wind. As if a wildfire was spreading uncontrollably, Hong Jian hardly needed to exert himself. Each slice propelled him closer to the hawk. At the Jinling base, numerous practitioners gazed upward, witnessing Hong Jian's relentless strikes against the hawk, whose mournful cries filled the air. Yet its golden eyes remained fixed on the east. As the 8th strike fell, it severed the hawk's head, blood raining down from the heavens. Following this final blow, Hong Jian found himself drained of energy. Plummeting from the sky, below, A tide of rodents surged forth, and an iron hook was cast from a distance, ensnaring Hong Jian and dragging him back to the Jinling base. With the hawk defeated, the beast tide momentarily faltered, and many of the mutated creatures scattered in fright. In the east, within the hawk's nest, Wang Jie remained oblivious to the demise of the hawk. He had done all he could to create distractions and was now ready to depart. As hummingbirds darted around him, he evaded their pursuits while dispatching the 3 young hawks, collecting their blood, feathers, and other materials from the chaos. These young hawks would grow into formidable adversaries. Suddenly, he noticed something beneath the young hawk, a nest of eggs. Wang Jie's eyes lit up with excitement as he cradled an egg and made his exit. Shortly after his departure, members of the southern base hunting team climbed up to the nest, their expression shifting dramatically upon discovering the corpses of the young hawks. After a thorough search, they found Lian Fei, and only upon confirming her survival did they breathe a sigh of relief. They carried her away. Wang Jie felt the warmth of the egg in his arms, contemplating that had Hong Jian failed to confront the hawk, he would have had no choice but to hurl this egg as a last resort. He hoped that the Jinling base remained safe. To the west, at the Jinling base, Hong Jian was dragged into the city, his body spent, yet relieved to have vanquished the hawk. The tide of beasts did not recede, despite the hawk's defeat. An unsettling feeling lingered, suggesting that some force continued to drive them forward. Reports began to come in. Hong Jian urged them to bring him to the city wall, where he gazed down upon the chaotic battlefield below. Tens of thousands of cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle with the mutated beasts outside the city gates. Indeed, something was driving the tide of beasts. Hong Jian attempted to rise, yet he found himself utterly devoid of strength. He commanded all cultivators within the city, stating that should the city fall, none would survive, everyone must fight with all their might. At that moment, streaks of fiery red projectiles tore through the sky, crashing into the horde of beasts with a thunderous roar. Each burst of flame engulfed mutated creatures within a radius of dozens of meters. Hong Jian's expression changed as he looked into the distance, taken aback by the formidable power. The other cultivators also turned their gaze. Chapter 9. The Challenger crimson flames tore through the night sky, illuminating the area outside the eastern gate, forming a red arch in midair that slowly advanced, annihilating the mutated beasts. 7th seal level power. Someone exclaimed in awe. The practitioners continuously retreated, realizing they had found something remarkable. Behind Hong Jian, a man fixated on the screen in his hand projected the image onto the wall. The crowd turned to see a figure in fiery red armor, positioned not far from the Jinling base, relentlessly unleashing arrows with astonishing speed, one after another. Hong Jian gazed at the screen, pondering the identity of this individual. Aside from the 3 deities and 5 extremes, it was rare for a 7th seal powerhouse to exhibit such prowess without apparent exertion, and his armor was distinctly different, crafted with exquisite artistry beyond common means. The tide of beasts at the eastern gate was single-handedly quelled by this man, who, after embedding his bow and arrows behind him, leapt into the fray, transforming into a blazing crimson flash that surged into the horde of mutated beasts. With his simple yet effective techniques, he systematically obliterated the creatures, leaving all practitioners in stunned silence. Each punch and palm strike shattered the earth, leaving no one to withstand his assault. The ground melted into a deep crimson under the searing flames, and the massive wave of beasts was forcibly halted, retreating in fear as they cast wary glances towards him. At the eastern gate of the Jinling base, all practitioners stared at this formidable figure. The man, noting the retreating beasts, finally turned his gaze towards the Jinling base, a smirk gracing his lips. "I wish to meet the highest authority here." Just as he began to move, he abruptly halted. Ahead, a young boy sat leisurely on a tree branch, swinging his legs and observing him with an amused glint in his eyes. Wang Jie regarded the boy, a peculiar sense of dissonance washing over him. It was as if, amidst the apocalyptic ruins of the city, a splendid ancient edifice had suddenly emerged. Indigenous. "Leave the egg and walk away," the boy spoke, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. Wang Jie scrutinized the boy, glancing around the surroundings where a section of the forest bore signs of bombardment, creating a depression without any hidden enemies. He turned back to the boy. "Are you speaking to me? Otherwise, who?" The boy's gaze turned icy as he pinched a leaf between his fingers and flicked it. The leaf left a green afterimage in midair, darting towards Wang Jie's forehead. Wang Jie's eyes widened at the incredible speed. He swiftly tilted his head to evade it, feeling the leaf graze his cheek and draw a thin line of blood. The boy, surprised at Wang Jie's ability to dodge, chuckled. "Interesting, let us see how much you've learned." With that, he raised his hand, grasping a multitude of leaves and releasing them like a torrential downpour, encircling Wang Jie from all directions. The attack was lethal. The boy had no intention of granting Wang Jie a chance to survive. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Wang Jie's eyes. Who was this person? What manner of individual could be lurking outside the Jinling base, so young yet so ruthlessly skilled? He tossed the egg into the underbrush and advanced towards the boy with a swift footwork, his figure darting with agility. The boy sneered, recognizing Wang Jie's evasive maneuvers. No wonder you could dodge, but you wouldn't escape for long. He leapt down, his gaze scanning the surroundings, and with a swift motion, he raised his arm. An unfamiliar current of energy flowing through him, enveloping his fingers as he reached out. Come out. Wang Jie observed as the young man's fingers descended. Wielding the power of the sixth seal, he perceived the agility of his recent movements with unwavering composure. With a swift pivot to the left, he suddenly materialized on the right. The young man, taken aback, redirected his palm, only for Wang Jie to shift again, appearing behind him. With a forceful strike, Wang Jie's palm struck the young man's back, causing him to spew blood and turn around, eyes blazing with fury. You seek death, he exclaimed. As the internal currents of his energy whirled, forcefully repelling Wang Jie was taken aback. Something was amiss. The power he cultivated was fundamentally different from his own. The young man unleashed a barrage of strikes, his palm shattering the earth and distorting the surrounding air, rendering Wang Jie's attempts to flee futile. As he retreated, distancing himself to evade the onslaught of palm shadows, he thrust a finger forward. The spiraling energy pierced through the palm shadows, penetrating the young man's body. The location of this strike was precisely aligned with where he had previously struck the young man's back, resulting in a lethal impalement that even the turbulent energy could not hinder. The young man and Appo's eyes widened in horror. This technique? Before him, Wang Jie charged forth. The young man, too gravely injured to evade, cried out in desperation, "You cannot kill me, I am." With a swift motion, Wang Jie reappeared behind him, delivering a decisive blow to the back of the young man's head, shattering his skull and ending his life instantly. As he gazed down at the fallen corpse, Wang Jie finally exhaled, collapsing onto the ground without regard for his image. How much had transpired that night? Each battle had been formidable. He stared at the deceased youth, pondering what the young man had intended to say. There had been no time to listen. He could not afford to grant him any chance for retaliation. However, the nature of his power was entirely distinct from his own. Could it have been derived from another base? This individual's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. After a couple of coughs, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and began to search the young man's belongings. What was this? His gaze was drawn to a ring, exquisitely crafted and exuding an air of undeniable luxury. Nothing else of value remained. The material of the clothing? Wang Jie's expression turned grave, for he had never encountered such a fabric. Surely, it could not have been produced in times of peace. Though thin, it was remarkably resilient. Had it not been for the potency of his strike, he might not have even pierced this garment. This individual was exceedingly enigmatic. Casting a glance towards the direction of the Jinling base, Wang Jie resolved to incinerate the corpse to prevent its discovery. He needed to rest as well, otherwise, he would lack the strength to continue his journey. Soon after, he cradled the egg and made his way towards the Jinling base. The sunlight gradually cascading down to the earth, casting a shadow before him. He concealed the egg within the elevator shaft of a dilapidated building outside the base before proceeding onward. Along the way, many were scavenging for disaster materials. Corpses of mutated beasts lay strewn about, but the chances of finding disaster materials at this juncture were slim. Hopeful souls still sought their fortune. They've all been melted. Who was that person? Remarkable. He seems even more formidable than the main team. Do not speak recklessly. The main team vanquished the Tsong'ing. Otherwise, do you think the beast tide would have retreated so easily? Yet that individual was indeed powerful, capable of melting stone. Wang Jie overheard numerous discussions. Had another master emerged? He walked through the eastern gate into the base, which was in disarray as people hurriedly exited. Since the base is secure, there is no danger for the others. Wang Jie feels an overwhelming desire to rest and is solely focused on sleeping. He intends to head to the residence in the sewage area, but, after some contemplation, he decides to avoid the crowd and changes into cleaner attire before proceeding to the designated area. With the death of the young Master Zhao, it is inevitable that the Zhao family will investigate the cause, and it is likely they will come looking for him. Thus, it is prudent for him to rest at the quarters of the others first. Upon arriving at number 17 Mingyi Road, Wang Jie greets Lao Wu and Lao Jiu before succumbing to slumber. When he awakens nearly a day later, the sun has already set, and darkness envelopes the base once more. Exiting his room, he finds Lao Jiu reading on the balcony while Lao Wu coughs downstairs. Has Si Yin not yet treated Lao Wu? Wang Jie inquires. Lao Jiu sets his book aside and replies, no. Wang Jie decides to check on the situation himself. Lauda, are you alright? Lao Jiu asks with concern in his gaze. Wang Jie reassures him with a smile. What could possibly be wrong with me? Do not worry. He descends the stairs and exchanges a few words with Lao Wu in the courtyard before heading towards number 18. The chaos here has escalated further. Why has Lao Wu not yet received treatment? Why the urgency? I will not intervene without absolute certainty, Lao Jiu states. Wang Jie coughs lightly and insists. It is best to expedite matters. I sense the turmoil outside is intensifying. The disheveled uncle raises his head from the equipment and observes Wang Jie, saying, you look unwell. I believe we should treat you first. If you were to perish, there would be no one to bring me the good stuff. Wang Jie replies, what are the chances of success? 20%, the uncle responds. If it were 80 or even 100%, I would be willing. But a mere 20% is no better than failure. Prioritize Lao Wu's treatment. As he finishes speaking, a thought strikes him. I have obtained an egg. Is it of any use? What kind of egg? The uncle inquires. An eagle egg, Wang Jie answers. The disheveled uncle suddenly sits up. Excitement gleaming in his eyes as he fixates on Wang Jie. You acquired an eagle egg? Where is it? Bring it to me. Curious, Wang Jie asks. Is it truly useful? The uncle responds emphatically, of course. This is an egg, superior to any disaster material, especially when it is from an eagle. It is one of the strongest species post-catastrophe. Possessing this will enhance the success rate of your treatment by 20%. Understanding the significance, Wang Jie turns to leave. I will bring it to you shortly. Be swift. I fear you may perish, the uncle warns, casting a glance at number 17, where Lao Jiu is also observing him. Wang Jie departs to find Feng Yu. The Jinling base is in disarray, since the beast tide commenced last night. Feng Yu has had no respite and is now painfully exhausted. Just as she lies down to close her eyes, she suddenly sits up. Noticing a figure standing on the windowsill. Who goes there? Surely the report regarding Hu Guan has been submitted, she states firmly. Feng Yu scrutinizes the silhouette. You are the one who killed Hu Guan. Who are you? Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is how much you reported to Hong Jian, the figure replies. What do you mean? She did indeed inform Hong Jian, but only that she was aware of someone from the southern base searching for Hu Guan and the incident involving Hu Guan stealing Mu Jinlei. Such matters are impossible to conceal. However, she refrained from disclosing her own multiple excursions into the wilderness to search for Hu Guan, as well as her encounters with him. Hand over the Wolf King's third eye to me, and the matter of Hu Guan will be forever irrelevant to you. Otherwise, Hong Jian will learn of your meeting with Hu Guan. As the heart of Windfish sank, a fish-shaped dart materialized in her hand. She contemplated launching it, yet suddenly recalled the circumstances of their last encounter. She was not a match for him. This individual had exploited her Windfish dart to fabricate the illusion of Hu Guan's demise. But with Hu Guan's body missing, how could any connection to herself be substantiated? Capturing a photograph of the corpse? Futile. She possessed myriad ways to provide an explanation, unless there were concrete evidence. A fleeting thought of her lost Windfish dart surfaced. Could it be that one? Surely it remained at the scene. She had not searched thoroughly at the time. And to venture out now would inevitably arouse Hong Jian and Appos as suspicions. Dispatching a subordinate was out of the question. In this era, trust was a rare commodity. You are too late. The Wolf King Sanin has been taken by another. Wang Jie's fingers twitched slightly. I care not who has taken it. You must retrieve it for me, or else. I cannot do that. It was the one who repelled the beast tide that took it. Beast tide? This is the first time Wang Jie had encountered this term. Chapter 10. Wrist guard Feng Yu took a deep breath and spoke softly. The apocalypse descended 10 years ago. This was no mere accident, but a trial imposed by the Jiayi sect. She then divulged all that she currently knew. As the captain, she was entitled to this knowledge. At present, only Commander Hong Jian and 5 other captains in the Jinling base were aware of this matter. The rest remained oblivious. Wang Jie was the 7th to learn of it. Yan Si was, in fact, a disciple of the Jiayi sect, who arrived and repelled the beast tide, saving the Jinling base, albeit under the condition that he would take away the disaster materials within the base. Feng Yu's tone grew somber. The Wolf King's third eye, which you desire, is among the finest disaster materials currently in the base, and it is in his possession. How am I to procure it from him? Wang Jie was taken aback by this revelation. So, the youth he had slain was also a trial disciple? No wonder he bore such disparate abilities while claiming to be an indigenous person, even recognizing the martial arts he practiced. Slowly lifting his gaze, he pondered. This projection in the sky was a means for the Jia sect to refine those trial disciples, transforming Blue Star from a realm of technological civilization into one of martial cultivation, all within a mere decade. What right did they have to do this? How many lives had been lost over the span of 10 years? He recalled the scenes of peace, the smiles that had since vanished. This was an age where humanity devoured humanity, all stemming from a mere trial. They had not regarded the people of Blue Star as human at all. Feng Yu continued. Moreover, once the trial concludes, the cultivators of Blue Star will be treated as battle slaves on the interstellar battlefield. All trial sites lead to this fate. For Yin Si stated that the power we cultivate is specifically intended for battle slaves. However, he can leverage the forces behind him to help us escape the identity of battle slaves, provided we assist him in completing the trial. Wang Jie looked at Feng Yu. Does Hong Jian believe this? Feng Yu replied bitterly. Does it matter whether he believes it? We have no choice. You have never experienced the vast disparity between Yin Si and Appo's cultivation strength and our own. Even if the commander has not depleted his energy, he is no match for him. Yin Si can identify the battle techniques of many of us and see through our flaws. We are utterly transparent before him. You cannot fathom that feeling. Wang Jie had experienced it himself and had even slain one, knowing that trial disciples were not invincible. Yet, how many individuals like him existed on Blue Star? Moreover, the trial disciple he had killed was merely at the sixth seal. If you wish to inform the commander, then do so. I lack the capability to acquire the Wolf King's third eye, Feng Yu stated. Wang Jie inquired, where is Yin Si? By Xian Lake. Guarding it on behalf of the commander. Xian Lake was a body of water within Jinling, where Hong Jian had long remained due to the presence of a formidable mutated beast lurking beneath its depths. Should this beast emerge, it would wreak havoc within the Jinling base, necessitating vigilant oversight. Now, with Hong Jian exhausted from his battle with Song Ying, only Yin Si could keep watch over Xian Lake. Wang Jie had not anticipated such developments, which rendered the situation uncontrollable. Yin Si sought disaster materials, and the other trial disciples would undoubtedly do the same. This was troublesome. He turned to leave. Lingering with Feng Yu served no purpose. As he departed, Feng Yu exhaled in relief. The pressure from this individual weighed heavily upon her, and the revelations made by Yin Si cast a shadow over the entirety of Jinling. It was as if, once the trials commenced, time was no longer on their side. How brief is a trial? What awaited the people of Blue Star was the grim fate of becoming battle slaves. No, she refused to be a battle slave. The emergence of the trial participants instilled a sense of urgency in Wang Jie, compelling him to cultivate the Tian Di Luo Xian finger without delay. The original technique was already formidable. The Tian Di Luo Xian finger would only amplify its strength. Were these the tears of a heartbroken girl? Wang Jie traversed the clean zone with practiced ease, deftly maneuvering through the streets, neither hastening nor lingering, until he arrived outside a restaurant half an hour later. This establishment was among the more upscale venues in the clean zone, where soft melodies filled the air. He had chosen this place because the hotel was situated above the restaurant. Although Wang Jie had never been here, he had heard from Grey Claw that each night sorrowful young women wept within its walls, and he decided to wait. Concealed in the shadows of a corner, he observed the comings and goings of jovial couples. As if the apocalypse were merely a figment of imagination, many had trapped themselves within the clean zone, as though isolation could shield them from the impending doom. They existed in a realm far removed from those in the sewage district, and even further from the world beyond the base. He clutched a glass vial, poised to spring into action at a moment's notice to capture the tears. However, the scene before him unfolded with a man pinning a woman against the wall, kissing her fervently. Wang Jie continued to wait. Another commotion arose, but it was merely a man lamenting his rejection. He remained patient. The restaurant had long since closed, and the hotel lights had dimmed. This passivity was unacceptable. He resolved to take the initiative. In the distance, a couple walked hand in hand, sweetly engaged in conversation. Taking a deep breath, Wang Jie felt a twinge of guilt, but desperation prevailed. In a flash, he rendered the couple unconscious and dragged them into an alley, then roused the man. The man, face etched with terror, could barely discern Wang Jie's silhouette in the darkness. What do you want? My cousin is a cultivator, Captain de Hue's subordinate. Wang Jie interrupted, raising his blade, the cold glint causing the man's face to pale. Break up with her. The man thought he misheard. What did you say? Break up with her. As he spoke, He produced the glass vial and handed it to the man. Let her cry, catch her tears. The man regarded Wang Jie with a look of disbelief, assuming him to be a deranged suitor. Yet, the truth was far stranger. Is it really that simple? Indeed. What about exiling her? That is of no concern to me. I merely require her tears. The man gulped, realization dawning upon him. Wang Jie plunged the knife into the wall, gesturing menacingly before retreating into the shadows. The man gazed at his still unconscious girlfriend, unable to escape the inevitable. He shouted to awaken her, and then he broke up with her. The girl, infuriated, turned to leave. If we're breaking up, so be it. I don't need you, you worthless fool. A gust of wind swept by. The man stood there, stunned. He had experienced heartbreak. Wang Jie stared blankly, pondering, was it truly so difficult? He cast a sympathetic glance at the man before seeking the next couple, determined to succeed. The third green sprout recoiled, and in an instant, 3 green sprouts blossomed simultaneously, releasing beams of light that converged in the center, revealing a figure who pointed a finger at Wang Jie. At the same time, a new field was cultivated beside the one beneath his feet, and a green sprout gradually grew taller. Wang Jie stood motionless, his thoughts lost in a haze as the vision of his finger subsided into his mind. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and gazed at his finger. This was indeed the heavenly Luoxian finger, a remarkable technique. Not only was this method of cultivation powerful, but it also required no learning. It was instinctual. Wang Jie raised his hand, pointing forward, and gently trembled. A slight frown crossed his brow. Although he had indeed mastered it, crimson droplets splattered from his fingertip, his body unable to endure the strain. Lowering his hand, he recognized his old injuries rendered him incapable of executing the technique. The first field resumed its usual state, and his gaze shifted to the second field, which, like the first, initially bore fruit. The fruit of the first field had been a promissory note, which he had utilized to evade calamity, swiftly defeating Hu Guan and Feng Yu. What, then, would the fruit of this second field be? With anticipation, Wang Jie watched the green sprout grow to his height, then bloom, revealing a wrist guard. The guard shimmered in a dark golden hue, intricately engraved with peculiar patterns, the purpose of which was indiscernible. Within the engravings, a liquid reminiscent of flowing water was faintly visible. Wang Jie grasped the wrist guard, examining it. Despite his efforts, he could not compress it. It was remarkably solid. He donned it on his left wrist. Although it was initially larger than his wrist, it astonishingly shrank upon wearing. At that moment, a voice echoed beside him, commencing the 8th set of basic fitness exercises. What on earth? Prepare. Wang Jie remained still, but suddenly the wrist guard became exceedingly hot. Alarmed, he attempted to remove it, only to discover it was firmly affixed. The searing heat from the guard surged into his body, swiftly inundating him, and a sequence of movements naturally appeared in his mind. Begin. Wang Jie continued to struggle against removing the wrist guard, but his entire body felt as if it were immersed in lava. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, as the temperature escalated. He had no choice but to comply with the movements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4. Each movement seemed deceptively simple. Yet they were disjointed from one another, and he was required to maintain a seamless flow. Otherwise, the interrupted movements would intensify the heat, threatening to dissolve him entirely. It felt as if his body were being torn apart. The bizarre and arduous motions made him sweat profusely, every part of his body heating up, compelling him to execute the movements with precision. Time became an abstraction as the voice finally ceased. The scorching heat of the wrist guard dissipated. Wang Jie collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his entire body drenched in sweat. He stared vacantly at the hazy sky, his body entirely numb, unable to move his fingers. What in the world was this? Turning his gaze to the wrist guard, he struggled to lift himself, attempting once more to remove it. Yet it was utterly futile. It remained stubbornly in place. This was it. He truly could not take it off. Should he seek assistance from Xian? As this thought crossed his mind, he rose to leave when suddenly he recalled something, lifting his hand to touch his chest and squeezing his arm. A delightful sensation washed over him, despite the torment of the searing heat and the exertion that threatened to rend him apart. Why did it feel as though his old injuries had healed somewhat? Indeed, they had improved. He looked at the wrist guard, pondering whether that set of fitness exercises could aid in the recovery of his old injuries. Chapter 11. The 100-man team. Taking a deep breath, Wang Jie chuckled, astonished by the absurdity of the situation. Could performing exercises truly heal injuries? What then would be the purpose of the disaster materials? His wounds had a mere 20% chance of being cured, even by the tears of the wood hibiscus, yet after this exercise, he could distinctly sense an improvement. What if he continued? He would not stop. Though it was arduous, it proved effective. The most troublesome aspect was the uncertainty of when the next exercise would occur. If it happened unexpectedly during a battle, it would be disastrous. Would he not be deemed a madman? In the depths of the starry sky, a strikingly handsome young man contemplated the golden battle attire, which lacked wrist guards. It was already late at night, yet Wang Jie felt particularly invigorated. Likely a residual effect of the exercises. He retrieved 2 disaster materials, both confirmed by Dr. Four Eyes to be ineffective for healing. Thus, he would absorb their energy for recovery. Watching as the disaster materials gradually transformed into ordinary ones, he crushed them without leaving a trace. Exiting from room 17, he made his way towards the base's exterior. The Jinling base enforced a curfew. In this apocalyptic age, one had to guard against both mutated flora and fauna, as well as the treachery of small-minded individuals. There was no shortage of such rogues at any time. However, Wang Jie was well acquainted with the base, and he found a way to exit without scaling its high walls. The disheveled Four Eyes received the eagle egg with great excitement. This heartbeat, this sensation, truly the egg of an eagle, and you have brought it, he proclaimed. I can feel it. This can heal your wounds. Wang Jie declined. No, I require you to use this egg to treat a brain injury, specifically, a state of unconsciousness. Is that possible? Four Eyes looked puzzled. Who is worthy of such an effort from you? Aside from Lao Wu and Lao Jiao, do you have others to heal? You need not concern yourself with that, Wang Jie replied firmly. I understand that only when you are healed can you pursue what you wish. Rest assured, I comprehend. Four Eyes said, recognizing Wang Jie's determination. He picked up a glass vial from the cluttered table and tossed it over. Wang Jie caught it deftly. Administer this to Lao Wu. Tell that boy to cease his coughing and allow me some peace. Wang Jie suppressed his excitement. Thank you, he said, turning to leave. Upon returning to room 17, he promptly shook Lao Wu awake. Lao Wu, disgruntled, opened his mouth to protest, but Wang Jie thrust the glass vial into his mouth. For healing, drink. Lao Wu was speechless. Is this truly how one assists another in healing? It feels more like coercion. He reluctantly swallowed, and Wang Jie released his grip. Cough, cough. Boss. You are far too rough. Can you not be a bit gentler? Be mindful lest I choke to death before being healed. Lao Wu patted his chest and exhaled deeply. Not to criticize you, boss, but... Suddenly, his expression froze, followed by a sensation of countless needles piercing his lungs, leading to a violent coughing fit. Each spasm accompanied by blood, dark, inky black. Wang Jie slowly clenched his fist. Lao Wu continued to cough, finally recovering after a full minute, utterly drained. How do you feel? Wang Jie inquired. Lao Wu blinked, took a deep breath, and then gazed at Wang Jie. I believe I should be on the mend now. Wang Jie felt a profound sense of relief. He once contemplated teaching aerobics to the fifth, yet found it futile. Aerobics requires a certain fervor to connect. Else the body may indeed be torn asunder. The fifth gazed at Wang Jie's retreating figure and smiled. Thank you, boss. With that, he turned his attention elsewhere. Where the door to the ninth's room was shut, news circulated within the base about forming a 100-man team to encircle and eliminate the moon plant. This revelation ignited fervor throughout the Jinling base, sparking discussions in every corner. Wang Jie pushed the ninth through the courtyard. The plan to eliminate the moon plant, spearheaded by Hong Jian, had been attempted multiple times before, each ending in failure. This time, however, their determination seemed resolute, suggesting they might have confidence. It may not necessarily be his intention, Wang Jie remarked, furrowing his brow. What do you mean? The ninth inquired, perplexed. Wang Jie recounted the information he had gathered from Feng Yu, causing the ninth's eyes to widen in astonishment. Is that so? If that is the case, perhaps the encirclement of the moon plant is aimed at acquiring mutation materials, as the moon plant is the most formidable mutated flora surrounding the Jinling base. Wang Jie shared this sentiment. The arrival of Yan Si signaled that tranquility was not in store for the Jinling base. Hong Jian could no longer dictate matters unilaterally. Nevertheless, eliminating the moon plant was undoubtedly a positive endeavor. Kid, something is amiss, Four-Eyed's voice echoed from the inner wall, connecting the 17th and 18th sectors, which explained why he had been unable to sleep due to the fifth's incessant coughing, yet he couldn't shut it out. In the northwest corner of the base lay the training ground. Wang Jie ventured forth, steering clear of the crowd, making his way to the training ground, seeking Feng Yu. Upon entering, he spotted Feng Yu, accompanied by another man. Although cloaked to obscure his face, Wang Jie instantly recognized him as a trial participant, notable for his demeanor and weaponry absent from Blue Star. Moreover, The man's outer garment did little to conceal the exquisite and ornate robe beneath, evoking an incongruous impression. He hasn't arrived yet? The man discarded his cloak, brushing off his hands in disdain. Feng Yu replied respectfully, he will be here shortly. Avoiding the people within the base is somewhat troublesome. I say we should just eliminate them all and avoid pretense, the man retorted, visibly dissatisfied. A flicker of disdain crossed Feng Yu's eyes as he awaited in silence. Shortly after, Yanxi arrived. Upon seeing Yanxi, the man's gaze brightened. A smile gracing his lips, it truly is you. Our fates are intertwined, both valued by our sect and assigned to the outer court, working together. And even entering the martial hall together. This time, with 80 in the first batch scattered across Blue Star, who would have thought we would cross paths again? Yanxi approached with a smile. I too did not expect to encounter you here at the Jinling base. What do you think? If we, as brothers, join forces to surpass the others, there's a chance we could survive before the second batch of trial disciples arrives. I think the same, the man nodded. In the distance, Wang Jie narrowed his eyes. First batch, second batch, were there not more than one group of trial disciples? To survive. It seemed the second batch possessed significantly greater strength than theirs. Their pursuit of mutation materials was evidently to facilitate their breakthrough. As he pondered, a sudden turn of events unfolded before him. Feng Yu launched a surprise attack on the man, a dart piercing his body. Seizing the moment, Yanxi also struck. The man, enraged, fought back fiercely, yet the dart clearly contained poison, rendering him unable to flee and leading to his demise at the hands of Yanxi and Feng Yu's onslaught. Yanxi sneered, stepping on the corpse, a worthless fool, thinking he could ally with me. As he spoke, he gazed at Windfish, commending, you have done well. What is it that you desire? Windfish humbly replied, it suffices to assist the esteemed one. I dare not wish for anything more. With excitement, Windfish fluttered her lashes, saying, thank you, esteemed one. Observing Yanxi and Windfish depart, Wang Jie stepped outside, where the body of the man had already been incinerated. Was this the trial of the Jai sect? It was far more brutal than anticipated. He had thought it was merely a contest among the trial participants. Mutated flora and fauna, and the Blue Star inhabitants, but the rivalry among the trialers was even more sanguinary. Fortunately, Xian had installed mechanical eyes in many locations around the base, otherwise, he would have remained oblivious. Xian's expertise lay predominantly in machinery. Unbeknownst to even the entire Jinling base, recruitment for the 100-man team was in full swing, with a fervent resolve to eliminate the moon plant. Those who joined were promised substantial rewards. Numerous cultivators enlisted, yet many were eliminated, deemed unqualified. Wang Jie had no intention of participating, as he was too familiar with many faces. Upon exiting the battlefield, he noticed the list of the 100-man team continuously expanding, including a name, Lian Fei. Members of the southern base's hunting team had all joined. He wondered when they had arrived at the base. Had Hu Guan ceased his pursuit? The deadline for the 100-man team was tomorrow, and urgency was palpable. Additionally, another matter stirred excitement throughout the base, the arrival of the Shouqing Group. The Shouqing Group was the largest conglomerate post-apocalypse, responsible for supplying the 5 major bases and several smaller ones. It was rumored that nearly half of the 3 gods and 5 extremes had benefited from the Shouqing Group's generosity. The establishment of the 5 major bases also relied heavily on the group's support. The Shouqing Group visited every few months to deliver supplies, each visit igniting a frenzy of consumption, especially among those who indulged in smoking and drinking, who eagerly awaited this day, bringing out cigarettes they usually refrained from smoking. Wang Jie's expression was complex. The Shouqing Group, indeed. He was unaware that he was being watched from a distance, and by the time he sensed it, it was too late. Standing between the clean zone and the sewage area, Wang Jie did not hesitate and made his way to his home in the sewage zone. Someone was watching him. Who could it be? Windfish? The Zhao family? Or perhaps someone from the southern base? Soon, a group arrived. Among them was Grey Claw, a member of the Zhao family. Wang Jie feigned ignorance as a knock echoed at the door. He opened it to find an older man scrutinizing him, his gaze unsettling. Who are you? Are you the wild grass? Indeed. What happened to the Zhao family members? Wang Jie frowned. They coincidentally stationed in the vicinity of the moon plant's appearance. The man pushed past Wang Jie and looked inside. Several others followed, including Grey Claw, who offered a sympathetic glance to Wang Jie, expressing helplessness. The man surveyed the room. Finding nothing of interest, the foul odor only worsened his expression as he fixed his gaze on Wang Jie. You are the guide. How could it be so coincidental that you were stationed at the moon plant's location? Wang Jie replied in a low tone, the moon plant's location is random. Even the base cannot grasp it. Surely, you do not think I would know? The man's eyes narrowed. Perhaps not. He continued to scrutinize Wang Jie with incessant questioning, to which Wang Jie could only respond with one answer. He had not noticed. He had paid no attention to how the young master of the Zhao family had perished, nor to the fate of Uncle Ling. The man, unable to extract any information, wore a gloomy expression. Wang Jie's countenance shifted. I shall not go. The man departed, stating, You have no choice. The young master perished at the hands of Yu Ji. What right do you have to live? Go accompany the young master instead. In that Grey Claw appeared as if he were a mere shadow of death. Chapter 12. Encirclement. Wang Jie's gaze was as frigid as ice. Two individuals grasped his arms, escorting him like a prisoner. Had this been the wilderness, they would have long since vanished. Yet, given the intricate situation at the base, he could only endure, hoping that none of his acquaintances would catch sight of him. 100-strong contingent assembled outside the eastern gate of the base, where a designated area was cordoned off, impervious to disturbance. Wang Jie, along with the Grey Claw, was led away. Subsequently, the Grey Claw was deemed unqualified and eliminated. Wang Jie presumed he too would fail, having only garnered 2 marks in external performances. However, a man from the Zhao family declared him a guide, attributing the incident of the Zhao party being consumed by the moon plant to him, speculating he might possess the ability to locate its whereabouts. Though it sounded nonsensical, Wang Jie was nonetheless temporarily assigned there. Encircling the moon plant was of paramount importance, and any contribution, no matter how minor, would be valued. For Wang Jie, this was sheer misfortune, and he sought refuge in a corner. As individuals continued to enter, he soon spotted Lian Fei from the southern base arriving with her team. Her expression far from amiable. It appeared they were not there by choice. Members of the Qiqing group arrived, and Wang Jie averted his gaze from the middle-aged man being treated with undue courtesy. Over 60 individuals had gathered. Wang Jie resolved to spend the night there, awaiting the arrival of Feng Yu the next day. Accompanying her was another captain, who bore a fierce demeanor, cigar in mouth. An hour later, Hong Jian arrived, followed closely by Yin Si. Hong Jian's presence signified the commencement of their journey. And there he was, brought before Hong Jian. Wang Jie was at a loss for words. He was indeed being regarded with significance. Was it your team that led the Zhao party to be consumed by the moon plant? Hong Jian scrutinized Wang Jie. Feng Yu stood behind Hong Jian, surprised to reunite with Wang Jie so soon. This individual was remarkably diligent, frequently leading teams into the wild, and had an impressive knack for survival. Wang Jie replied helplessly, I merely guided them to a temporary encampment. Little did I anticipate the moon plant emerging just then. Hong Jian stated, Let us go to that location. Wang Jie had no choice but to lead the way. The main team, the place where the moon plant has appeared once, is unlikely to manifest again, right? Feng Yu inquired. Hong Jian responded, I merely wish to ascertain why that 6-mark expert from the Zhao hunting team failed to retrieve their young master. Logically, if the moon plant had made an appearance, he should have been able to escape unscathed, even if he couldn't take the young master with him. Is the main team suspicious? Feng Yu regarded Wang Jie's silhouette, recalling the one who had bested her that day in the flat. Hong Jian shook his head. We shall see after we investigate. Yin Si refrained from questioning the route. It was still Hong Jian who called the shots. He had regained his strength. And with both possessing 7 marks, it was uncertain who was superior. The individuals from the Jinling base evidently preferred to heed Hong Jian and Appo's authority. Thus, Wang Jie was thrust into the limelight as their guide. The people from the southern base instantly recognized him. More than a couple had seen him before. Miss. It is he. He is the one who released the false signal that led us into battle with the mutated vines, injuring one of our brothers severely, which forced us to seek refuge in the Jinling base. Someone whispered to Lian Fei, identifying the young man who had provided Wang Jie with the signaling device. Lian Fei fixed her icy gaze upon Wang Jie, her expression resolute. Rest assured, I shall ensure he does not fare well. Upon the earth lay vast, bottomless pits, surrounded by desolation, with not a single patch of intact ground. This was the very location where the moon plant had emerged that fateful night, devouring the Zhao family and their companions. Wang Jie stepped upon a shard of metal, a remnant of an armored vehicle. This was indeed the place. Hong Jian had dispatched individuals to scour the vicinity, while the Zhao family members wore expressions of profound sorrow, each silently searching for something. The night the Zhao family perished coincided with the beast tide assaulting the Jinling base. They had been unable to venture out, and by the following day, their search yielded nothing, just as it did now. Wang Jie stood at a distance. The man from the Zhao family had brought him here merely to vent his frustrations. not genuinely believing that Wang Jie was responsible for the death of their young master. In his eyes, Wang Jie lacked such power. Only Feng Yu's gaze incessantly lingered on Wang Jie. He had narrowly evaded the fatal trap that Hu Guan had laid for the southern base, and likewise escaped the moon plant. It seemed fortuitous, yet his luck appeared exceedingly improbable. Nothing could be discerned from the surroundings. As twilight descended, the position of the moon plant remained elusive. Thus, Hong Jian commanded his men to establish a camp not far away, awaiting its return. Another full moon rose. Wang Jie looked up. Each appearance of the full moon heralded slaughter and demise. Footsteps approached from behind, and those from the southern base drew near, led by Lian Fei. Wang Jie regarded Lian Fei. They had met once before, although she had failed to recognize him then. "Why did you deceive us?" a young man behind Lian Fei demanded, his eyes glinting with menace. Wang Jie surveyed the area, feigning fear. "Do not act recklessly. This is the Jinling base, not your southern base. I ask you, why did you deceive us?" The young man pressed again, his voice rising, drawing the attention of those nearby. Feng Yu also arrived, her brow furrowing at his words. This individual had indeed activated the signal device at the location mentioned by Hu Guan. He had not lied to her, which meant the person inside the bungalow was not him. As more and more eyes turned toward her, she swiftly departed. Wang Jie swallowed nervously, his expression fraught with anxiety. "It was not intentional. I happened upon that location by chance, intending merely to hide, but was assaulted by mutated plants. Fearing I could not escape, I sought to lure you there, unaware that a practitioner was battling nearby, drawing the mutated plants away. However, by that time, the signal device had already been activated, so..." The young man, in a fit of rage, advanced and seized Wang Jie by the collar, staring intently at him. "Do you understand? Because of you, we were compelled to enter the Jinling base and participate in this damned slaughter. The losses incurred would cost your entire family dearly." Wang Jie turned pale. Thrown to the ground, Lian Fei fixed her cold gaze upon him, a white ruler materializing in her hand, exuding a chilling intent to kill. No one dared to intervene. In this era, death had become all too commonplace, and Lian Fei's group was not to be trifled with. At that moment, a figure arrived, halting Lian Fei's advance. "He is merely a minor guide. There is no need to trouble Miss Lian." The speaker was a middle-aged man from the Shouqing group. Lian Fei and her companions looked on in surprise. "Uncle Wu?" The middle-aged man nodded at Lian Fei, smiling. "I did not expect to encounter you here in the distant Jinling base. I suppose you are pursuing Hu Guan?" Lian Fei nodded, resolute in her intent. That scoundrel who dared to seize Mu Jin and Apos S tears must face a fate worse than death. What connection did this person have to the matter at hand? Lian Fei recounted the events that had transpired. The middle-aged man glanced at Wang Jie, then turned his gaze back to Lian Fei, remarking, "You are not from the Jinling base, yet you participated in the encirclement of Yuxi. Killing this person now would reflect poorly on us." Lian Fei understood the implications. However, the urge to eliminate him lingered like an unquenchable thirst. She cast a look at Wang Jie, pondered momentarily, and nodded. "I see. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Wu." With that, she departed, but not before casting a curious glance at the middle-aged man, inquiring, what connection does he have with the Shouqing group? She was not naive. No one would offer assistance without reason. He is one of the orphans rescued by the Shouqing group. It just so happened that I brought them to the Jinling base. The middle-aged man explained. Lian Fei nodded in acknowledgement and left. The Shouqing group had assisted countless individuals at the dawn of the apocalypse. It was said that in times of peace, they specialized in logistics and transportation, boasting a workforce of 1 million and possessing the most intricate transport routes, along with the largest reserves of resources. When the apocalypse struck, these advantages propelled the Shouqing group to prominence, transforming it into a formidable entity. Despite their power, they continued to rescue orphans, performing acts of charity within their means. The exact number of orphans they had saved was incalculable. Wang Jie appeared to fit the profile of one such orphan, which posed no issue. Once Lian Fei and her companions had departed, Wang Jie rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, and addressed the middle-aged man. "Long time no see, Uncle Wu." The middle-aged man regarded him with a penetrating gaze, yet said nothing before walking away. Wang Jie lowered his head, brushing off the remnants of dust, concealing the complexity of his emotions. At the edge of the vast pit, Hong Jian and Yin Si stood, oblivious to the discord unfolding in the corner. "Is the Shouqing group the largest consortium on your blue star? They must possess the most disaster materials as well," Yin Si inquired. Hong Jian shook his head. "They had the most years ago. The situation is uncertain now." The 5 major bases are also on the hunt for disaster materials. Yin Si's eyes flickered. Even if they were not as abundant as those possessed by the 5 major bases, their quantity would still be substantial. Hong Jian refrained from elaborating on the topic. For today marked the 5th day. What would happen if they could not eliminate Yuji? Yin Si's voice turned cold. The Jinling base would cease to exist. Hong Jian furrowed his brow. The Jinling base is home to Yuji and Song Ying. Other bases have their own strengths. Yin Si dismissed his concerns. That is not for me to contemplate. I have already shared enough information with you. Once the 5 days pass, if Yuji is not slain, he will undergo a transformation, and so too will other flora and fauna. This marks the true beginning of the trial. Whether you Blue Star inhabitants can survive this trial, and how many of you will endure, hinges upon your own fate. I can assist you, provided you also lend me your aid. Otherwise, even if you endure, you will become mere combat slaves. Hong Jian's expression turned grave. The wilderness was unusually silent, a stark contrast to the norm. Wang Jie was acutely aware of this, for he had spent years traversing the wilds. Moreover, he raised his hand to observe his palm, sensing that the ethereal power in the air had shifted. The ground trembled. In the north, a colossal Yushi ascended from the depths, reaching toward the moonlight, continuously growing taller. Hong Jian immediately issued the command to advance. The Yushi had made its appearance. All eyes sharpened with either trepidation or fear, yet retreat was not an option. Before them stood the most formidable mutated plant outside the Jinling base, a harbinger of death. Hong Jian, having encountered the moon plant on several occasions, immediately commanded, Team 1. Engage in ranged attacks, positioning yourselves directly in front of the moon plant. Do not falter, do not cease your assault, regardless of the circumstances. The onslaught must continue unrelentingly. Teams 2 and 3, led by Captain Dehu of the 6 SEAL Squad and Feng Yu, feigned attacks from the flanks to restrain the plant and Appo's lateral branches. The remaining forces, comprising Hong Jian himself, along with Yin Si, Wu Fei, and other potent 6 SEAL warriors, surged forth towards the apex of the moon plant, the menacing head adorned with sharp teeth. Remember, retreat is not an option, only advance is permitted. Any sign of hesitation shall be met with merciless retribution. With a commanding tone, Hong Jian's voice resonated through the headsets, instilling in everyone a sense of unwavering resolve. Kill. Chapter 13. The 4 symbols of heaven and earth. As the voice fell, the long-range attack team sprang into action. 28 adept practitioners unleashed a myriad of assaults, arrows, flying daggers, throwing darts, and steel projectiles. Wang Jie was also assigned to the long-range team. Otherwise, with his 2 SEAL-level strength, engaging in direct combat would be tantamount to courting death. Unable even to evade the onslaught, Wang Jie's method of attack was simple. He hurled stones. Regardless of their efficacy, exertion was all that mattered. A tide of assaults swept through the night towards the moon plant, which was suddenly stirred, releasing hot air from the depths of the earth. As leaves on its left side swayed ominously, the practitioners in the long-range team gazed upon the enormous leaves descending. Being struck would surely mean death. The first team initiated their strike, and Dehu grinned widely, unleashing his 6 SEAL combat prowess. More than 20 practitioners surged behind him, colliding with the descending leaves in a frenzied assault. With a thunderous crash, Dehu was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. One by one, the practitioners beside him fell. The leaves bore immense strength, proving to be extraordinarily resilient despite being mere foliage. The first team suffered heavy losses. The second team launched their attack, with Feng Yu casting throwing darts, while the practitioners behind him stifled their fear and charged forth. The long-range team continued to unleash their onslaught. Yin Si gazed at the moon plant with fervent eyes. Indeed, it was the vicinity. The decade-long metamorphosis period was approaching, and several creatures capable of absorbing the highest binding force would undoubtedly emerge, bringing with them the most precious materials. Securing these would grant him the confidence to break through to the 8 SEAL level. Hong Jian wielded his sword, stepping forward to deliver a decisive blow. The razor-sharp blade sliced through the air and struck the moon plant, leaving a deep gash on its towering roots. The moon plant swayed, abandoning all else. As the left side leaves lashed out at Hong Jian, Yin Si raised his hand. Flames accompanying arrows illuminated the moonlit night. The combined fury of his 7 SEAL combat strength unleashed a relentless barrage that far surpassed the damage inflicted by Hong Jian, leaving even Yin Fei and her companions in awe. Yin Fei, a 6 SEAL practitioner, stood not far from Yin Si, having heard tales of this trialist. Today, she bore witness to his might. The leaves were pierced by the flames, and Yin Si surged forward while Hong Jian, with his sword in tow, continuously rolled and slashed at the moon plant. Beside Yin Fei, a woman joined forces with her in the assault. Wu Fei led several members of the Shouqing group into the fray. In an instant, the moon plant found itself at a disadvantage, despite being merely a seven-seal entity, not yet having broken through. The fact that it was besieged by so many adept practitioners attested to its formidable strength, though the disparity was not insurmountable. It could withstand such overwhelming power. The scale of this encirclement was several times greater than before. Hong Jian had never commanded such a multitude of experts. The Jinling base boasted hundreds of thousands of practitioners. Yet how many possessed 5 seals? Not to mention the numerous 6-seal practitioners present. The base, the Shouqing group, the trialists, and the southern base had converged so many formidable fighters, an uncommon sight even in the apocalypse. The moon plant swayed continuously, its body marred with wounds, engulfed in flames. Beneath the earth, white gas surged tumultuously as the moon plant's colossal head opened, 2 tattered leaves cradling it, forming a vast maw that lunged downward with ferocity. Hong Jian was prepared for this moment. Yin Ci's pupils flashed crimson, as if flames engulfed his entire being, fire of fiery body. Beneath their feet, flames erupted in abundance, mirroring the fire that enveloped Hong Jian as he surged forth towards Yu Ji. With a decisive grip on his blade, he executed a swift horizontal slash in midair, unleashing 8 fierce cuts. Yin Ci transformed entirely into flames, propelling himself forward in the wake of the blade's brilliance. Each strike ignited with fire, puncturing through the apex of Yu Ji, and in the eyes of all present, the flames burst forth like a dazzling display of fireworks. Wang Jie observed this spectacle, astonished by its formidable power. The wind fanned the flames, allowing them to thrive. This lethal maneuver dealt a devastating blow to Yu Ji, as shattered leaves and fire rained down from the sky. As Hong Jian descended, his grip on the hilt tightened, and with a swift turn, he harnessed immense strength to charge once more at Yu Ji, urging relentless assault until its demise. The confidence of all surged, intensifying their attacks. Even Wang Jie hurled stones with renewed vigor. At that moment, a fissure opened in the ground, and Yu Ji, now half consumed by flames, uprooted itself from the earth, its resilient roots casting forth various mutated plants. In an instant, the area was inundated with these aberrant flora. Wang Jie's expression shifted. It seemed Yu Ji had another card up its sleeve. This entity had burrowed deep, intertwining with an extensive range of mutated plants, and now, faced with peril, it had summoned them, creating a veritable tide of beasts. The emergence of these mutated plants instigated immediate casualties, catching many off guard. Hong Jian's countenance darkened as he found himself hindered in midair by a barrage of mutated flora. Yin Ci seized him, urging him to slay Yu Ji. Meanwhile, he clapped his palms together, invoking another eruption of flames within him, his fiery form seemingly untouched by exhaustion. The ranged attack group suffered grievous losses as well. The mutated plants varied in strength, some reaching the formidable 6th seal, leaving no opportunity to strike at Yu Ji. Wang Jie found himself targeted by a pea-like mutated plant, which incessantly spat out peas with the speed and power of bullets, capable of piercing stone. He remained vigilant, focusing on both the pea and Yu Ji, for the latter must be vanquished to avert a grave threat to the Jinling base. Die, bastard, he muttered, placing a hand on a young man's back and thrusting him forward. Ahead, a multitude of Yu Ji's leaves cascaded down, seemingly weightless yet capable of crushing him. Ignited by flames, Wang Jie's gaze turned icy. In the instant he was propelled, he grasped the young man's wrist and, to the latter's disbelief, flung him back. The young man, possessing the strength of the 4th seal, never anticipated being cast aside by Wang Jie. The immense force rendered him powerless to resist, and he was perforated by the relentless barrage of peas, reduced to a mere sieve before his demise. He never envisioned such an outcome. Wang Jie felt no trace of pity. In this era, sympathy was an extravagant luxury, survival was paramount, regardless of right or wrong. This individual had likely targeted him intentionally. Scanning the surroundings, Wang Jie sought the Zhao family member who had brought him to this perilous juncture. He recalled the man from the first group. There he was. On the ground, Hong Jian continued his relentless assault on Yu Ji, while Yin Ci soared amidst the flames, dodging attacks. Several 6th seal cultivators encircled Yu Ji, and it was only a matter of time before death would claim them, for even these mutated plants could not save them. Wang Jie beheld the Zhao man, who was concealed at the rear of a group, utterly unharmed. He picked up a pebble and, with a deft flick of his fingers, sent it soaring through the air. The stone sliced through the void, piercing the man's skull and resulting in his immediate demise. No adversary would be spared. The clouds cloaked the moonlight, plunging the earth into darkness, save for the flames igniting from Yu Ji, illuminating the surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Yushi prepared to flee, sinking his body into the ground. Hong Jian bellowed, "Put forth your utmost effort. Do not allow it to escape." Most cultivators were ensnared by the mutated plants, unable to assist, except for a few sixth seal practitioners who took action. However, their assaults proved ineffective against Yushi. Yanxi descended, positioning himself on either side of Hong Jian. They exchanged a glance and moved in unison. Hong Jian raised his blade high, a flash of white light soaring into the sky. As he unleashed the 8 slices of the wind, cleaving downward, Yanxi thrust both palms forward, sending forth a fiery doppelganger that hurtled towards Yushi. From another direction, a woman with radiant eyes drew her sword, transforming starlight into a rain of blades. Wang Jie took a deep breath and, facing Yushi, executed a finger strike, unleashing a spiraling force that struck from afar, unnoticed by anyone. For streams of power simultaneously descended upon Yushi, shattering him to pieces. The roots twisted and then exploded, a billowing wave of white vapor expanding outward. The crowd hastily retreated. Those unable to evade were swept by the blast, their skin melting away amidst their screams. Yanxi waved a hand to deflect the wave, his gaze shifting towards the direction of the woman. Who was that just now? Meanwhile, Hong Jian relentlessly slashed at the wave, striving to ascertain whether Yuji had perished. The wave was continuously dispersed until a figure suddenly burst forth from within, racing away with astonishing speed, their garments disintegrating. Yanxi and the others noticed, but paid it no mind, assuming it was merely a cultivator who had been caught off guard. However, Wang Jie was astonished. Old 5? It must be Old 5. When did he arrive? Is he unscathed? He hurried after him. Although Old 5 was swift, he could not outpace Wang Jie. "Stop, Old 5. Wang Jie called as he approached him. Inspecting him with relief, he was unharmed, though his clothing had been melted away. "When did you arrive?" Old 5 replied with pride. "I and Appos, been here for a while." Hiding beneath Yushi. As he spoke, he produced a green orb from his pocket and tossed it to Wang Jie. "Here, this should be quite valuable." Wang Jie accepted it, marveling. "Is this the ability of the 4 symbols of heaven and earth? It appears you have not only recovered but advanced further." Old 5 chuckled. "Of course, I can't lag behind you, my leader." Nodding, Wang Jie cautioned, "Be careful, that woman is formidable." As the vapor settled, Yanxi charged into the pit in search of disaster materials. Yet the woman was even swifter than he. Right before Yanxi's eyes, she snatched a segment of green root. Enraged, Yanxi glared at her, unable to discern her features behind a veil of purple fabric. "You are also a trial participant." The woman smiled at him, waving the root in her hand. "Thank you," she said before turning to leave. Yanxi, infuriated, commanded, "Stop her." Feng Yu was the first to act, throwing a dart, but the woman deftly evaded it, her form shifting until she vanished entirely. As Yanxi was about to pursue, he found himself overwhelmed by the woman's figure. She possessed the formidable skill of the 8 steps of armor. It was clear he could not catch up. The others remained motionless. This woman, daring enough to seize Yanxi's belongings and a trial challenger, undoubtedly possessed the strength of a 7 seal level warrior. Aside from Hong Jian and Yanxi, who among them had the qualifications to intervene. Chapter 14. Complete Restoration. Yanxi discovered disaster materials underground. Yet they paled in comparison to what the woman had acquired, leaving him with a grim expression. Hong Jian, however, seemed unconcerned with the disaster materials. He was focused on organizing the team and tallying the casualties. The battle had proven far more brutal than anticipated, primarily because no one had expected Yuji to summon a vast array of mutated plants, resulting in over half of the forces being lost. The number of cultivators who perished exceeded 30, with participants in the 100-strong team being at least 4th seal level experts. Consequently, this battle inflicted significant losses on Jinling, depleting a cadre of elite fighters. Nevertheless, the elimination of Yuji rendered the cost worthwhile. Wang Jiao's survival genuinely astonished Lian Fei. She had explicitly ordered someone to keep watch over that individual and eliminate her at a critical moment, yet the operative she dispatched had died instead. Lian Fei did not suspect Wang Jiao of orchestrating that death, attributing it merely to unfortunate circumstances amidst the chaotic siege against Yuji. The ferocity of the war left everyone speechless, shrouding them in silence. "Shall we allow everyone a moment and amp Appos as respite?" Feng Yu proposed. Noting that Yanxi was still searching for the disaster materials linked to Yuji, with a sense of resignation, she approached Yanxi to convey her suggestion. Yanxi, reluctant, cast his gaze towards the departing woman. She was formidable, an adept of the 8th step and the Lingguang sword, both pinnacle martial arts of the martial arts hall. Now, With the acquisition of disaster materials, should she break through to the 8th seal, where would that leave him in Jinling base? With a tumult of thoughts, he approached Hong Jian to share his concerns. However, Hong Jian appeared unyielding, leading to a heated exchange between them. Feng Yu then spotted Wang Jiao and was taken aback. How was she still alive? Once or twice could be attributed to luck, but this was the third time. It was improbable for even a 4th seal expert to survive 3 near-death encounters. This individual certainly had an enigmatic aura. The news of the death of the winning hand, one of the 3 gods and 5 extremes, reached Wang Jiao, leaving her momentarily stunned. The winning hand was one of the 8 most powerful beings in the apocalypse. To call them gods might be an exaggeration, yet in a world ravaged by calamity, such figures inspired confidence in survivors, wielding a destructive force far beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. To label them as divine was not entirely unfounded. The demise of the winning hand at the hands of a trial challenger was shocking, especially as the challenger had brazenly declared that the so-called 3 gods and 5 extremes were worthless. What is a trial challenger? Wang Jiao mused, recalling vague whispers of some mysterious sect. The base was rife with rumors regarding these challengers. Hong Jian and Appo's expression darkened, recognizing that the situation was deteriorating alarmingly. The audacity of a trial challenger to slay a member of the 3 gods and 5 extremes surpassed even Yin Xi's extremism. Yin Xi's ambition to seize all disaster materials from Jinling base had become intolerable. These challengers evidently regarded Blue Star inhabitants as lesser beings. And the term war slaves echoed in Hong Jian's mind, causing him to ponder whether Yin Xi had indeed spoken the truth. Feng Yu approached Hong Jian, stating, Yin Xi sent word that if we agree to his terms, he will protect Jinling base. Otherwise, other trial challengers may not be so accommodating. She hesitated before adding, he said you are the next winning hand. Hong Jian furrowed his brow, gazing beyond the city limits, lost in thought. Xi Yin expressed his astonishment. He truly killed Yu Ji. What now? Did he obtain anything of value? Wang Jie inquired, shall we discuss this later? Is it ready? Farais rolled his eyes. You're fortunate to have encountered me. Otherwise, no one else could have prepared the medicine within a few days. As he spoke, he handed a pouch to Wang Jie. Wang Jie examined the white paste within. Will this be effective? Of course, Farais replied. The eagle's keen vision makes its eggs the most potent remedy for brain injuries. Is it all used up? Wang Jie asked. There is still some left for you. I believe it's essential for your recovery first. Just as Wang Jie was about to decline, Farais interrupted, others can't use it. Lao Jiao's injuries can't be healed by it, and Lao Wu is already recovered. What more do you wish for? This reasoning struck a chord with Wang Jie, prompting him to leave. The Shouqing group was preparing to depart, as time was of the essence. Soon after, Wang Jie encountered the Shouqing group outside the southern gate and met Wu Fei. He handed the pouch to Wu Fei, saying, this medicine is made from eagle eggs. It may be of assistance to him. Wu Fei accepted it and remarked, the boss 1T agreed to use your concoction. Over the years, we have gathered numerous precious disaster materials, yet none have proven useful. Wang Jie's tone was somber. That is his son. Rather than stubbornness, it is better to attempt. The eagle is second only to the moon plant, and even the Shouqing group might not secure eagle eggs. All challengers require them. Wu Fei did not inquire how Wang Jie obtained the eagle egg, but nodded in agreement. Very well. Wang Jie turned to leave, but Wu Fei's voice echoed. It's a pity it was teased with Tian. Wang Jie paused, his gaze icy. Fortunately, it was teased with Tian. After saying that, he departed. Wu Fei sighed as he watched Wang Jie's retreating figure. Tian, one of the 3 gods. In a matter of days, news of the challengers had spread throughout the Jiai sect in the Jinling base. This information reached other bases as well. Additionally, 2 words circulated widely, war slaves. What are war slaves? Simply put, they are the slaves of war. Once the trials conclude, cultivators of the Blue Star will become war slaves. A revelation that incited widespread dread. The phrase interstellar battlefield sounded akin to an abyss, with no certainty of how many would be entombed within. No one wished to become a slave. Wang Jie remained at home in the sewage district, with the Zhao family refraining from causing him trouble. There was no profound enmity. They had no need to fixate on a mere guide. Days later, he received the healing ointment made from the eagle egg by 4 Eyes, which was also a paste. Wang Jie applied it to his body, and it was quickly absorbed. He felt a slight itch. At that moment, a voice resonated in his ear. We shall now commence the 8th set of basic exercises. Wang Jie stood up, ready. Glancing at the time, he noted it had been 7 days, precisely 7 days. He prepared. spreading his legs, and began. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. The warmth coursed through his body, noticeably more intense than the first time. While another peculiar sensation meandered within, was it the effect of Four Eyes medicine? Was the efficacy this pronounced? It seemed unlikely. Could it be related to these exercises? As Wang Jie continued with the routine, he savored the unprecedented sensation, akin to a severed limb being reattached, witnessing the wound heal at an unimaginable speed. The potency of Four Eyes medicine could not be so remarkable. Thus, it must be the exercises amplifying the medicinal effects. Wang Jie gradually settled down, closing his eyes and immersing himself in the exercises. His body felt as though it were swept away by a torrent, simultaneously experiencing a delightful itch and comfort. The persistent breathlessness that had troubled him for the past 2 years was suddenly alleviated, and his internal energy surged uncontrollably, enveloping him in a misty haze. After completing a series of fitness routines, he lay down again, the ground beneath him soaked with sweat. An unpleasant odor wafted in. It was not the surroundings, but rather emanating from himself. He glanced at his arms and noticed a layer of grime, far too filthy. His entire body felt the same. Rising to his feet and moving about, he felt refreshed. Exhaustion lingered, yet it was a pleasant fatigue. Furthermore, his injuries had healed. Wang Jie was elated, sensing no remnants of past wounds. His body felt as if it had undergone a remarkable transformation, more liberated than it had been 2 years prior. Particularly, his internal energy felt revitalized. He reflected on his 2 years of training, realizing that while it had not yielded significant results, it had allowed for recovery. With his old injuries mended, he experienced an exhilarating surge of power, not only restoring his strength to the 7th imprint, but also elevating it further, suggesting that reaching the 8th imprint was within his grasp. Wang Jie glanced at his wrist guards. The medicinal properties within were undoubtedly responsible for this transformation, fundamentally altering the trajectory of his life. With recovery came the necessity to resolve certain matters. On this day, a woman arrived outside the eastern gate of Jinling. With a swift strike of her sword, she cleaved a substantial section of the city wall, prompting astonishment among the gathered practitioners as she allowed Hong Jian and Yin Si to exit. After resting for a night, Wang Jie stepped outside and immediately heard this news. Following the crowd to the eastern gate, he beheld the woman who had delivered the final blow to Yu Ji. At that moment, he had not clearly discerned her actions, only sensing her formidable power at the 7th imprint level. Now, seeing her, it was evident she was indeed a trial challenger. Her visage was partially obscured, a delicate purple veil fluttering in the gentle breeze, occasionally revealing her fair neck. Although her features remained indistinct, it was unmistakably a countenance of remarkable beauty, imbued with a unique aura. In comparison, Yin Si, the youth he had slain, and the man who had fallen to Yin Si were utterly incomparable. More critically, Wang Jie felt a heavy pressure emanating from her. She was undoubtedly at the 8th imprint level, instilling in him a profound sense of foreboding. Hong Jin arrived, facing the woman with a grave expression, clearly aware of her significance. "Have you broken through to the 8th imprint?" The question sent ripples of astonishment through the onlookers. The woman smiled faintly, her eyes sparkling like the night sky. "Without a breakthrough, you would not stand a chance against me. What is your intention? Surrender this base, and you will adhere to my commands." Hong Jian furrowed his brow. "What do you intend to do?" The woman appeared gentle yet exuded an undeniable distance. "That is not for you to inquire." Hong Jian drew his long blade. "I regret to inform you, but you cannot seize this base." The woman cast her gaze toward the Jinling base, her tone calm. "Where is Yin Si? Let him come forth." Hong Jian replied, "This base belongs to me. If you wish to take it, you will have to step over my corpse." The woman regarded him once more. "It is understandable to protect your homeland, but using you to establish authority is misguided. Let Yin Si appear, so you may witness the true disparity. Or perhaps he dares not show himself." Upon the city wall, Yin Si emerged, leaping down to stand before Hong Jian, his gaze fixed on the woman. "Who says I am afraid to confront you? Who are you, and from where do you hail?" The woman scrutinized Yin Si, declaring, "Your mere fiery form cannot deter me. Do you possess any new techniques? If not, I shall take my leave." Yin Si furrowed his brow, responding, "I have not encountered you at the martial arts hall. Yet, you are able to execute the 8 steps of armor. From where do you hail?" In an instant, the woman moved, and before anyone could comprehend, she had appeared directly in front of Yin Si, her speed astonishing. Chapter 15. When Zhao flames erupted from Yin Si's body as he struck forth with a powerful blow, only for his arm to be seized by a woman, extinguishing the fire in an instant. In the blink of an eye, she materialized behind Yin-Si, and before he could react, the hilt of her sword struck him, producing a faint crack as his bones shattered. His body lurched forward, defeated. The entire encounter unfolded effortlessly, devoid of any semblance of a struggle, more akin to an adult besting a child. Yet, Yin-Si was vanquished just the same. Among the crowd behind, Wang Jie observed in astonishment. She mirrored his own steps. The 8th step of armor, yet she surpassed him by 1. Her method of extinguishing Yin-Si's flames was more ruthless, forcefully suppressing his power with her own cultivation, rendering the fire impotent. This woman acted with decisiveness and authority. Struggling to rise from the ground, Yin-Si grimaced in pain, his bones broken and his teeth gritted. The woman regarded him coldly and waved her hand dismissively. Yin-Si, though unwilling to accept his defeat, uttered not a word and departed. It was fortunate that she spared his life. There was a survival rate among the trial participants. With many still alive, the trial was far from over. This woman had displayed a measure of compassion. Turning her gaze to Hong Jian, she inquired, "What about you? Do you wish to test your mettle?" Hong Jian raised his blade, confronting the woman directly. "The base of the Huaxiao people shall not fall into alien hands. Do you not intend to join forces with the other cultivators from your base to besiege me? You are not a mutated beast. You are human." The woman smiled lightly. "You possess spirit, but you will be defeated even more swiftly than he." Just as she prepared to make her move, a voice interrupted. "How about letting me have a go first?" Both the woman and Hong Jian turned their attention to the rear. It was Wang Jie who had spoken. Surrounding onlookers were taken aback, some recognizing him as the wild grass, perplexed by his audacity to act at such a moment. Among the crowd were even Fei and others, including Feng Yu and the Zhao family, all astonished by Wang Jie's boldness. Wang Jie was not impulsive. Firstly, he respected Hong Jian's resolve. Since the failure 2 years prior, he had maintained a heightened vigilance toward the 3 gods and 5 extremes, thus concealing his identity within the Jinling base. However, over the course of 2 years, he had come to understand Hong Jian, a man unlike Zhuotian. Secondly, with his old wounds healed, he felt emboldened to act. Concealing his identity? No longer necessary. Thirdly, he might not necessarily be defeated, even if victory seemed elusive. Indeed, winning was improbable, with just the 8th step of armor. The woman stood on unassailable ground. Yet Wang Jie too possessed his own strengths. He advanced step by step, meeting the astonished gazes of Hong Jian and the woman. His aura steadily unfurling. 3 seals, 4 seals, 7 seals. The release of his 7-seal combat power distorted the very air around him. Hong Jian recognized Wang Jie, yet was astonished to realize that Wang Jie had concealed his cultivation from him. How had he accomplished such a feat? Fei's expression darkened. It was he, the one who had subdued him outside the Song Ying's lair. Feng Yu recalled that the person who had taken Mu Jinlei was indeed Wang Jie. The woman scrutinized Wang Jie. "You have mastered the breath concealment technique of the Armor One sect? That technique is not easily learned. It appears you have encountered many shadows of martial arts." Wang Jie conceded, "Indeed, I have seen quite a few." As he spoke, with a flick of his fingertip, a long sword flew from the crowd and landed in his hand. The sword was crude, resembling a mere piece of iron, yet it was undeniably a sword. He raised the blade, pointing it toward the woman. "Wang Jie of Jinling, I seek your guidance." The woman gazed at him, questioning his audacity to strike first. Wang Jie smiled faintly, remaining silent. With a single step, he slashed the sword, delivering 3 diagonal strikes simultaneously, the visible sword energy slicing through the air towards the woman. She reacted swiftly, her figure vanishing as she evaded the oncoming force, hurtling towards Wang Jie with the same intensity she had shown against Yin-Si. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. On the 3rd step, she appeared to Wang Jie's left, reaching out to grasp his arm. Yet, Wang Jie remained fixated ahead, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Just as she was about to seize his arm, he turned his head and smiled at her. In the midst of her astonishment, the sword's tip lunged at an unexpected angle, aimed directly at her shoulder. Caught off guard by Wang Jie's response, she instinctively took a 4th step to evade the blade, her figure swirling behind him. Wang Jie executed the 3rd step of the armored 8 steps, shifting laterally. The woman felt a sudden emptiness before her. Wang Jie had vanished. Could it be the armored 8 steps? She was taken aback. In the armored sect, few could master the armored 8 steps within the ranks of the 10 imprints, as it was a standard to test the most gifted disciples. It was astonishing that someone from Blue Star could achieve such a feat similar to the breath-holding technique. Mastering it merely by observing the celestial projections seemed nearly impossible. With no time to ponder further, Wang Jie appeared behind her. striking her back with the hilt of his sword. This move was a surprise attack, and the woman had already completed her fourth step, unable to evade. The hilt struck her back effortlessly, yet it felt as if it had collided with cotton, yielding no impact. Wang Jie sighed. It was indeed not as simple as he had hoped. He retreated a step, executing the third step of the armored 8 steps to create distance. The woman did not pursue but turned to face Wang Jie, her gaze filled with astonishment. Their elegant exchange resembled a fleeting illusion, leaving onlookers bewildered as they saw only the two figures swirling in place before they separated, their movements too swift for ordinary practitioners to follow. Only Hong Jian could discern the intricacies of their footwork, marveling not only at the remarkable technique but also at Wang Jie's strength. It was astonishing to discover such talent hidden within the Jinling base, and so young. Wait a moment. He scrutinized Wang Jie, who appeared to be no more than 20. This level of prowess reminded him of the individual at the top of the bounty list, the one responsible for a monumental event. The woman regarded Wang Jie intently. Are you truly from Blue Star? Wang Jie shrugged. Absolutely. Unbelievable. The breath-holding technique, the armored 8 steps. What else do you know? Her eyes sparkled with interest, her gaze toward Wang Jie markedly different from how she viewed others, including Yin Si. Wang Jie replied, that depends on what you know. She nodded, a smile gracing her lips. In a duel with me, you are at a disadvantage. The 8 imprints overpower the 7. Not to mention that the locking force you practice is the most inferior form of power. Locking force? Is it not the imprint force? Wang Jie's eyes gleamed with curiosity. There is no other choice. Safeguarding one's homeland is a responsibility for all. The woman met Wang Jie's gaze, lifting her sword and drawing it. Qi Fengwen clan, Wen Zhao. Please enlighten me. Wang Jie pointed the tip of his sword to the ground. Jinling base. Wang Jie, I humbly request your guidance. Surrounded by the relentless gales, the rudimentary tents swayed incessantly. Those unable to enter the base could only brace the tents, lest they be swept away and left without a place to rest. Wang Jie and Wen Zhao charged towards each other simultaneously. The clash of swords resonated with a soft thud. Wang Jie's sword shattered, yet he remained unfazed, sweeping the broken blade across. Wen Zhao, anticipating the move, pressed down with his sword, resulting in another muted sound as Wang Jie was compelled to retreat under the fierce force. The disparity between the 8th and 7th seals indeed bore down upon him. Wang Jie could only maneuver, deflecting each of Wen Zhao and Appo's strikes, but he knew he could not sustain this. As Wen Zhao shifted his swordplay, fluid and agile, Wang Jie had no choice but to create distance. Before him, a barrage of sword strikes descended like rain, reminiscent of the technique used to encircle Yu Ji. Gripping the broken sword tightly, he plunged it into the ground, 7 currents of energy surging within him. With a powerful strike to the sword's hilt, the energy transformed into a flurry of afterimages that collided with the rain of blades. The earth was cleaved as the surroundings sank deeper. Wen Zhao, astonished, recognized the martial techniques from the training hall. Just how much had this individual learned? Wang Jie executed a backflip, raising his gaze as the falling sword strikes grazed past him, crashing against the thick city wall, while others were successfully intercepted by Hong Jian. Wen Zhao lunged at him, stepping on the broken sword's hilt. Wang Jie focused intently, extending a finger to unleash a spiraling force through the air. With a sharp whistle, Wen Zhao's pupils constricted, instinctively. She stepped aside, narrowly avoiding a lock of hair being severed. Staring incredulously at Wang Jie, she questioned, the Luoxian finger? How much combat technique have you truly mastered? Yes, Wang Jie replied, pointing again. The visible spiraling force surged towards Wen Zhao. Standing her ground, she reversed her grip on her white sword and struck downward, severing the energy. Wang Jie pointed once more, but Wen Zhao effortlessly deflected the spiraling force, advancing closer to him. The familiar technique reminded Wang Jie of a projection he had witnessed. He had previously thought it mere bravado, yet now he realized its formidable power, fluidly channeling energy through the sword to maximize its efficacy. As Wen Zhao drew nearer, Wang Jie's Luoxian finger posed no threat to her. At that moment, Wen Zhao and Appo's eyes sparkled with brilliance. To her, Wang Jie and Appo's visage became increasingly indistinct, while 7 currents of energy swirled within him, each distinctly visible. How could he have expended so little? She pondered, surprised that, at this juncture, he should have consumed at least half of his energy. Yet it appeared that even a third had not been depleted. He wielded his skills with greater finesse than the other trial takers. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Jie, unable to elevate his cultivation for 2 years, had been utilizing disaster materials to aid Si Yin in treating the injuries of Lao Wu and Lao Jiao. Rarely employing these materials for his own recovery, thereby cultivating a method of conservation over time. This was the culmination of 2 years' experience. In this apocalyptic era, who would dare to undertake such a path? Neither the 3 gods nor the 5 extremes could afford such a luxury, as they had ample disaster materials at their disposal. Hong Jian, in his effort to combat the Song Ying, had exhausted himself with a single grand maneuver. Such a fate would never befall Wang Jie. Clenching the sword hilt, when Zhao resolved not to waste any more time, lingering with this individual could stretch indefinitely. With determination, she bent her knees, positioning her sword horizontally before her, and charged forth, employing the 8-step armor. With a swift 3-step lateral movement, Wang Jie's figure danced through the air, his gaze sharpening as he perceived an impending threat. A flash of white light surged towards him, prompting him to execute the armor 8 steps, allowing him to evade the luminous blade. Yet, as when Zhao advanced with her 4th step, Wang Jie had already taken 3, leaving him with no means of escape. The sword descended with formidable force, the white blade glimmering ominously. Around them, even within the confines of the base city, onlookers beheld a brilliant white light soaring into the heavens, magnifying the sword's presence exponentially, cleaving through the air ahead. This strike enveloped the vicinity, rendering the armor 8 steps futile against its speed. The very air grew thick and viscous. Wang Jie inhaled deeply, his eyes fixed on the cascading sword edge, recognizing the moment had come. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a colossal finger materialized from the heavens, piercing through the cloud layer, while simultaneously, another finger erupted from the ground below. The 2 fingers, one ascending and the other descending, pointed toward the void. When Zhao and Apos' expression shifted dramatically, bewildered by the phenomenon. As her body trembled, the finger beneath her exerted a potent gravitational pull, drawing her skyward. Above her, the white sword fractured, immense fissures sprawling along its blade, originating from the finger that had pierced the clouds. Chapter 16. Time in the distant depths of the universe, far from the blue star, celestial bodies hung like waterfalls, cascading down to a serene lake, where images of the blue star's trial participants lay at the bottom. There were 67 depictions, signifying the remaining trialists still alive. At the moment when Zhao unleashed the white sword's edge, the elderly man playing chess above the waterfall remarked with a smile, "It's over. The Qingfeng lineage has indeed produced a fine talent. Their application of magical techniques is sufficient to rival this year's stellar martial assembly." However, when Wang Jie executed that singular gesture, the old man's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed into the depths of the lake, the heavenly earth Luo Xian finger. Opposite him was a stunning girl wearing glasses, her beauty almost otherworldly, her peculiar gaze fixed on the lake's bottom. Is that an isolated martial art? Wang Jie had expended a significant portion of his internal energy to perform this technique, one he could only execute after recuperating. It was derived from the first field he had cultivated. Numerous practitioners stood in a stupor, for even in the cataclysmic era of cultivation, they had never witnessed such an extravagant spectacle. The sword energy stretched several meters high, and the 2 fingers merged like a giant, forcefully crushing the exaggerated sword aura. When Zhao continuously released her internal power, struggling against the convergence of the 2 fingers, blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. Yet she could not prevent the shattering of the white sword. Her eyes flickered as she suddenly dashed forth, the 2 fingers colliding in a clash reminiscent of the collision between heaven and earth, producing a tremendous sound outside Jinling City that shook the very ground, causing those on the city walls to feel as if they might topple. By then, the white sword had completely disintegrated without a trace. When Zhao, panting heavily, stood some distance away, astonished by the scene, the ground sank several meters, the destructive force radiating outwards for 100 meters. Such terrifying power was beyond the capacity of the 7 seals. She turned her gaze towards Wang Jie. Even Wang Jie himself had not anticipated the immense power of the heavenly earth Luo Xian finger. It was utterly extraordinary. His internal energy was nearly depleted, leaving him on the brink of exhaustion. To execute such a technique, one could hardly expect to conserve energy. He was fortunate to have not completely drained himself. This was his first time employing it. Silence enveloped the outside of the city, no one uttering a word. Hong Jian was thoroughly stunned. Had he been in Wen Zhao's place, that singular gesture would have undoubtedly resulted in instant annihilation, with no chance of escape. Even Fei and others turned pale, questioning whether such destructive power could truly be wielded by a human. Does this technique also stem from the projection of the sky? Wen Zhao could hardly believe it, her violet veil slipping to reveal her exquisite visage. With her back to the eastern gate of the base, most people could not see her. Yet Wang Jie had a clear view and was momentarily taken aback. In this age of catastrophe, such beauty was a rare sight, especially a grace that seemed unattainable in this era, evoking a sense of transcendence from the mundane. Indeed, he conceded directly. Wen Zhao frowned. The Jia sect possesses 18 ultimate techniques. I have never heard of this one. Are you truly a native of the Blue Star? Wang Jie replied. I was born outside Jinling City, one of the orphans rescued by the Shouqin group. This can be verified. Wen Zhao was at a loss for words. If this person were indeed a native of the Blue Star, then what he had learned was something that even the official disciples of the Jia sect could not fathom. That singular gesture was truly terrifying. Do you wish to continue? Wang Jie feigned bravado, though in truth, he could no longer continue. He would not allow himself to be entirely exhausted. Wen Zhao cast a deep glance at him, then took out a wooden whistle and blew into it. In the distance, a pure white figure rushed towards them. Wang Jie, sensing the approach, grew wary, suspecting she had an ally. Hong Jian also gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. The oncoming figure turned out to be a dog. A magnificent creature with a pristine white coat that shimmered faintly, truly flawless in beauty. A snow steed? Someone exclaimed. The snow steed halted beside Wen Zhao, who mounted it and looked back at Wang Jie, saying, Congratulations on preserving your homeland, but I shall return. With that, the snow steed galloped away swiftly, leaving no one to impede its departure. None could ascertain the extent of Wen Zhao's power. After Wen Zhao's exit, the crowd's gaze fell once more upon Wang Jie. Their astonishment still palpable. The sight of the two fingers connecting heaven and earth had been profoundly striking. Hong Jian approached Wang Jie, expressing his gratitude. Wang Jie replied, I require the Wolf King's third eye. Hong Jian nodded in agreement. That can be arranged. Caution was paramount as they approached the stage. This incident rapidly spread throughout the Jinling base, prompting individuals like Lian Fei to hastily depart, unwilling to linger any longer. The Zhao family convened urgently to discuss how to resolve the emerging conflict. Outside Wang Jie's residence, curious onlookers gathered in increasing numbers, many of whom were sent by Hong Jian to guard the perimeter and prevent disturbances, knowing Wang Jie was currently recuperating her imprint power. A collection of disaster materials lay at Wang Jie's doorstep, awaiting her use. Hong Jian himself arrived an hour later, patiently waiting. At this moment, Wang Jie entered the nebulous realm and employed the heavenly earth Luo Xian finger on the first patch of land. It was evident that the sensation of having one and Appo's imprint power depleted was exceedingly uncomfortable. However, as the combat technique transformed into a seal and was sewn into the ground, 5 green shoots sprouted, reminiscent of the initial planting of the heavenly earth Luo Xian finger. Yet, this technique required 3 materials, and now 5 were necessary. Wang Jie touched the green shoots. The 5 materials were the will of the vanquished, the severed hand of the villain, sweet tears, 10 marriage proposals, and the snowy canine fangs. What on earth were 10 marriage proposals? Snowy canine fangs? The first thought that crossed his mind was of the snow steed. This time, 5 materials were needed to cultivate the combat technique, which was named the Starry Finger Method. Opening the door, he invited Hong Jian inside. Hong Jian not only brought the Wolf King's third eye but also additional disaster materials for Wang Jie to choose from. Hadn't these materials been taken by Yanxi? Hong Jian replied, Yanxi wanted them, but I did not yield. I merely kept them under his name for stability's sake. However, as long as Yanxi remains, these materials cannot be retrieved. Wang Jie understood and expressed her gratitude. Hong Jian mused, I ought to thank you. Had it not been for you, this base would have long been overrun by extraterrestrials. After a moment, he looked at Wang Jie and said, Why not take up the position of base commander? Wang Jie regarded Hong Jian with a calm gaze. Hong Jian chuckled, There is no need to look at me that way. I'm not testing you, but rather confessing my own limitations. Wen Zhao is too formidable. I can barely contend with Yanxi, and there are many other challengers like him. One of the 3 gods, the probability hand, has been slain. I do not believe I can surpass the probability hand. Hong Jian's eyes were sincere, and Wang Jie could discern, I have matters to resolve. Is it related to Zhuotian? To spare him is to forsake humanity, pondered Hong Jian, perplexed. What grievances do you harbor against Zhuotian? With your prowess, Zhuotian is hardly a match for you. It would be entirely reasonable for you to intervene. However, unless the enmity is utterly irreconcilable, it may be wise to exercise restraint. After all, our true calamity stems not from the mutated flora and fauna, but from the Jia sect, he advised. Wang Jie regarded Hong Jian with earnestness. You underestimate Zhuotian. Choosing not to dwell further on the subject, Wang Jie inquired about the conditions of other bases. Only Hong Jian possessed clarity on this matter. Though a decade had passed since the destruction of conventional weaponry, the mutations among plants and animals had led to the decimation of communications, and transportation had been severed. News from external bases was scarcely transmitted to the lower echelons. Only individuals like Hong Jian at the higher levels were privy to such information. Hong Jian's gaze darkened. Yanxi did not deceive us. The night we besieged the moon plan indeed marked a decade of transformation. Following that night, the wild flora and fauna underwent metamorphosis, elevating at least one tier in their capabilities. Currently, venturing into the wild is ill-advised, as numerous seven-seal-level mutated beings roam, some rivaling the strength of the moon plant. That night, our assault on the moon plant averted a disaster for the base, yet many smaller bases were obliterated. Among the 5 major bases, the southern base and the Jiang base have weathered the storm thanks to the trial takers, much like ourselves. Meanwhile, the capital city is safeguarded by Baiyuan, and the Tianfu base has relied on Zhuotian to persevere. For now, the 5 major bases remain stable. Through Hongjian, tidings from the outside world continuously reached Wang Jie. For the past 2 years, Wang Jie had served as a guide, deliberately avoiding inquiries into external affairs to evade Hong Jian and others, gleaning only information about the Jinling base from Xiyan. Now, he recognized that the external situation had indeed changed drastically in comparison to 2 years prior. The 5 major bases were expanding, absorbing numerous smaller bases that had succumbed to attacks. As Wang Jie assimilated news from the outside, he also noted the recent removal of the bounty on the leaderboard. In the Tianfu base, within the shadowy depths, a youthful figure, seemingly under 30, stood over 2 corpses clad in garments entirely dissimilar to those of Blue Star, unmistakably trial takers. In a distant corner lay another lifeless body of a trial taker. The young man, head bowed, wore an expression of indifference. A voice echoed from outside. "Minister, the top bounty has been rescinded." The young man abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of cold light fleeting within his pupils. Who? Hong Jian. A newcomer from the Jinling base named Wang Jie, matches the age estimated by the minister and has triumphed over an 8-seal trial taker. The young man's gaze deepened. So it is him. Jinling base? No wonder. Minister, should we reach out to Hong Jian? After all, it was you who placed the bounty. That will not be necessary. Publicly announced that the arrival time for the second batch of 8-seal experts from the Jia sect is due to a breakthrough among individuals on Blue Star. I, Zhuotian, call upon all of Blue Star to refrain from breakthroughs to the 8-seal level. Otherwise, no one shall be able to withstand the arrival of the second batch of trial takers. Understood. The news disseminated rapidly throughout Huaxia, as Zhuotian, being one of the 3 deities, commanded attention with every move, inciting a stir among practitioners. To everyone's astonishment, a second batch of trial challengers had emerged. Zhuotian and Apos, words not only confirmed the authenticity of the trials at the Jia sect, but also served as a stark warning to all. Whoever succeeded in breaking through the 8th seal and attracted the second wave of cultivators would be deemed a sinner of the entire Huaxia. As this news spread, the outside world began to understand why the trial challengers sought to assassinate the 3 gods and 5 extremes. The 3 gods and 5 extremes stood closest to breaking through the 8th seal, and the first batch of trial challengers did not wish for the second batch to arrive prematurely. They preferred to fully exploit the resources of Blue Star, waiting until they themselves could break through the 8th seal to contest against the second wave of challengers. Not long after Zhuotian's announcement, one of the 5 extremes, Bu Qiao, met his demise in Jiang City, slain by a small team of 5 trial challengers. Each member of this team possessed the strength of the 7th seal, and their combined might proved overwhelming, leaving Bu Qiao no chance to resist. Their actions served as a grim reminder to the entirety of Huaxia. No Blue Star inhabitant must break through, must not break through, must not break through. This was a fundamental line that could not be crossed. They then departed Jiang City, their destination shrouded in mystery. Though their goal was undoubtedly the 3 gods and 5 extremes, or at the very least, other 7th seal powerhouses. At the Jinling base, Wang Jie scrutinized the incessantly arriving photographs, a frown creasing his brow. These images depicted the current situation regarding the emergence of trial challengers in Huaxia, a phenomenon that was accompanied by death. These challengers were driven by purpose and initiative, and their initial targets were not the mutated flora and fauna, but rather the inhabitants of Blue Star. A trial must have a target. Had Yanxi mentioned this? Hong Jian shook his head, indicating he had not. Behind him, Feng Yu stood silently. They were at Xian Lake. Wang Jie gazed at the tranquil surface of the lake, contemplating. Logically, as humans, Their primary adversaries should be the mutated plants and animals. Yet, these trial challengers had fixated directly on cultivators, including Yen Si, who had orchestrated the ambush against Yuji primarily for disaster materials. Clearly, the significance of these disaster materials paled in comparison to the imperative of preventing the inhabitants of Blue Star from breaking through the 8th seal. As he spoke, he slowly approached the lake and Appo's edge, crouching down to observe intently. Hong Jian refrained from interrupting. He had invited Wang Jie to see if they could resolve the issue concerning the mutated beast lurking at the bottom of Xian Lake. It was buried too deeply. Its strength might not be formidable, but it required a skilled individual to monitor it, which was troublesome. Wang Jie extended his hand into the lake. Despite the sweltering summer heat, the lake's depths felt icy. He channeled his energy, spreading it throughout Xian Lake, seeking to sense its essence. He then turned to Hong Jian, instructing him to use instruments to identify the coldest point in the lake. He had forgotten that he need not exhaust his energy on such a task, as a mere thermometer could suffice. Hong Jian signaled, and a group of individuals began their measurements. Shortly thereafter, they pinpointed the location at the southwestern corner of Xian Lake. Chapter 17. Collaboration. Wang Jie approached the corner and pointed towards the lake and Appo's depths. A spiral force surged forth, reverberating through the ground as if something below the surface had erupted. Before he could unleash a second strike, the lake churned, revealing a massive shadow gliding beneath. Hong Jian swung his blade, forcing the creature to surface. The blade's radiance cleaved the lake in two, and from the depths, a colossal black fish lashed out its tail, shattering the blade's aura before attempting to flee. Feng Yu and De Hu, along with others, sprang into action around them. Wang Jie deftly directed a spiral force that soared through the air, piercing the black fish's body. The subsequent assault was straightforward. Hong Jian continued to strike, causing the Xian Lake to fracture further, the black fish's blood staining the water until it was ultimately slain. Wang Jie departed, heading directly to the clean zone to find Si Yan. His residence no longer required concealment, and Lao Wu had also regained his strength for self-defense. On the 17th day, Wang Jie and Lao Wu quietly awaited in the courtyard. Lao Wu frequently glanced towards the second floor, displaying signs of impatience. After several hours, a figure leapt down from the upper level, landing before Wang Jie and Lao Wu. Lao Wu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Lao Jiao, you can leave now?" Wang Jie observed Lao Jiao's legs, his heart gradually easing. Lao Jiao smiled, raising his hands in gratitude, and looked at Wang Jie. "Thank you, boss." Wang Jie replied with a chuckle, "The Wolf King's third eye has proven its worth. Congratulations on your recovery, Lao Jiao." He then distributed a plethora of disaster materials sent by Hong Jian to Lao Wu and Lao Jiao, urging them to absorb the energy and cultivate swiftly. Free provisions were a given. In this era, the strong were revered, resources were scarce, and priority was given to those in need. Fairness had become the greatest irony. Hong Jian had performed admirably, fiercely defending the base against mutated beasts without fear of challengers. Yet even he had not contemplated allowing all those outside the base to enter. Such a notion was impractical, fraught with conflict that would hinder management. Benevolence only existed above the baseline. That was the moral standard of the current age. The three brothers enjoyed a hearty meal, even forcibly bringing Si Yin along. Si Yin was engrossed in examining the disaster material from the lunar plant, his excitement palpable. Yet he could not resist Lao Wu's persistent tugging. Zhuotian was certain to break through soon. After the meal, the trio lounged in the courtyard, and Lao Jiao stated directly, "We need to address him." Wang Jie acknowledged with a nod, "I am aware." Lao Wu's expression darkened. "Boss, when will we resolve this?" "Wait until you both break through to the 7th seal," Wang Jie responded. "You do not possess the confidence at present? Your technique is nothing short of extraordinary." Lao Wu exaggerated. Anyone who had witnessed the battle between Wang Jie and Wen Zhao was left in awe of his prowess. Wang Jie's gaze turned serious. "Do you not recall why we failed 2 years ago?" Lao Wu and Lao Jiao fell silent. Wang Jie continued, "When Zhao managed to evade. Zhuotian may not be so different. What do you propose?" Lao Jiao inquired. Wang Jie's expression hardened. "First, let us approach the Tianfu base and assess what he is concealing." The doorbell rang. Wang Jie glanced towards the courtyard's entrance, where a familiar figure stood. Lu Ying? He had nearly forgotten this individual. Under the teasing gazes of Lao Wu and Lao Jiao, Wang Jie opened the door. Lu Ying appeared unchanged, her entire being cloaked in filth, exuding the unmistakable aura of the polluted zone. Yet, her ability to find this place without being expelled clearly indicates her eligibility to reside in the clean zone. "I apologize for my recent preoccupations. I neglected to seek you out. Wang Jie allowed Lu Ying to enter. Lu Ying, feeling apprehensive, glanced at Wang Jie and inquired, "So, have you sought out my elder brother?" Wang Jie handed a photograph to Lu Ying. Upon viewing it, her eyes reddened, and tears began to fall. Wang Jie remained silent. On the second floor, Lao Wu grinned. "Has the boss broken up?" Lao Jie replied, exasperated, "Don and Oppos, speak nonsense. However, the boss does have unique taste." "That woman is quite alluring," Lao Wu marveled. Lu Ying departed, leaving behind 10 vials of beast blood. Wang Jie did not refuse. After all, it was a cost of the mission, even though it was no longer required. In this era, no one truly deserves sympathy. For many, living is more agonizing than death. With Hong Jian providing disaster materials, Lao Wu and Lao Jiao eagerly absorbed the imprint power. Within a few days, Lao Wu broke through to the 7th imprint. His innate talent was exceptional. Otherwise, he could not have participated in that endeavor with Wang Jie 2 years prior. Lao Jiao also smoothly regained his 6th imprint. And it would not be long before he broke through to the 7th. There was an inexplicable sensation that the speed of absorbing imprint power and breaking through was accelerating. Lao Wu was astonished. Wang Jie had also noticed this, particularly after the night of Yu Ji's demise. Was it the decade of metamorphosis? While mutated flora and fauna could evolve and enhance by a level in an instant, humans could not, yet the speed of absorption and breakthroughs was indeed hastening. As time passed, the number of 7th imprint level powerhouses would surely increase in bulk. If there were no trial takers, it would be a positive development. Yet, at present, the news of trial takers attacking various bases incessantly flowed in, and their focus was evidently on targeting the practitioners of Blue Star. The external chaos was intensifying. Yet the Jinling base remained relatively unaffected by trial takers. Perhaps it was due to the scarcity of trial takers in the vicinity, or perhaps they were deterred by the large pit outside the city. Correspondingly, the anger of Blue Star's inhabitants towards trial takers was escalating. Countless lives had been lost at their hands, yet they remained powerless against them. The disparity in strength was considerable. Most trial takers were at the 7th imprint level, with very few below that threshold. One day, Feng Yu brought news that Zhuo Tian had engaged in a fierce battle with a team of trial takers, compelling them to acknowledge the right of Blue Star's people to engage in equal dialogue, and they had arranged a meeting at the capital a month later. Wang Jie was taken aback, her expression grave. Lao Wu and Lao Jiao were equally astonished. How could Zhuo Tian, facing a team of trial takers, all at the 7th imprint level, manage to secure a position for equal dialogue? It was an extraordinary feat, for even the weakest trial taker would not be significantly inferior. The Tianfu base had become the focal point of attention in China. Previously, the most formidable base was the capital, which had been the center of China even in peaceful times. Yet now, a single Zhuo Tian overshadowed all, seemingly emerging as the leader of Blue Star's dialogue with trial takers. In the ensuing 2 days, news from the outside world continued to pour in, all praising Zhuo Tian. The assaults by trial takers on Blue Star's practitioners had noticeably diminished. Zhuo Tian, being youthful and possessing an admirable image as one of the 3 gods, had now ascended to become an object of admiration for countless individuals. The theme of the capital and Oppos' council was how to effectively utilize all resources of Blue Star before the arrival of the second batch of trial takers. Striving to enhance the strength of both trial takers and Blue Star's practitioners in preparation for their impending arrival. A month, neither excessively long nor particularly short. During this period, Zhuo Tian proposed that everyone endeavor to eradicate the mutated flora and fauna, both to safeguard the blue planet and to procure disaster materials as leverage in negotiations with the challengers. This proposal was immediately embraced by all. Bai Yuan, one of the 3 deities of the capital, stood forth to advocate that humanity should not engage in internal strife. First, the mutated creatures must be dealt with. The 5 major bases rallied in unison. Consequently, the number of practitioners venturing out to hunt these aberrant beings surged. Boom! The bridge in Jinling collapsed into the river. On the southern bank, a group of practitioners expressed their relief. They had narrowly escaped. Falling into the river would have meant certain death. Grey Claw, how could you have led us this way without knowing the bridge would collapse? Grey Claw hurriedly apologized, feeling somewhat aggrieved. How could he have known the bridge was doomed? Look, is that wild grass over there? The group turned their gaze to the distance, where a vehicle approached and ultimately halted at the riverbank. Descending from the vehicle was none other than Wang Jiao. His purpose for venturing into the wilderness was to seek out Wen Jiao, given Zhuo Tian and Oppos' current prominence. It was not prudent to head to the Tianfu base. He wished to first ascertain the true intentions of the challengers, for ignorance would lead to disadvantage. Turning around, he noticed a group of individuals staring intently at him. Grey Claw? He gradually bent his knees, then with a sudden burst of strength, propelled himself across the river like a cannonball. Grey Claw and his companions watched in wide-eyed astonishment. Such audacity. In this era, the most fearsome threats are not the mutated creatures in the wild, but the unfathomable depths of the seas and rivers, concealing unknown dangers. No one dared to leap across the rivers. That would be tantamount to courting death. Wang Jiao launched himself, landing gracefully on the opposite bank. At that moment, a serpent, as thick as a barrel, erupted from the water, bearing its sharp fangs towards Wang Jiao, its scales glinting blindingly in the sunlight. A 7th seal-level mutated beast. Wang Jiao pointed, unleashing a spiraling force that struck the serpent's head, sending it crashing back into the water. Wang Jiao swiftly maneuvered, soon crossing the river and alighting on the far shore. This scene left Grey Claw and the others envious. This was the demeanor of a true master. Wang Jiao consulted his map, noting a report from the base regarding the sighting of a snow steed on the northern bank of the Yangtze, igniting a glimmer of hope. He traversed the land, eliminating as many mutated creatures as possible, encountering 2 of the 7 seal level along the way. The wilderness was becoming increasingly perilous. In the distance, thunder rumbled, dark clouds swiftly obscured the sun, and rain poured down. The hazy curtain of rain melded the heavens and earth into one, with white flashes flickering beneath it. Wang Jiao observed, it was the snow steed, and he immediately gave chase. A visible surge of energy distorted the rain curtain, hurtling towards Wang Jiao. He evaded it, stating, I am not here to engage in combat with you. Wen Zhao, holding an umbrella in his left hand, regarded Wang Jiao. Are you searching for me? Wang Jiao replied, What is the objective of your trials? Wen Zhao inquired, Why would you think I would disclose that to you? Because we share a common enemy. Oh? The second batch of challengers. Wang Jie conveyed the happenings of the outside world to Wen Zhao. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Zhao remarked, I had presumed that the first batch of trial takers would surpass you. I did not anticipate that, apart from yourself, others could achieve such feats. Wang Jie approached Wen Zhao, leaving deep footprints in the mire. The Blue Star people and the trial takers need not be adversaries. Collaboration is indeed possible. A low growl emanated from the snow steed, cautioning Wang Jie to maintain his distance. Around them, occasional rustlings could be heard, but they were quelled beneath the snow steed and Appo's growl. Wang Jie scrutinized the snow steed, particularly its teeth gleaming white canines, indeed, remarkably pristine. Chapter 18. Baiyuan Wen Zhao regarded Wang Jie with a smile that was neither entirely sincere nor entirely mocking. Do you wish to collaborate with me? Wang Jie unabashedly affirmed this. What assistance can you provide? Wang Jie responded with a grin, if not to aid you, then certainly to assist your adversaries. Wen Zhao's expression shifted. Her words struck a chord deep within her. Among the second batch of trial participants, there indeed existed foes of hers. And this Wang Jie was formidable. What do you wish to know? Wen Zhao inquired. Wang Jie glanced at the sky. I would rather not converse in the downpour. Shortly thereafter, within an abandoned skyscraper, Wen Zhao and Wang Jie sat apart, each on the edge, gazing into the vast expanse of the earth, where sky and land melded into one. The trial objectives could encompass 2 paths. Accomplishing either would denote success. The first was to dominate the natives, instilling fear of rebellion. The second was to vanquish all other trial participants. Fulfillment of either criterion would classify the trial as successful, granting one the opportunity to become a disciple of the first sect. Wang Jie was not surprised. Who among the first batch of trial participants is the strongest? Me. Wang Jie remarked, such a lack of modesty? Wen Zhao looked at him, amusement dancing in her eyes. Thus, you have defeated the most powerful of the first batch of trial participants. I do not believe it. Whether you believe it or not, I am indeed the strongest. Hence, I have not sought collaboration with any trial participant, nor do I intend to. And what of the second batch of trial participants? Wen Zhao's countenance darkened. The second batch consists entirely of those at the 8 seal level. Given my current strength, I would be among the elite within them, though there exists a particularly formidable enemy of mine among them. In truth, you need not concern yourself with the second batch, for you have already bested me. Your true focus should be on the third batch. Wang Jie was taken aback. There is a third batch? Wen Zhao chuckled. Who informed you otherwise? 9 seals. Indeed. Surely, there cannot be a fourth batch. Wang Jie's pupils flickered as he slowly clenched his fists. Wen Zhao regarded him with a tinge of sympathy. The first and second batches are manageable. At least negotiations can be made. However, once it reaches the third batch, your fates will rest solely upon your own capabilities. In the eyes of the natives, their lives hold little value. They are destined for the interstellar battlefield regardless, whether they perish sooner or later. This is the ethos of the first sect, as well as that of the formidable cosmic powers. Wang Jie met Wen Zhao's gaze. Cosmic powers? Wen Zhao looked skyward. The first sect is immensely powerful, terrifyingly so. A mere stone dropped from a height could obliterate anyone unfortunate enough to be struck. For they may possess the might to annihilate your blue star. Yet, the first sect is far from the strongest in the cosmos. Rumors abound of unimaginable and terrifying civilizations lurking in the depths of the universe, of powerful races and colossal beasts of the starry skies. Many forms of life exist that neither you nor I can comprehend, yet they are undeniably real. She caressed the snow steed, which nuzzled closer, emitting a gentle whimper of affection. I have witnessed a single claw rend the fabric of the universe, its size beyond imagination. For I was told by my elders that this was merely the tip of the claw. With a single swipe, hundreds of celestial bodies were shattered. I have also seen a bloodied feather obscure the cosmos, drifting softly, with dozens of stars clinging to it, immersed in blood. Wang Jie stared at her, captivated. Wen Zhao smiled and said, I am not deceiving you. It is indeed true, but there is no necessity for you to know. Few of the natives of the trial grounds can enter the Jia sect, for the power you cultivate is misaligned. What you refer to as imprint power is, in truth, a form of locking force, which has established a ceiling on your potential. Your limits have long been fixed, rendering any breakthrough impossible. The interstellar battlefield is your destined abode. Hence, those trial participants do not regard you as human, and neither does the Jia sect, for there are simply too many of you. Yet, there are certain questions to which she lacks answers. Why do you linger here? Wang Jie inquired, perplexed. Wen Zhao replied, to cultivate, in search of calamity materials? Indeed, the wilderness provides a more conducive environment for cultivation than the base. I initially intended to seize your base and compel you to procure calamity materials for me. But you thwarted my plans, and Oppos. Zhuetian will undoubtedly break through to the 8th imprint. And Oppos. Wen Zhao turned to Wang Jie. And Oppos. I am aware. And Oppos. You know Zhuetian. And Oppos. I only know that a clever individual will inevitably find loopholes in the rules. And this Zhuetian is evidently such a person. Wang Jie nodded, as long as no second individual from Blue Star learns of his breakthrough to the 8th imprint. It does not count as a breakthrough, for there is no circumstance that can elude the Jia sect. Wen Zhao stroked the snow steed. Indeed, the Jia sect has never been a concern for you. As long as the fact of your breakthrough to the 8th imprint remains concealed from any other Blue Star inhabitant, that is the loophole in the rules. Shall we consider this a collaboration? That is acceptable. Where shall we go? To the capital, to eliminate Zhuetian. Wen Zhao silently observed Lu Yin. This is a collaboration, not subservience. I shall not go. I will assist you in breaking through to the 9th imprint. And you will help me eliminate Zhuetian, Wang Jie stated. I am capable of achieving the breakthrough myself. Allow me to teach you the hand techniques. Wen Zhao gazed at him in astonishment. A deal, by the way. Could you assist me with something first? Wang Jie smiled at the snow steed. As the heavy rain poured down, a cry of anguish echoed through the wilderness. The rain nourished the flora, invigorating their growth. Centered around the Jinling base, a once secure area extending 50 kilometers was steadily diminishing as the decade-long metamorphosis period concluded. The other bases faced similar fates. Presently, due to Zhuetian's rallying cry, major bases refocused their efforts on eradicating mutated flora and fauna. Despite the metamorphosis making battles more arduous and resulting in greater casualties, the calamity materials obtained were also more plentiful. 100 kilometers north of Jinling City, a white shadow darted through the air at remarkable speed, skimming over a lotus pond. Below the pond, a wooden-colored lotus root thrust upward, while countless palm-sized floating plants shot forth like darts towards the white shadow. The white shadow was, in fact, the snow steed, baring its teeth in response to the attack. Amusingly, what once were two beautiful teeth on either side now remained only one. The thought filled it with sorrow. Wen Zhao transformed his fingertip energy into a sword, unleashing a barrage of sword chi that rained down, striking down the floating plants, with the remaining sword rain severing the lotus root. A tremendous roar echoed from the other side, and shortly thereafter, by the lotus pond, Wang Jie arrived, carrying a bundle filled with a large quantity of calamity materials. Do you not desire the materials? Upon seeing Wen Zhao's empty hands, Wang Jie paused. Wen Zhao shot him a glance. Of course I do. Then how will you? Wen Zhao raised his hand, gently shaking the ring on his slender finger. Wang Jie appeared perplexed. This is a storage ring. All my belongings are within it. Wang Jie gazed at the ring, questioning. Belongings contained within a single ring? What is the principle behind that? Wen Zhao shook his head. I do not know. It suffices that it works. Suddenly, Wang Jie recalled something and retrieved a ring from his bosom. Is this one? Wen Zhao nodded. It seems you have slain a trial taker, but it is of no use. Once a storage ring has recognized its master, it can only be opened by that master or through their blood. Yours is rendered useless. Wang Jie felt regret. Wen Zhao had no reason to deceive him. Do you have another? No, and even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. They are quite precious. Wang Jie raised an eyebrow. Trial takers possess them. How can they be considered precious? Wen Zhao chuckled. You seem to harbor some misconceptions about trial takers. Surely you do not believe that anyone can become a trial taker of the Jia-Yi sect. To illustrate, if the 3 gods and 5 extremes of Blue Star were to recruit disciples, do you think those living beyond the base would have a greater chance? Or would the offspring of wealthy families hold more hope? Wang Jie understood. It appeared that these trial takers were not ordinary individuals, which explained their splendid attire and lofty demeanor. It seemed that their status as trial takers was not the sole reason for their prominence, but rather their inherent qualities. Yin Si, for instance, was a prince of the Yin kingdom. If you find it burdensome to carry, you may place it with me, Wen Zhao suggested. Wang Jie tightened his bundle. It's manageable. Wen Zhao chuckled softly, patting his snow steed, and continued. Days prior, they had decided to collaborate. Wen Zhao would assist Wang Jie in eliminating Zhuo Tian, while Wang Jie would teach her the intricacies of finger techniques. Their destination for this collaboration was naturally the capital city. However, preparations were needed before their journey. Materials for disaster transformation were essential, and thus, they commenced their sweep around Jinling. The area covered would extend 100 kilometers from the base. Venturing beyond that would be too far. In Blue Star, the number of flora and fauna vastly surpassed that of humanity. Although a decade had passed since the apocalypse, and humanity had given rise to the 3 gods and 5 extremes, it remained true that the dominion of Blue Star was still held by the mutated creatures, with humanity merely confined within certain boundaries, unless firearms could be utilized. In fact, Hongjian had mentioned that several years prior, firearms could have been produced, but the fear of doing so prevailed. At the moment the apocalypse struck, a mysterious force obliterated all firearms and their production facilities across Blue Star. The nature of that force remained unknown. No one dared to take the risk. They planned to hunt mutated creatures in the wild for 10 days, striving to collect as many materials for disaster transformation as possible. After 10 days, they would head to the capital city. Meanwhile, in the capital city, sunlight bathed the courtyard, where a young girl dressed in a white gown leisurely read beneath a sunshade. Before her, a servant watered the grass, while in the corner of the house, a black cat lazily scratched its head, shook itself, and resumed its slumber. Xiaolan, go wake my father. I dare not, Mississippi. The girl turned her gaze to the corner of the house. Xiaohei, you go. The black cat opened its eyes, its pupils sharp and gleaming with a cold light, before leaping up to the 2nd floor. Soon after, the sound of an angry roar erupted from within the house. Xiaohei, how dare you scratch me? Just wait. When I catch you, I shall skin you and dry you into cat jerky. Meow. The black cat leaped into the girl's embrace. A middle-aged man clad in pajamas burst forth, glaring furiously at the young girl, his teeth clenched in anger. The girl spoke calmly. Father, the sun is already high in the sky. It is time for you to rise. Faced with his daughter, the man and Apos, ire transformed into resignation. Xiao and Apos, I spent half the night conversing with that fellow, Zhuo Tian, and I did not retire until late. Could you allow your father a bit more rest? The girl, named Bai Xiao, was indeed the daughter of the man, Bai Yuan, one of the 3 deities. Bai Xiao beamed brightly as one reaches middle age. Early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for health. Or has it come to pass that you can now wield that sword? Bai Yuan felt a pang of guilt. Not yet. I have grown too complacent. What father's daughter urges him to strive forward? I have been endeavoring earnestly. So, you are invincible now? Bai Yuan puffed out his chest. That is indeed the case. Are you satisfied? A little. Noticing the dangerous glint in his daughter's eyes, Bai Yuan quickly added, No, absolutely not satisfied. Very well, I shall commence my training at once. With that, he turned to leave. Remember to notify the others about my birthday celebration. It coincides almost perfectly with the meeting in the capital. It would be remiss not to extend an invitation. Yes. Bai Xiao replied with a gentle smile, returning to her reading. Chapter 19. Cultivation methods at the bustling restaurant in the capital. throngs of people gathered outside, their astonished gazes fixed upon a woman clad in a crimson qipao, her graceful figure voraciously consuming food without a hint of decorum. Is that not Sister Tang? One of the five extremes, famously known as the camellia that outshines the pear blossom. Is it not a reversal? Suddenly, a tremor shook the restaurant. With her long, snow-white legs pursed atop a chair, the woman in the qipao raised her chin, her striking features scanning the crowd outside. It is not a reversal. The crowd fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hello, what is the matter? Sister Tang, where are you? The Bai family has invited you to attend the birthday celebration. In more than half a month, it will be Bai Zhao's 20th birthday. With both the winning hand and Bu Qiao dead, that scoundrels with Tian is scheming for power. Humanity is on the brink of becoming war slaves. Why hold a birthday celebration at such a time? So, will you attend? Of course. I wish to savor the bitterness of Bai Yuan's daughter's servitude. And the gift? Cat food. The southern nation base lies at the southernmost point of Huaxia. In a lavish room facing the sea, a young man sipped red wine with elegance, his greedy gaze fixated upon a beauty sprawled upon the bed. My dear, it is time to initiate our advance. With that, he raised the wine, letting it cascade slowly over her body. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. Master, the Bai family in the capital has invited you to attend Bai Zhao's 20th birthday celebration. The man, irritable, snapped back. Get lost. We shall discuss this later. No sooner had he spoken than an unstoppable force hurled him against the wall, blood splattering upon impact, gradually oozing down. Lying on the ground, he watched the crimson liquid flow, struggling to lift his head. A pair of delicate feet approached, finally coming to rest in the pool of blood. A sultry voice whispered in his ear, "When did you become my master?" With a swift movement, she raised her foot. The last thing the man beheld was the pristine soul stained with blood. A single step crushed his skull, and a group of individuals entered, both men and women, efficiently disposing of the corpse and draping a sheer fabric over the woman. She walked to the window, savoring the sea breeze. Where is the eldest miss? A smile played upon her lips as she inquired, Is it Wang Jie? Had the eldest miss visit the capital soon to reunite with her old friends? I shall follow shortly. Yes. Days later, Wang Jie's bundle had grown even larger. When Zhao again offered to assist in carrying it, yet Wang Jie declined a second time. He wished to borrow Xueju to help carry it. But when Zhao refused once more. As for Xueju, it dared not approach Wang Jie. This human is a pervert, Wen Zhao remarked. Not too few, yet not too many. Indeed, nonsense. Bai Yuan has invited me to the capital for his daughter Bai Zhao's 20th birthday celebration. Wang Jie frowned. Are you going? The other bases and oppos, 3 gods and 5 extremes will likely attend as well. Perhaps. However, this is merely a side matter. The main purpose is the conference in the capital. No one knows how many trial takers will gather for the meeting. We cannot afford to have too few experts on our side. Hong Jiandao. As he spoke, he glanced towards the interior, quietly asking Wang Jie, Have you inquired who among the first batch of trial takers is the strongest? She did not know. The channels for external communication are firmly held in the grasp of Hong Jian, representing one of the rare links to various major bases, while the majority of other channels have been obliterated by mutated flora and fauna. The cost of maintaining such channels is substantial. Any disruption necessitates the presence of skilled individuals venturing into the wilderness for repairs, often at the peril of their lives. In contrast, the route from Jinling base to the capital is significantly more straightforward. By modifying aircraft from the peaceful era and applying potent excrement from mutated beasts, one can circumvent most dangers. Hello, is this Wang Jie? A familiar voice inquired. After a brief pause, Wang Jie responded, Boss. He closed his eyes in silence. Restoration had occurred. He too had returned. It had been 2 years since their failure, and among the brothers, only 4 remained after the devastating losses. That's wonderful. You have recovered, he acknowledged. Boss, I am awake, came the reply, slightly hoarse. The voice on the other end escalated in excitement. Wang Jie, I must formally inform you that from this moment forth, your most esteemed, handsome, and wealthy brother has awakened. At this very moment, I declare, it end oppos, S2117. And from this instant, you are rich, very, very, very rich. Do you understand, Wang Jie? You are immensely wealthy now. Wang Jie chuckled. All right, I shall also officially notify you, Qi Lao Air, that your boss is invincible, very, very, very strong, the kind that no one can obstruct. You are invincible, came the laughter. I recall you saying the same 2 years ago. Wang Jie laughed heartily, exhaling the last breath he had been holding. Times have changed. I am prepared to eliminate Suetian. When? Shall we depart immediately? Certainly, to the capital. Excellent. To reach the capital, one must utilize the aircraft modified at Jinling Base, which is smaller, faster, and constructed from sturdier materials that are easier to camouflage. Its design resembles a sharp triangle. Wang Jie bid farewell to Xi Yin, leaving behind a considerable amount of disaster materials, much to Xi Yin's delight. He then set off with Lao Wu, Lao Jiu, and Wen Zhao toward Xuanhu. As for Xuezhu, it was too large to accompany them. The vibrations underfoot signaled the aircraft taking flight, swiftly vanishing into the night sky. It was Yin Si, who had retreated from Jinling. Within 10 days, Wang Jie and Wen Zhao had hunted mutated creatures and fortuitously encountered Yin Si. Wang Jie bound him and brought him back to the base, for Yin Si posed a potential threat. Otherwise, Hong Jian could seize control of Jinling Base with Yin Si's assistance, given the connection between Feng Yu and Yin Si. Wang Jie had conveyed this information to Hong Jian as well. Regardless of the circumstances, Jinling was Wang Jie's birthplace, and he would strive to safeguard it as best he could. What Hong Jian might derive from Yin Si was ultimately up to him. Wen Zhao maintained a relatively kind disposition. Initially, he had no intention of harming Yin Si or jeopardizing the Jinling base. The aircraft glided through the night. Wen Zhao sat calmly, while Lao Wu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Do you testers also hail from a technological civilization?" Wen Zhao gazed out the window and replied, "No." "Then why are you not at all curious about this aircraft?" "Because our means of movement is swifter than this. We traverse the stars." "Is it not still a civilization of technology?" "If there were no disturbances, the journey from Jinling to the capital could be completed in no more than an hour. Given the speed of the aircraft, the infrequent communication between the two bases is due to the peril that arises when high-altitude routes are traversed too often, as they attract the attention of mutated beasts. Thus, the flight paths connecting the bases are seldom utilized, restricted previously to only those of captain rank. This particular trip proceeded smoothly. After the passage of nearly half an hour, no incidents had occurred. Wang Jie began his exercises, and upon hearing a voice nearby, a wave of realization washed over him. He had forgotten that it was time for physical training. Although the aircraft was compact, it was still feasible to exercise within it. Therefore, in the presence of Wen Zhao, Lao Wu, Lao Jiu, and the pilots from the Jinling base, he commenced his routine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. The onlookers stared, overwhelmed by a sense of disbelief. Wang Jie's face flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't intended for it to be this way. Had he known they would depart a day later, he would have preferred that. In the days spent in the wilderness, he had exercised in secret, away from Wen Zhao. Today, however, he felt he had lost all dignity. Lao Wu cleared his throat. Boss, when did you develop this hobby?" Wang Jie calmly sat down, engaging in physical training while also attempting to shed some weight. Lao Wu blinked, momentarily at a loss for words, and glanced toward Lao Jiu for help. Lao Jiu coughed lightly. "It's good to release pressure." Wang Jie felt more composed. The more normal he appeared, the more peculiar others seemed in comparison. Suddenly, Wen Zhao remarked, "If you dare to break through, I will announce it to everyone." Wang Jie turned to Wen Zhao. "I am merely exercising. You are in training," Wen Zhao asserted confidently. Wang Jie raised an eyebrow. "I haven't absorbed any energy." Wen Zhao replied, "Absorbing energy for training is a rudimentary method. I do not know where you learned it, nor do I comprehend the significance of the movements you just performed, but it certainly feels like training. Therefore, do not expect to break through unless you are prepared to bear the scorn of all Blue Star inhabitants." Lao Jiu interjected, "What, then, constitutes a superior method of training?" Lao Wu added, "Yes, tell us, beautiful." Wen Zhao cast a lingering glance at Wang Jie before turning away. Leaning back, Wang Jie gradually relaxed his body. Wen Zhao was correct. He was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough. Whenever he wished, he could achieve it without needing to absorb external energy or materials from the calamity. 8 seals. After the breakthrough, the consumption of the heavenly and earthly Roshian finger would likely diminish significantly. Soon, they beheld a colossal structure looming in the distance beneath the night sky. Like the Jinling base, the capital base was encircled by towering walls to deter mutated creatures, though its expanse appeared far greater. The aircraft circled once before descending at the southwestern corner of the capital base. This was all due to Wen Zhao, who was a trial participant. Chapter 20. The capital city. Of course, this identity would not be known to ordinary practitioners. Instead, it was directly reported to the capital city by Hong Jian. No matter how much he valued Wang Jie, Hong Jian could never allow Wen Zhao to enter the capital city base while concealing her identity, as that would be a dereliction of duty to the entire Blue Star. The trial participants remained adversaries of Blue Star. 2 hours after their arrival, another aircraft landed, bringing with it a familiar face, Lian Fei. Wang Jie did not expect to encounter her again. It seemed they were fated. Lian Fei also spotted Wang Jie and the others in the distance, her expression one of surprise. After a moment of hesitation, she approached them. Why release a false signal? Lian Fei inquired. Wang Jie raised an eyebrow. Are you still dwelling on that matter? Lian Fei fixed her gaze on him. With your strength, you could have left that place without releasing any signal. The only explanation is that you intended to mislead us. At that time, you were concealing your identity. So I surmised you must have encountered Hu Guan, who forced you to lead us astray. Otherwise, I cannot fathom any other possibility. Also, the battle at the Tsang'ing nest was orchestrated by you. Wang Jie did not deny it. A clever individual needed no affirmation from him, yet neither would he concede. Lian Fei had not expected an admission from Wang Jie. She could discern the truth from his expression. She furrowed her brow, her gaze landing on Wen Zhao. Trial participant? Wen Zhao glanced at her but paid her little mind. It was no wonder they had been separated. There were indeed numerous trial participants in the outside world, and some had allied with them. Yet, it was rare to see someone so openly bring her along, Lian Fei remarked, for as a woman, she was more attuned to nuances and immediately recognized the disparity between Wen Zhao and Wang Jie. Wang Jie, however, had no other choice. Bringing Wen Zhao to the capital city base was the only option available. She could certainly leap from the aircraft midway, but that would reveal Wen Zhao's issues to the capital city. Moreover, it would be impossible to keep it concealed from Hong Jian's side. Since concealment was futile, he might as well be forthright. What he needed was Wen Zhao and Apos as combat prowess. As for the next steps, it depended on the outcome of the capital city meeting. You are one of the 5 extremes, the daughter of Lian Qin, aren't you? If you are here, then Lian Qin will also come? Wang Jie suddenly asked. Lian Fei met his gaze. Why mention my mother? Just asking, Wang Jie replied. Lian Fei shifted the topic. Where is the Tsang'ing egg? Wang Jie chuckled. I am separated, not imprisoned. Are you interrogating me? I wish to purchase it. Name your price, Lian Fei stated. You cannot afford it. I have plenty of money. Upon hearing this, Lao Wu and Lao Jiao puffed out their chest with pride. Lian Fei appraised Wang Jie's attire. Wealthy? Even Wen Zhao instinctively cast a glance at him. Wang Jie, if you are willing, you may join my southern nation base. Consider this my formal invitation. Lian Fei declared before turning to leave. Wait. Wang Jie suddenly recalled something. Seeing Lian Fei's curious gaze, he looked back at Lao Wu and the others. Combat skills were crucial. It was not impossible to purchase the Tsang'ing egg, but sincerity was required first. Lian Fei, puzzled, asked, what sincerity? Write me a letter of proposal, Wang Jie replied. The scene fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared at him in stunned disbelief, including the guarding practitioners, who were momentarily taken aback, thinking they must have misheard. Lian Fei rubbed her ears and inquired, what did you say? Wang Jie responded with remarkable composure, asserting that everything was for the sake of combat skills. The formidable Tian Di Luo Xin finger was already impressive, so the Fanxing finger must be terrifyingly powerful. Indeed, it was terrifying. Compose a marriage proposal letter for me. Be sincere. Lian Fei gazed at Wang Jie with an expression of bewilderment. Wang Jie sighed. Is it truly that difficult? If a marriage proposal letter is so challenging, then what on earth is the spirit of the defeated? Clearing her throat, Lao Jiao cautiously remarked. Isn't this a bit hasty, boss? You've clearly spent these past 2 years with the leader, yet your mental state seems increasingly unstable. Lao Wu fixed a resolute gaze upon Wang Jie and declared, Boss, regardless of the marriage proposal letter, if you have someone in mind, I will assist you directly. Wang Jie quietly sat down to rest. In the east, the sky began to lighten, and sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a comforting glow. More flying vessels arrived, not just 1, but 8, creating quite a spectacle. Wang Jie and the others looked on as the Shouqin group made its entrance. Lauer had arrived. The Shouqin group always commanded attention, especially with the rumored awakening of the prince, who had been rendered unconscious by mutated plants, sending ripples through the 5 major bases of Huaxia. It was expected that after his awakening, Qin Zheng would first head to the Shanjing base. For regardless of whether in times of peace or apocalypse, Shanjing remained the unassailable heart of Huaxia. The arrival of Qin Zheng signified the representation of the Shouqin group. However, unbeknownst to outsiders, had it not been for Wang Jie's journey to Shanjing, Qing Zheng would not have come. Over 100 practitioners arrived aboard the 8 flying vessels, creating a considerable commotion. Awaiting Qing Zheng was a master of 6 seals. In response to Qing Zheng's desire to join Wang Jie and the others, the master confined him, allowing them to be together but refusing to release him. "Boss, come here. Let us embrace." Upon entering, Qing Zheng lunged toward Wang Jie, who swiftly dodged. Qing Zheng collided forcefully with the wall, looking at Wang Jie with a hurt expression. "Boss, you remain so heartless." Lao Jiao rubbed his head and remarked, "I say, Lao Air, you're quite noisy upon your arrival." Qing Zheng rolled his eyes at Lao Jiao, saying, "What do you mean, Lao Air?" "It's ergo. I won fair and square in rock, paper, scissors. You'll always be my." Lao Wu leaned in with a mischievous grin, asking, "Lao Air, I've always wondered, after 2 years of unconsciousness, did that thing down there break?" Wen Zhao frowned. Qing Zheng raised his chin defiantly, as if it could break. "Let me show you." Wen Zhao retorted angrily, "Silence, you lewd man." Qing Zheng quietly pulled a gaming console from his pocket. Just then, more individuals arrived. Outside, the hundreds of practitioners from the Shouqing group dispersed. Wang Jie and the others looked on as a striking woman clad in a qipao approached, tall and graceful, her skin as white as snow. Her features a blend of elegance and strength. Her gaze was captivating, exuding both allure and authority. "Little boss, this is one of the 5 extremes, Sister Tang." The man protecting Qing Zheng hastily introduced, anxious to prevent any impropriety from Qing Zheng. Qing Zheng raised an eyebrow, setting down his gaming device. 5 extremes? Now, that's an important figure. Sister Tang stood outside the door, hands on her hips, exuding an air of boldness that starkly contrasted with her attire and demeanor. What a prominent figure she appeared to be. Yet, before the Qingtian group, she was merely a penniless shrew. Qingtian Zheng remained silent, casting a glance at Wang Jie. Sister Tang also directed her gaze toward Wang Jie, as Hong Jian had long sent over the pertinent information. Wang Jie stood resolutely against the 8 seal tester. Her strength unfathomable, undoubtedly far surpassing that of Hong Jian. "Are you Wang Jie?" Sister Tang inquired. Wang Jie nodded. "I have long admired your reputation, Sister Tang." Sister Tang scoffed. "I too have held you in high regard, the number 1 on the bounty list. I am quite curious about what you did to incite such hatred from that fellow, Swatian. What brings you to the capital so suddenly? Is this an interrogation?" Wang Jie replied, "It is merely curiosity. It matters not if I choose to remain silent." As for the tester, Sister Tang tossed an object inside. Wang Jie caught it. "Attach this to her. We need to know her location at all times." Wen Zhao's expression hardened as she fixed her gaze on Sister Tang. Unfazed, Sister Tang met Wen Zhao and Amp, Oppos, stare. Both women possessed exceptional poise, illuminating the small space with their brilliance. Wang Jie tossed the object to Wen Zhao. "Please assist." Sister Tang smiled at Wang Jie. "Not bad, young man. What is your relationship with her?" "No relationship," Wang Jie replied. "She is the 8 seal tester intent on seizing the Jinling base, isn't she?" That aligns closely with what Hong Jian mentioned. Wang Jie was unaware of what Hong Jian had said, but it was certainly not disparaging. Otherwise, they would face annihilation rather than mere separation. After Sister Tang departed, Wang Jie and her companions successfully entered the capital base. In comparison to the Jinling base, the interior of the capital base boasted vastly superior roads and planning. However, it was impossible to avoid the countless tents outside the base, as an overwhelming number of people remained unable to enter. In the early stages, to fend off the beast tide, all major bases hastily constructed walls, and naturally, the smaller the area, the better, resulting in an ever-increasing inability to accommodate more individuals. Unless the wilderness safe zones were expanded. Yet, after 10 years, aside from the 5 major bases holding their ground, the smaller bases were continually eradicated. The human population could not compete with the mutated creatures, and therein lay the harshest reality. Within a certain section of the capital base, underground, a group of individuals stared intently at the screen. Among them was Sister Tang, alongside Bai Yuan. To analyze the nature of the opponent's strength requires a protracted period. This approach is of little significance unless we can confine her here, an elderly man stated, adjusting his glasses. The screen displayed Wen Zhao's location, and the locator served not only for tracking, but also for analyzing her power. This arrangement had been previously discussed between Hong Jian and the capital base. Otherwise, how could an 8 seal tester be granted such ease of access? Sister Tang furrowed her brow. The opponent is an 8 seal. While we may be able to suppress her together, Wang Jie poses a considerable challenge. She is formidable. I can sense it. The elderly man replied. Wang Jie is a blue star individual. She should not turn against us for her sake. That is uncertain. He has his own ambitions. Bai Yuan remarked as he sat down, sipping tea and contemplating silently. Shortly after setting down his teacup, it became evident that Wang Jie's objective was intricately linked to Zhuo Tian. Thus, as long as the conference in the capital remained uninitiated, they would not depart. There was no rush. They would first engage in analysis. Having spoken, he turned to leave. The elder inquired, at the current pace, we will be unable to glean even 1% of the situation by the conclusion of the conference. Bai Yuan, with his back to them, waved dismissively. We shall address it when the time comes. In the capital, the mightiest of all was Bai Yuan, one of the three gods, universally acknowledged as the strongest in Huaxia. He was among the earliest cultivators at the dawn of the apocalypse, wielding an ornamental sword yet to be sharpened, using slaughter as his edge to forge a base in the capital. It was rumored that no one could withstand his 3 strikes. This information was relayed by the man protecting Qingzheng. Wang Jie and his companions listened intently, having arrived in Bai Yuan's territory. It was essential to comprehend the prowess of this formidable figure. Old Fifth glanced at Wang Jie and queried, Boss, who do you think is stronger? Bai Yuan or Zhuo Tian? The man interjected, without doubt, it is Bai Yuan, as universally recognized. Old Fifth and the others disregarded this, including Qingzheng, who turned his gaze towards Wang Jie. No one understood Wang Jie's capabilities better than they did. 2 years prior, they had attempted to assassinate Zhuo Tian, but their efforts had ended in failure. Zhuo Tian had revealed barely half of his true strength to the outside world. Chapter 21. Power Detection. Wang Jie gazed out the window as the vehicle traversed the base with commendable smoothness, displaying no discernible distinction between clean and contaminated areas. What is Bai Yuan's swordsmanship like? Wen Zhao inquired curiously. Do you know him? Qingzheng retorted. Wen Zhao, brimming with confidence, replied, I should be able to. Uncle Lu. Enlighten him. I am unaware, Uncle Lu responded. Qingzheng expressed his astonishment. But you are a 6-mark powerhouse and have mingled in the capital. How can you not know Bai Yuan's swordsmanship? Uncle Lu shook his head, explaining that those who had witnessed his swordplay were no longer alive, and typically, one would not even come across a sword. With no further recourse, Qingzheng resigned himself to the situation. Due to the necessity of hunting mutated creatures, the authority of the hunting teams was steadily escalating, granting them priority access to intelligence from various bases, rights to utilize aircraft, and the ability to apply for flight and communication routes, among other privileges. Presently, top-tier hunting teams wielded more influence than a single base. For instance, the foremost hunting team, the Broken Blade hunting team, was founded by Zhuo Tian. Many harbored distrust toward the bases and Oppo's ability to safeguard them, yet they placed greater faith in the hunting teams, as the majority of elites congregated within them. The bases existed for survival, while the hunting teams pursued personal gain. This was the fundamental distinction. To establish a hunting team, one must possess 100 points, each representing an unregistered mutated material of 3 marks or above. This meant that one had to locate 100 mutated materials of 3 marks or higher that had not been marked by any hunting team to officially create a new team. For Qingzheng, this task was exceedingly simple. The Shouqing group had an ample supply of mutated materials at their branch in the capital, which could be utilized directly. The mutated materials need not be surrendered to the base. They remained the property of the hunting team. Wang Jie registered his hunting team under the name Blue Star. The members included Wang Jie, Qingzheng, and Guan Dao, also known as Old 5, alongside Old 9, named Fengjiu, with the hunting team duly registered. Qingzheng commenced a vigorous collection of mutated materials, utilizing those from the Shouqing group and purchasing others from external sources. Only by continuously amassing mutated materials could the hunting team's ranking be elevated. Currently, no one scrutinized the origins of these materials. Acquiring them was a testament to one's capability. The Shouqing group also operated its own hunting team, named the Shouqing Hunting Team, which ranked quite high among hunting teams across Huaxia. A significant portion of their mutated materials had been procured through purchase. However, this method was not sustainable. Everyone valued mutated materials dearly. Purchasing them was fraught with challenges. Firstly, the prices were exorbitant, and secondly, few were willing to sell. Even when materials were available, they were often swiftly acquired by the bases in the capital. It is crucial to note that as one ascended, the points required increased dramatically, and the disparity became staggering. The top 10 hunting teams had generally been established for several years, with some dating back even further, accumulating a substantial stockpile of registered mutated materials over the years. Only by reaching the top 10 could the establishment of a hunting team hold any genuine significance. Wang Jie resolved to venture forth to hunt mutated creatures the following day. Why not today? The day is still young, and we could conveniently depart via aircraft, Qing Zheng pondered. Wang Jie firmly insisted on tomorrow, as he had personal matters to attend to today. In recent days, he had gathered information about a renowned romantic spot in the capital, where he intended to collect sweet tears. That night, Wang Jie set out, accompanied by Old 5, Old 9, and Qing Zheng. What do you think the boss is up to? Who would have thought that the boss would ask that woman Lian Fei to compose a marriage proposal letter? What? Such a thing exists? Why didn't you mention it earlier? It's none of your concern. Lian Qin intends to forge an alliance with our family. What do you think? I hastily informed my father, suggesting that Lian Fei marry the boss, for he has finally found someone he truly cares for. Yet, something feels amiss. Perhaps the boss is currently on a date with Lian Fei. It is plausible. By the way, having Lian Fei write a proposal letter. The boss surely craves a sense of ceremony. Understood. Meanwhile, Wang Jie lurked in a corner, having learned from experience, waiting patiently. She witnessed a couple and directly pressured the man into proposing. Brother, we've only known each other for 3 days. Let us give it a try. It's bound to succeed. But there must be tears. I can't cry. Make her cry. Brother, I was just about to break up. Propose. Isn't that inappropriate? What is your relation to her? I insist. Propose. With a resounding thud, the ground cracked. All right, brother, I understand. It wasn't until the late hours of the night that Wang Jie finally collected the sweet tears. It was arduous work, totaling 5 materials. The simplest being the villain's severed palm. Who knows how long that would take? The marriage proposal letter was even more troublesome. Upon returning to her dwelling, she fell into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate time, the door was abruptly pushed open, and the 5th brother entered. Boss, that woman, Wen Zhao, has left. Wang Jie sprang up. Where did she go? Outside the base. It seemed a challenger had arrived, as informed by someone from the Beijing base. Wang Jie immediately made her way outside the base. Beyond the Beijing base, under countless gazes, a plump young man sat leisurely on a stone bench, clad in exquisite black armor, resting with his eyes closed. Those gazes were envious of the armor, clearly not of blue star craftsmanship. The armor, under the sunlight, exhibited no reflection, appearing remarkably solid. The young man wore a dark green lens over his left eye, seemingly displaying fluctuating numbers, radiating a distinct technological aura. At the foot of the city, Bai Yuan had arrived. With hands clasped behind his back, he stood there, staring at the plump young man. Upon Wen Zhao's arrival, Bai Yuan glanced at her. Do you know him? In the distance, the plump young man's lens numbers suddenly surged, emitting a beeping sound. He abruptly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Wen Zhao, his eyes lighting up. Isn't that the young lady from the Wen family? What a coincidence. Here you are. As he spoke, he waved his hands in greeting. Congratulations, you've broken through to the 8th seal. Wen Zhao regarded the plump young man, her eyes flickering. It's you? Do you know each other? Bai Yuan inquired. What brings you here? Wen Zhao asked. The plump young man pointed towards the Beijing city, saying, this is the largest power in the trial grounds. There should be plenty of disaster materials available for purchase. Bai Yuan observed the plump young man, then glanced at Wen Zhao. It was quite normal for these challengers to be acquainted, yet it appeared that this lady was quite wary of the plump fellow. By the time Wang Jie arrived, they were already negotiating prices outside. It was inevitable, for the goods displayed by the plump young man were irresistibly enticing. A combat power detector? Wang Jie, astonished, took the dark lens handed to him by Bai Yuan and placed it before his eyes, where numbers danced incessantly. He turned his gaze directly towards Bai Yuan. Remarkably, this was his first encounter with Bai Yuan, who, in turn, treated him with casual familiarity. The beeping ceased, settling on 500. The chubby boy explained, 500 is the minimum standard for the 7th seal level. A practitioner only reaching the 1st seal registers as 1, and the numbers ascend from there. However, these figures do not accurately reflect true combat prowess, as they fluctuate during battles and vary with the ebb and flow of seal energy. Wang Jie comprehended Bai Yuan and Appo's interest. This device could significantly reduce the time required to locate powerful mutated beasts and provide timely alerts. The chubby boy chuckled. This is quite practical, isn't it, Miss Wen? Wang Jie glanced at Wen Zhao, who nodded in affirmation. Many cultivators in the cosmos utilize such devices, she confirmed. However, she cast a sidelong glance at the chubby boy, adding, the more elite one is, the less likely they are to employ it, for it can lead to deception. The chubby boy rolled his eyes. Enough with the talk of elites. No offense intended, but you all should recognize your situation. Despite your high standing on Blue Star, you are, in essence, at the very bottom compared to the vast powers of the universe, destined for the interstellar battlefield. On that battlefield, the foremost priority is escape. Do not entertain thoughts of combat or accolades, for they are mere folly. Preserving one's life is paramount. At this juncture, without allowing Wen Zhao to interject, he proactively offered her a lens, stating, "Miss Wen, this is a gift for you. Wishing you triumph in this trial." A smile illuminated Wen Zhao's face as she silently accepted the gift, refraining from further words. Both Wang Jie and Bai Yuan discerned that the chubby boy was deliberately silencing Wen Zhao, clearly concealing something, yet the truth remained as it was, and their concerns for the future were unwarranted. Wang Jie returned the lens to Bai Yuan, who gestured invitingly to the chubby boy. "Shall we discuss this in the city?" The chubby boy acquiesced, displaying no fear of ambush. Wen Zhao maintained her composure, while Bai Yuan appeared unfazed, as if the revelation held no bearing on him. Wang Jie was curious about Bai Yuan's origins. Wen Zhao responded, "Galaxy Combat Readiness Corporation, Chi Wu." "Galaxy Corporation?" Wang Jie echoed. "That is merely a colloquial term based on your understanding. It is a commercial conglomerate specializing in the production of combat equipment. They frequently participate in trials across the major powers, trading various gear." Wang Jie grasped the implication. To infiltrate the trial of the first sect indicated considerable strength. Wen Zhao offered no further commentary, and soon in the city, Old Wu and his companions arrived, ready to commence their hunt. The first Pinnacle Group possessed multiple aircraft stationed at the 5 major bases. With the speed of their vessels, they soon landed. Towering trees surrounded them. Some appeared normal, while the majority were mutated. However, mutated trees did not necessarily possess aggressive tendencies. Beeping incessantly, the detector was now affixed to Wang Jie and Appo's face. He gazed to the right. 800 meters away, there is a 7th seal mutated beast. 2 kilometers away, a group of 5th seal creatures. Let us separate and proceed. For 2 consecutive days, they navigated the danger zone, relentlessly hunting mutated entities. With the prowess of Wen Zhao and Wang Jie, they need not concern themselves unless they encounter an exceptionally formidable being akin to Yuji. A few exchanges would suffice to resolve the matter. Meanwhile, the second, Jingzheng, is swiftly approaching the attainment of the 7th seal. Chapter 22. Breakthrough. No one can withstand the relentless practice of cultivating using the materials from the 7 marks level catastrophe. Even during the era of the 3 gods and 5 extremes, such luxury was unheard of. Currently, the hunting team of Blue Star boasts members who have all reached the 7 marks level. Should this information spread, it would undoubtedly astonish many. However, this phenomenon is also attributed to their limited numbers. Outside of the 3 gods and 5 extremes, there are already numerous practitioners at the 7 marks level. As the pace of cultivation has accelerated significantly following the 10-year transformation period. As Wang Jie strolled along the riverbank, he observed the enormous, swirling shadows beneath the water, serpents, and indeed, colossal ones at that, including several at the 6 marks and 7 marks levels. The detector pulsed continuously, alerting him. "Boss, let us draw them out one by one. Who knows how many are lurking within?" The detector couldn't distinguish their numbers? Wang Jie shook his head. The device could only gauge combat power, and the figures were fluctuating, making it impossible to ascertain their quantity. He resolved to follow old Jio's suggestion and lure them out for elimination. Regardless of their numbers, the 4 of them at the 7 marks level would be more than capable of handling the situation. Just as he was about to make his move, a fiery red streak shot across the sky. Wang Jie looked up, his expression shifting. What was that? Not far away, when Zhao glanced upward, his face grave. The second batch of trial takers had arrived. Someone had broken through to the 8 marks level. At the same moment, individuals across various regions of Huaxia witnessed the event. In the capital, Bai Yuan's countenance darkened. Indeed, someone had yielded to the temptation of breaking through. Who could it be? At the Tianfu base, Zhuotian furrowed his brow. Observing the meteor's trajectory, having just recently achieved his breakthrough, who would dare reveal their 8 marks cultivation at this moment? A multitude of meteors streaked across the sky. Significantly fewer than the first batch, yet they were concentrated in the east. Many unfortunate practitioners from the initial group had been cast into the sea, likely never to encounter a Blue Star dweller again. However, the circumstances surrounding the second batch were markedly different. The 5 major bases were in an uproar. Countless practitioners, filled with indignation, sought to uncover who had broken through to the 8 marks level and attracted the second wave of trial takers. News of this second batch spread rapidly, 32 individuals, all at the 8 marks level. This revelation left many in stunned silence. Practitioners of the same rank as trial takers are inherently stronger, and now with elevated realms, who could possibly stand against them? Zwation acted swiftly, issuing a notice urging all to expedite their breakthroughs to the 8 marks level to fend off the second wave of trial takers. He called for the catastrophe materials from the major bases to be prioritized for the 7 marks practitioners. Concurrently, a surge of power erupted across Huaxia, radiating outward from various focal points. When Zhao located Wang Jie and the others, signaling the commencement of the third transformation, Old Five exclaimed in astonishment. "There's a third transformation?" When Zhao replied, "The essence of the trials is to select the elite. When the second batch of trial takers descends, the existence of Blue Star practitioners is essentially to serve the trial takers, whose adversaries are the mutated creatures. Hunting these mutated beings serves both as a test and a reward. Thus, the mutated creatures will undergo a third transformation to adapt to confrontations with the trial takers." Wang Jie's gaze darkened. A trial is indeed a strategic endeavor. Logically, the first batch of trial takers could swiftly dominate all of Huaxia, were it not for him. The Jinling base would have been under the control of either Yin Si or Wen Zhao, and the same applies to the other bases. It can only be said that the first batch of trial challengers underestimated the inhabitants of Blue Star, resulting in a situation that they could not control. Moreover, the emergence of someone who broke through attracted the attention of the second batch of trial challengers. Above, a fiery red meteor soared towards the capital city. In the capital, all eyes were fixed on the approaching meteor from the sky, filled with trepidation. A trial challenger had landed nearby. The meteor streaked across the sky of the capital, crashing towards the south with a thunderous roar, shattering the earth and sending dust and debris swirling. Bai Yuan's figure flickered as he stepped onto the city wall, then proceeded southward. Upon arrival, he beheld a man slowly emerging from the smoke, raising his gaze to meet Bai Yuan's. A smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "Indigenous, daring to seek me out, you possess some strength, it seems." Bai Yuan landed 1,000 meters away from the man, feeling an overwhelming heat as the pressure of the 8 prince bore down on him. "Might I inquire about your intentions?" The man glanced at the vast capital base behind Bai Yuan, declaring, "This place now belongs to me." With a hint of resignation, Bai Yuan remarked, "Indeed. Compared to the first batch of trial challengers, you are far more straightforward." To the east, a flying craft descended. Wang Jie and the others had arrived, but did not disembark, observing the confrontation between Bai Yuan and the man. "Do you recognize him?" Wen Zhao shook his head. Bai Yuan raised his arm, a sword emerging from his sleeve. Grasping the hilt and pointing it at the man, "Can we come to a mutual understanding and refrain from laying claim to this base?" The man frowned. "Pointing a sword at me, you may as well prepare to die." With that, his clothing billowed without wind, his hair rising as he charged towards Bai Yuan. The earth trembled beneath his feet. With the second step, a ferocious aura surged forth, akin to a tiger descending a mountain, warping the air around him. With the third step, the sky darkened, an invisible weight suffocating all within a vast radius. A roar erupted, sending shockwaves outward. Drones shattered, and the protective screen of the capital base went dark. Countless souls within the base heard that roar, as the sky grew dim. Bai Yuan tightened his grip on the sword hilt, raised his eyes, and struck. A flash of cold light flickered, and the agitated air fell silent in an instant. Bai Yuan stood resolute, and before him, the man gazed in disbelief as his body cleaved in two. Inside the flying craft, Wang Jie's eyes widened. The speed of that sword was astonishing. No one anticipated that the 8 prince trial challenger would fall to Bai Yuan's strike. Given the commotion, it was thought he would launch a direct assault on the capital base, yet it ended thus. Bai Yuan sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Lao Wu and the others stared dumbfounded. This was truly remarkable. Wen Zhao had not expected Bai Yuan to be so formidable, unable to resist glancing at Wang Jie, who also looked back at her. The trial challengers had been careless, yet there was indeed a disparity in strength, even without their oversight. A second strike would have sufficed to fell him, Wang Jie remarked. Wen Zhao agreed. This fellow is not particularly strong among the second batch of trial challengers. Yet he is certainly not one that a mere 7 prince indigenous could simply cleave in two. Bai Yuan's martial skills are extraordinary. It is possible he has mastered a unique technique from the Jiai sect. Qingjing marveled. No wonder he is recognized as the most powerful among the 3 gods and 5 extremes. That strike was ruthless. Wang Jie sighed. I now believe that even among the second batch of trial challengers, there may not be anyone more formidable than you. The man appeared formidable, yet he was no match for Wen Zhao. It was crucial to ascertain who first broke through the 8th seal, as this would attract a second wave of challengers. Failure to do so would lead to recurring incidents, with no one considering the greater good. Currently, however, it was imperative that each major base had powerful figures stationed, lest they become susceptible to being seized. The river remained unchanged, yet the method had evolved. Wang Jie stood by the riverbank, the power within her surging. An imprint emerged on her abdomen. This was the 8th seal. She had succeeded in her breakthrough. Wen Zhao observed from a distance, curious about the strength Wang Jie possessed after transcending the 8th seal. Wang Jie herself was intrigued, acutely aware of the noticeable difference within her body post-breakthrough. Her power amplified. It was time to experiment. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. In the sky, a colossal finger descended, while another rose from the riverbed. It was as if a giant emerged from the void, one finger above and one below, compressing the river in between. Qing Zheng and the others gaped in astonishment. Was this not a gross exaggeration? Whose finger was that enormous? Wen Zhao squinted her eyes. Having witnessed it once before, she had experienced that overwhelming sensation firsthand, nearly leading to her demise. As a member of the Wen family, one of the 3 esteemed clans of the Jia sect, she had freely accessed the martial arts hall, mastering various combat techniques and wielding the bridge technique. Yet, even she struggled to breathe under such immense pressure. This finger technique was extraordinarily powerful. A river was cleaved by 2 fingers, and all the serpents at the riverbed perished, rendered as insignificant as ants before the might of the Tiandi Luo Xian finger. This single gesture even altered the river and Apos' course, causing the water to momentarily halt. Gather the materials, Wang Jie urged. Only then did the others snap back to reality, hastily diving into the muddy river bottom to collect the disaster materials from the slain serpents. You promised to teach me, Wen Zhao's voice echoed from afar. Wang Jie exhaled. Her power had been nearly halved, a far lesser expenditure than before, and she felt much more adept. The breakthrough had indeed proven beneficial, though it was also linked to her practice. Of course, but you must first learn the Luo Xian finger, she replied. Wen Zhao furrowed her brow. I am aware of the Luo Xian finger, but what was the name of that technique you just demonstrated? The Tiandi Luo Xian finger, Wang Jie answered. Wen Zhao felt a sense of familiarity. The name resonated in her memory. Suddenly, she recalled, her eyes widening as she fixed her gaze upon Wang Jie. Did you say it is called the Tiandi Luo Xian finger? Impossible. That technique has been lost to time. How could you possibly have learned it? Lost. Not in the Jia sect, Wang Jie countered. We possess it, but it is a relic of the past. This technique is exceedingly difficult to master. It is said that thousands of years ago, a predecessor of the Jia sect perished outside, being the last to successfully learn this technique. After that, no one within the sect could master it again. Where did you acquire it? Wang Jie pointed to the sky. Wen Zhao gazed at the projection above. The martial arts hall? She asked incredulously. Indeed, that predecessor must have left an imprint there. Yet, could one truly master the Tiandi Luo Xian finger merely from the hall's shadow? It seems implausible. She glanced back at Wang Jie, who appeared unfazed, leaving her at a loss for a rebuttal. Aside from the martial arts hall, what other avenue could he have had to attain the Tiandi Luo Xian finger? The Jia sect had always kept a watchful eye on the blue star. Wang Jie smiled at her. Enough pondering, I will teach you, and you shall master it. Wen Zhao sighed in bitterness, pondering the difficulty of the task at hand, as even the elite prodigies of the sect struggled to master it. The technique, the heavenly Luo Xian finger, had yielded a significant amount of cataclysmic materials. Boss, he remarked, if we hunt for a few more days, our hunting team's rank will surely ascend. Wang Zhao mused. These materials should suffice to elevate you to the 8th seal. The arrival of the 3rd batch of trial participants would not be swift. Even with ample materials, practitioners required time to break through to the 9th seal. How long do you estimate this will take? Wen Zhao contemplated. Training below the star-breaking level is, in fact, not overly challenging. Some individuals are born with star-breaking prowess, while those prodigies, despite an ordinary birth, can attain the 10th seal with their understanding. Initially, I doubted the existence of such beings in Blue Star, yet your presence, along with Bai Yuan, has compelled me to reconsider this perspective. Wang Zhao nodded. Then let us hasten our pace. Chapter 23. The Worm Man in the northeastern expanse of Huaxia, the undulating mountains lay shrouded beneath ominous clouds. Gigantic mutated beasts occasionally soared through the skies, while beneath the earth, interminable vines writhed, and even great trees appeared to scuttle, creating an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. This region was far removed from the 5 major bases, marking it as an unequivocal danger zone. A meteor streaked down with a resounding crash, attracting a multitude of mutated creatures. Amidst the swirling smoke, a young girl emerged, coughing persistently until a gust of wind dispersed the haze, granting her relief. Her slightly rounded and delicate face surveyed her surroundings, while her combat power detector flickered with relentless numbers. Her expression gradually shifted in dismay. How unfortunate! How many formidable creatures lurk nearby? 7 seals, 8 seals. Wait, is that a 9th seal? Fortunately, it was I who fell here. Any other would struggle to escape these mountains. With a self-satisfied hum, she drew a dagger and sliced her finger, allowing her blood to drip onto the ground, transforming into a hazy crimson mist that spread outward. The soil beneath roiled. The broader the mist spread, the more tremors resonated from the depths. In the next moment, a colossal and menacing centipede erupted from the earth, coiling around the girl. The centipede, measuring several dozen meters in length, unabashedly radiated formidable power. Meanwhile, a variety of insects began to converge, causing the previously encroaching mutated beasts to retreat. Above, the sky darkened, overwhelmed by a swarm of palm-sized mosquitoes, their mandibles glinting ominously. The girl lifted her chin and leapt onto the centipede's back. Let us go find Xiao Xiao. Let us see if you dare contest with me for brother Xiao. This time, I shall surely crush you. With that, the centipede surged forward, tearing through the ground as countless insects followed suit, marching forth from the mountains. For 10 days, Wang Jie and his companions had been hunting within the danger zone, ever since the arrival of the second batch of trial participants that fateful night. Mutated creatures had indeed undergone a third transformation. The number of 7 seal beasts had increased, and 8 seal creatures were frequently encountered. Yet, all fell beneath Wang Jie's masterful command of the cosmic techniques. The most perilous encounter occurred with a pack of mutated crocodiles, among which 3 possessed 8 seals, nearly putting Qingzheng in peril. However, that very group of crocodiles contributed significantly to the materials for disaster. If you cannot carry it, allow me to take it, Wen Zhao suggested. Old Zhao tightened his backpack, affirming, I can manage. When Zhao smirked, she had uttered this sentiment multiple times, yet these fellows remained wary of her. Nevertheless, she found amusement in their alternating burdens. Wang Jie executed the 8th step of the armor technique, leaping from tree to tree, leaving behind a series of afterimages, swiftly capturing a bird that circled above and forcing it down to the ground. 5 steps. Previously, Wang Jie could only manage 3 steps with the 8th step of the armor technique, yet now he had achieved 5, while Wen Zhao herself had only reached 5. She recognized Wang Jie's remarkable aptitude. The flying apparatus ascended, heading towards the base. How long until you reach the 9 seals? Wang Jie suddenly inquired. Wen Zhao replied, It is quite impolite to ask others about their progress. It seems I am nearing it. You can surpass me, after all. There is no need to dwell on subsequent realms. Wang Jie regarded Wen Zhao, asking, Is this truly the limit of your potential? Wen Zhao chuckled softly. As a battle slave, the most crucial aspect of cultivation is maintaining a rapid pace. The war slaves, mere cannon fodder, are sent to the battlefield in waves. All of them below the 10th seal, capable of rapidly enhancing their realms. Do you think there is a future for them? Wang Jie fell silent. Qin Zhengdao inquired. Can we cultivate your power? Wen Zhao cast a glance at him, replying, It is exceedingly difficult. Once one cultivates the locked force, it becomes nearly impossible to train in the celestial force, and any leakage of cultivation methods without the sect's consent is met with death. Qing Zheng instinctively recoiled. Wang Jie pondered aloud. You mentioned an enemy among the second batch of trial takers, a formidable one? At this mention, Wen Zhao's expression darkened. The celestial worm people. They are a rather peculiar human tribe, capable of commanding insects with their blood. Such beings exist? Lao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Wen Zhao responded. The universe is teeming with extraordinary civilizations. Humanity alone boasts numerous unique classifications, not to mention non-human civilizations. Do you think the interstellar battlefield is devoid of adversaries? It is no exaggeration to say that over 100 human branches have graced the interstellar battlefield, with the celestial worm people ranking among the lesser factions. The more prominent ones are beyond your imagination. Lao Jiao interjected. Are they akin to those who are born surpassing the 10th seal in combat prowess? Wen Zhao chose not to respond further, observing Wang Jie and the others produce such a wealth of disaster materials, many of which were of the 7th or even 8th seal. The short-haired woman was left astounded. 768, she murmured. Presently, the Blue Star hunting team holds that many points, just shy of the 10th-ranked C in hunting team. Regrettably, they have yet to breach the top 10, as they strive to accumulate points while other hunting teams do the same. First, the capital city meeting continues, but no longer represented by the initial trial takers, rather by individuals from the second batch. Secondly, Hong Jian has broken through to the 8th seal, along with Zhuotian and Bai Yuan, who have also achieved breakthroughs. Nearly all major bases have experienced assaults from the second batch of trial takers, yet they have managed to endure. Bai Zhao's birthday celebration has been cancelled, reflecting the prevailing tense atmosphere. The trial takers attending the meeting will arrive shortly. The capital city remains on high alert, preparing for that day. The registered disaster materials have been handed over to Lao Wu and his group, instructing them to elevate all to the 8th seal before proceeding. The Dongshan base, located in the northeastern region of Huaxia, is a small installation. Numerous similar small bases exist throughout Huaxia, as survivors lack the capability to traverse the vast distances to reach the 5 major bases and must settle nearby. At this moment, the inhabitants of Dongshan base are engulfed in despair. In the distance, a dark swarm looms, both in the skies and on the ground, even below. An infinite mass of insects. They have faced beast tides before, but the tide of insects is far more terrifying. A colossal centipede at the center sends shivers down everyone's spines. Unexpectedly, the swarm bypasses the Dongshan base, heading directly west, seemingly unwilling to waste a moment. Charge forth. Charge forth. Xiao Xiao, wait for me. I am coming. Upon the back of the giant centipede, a girl, flushed with excitement, envisions her nemesis beneath her feet. She has endured the trials for this very moment. Otherwise, as a celestial worm person, there would be no need for trials. She could simply join the sect. A fleeting glance reveals someone seated atop the fractured valley. The young girl paused, turning her gaze upward in surprise. Indeed, there was someone there. It was a young man, whose appearance was ambiguous, neither strikingly handsome nor ordinary, yet his eyes possessed an undeniable allure. They conveyed a blend of disdain and scrutiny, a mocking indifference that was painfully evident. The swarm of insects came to a halt. The girl observed the man. He was a trialist, though unfamiliar to her. Hey, would you like a ride? He inquired, his gaze surveying the insect swarm, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Little bug, go play by yourself. The girl seethed. Little bug was the most detestable term for the celestial worm people. With a swift motion, she struck the centipede, commanding it forward. The centipede rose to its full height, towering several meters as if to leap into the sky. Yet suddenly, as the man's expression turned frigid, an icy chill enveloped the air, seeping into her bones. The girl felt the world around her dim, colors and vitality receding, leaving her with only the vision of that man and his piercing eyes. It was a harrowing sensation, as though he had the power to crush her and the entire insect swarm within his grasp. Sweat trickled down her forehead. The centipede, at some point, had cowered down, trembling in fear. Swallowing hard, the girl, visibly pale, struck the centipede again, which turned and fled, eager to escape the scene. From a distance, atop the centipede, she gasped for breath, glancing at her trembling arm. Who was that? Such a terrifying figure should not exist among trialists, all of whom were beneath the 10th seal in cultivation. This individual could at most be an 8th seal, an identity that the Jia sect would not mistake. Yet, why was he so formidable? She was invincible. The insect swarm was unmatched. Days later, the capital and Oppo's S-base welcomed a multitude of trialists. The first and second batches combined exceeded 100, with 9 already arrived. Excluding Wen Zhao and Qi Wu, there were still 7. From the Southern Kingdom base, one of the 5 extremes, Lian Qin, personally accompanied a trialist. At this moment, Wang Jie was troubled, uncertain how to explain to his friends that he was not a pervert. Just yesterday, he conceived a plan to obtain a marriage proposal letter by purchasing it. Indeed, the simplest, most direct, yet most effective method. Merely writing a letter would be pointless. Sincerity was required. Thus, he conducted an experiment, having Qingzheng spend a fortune to acquire a love letter from a woman. The sum was substantial, causing the woman to weep with excitement, resulting in a letter filled with genuine sentiment. Whether her sincerity was directed at Qingzheng or the money was irrelevant, Wang Jie received it, and it proved useful. Hence, He instructed Qin Zheng to continue. Previously, he had not thought of this due to a lack of funds. In no time, 10 marriage proposal letters were gathered. Including the snowy canine teeth and sweet tears, 3 materials were now complete, leaving only the will of the defeated and the severed hand of a villain. Yet, he currently faced an uncomfortable situation, as several individuals regarded him with peculiar glances. Wang Jie could only confess to feeling overwhelmed. On this day, when Zhao received an invitation to a gathering organized by trialists, she attended, bringing Wang Jie along, as there were no restrictions against bringing guests. The venue was the same restaurant Qin Zheng had previously taken them to. The gathering was intimate, not too crowded, yet still comprising over a dozen individuals. Most of the trial participants gathered together, engaging in animated conversation. Besides Wang Jie, there were others present, such as the mother-daughter duo, Lian Qin and Lian Fei. At that moment, Qiwu was enthusiastically promoting a combat power detector to them, and Lian Qin appeared genuinely intrigued. Several had already been purchased in the capital, and who knows how many the chubby fellow had brought along. Upon noticing Wang Jie's arrival, the chubby boy's eyes lit up, and he made a beeline toward him. Lian Qin and Lian Fei turned their gaze toward Wang Jie. Is that him? Lian Fei nodded, affirming, he is formidable, at the very least. Hong Jian is no match for him. Lian Qin examined Wang Jie with bright, assessing eyes. Chapter 24. A resounding slap. Congratulations, brother Wang Jie. The Blue Star hunting team is ranked 11th. I believe we are not far from the top 10, so I extend my early congratulations, Qiwu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Wang Jie was taken aback. You still pay attention to this? Of course, Qiwu replied with a smile. In business, one must keep an eye on everything. Wang Jie remarked, it is all thanks to the efforts of the Shouqing group. Qiwu was delighted, and the two engaged in lively conversation. Soon after, Wang Jie learned that the purpose of the gathering was to negotiate the distribution of benefits among the trial participants. They were attending the meeting in the capital under the conditions of relinquishing their status as battle slaves and refraining from harming the Blue Star inhabitants. Once they achieved their objectives, the next step was to agree on the allocation of their gains during this gathering. Are all the trial participants present? Wang Jie inquired, puzzled. Qiwu shook his head. Not necessarily. Some trial participants know each other. Although there appear to be only a few here, they can actually represent the interests of 20 or 30 participants. As for the others, those who come will be present, and those who do not will not. It is quite straightforward. What if the other participants create a disturbance? Wang Jie asked. The strength among trial participants does not vary significantly. Otherwise, they would have directly joined a sect. With fewer participants, causing a ruckus would be meaningless. Besides, many fatalities occur during each trial. Why don't you discuss it with them? No one dares to encroach upon my share. Let them negotiate amongst themselves, Qiwu replied confidently. Wang Jie glanced towards the corner where Wen Zhao was also present but remained silent. To him, Wen Zhao seemed rather proud and should not be involved in such gatherings. She must surely have her own agenda. Lian Qin and her daughter arrived, greeting Wang Jie. However, their exchange was limited to a few pleasantries without further elaboration. Once the trial participants reached an agreement, one approached Lian Qin and her daughter, mentioning Wang Jie's name. He was taken aback. A proposal? Lian Qin glanced at Wang Jie in the distance and replied to the trial participant. Although she is yet to give her consent, I believe she will not refuse. Considering their mutual affection, especially with the Shouqing group facilitating the connection, it appears promising. Wang Jie was speechless, turning his gaze towards Lian Fei, who maintained a tranquil demeanor. It was undoubtedly the doing of Qi Lao Air. The trial participant sneered, addressing Lian Qin. I can facilitate your daughter's release from battle slavery. She is far superior to a mere native. After a pause, he fixed his heated gaze upon Lian Qin, adding, of course, that includes you, my beautiful mother. Lian Fei frowned, realizing the man was attempting to flirt with them. Wang Jie raised an eyebrow. Although it was a misunderstanding, being insulted openly was quite displeasing. Just as Lian Qin was about to respond with a playful remark, Wang Jie approached. The trial participant turned to him, smirking, and muttered 5 words under his breath. Once we're done, it's yours. Wang Jie halted, and with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap. The trial participant's body was sent crashing against the wall, leaving an impression in the shape of a person. This spectacle astounded everyone present, plunging the venue into an eerie silence. Only Wang Jie, lowering his hand, spoke coldly, trash. The expressions of the remaining trial participants darkened. What audacity to strike a fellow participant here. Wen Zhao was astonished, glancing at the ejected trial participant, realizing the farce had been unveiled. Lian Qin was equally taken aback by Wang Jie's assertiveness, clearly dismissing the trial participant entirely. In the distance, the trial participant had already succumbed into unconsciousness. Embedded within the dinted wall, the force of that slap was indeed substantial. My friend, is there not a more civil way to communicate? Resorting to violence is excessive. One of the challengers stepped forward, and the others encircled Wang Jie. Wang Jie glanced at the individual. Realizing he was the organizer of this gathering among the second batch of challengers, I am a straightforward person. Is he the one you brought? The challenger directed his gaze towards Wen Zhao, who nodded in affirmation. We demand an explanation. Wen Zhao turned to Wang Jie. I initially intended to leverage their strength against that formidable foe, yet you have rendered my efforts futile. The surrounding challengers were taken aback by such candor. Wang Jie, at a loss for words, replied, I do not know. Let us depart, Wen Zhao suggested. The challengers barred their path, their expressions towards Wen Zhao and Wang Jie filled with disdain, especially the leader, who fixated on Wen Zhao. We could have proceeded without inquiry and joined forces, yet it appears you have ulterior motives. Who are you? Where do you hail from? At that moment, Qi Wu stepped forward to mediate. Gentlemen, with negotiations with the Blue Star people imminent, internal discord would only provide them with amusement. Surely, you do not believe that the tracking devices affixed to you serve only for location purposes? It was then that Wang Jie realized these challengers, like Wen Zhao, were also equipped with tracking devices. The leader's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Wen Zhao and then swept his gaze over Wang Jie. Let them leave. We shall discuss this after the meeting. Wang Jie nodded to Qi Wu and they departed. Brother Chuan, are we simply going to let this go? That woman has shown us great disrespect, and that local dared to strike first. One challenger expressed his discontent. The leader, referred to as Brother Chuan, spoke in a subdued tone. That woman is likely from the Wen family. The surrounding challengers gasped in astonishment. The Wen family? One of the three surnames? Surely not. Why would a member of the Wen family participate in the trials? Brother Chuan turned to Qi Wu. Thank you. Qi Wu chuckled. Gentlemen, just ensure you look after my business. It was he who had informed Brother Chuan of Wen Zhao's identity, or else matters would not have resolved so easily. The Wen family possesses the stature to overlook them. They all strive to join the Jia-Yi sect, while the Wen family is one of its three esteemed surnames. Meanwhile, Wang Jie and Wen Zhao stepped outside. Why did you hit him? Wen Zhao inquired curiously. Wang Jie replied, his words were foul. You have made me undertake this journey in vain. You must take responsibility. How shall I be accountable? I chose you from among that group of challengers. What do you propose? To assist you in confronting that celestial insect? Wen Zhao nodded. Is the celestial insect truly formidable? Wang Jie asked. Wen Zhao met his gaze. What is the most numerous creature among your Blue Star inhabitants? Just as Wang Jie was about to respond with mutated creatures, he suddenly recalled that mutated beings could be divided into beasts and plants, yet they had overlooked another category, bugs. It is the bugs, an endless swarm of insects. That girl can command them, effectively becoming a sea of insects herself, Wen Zhao explained. Wang Jie's expression shifted, as if he had learned of someone capable of commanding a horde of beasts. A smile danced upon Wen Zhao and Appo's lips. Are you frightened? Wang Jie shook his head. Not to that extent, yet it is troublesome. This is the price of impulsiveness. Of course, you need not assist me, Wen Zhao remarked nonchalantly. Not assist? Wang Jie found himself in a predicament. It was he who had sought out Wen Zhao and proposed the collaboration. To retreat at this juncture would be somewhat unbecoming. Naturally, if his life were to be endangered, retreat would be imperative, and he would address that when the time came. As a native, there is no necessity to concern himself with the pride of the trial takers. Qing Zheng looked on in confusion. What? Ling Fei? Oh, you mean that woman? How is it, boss? Has she pinned you a marriage proposal yet? I have emphasized to my father numerous times that she must write it herself. The more sincere and moving, the better. If she could include a love letter, it would be even more splendid. Wang Jie, this misunderstanding was escalating. The moonlight cascaded upon the ground like a silvery veil, while deep beneath the capital, two red dots on the screen suddenly shifted. Teacher, they are moving. Two trial takers are on the move. Immediately, contact by Yuan and Sister Tang. Wait, another trial taker is in motion. They are all moving. Where could they be headed? Sound the alarm. In the capital, the alarm reverberated through the night sky. At the headquarters of the Qinshin group, the fifth brother abruptly opened his eyes and gazed out the window. Boss, we have guests approaching. In another direction, within a pristine courtyard, a black cat suddenly raised its head, its pupils reflecting the moonlight as it howled toward the heavens. Bai Xiao sat upright, little black. Streams of white light reflected under the moonlit night. piercing toward the courtyard. Bai Xiao grasped her blanket and flung it out. The soft fabric shattered the wall to shield against the oncoming white light, yet it was swiftly penetrated. From all four corners of the courtyard, 8 figures emerged, intent on murder. With a resounding crash, a house crumbled. Bai Yuan opened his eyes, grasped his sword, and struck. One sword stroke claimed a life. Upon seeing the familiar face beneath the moonlight, Bai Yuan and Apos' gaze turned lethal, the divine wind hunting team. Further afield, individuals emerged, advancing toward Bai Yuan, with none other than Chuan Gu leading the charge. The meeting in the capital was but a ruse. The true intent was to enter the city and eliminate Bai Yuan. Once a select few of Huaxia's strongest were slain, no one could oppose them. Simultaneously, Sister Tang faced an assault from 2 trial takers, equally skilled in the 8th seal, confident in their ability to eliminate her. However, they were met with an ambush. The elite of Sister Tang's hunting team were gathered within her abode. Meanwhile, on Bai Yuan's side, Chuan Gu and the other trial takers followed the divine wind hunting team into battle, only to find 2 of their own being inexorably pulled back by an unseen force. One emerged from behind a tree. Confronting Chuan Gu with a slight smile on his youthful face, "We meet again." Chuan Gu and Apos' expression shifted. "Zhuetian, what are you doing here?" The trial takers, it seemed, were ultimately rather foolish. Having spoken, Zhuetian clasped his hands in midair, and the 2 8th seal cultivators were forcibly restrained. Chuan Gu, astonished, exclaimed, "One of the 18 supreme techniques, void capture? Do not be surprised. Bai Yuan has eliminated all your men." Chaos engulfed the capital. The battle of the 8th seal stirred significant commotion. As for Wang Jie, the 5th brother had sensed the impending assault. 2 trial takers were approaching, one of whom was the very individual who had been knocked unconscious with a single slap. Their initial mission was to ambush Sister Tang, but taking advantage of the situation, they intended to first deal with Wang Jie. Little did they anticipate that their first strike would leave them dazed. Staring at the specially crafted battle blade that Wang Jie effortlessly seized, the trial taker, still marked by the imprint of a hand on his face, was bewildered. How could it be so swift? Could it be the 8th step of the armor? In the next moment, a searing pain pierced through his back, originating from the hilt of his own blade, causing his body to collapse in utter weakness. Another challenger, filled with regret, lamented his involvement in this treacherous endeavor. He turned to flee, his formidable prowess unleashed. A tempest of energy surged forth, shattering the windows lining the streets. Yet, in a mere flick of his wrist, Wang Jie dispatched a blade that pierced through his body, causing blood to spill onto the cobblestones. The challenger, horrified, thought, "No, not the bloodshed. In this world, there exists no remedy for regret." Wang Jie had no intention of leaving an adversary behind, just as he had slain that challenger. A voice filled with urgency reached his ears. "Boss, to the left." Chapter 25. Dead End. Wang Jie instinctively stepped forward, his foot executing the 8 steps of armor. Before him, a flying dagger whizzed past, barely grazing his scalp and piercing through the wall, leaving a small hole in its wake. He fixed his gaze to the left, where a shadow swiftly retreated. Trying to escape, he advanced a step, raising his hand to unleash the Luo Xin finger. The spiraling force surged across the distance, hurtling towards the fleeing figure. The individual attempted to evade, but the ground shattered beneath the impact, creating an unfathomable pit. Wang Jie relentlessly unleashed the Luo Xin finger. The figure darted into an alley, believing himself safe, yet was struck in the thigh by a remote Luo Xin finger, sending him crashing to the ground. Wang Jie appeared, pointing once more. The man gritted his teeth and hurled the flying dagger, infused with formidable imprint power, as 8 imprints surged forth to collide with the finger technique. It was a futile attempt. The dagger pierced through the finger force, aimed directly at Wang Jie, only to be caught by him. Even the might of the 8 imprints could not withstand his grasp, while Wang Jie's spiraling energy struck the man, shattering his other leg, leaving him to wail in a pool of blood. Gazing at the dagger in his hand, Wang Jie recognized the identity of his assailant, Li Xiang, one of the 3 gods and 5 extremes from the Tianfu base. Li Xiang lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his legs numb and immobile. He looked at Wang Jie from a distance, unable to comprehend. "How could you catch my dagger with empty hands?" Wang Jie himself was astonished at his own strength, attributing it to the recent training. This was Li Xiang's full-powered strike, and as a fellow practitioner of the 8 imprints, it was not to be underestimated. Yet, he had caught it instinctively, his body not perceiving it as a threat. In truth, he had intended to evade the dagger thrown amidst the spiraling energy. Now, a deeper shock washed over him. Why attempt to assassinate me? Wang Jie clutched the dagger, fixing his gaze on Li Xiang. Li Xiang forced a bitter smile. There is no point in further discussion. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Is it because of Zhuotian? The Broken Blade hunting team is based at Tianfu, and Zhuotian is quite familiar with Li Xiang. Li Xiang stared at Wang Jie. Only Zhuotian can lead everyone to survive the apocalypse. You attempted to assassinate him 2 years ago, and you still will not relent. If I do not kill you, my heart will be restless. Did Zhuotian send you? My task is to protect Tang Jie. Who would have thought that the 2 trial participants meant to assassinate her would seek you instead, while I coincidentally needed to find you as well? The world is ever-changing. In the distance, a rumble echoed, originating from the Baiyuan family S direction. This night was anything but tranquil. The trial participants clearly had no intention of collaborating with the Blue Star people. Their foremost desire was to seize control of the base and monopolize all the disaster materials. With Li Xiang covertly present, Zhuotian was undoubtedly nearby as well. In this conflict, the trial participants had utterly failed. As a ray of sunlight graced the earth, dawn arrived. The headquarters of the Shouqing group was surrounded, with over 1,000 cultivators quietly awaiting under Baiyuan's leadership. Shortly thereafter, Wang Jie emerged. Baiyuan turned to him. For the safety of the base, let Wen Zhao relocate. Wang Jie replied coolly. She did not go out last night. Baiyuan. Hands behind his back and somewhat languid. I know. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived to this moment. Bold words, yet Baiyuan had the stature to back them. Wen Zhao did not dispute this. Despite her own formidable strength, surpassing all trial participants, she did not believe she could escape from this capital city unscathed. Rest assured. We shall not harm her, Baiyuan assured. Wang Jie inquired, where is Qi Wu? He left before last night, fleeing faster than anyone. Baiyuan responded, where is Zhuotian? Is there a matter at hand? Do not feign ignorance. You are completely unaware of my dealings with him? Baiyuan, feeling helpless, replied, that is your affair. Now, I kindly request that Miss Wen Zhao be moved to another location, as she is the only trial participant I have in the capital. We wish to analyze her powers. Li Xiang, dragged out by Lao Wu, remained before Baiyuan. Baiyuan was astonished, realizing Li Xiang was present. No wonder he had not been found until now. What is he doing here? Wang Jie's tone turned icy. To assassinate me. As she spoke, she produced a flying knife and casually tossed it, embedding it into the wall that Li Xiang had pierced the previous night. Baiyuan observed, his gaze fixed on Li Xiang, who closed his eyes in silence. This matter was unrelated to Zhuotian. Baiyuan appeared nonchalant, yet he discerned the underlying issue with clarity. Wang Jie retorted, on what grounds should I trust you? What do you intend to do? Wen Zhao, I will keep watch. I shall not leave her side, and I guarantee she will not pose a threat to the capital. Simultaneously, you may continue to analyze her powers. If you disagree, I will seek out Zhuotian and see if I can eliminate him this time. As she spoke, her fingers moved, her internal energy boiling, and behind her, Lao Wu and the others stepped forward. Outside the Qianxiu group, a multitude of practitioners approached. Baiyuan frowned. This was becoming troublesome. Had it not been for Hong Jian and Appos, as intelligence, he might have dared to act, but given the circumstances he glanced back at Li Xiang. Both were at the same level of power, yet Li Xiang had been crippled, while Wang Jie remained unharmed. Her strength was unfathomable. Adding to this, her brothers and Miss Wen Zhao herself were formidable opponents. Their collective strength undoubtedly surpassed that of the trial participants eliminated at night. Ultimately, Baiyuan acquiesced to Wang Jie's demands, allowing Wen Zhao to remain under her watchful eye. However, he increased the number of practitioners monitoring the perimeter, with Sister Tang even taking residence in a nearby house. As for Li Xiang, he was doomed. Wang Jie could not allow him to live. He was too radical. Intent on eliminating all threats to Zhuotian, with Wang Jie being the foremost target. This was a matter Baiyuan could not prevent. The terms he had negotiated with Wang Jie merely postponed her pursuit of Zhuotian. Zhuotian had not arrived. Lao Jiao and Appos' tone was somber. Wang Jie glanced outside. While they were not restricted in their movements, their options were limited unless they ventured into the wild. Of course, Wen Zhao could not join them, as her powers still required analysis. From the perspective of the Blue Star, Wang Jie hoped for a thorough examination of Wen Zhao's abilities. Thus, he was reluctant to sour relations with Baiyuan and his group. The reason for her protection was that there were circumstances that Wen Zhao would never know if she fell under Baiyuan and Appos' control. Thank you. Wen Zhao expressed her gratitude to Wang Jie. Wang Jie replied, I am not aiding you. I am honoring a promise. After all, we are still allies. Wen Zhao sat on the sofa, surrounded by formidable foes and internal threats, and yet, you still choose to protect me. which takes me by surprise. Wang Jie, what do you seek from me? Do not speak of cooperation. Killings with Tian would yield the same result with or without my assistance. I am even less inclined to help you now. Lao Wu and the others exchanged glances and silently departed. Some matters were best left for the leader to discuss. Yet, the leader was aware that they had also come to realize the truth. Wang Jie sat opposite Wen Zhao and directly inquired, "How can we liberate the inhabitants of Blue Star from their status as war slaves?" Wen Zhao smiled at him and replied, "I had a feeling you would ask that. Why is it that Bai Yuan and the others distrust those trial participants, yet you place your faith in me?" Wang Jie remained silent, gazing at her. If Wen Zhao were under the control of Bai Yuan and his companions, her proud disposition would never allow her to divulge such information. Wen Zhao nodded and said, "Considering your willingness to assist me, I shall reveal the truth. The words of those trial participants are mere fabrications. There are no quotas available. Through the trials, they can only ascend to become outer disciples of the first sect. How could mere outer disciples possibly possess the means to escape the status of war slaves? Even if they have exceptional backgrounds, it remains the same." At this juncture, she fixed her gaze solemnly upon Wang Jie, stating, "If you wish to rid Blue Star of its war slave identity, there is but one solution: to fight." Wang Jie raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Fight?" Wen Zhao affirmed, "Indeed. To fight. Fight until you earn the recognition of the first sect. You must gain the acknowledgement of formidable forces beyond this universe who will safeguard Blue Star for you. This is the only path forward, yet it is also the most arduous. For a mere group of trial participants seeking entry into the outer sect, what can you achieve even if you defeat them all? For a behemoth like the first sect, a single inner disciple could easily accomplish what you strive for." Wen Zhao refrained from continuing, for the implication was clear. This was a dead end, a path devoid of hope. It resembled an invincible powerhouse deprived of worthy opponents. To manifest the might of such a powerhouse, formidable adversaries are essential. If the trial participants from Blue Star were all ordinary, Wang Jie's triumph over them would ultimately bear no significance. Wang Jie furrowed his brow. But the inner disciples of the first sect must surely exceed the 10 seals in power. I have defeated all the trial participants of the same realm. Wen Zhao and Apos' eyes reflected sympathy as she explained, "That is because you cultivate the locking power. A genius who cannot foresee a bright future is not worth the sect's investment, even if they are merely a war slave of little consequence to the sect. Moreover, what you mentioned is precisely the first sect's requirement for all trial participants. Each time the sect holds an assessment, there are numerous trial locations like Blue Star, inevitably housing geniuses capable of suppressing all trial participants. Most of those recruited by the first sect fall into this category. Furthermore, you remain unaware of the sheer terror possessed by some of the universe and Apos as powerful beings. Those renowned strongmen, when at your level of the 8 seals, could potentially eliminate you with a single strike." Wang Jie's pupils constricted in disbelief. Wen Zhao continued, "There is no need for doubt. My own aptitude can only be deemed average. If you cannot astonish me, how could you possibly compare to those formidable individuals? Thus, is the future of Blue Star destined to be that of cannon fodder?" Wang Jie's voice was laden with suppression. Wen Zhao's response soon reached Bai Yuan and his companions. The capital was under strict martial law, fully prepared for the trial participants. Bai Yuan and the others made their stance abundantly clear. They were adversaries of all trial participants. Any notion of collaboration or available quotas was a ruse. And the conference in the capital was annulled, for the trial participants would never regard the inhabitants of Blue Star with respect in their eyes. The people of Blue Star were merely war slaves. To all bases, I hereby declare, I am Bai Yuan, Zhuotian, Tang Jie, Hong Jian, and Lian Qin. Do not collaborate with any challengers, nor place your trust in their words. For a decade, I have endured the apocalypse on Blue Star, losing countless compatriots along the way. In our struggle for survival, we have sacrificed everything, yet that does not imply we should relinquish our dignity. This is our sole remnant of honor. Whether as combat slaves or cannon fodder, since we cannot escape our fate, let us strike back against it. We shall resist all challengers, demonstrating to the lofty alien civilizations the indomitable spirit of the people of Blue Star. From this moment forth, let there be no mercy for any challenger. Chapter 26. Purpose. Wang Jie and the others listened intently to the voice emanating from the broadcast, sensing the resolve of Bai Yuan and his companions. A nocturnal ambush had laid bare the mindset of the trial participants. Had they not been prepared, the extent of the losses in the capital would have been unfathomable. The trial participants were indifferent to the lives of the Blue Star inhabitants, driven solely by the desire for resources. The number of trial participants remaining in the outside world remained a mystery. Wen Zhao stated that only the next batch of trial participants would know. Among the third batch, there existed a formidable individual named Yunlai. The Jia sect comprised 3 surnames, Wen, Yun, and Xiao. Yunlai was a prodigy among the younger disciples, having perfected the 8 cloud arrows through his mastery of the 9 seals, one of the 18 ultimate techniques comparable to achieving the complete Jia 8 steps. Yet, how many steps could one take at present? Faced with Wen Zhao and Appo's inquiry, Wang Jie felt a weight upon his heart. 9 seals, one of the complete 18 ultimate techniques. He immediately relayed this information to Bai Yuan and the others. A series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Qingzheng opened it to find Sister Tang, her displeasure evident as she stormed in, fixing her gaze on Wang Jie. Why is it that all your messages bear ill tidings? Wang Jie could only respond with a sense of helplessness. Wen Zhao turned to Sister Tang. No one can stand against Yunlai. Even with the arrival of the 4th batch of trial participants, it would likely be the same. He is a transcendent being. Sister Tang raised an eyebrow. Do not underestimate Bai Yuan. He hasn't even had the chance to make a move. Wen Zhao spoke plainly. Sister Tang narrowed her eyes. With all this talk, are you not concerned about failing the trials? This metaphor was undeniably disheartening, and her expression visibly darkened. Yet, it was the truth. The more Wen Zhao spoke, the more it signified indifference, reflecting the Jia sect's attitude. They were akin to ants in captivity. Simultaneously, Bai Yuan's side received the same message, almost in real time. Below ground, Bai Yuan gazed at the screen, his expression calm. Beside him, Zhuo Tian furrowed his brow. Is it truly difficult to make Jia sect concede? Do you have any assurance? Zhuo Tian sighed. It seems we cannot escape our fate. Bai Yuan's gaze darkened. You could become a warrior slave, but Bai Xiao could not. I advise you to spend as much time as possible with your daughter while you can, Zhuo Tian remarked before departing. Is there nothing you can do? Bai Yuan suddenly asked. Zhuo Tian, who had taken only a few steps, replied helplessly, You overestimate me. After a pause, he added, However, it is not that I am completely without options, but they are not significantly better than Wen Zhao and Appo's methods. Do tell. It is not about defeating them, but rather annihilating them entirely. Previously, they had instructed all bases to show no mercy toward the trial participants. That was determination, not a goal. Now, what Zhuo Tian proposes is a definitive objective. Bai Yuan locked eyes with the young man, who was only slightly older than his daughter. Zhuo Tian smiled. As long as all trial participants perish in this trial, it will not conclude. A temporary fix rather than a solution, but it could buy us some time. Bai Yuan closed his eyes. I understand. Less than 60 kilometers from the capital, an armored vehicle moved slowly along the shattered outskirts of the city. Captain, this area should be secure. Shall we take a brief respite? Very well. Captain, do you see that black line in the rear? A black line? No. That's not right. Run. Quickly. The armored vehicle roared to life, disregarding whether its noise attracted the attention of mutated creatures, racing westward at an unparalleled speed. Along the way, they were beset by mutated beasts that violently collided with them, nearly shattering the armored car. Just when they anticipated a second impact, the mutated creatures suddenly seemed to go mad, sprinting westward instead. The entire desolate city erupted in chaos, with various mutated beings scurrying both above and below. Some mutated plants climbed towards the towering skyscrapers, as if threatened by an unseen force. The black mass drew ever closer to the armored vehicle. Despite the vehicle's swift pace, navigating the ruins of the city proved challenging. As they looked closer, they realized that the ominous black line was not merely a shadow, but an ocean of insects. Countless bugs surged toward them, jumping and bouncing with relentless fervor. The faces of the crew turned pale, gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread, as if they were teetering on the edge of an abyss. Yet, no matter how fast they drove, they were ultimately engulfed by the swarm. The armored vehicle was battered continuously, but the insects showed no intent to attack. They merely flowed past, indifferent to the occupants. Clang, clang, clang. The crew stared, transfixed, at the grotesque giant centipede beside their vehicle, where a young girl was knocking on the window, smiling at them. They swore they had never imagined finding themselves in such a surreal situation. A beautiful girl amidst a sea of insects? Had the bugs gained sentience? Trembling, they cautiously opened the window. The armored vehicle felt nearly transparent against the backdrop of the swarm. Do you know where Wen Zhao is? The girl inquired, her tone casual. The crew exchanged glances, confused. Wen Zhao? They shook their heads. The girl frowned, raising her delicate white fist. Are you certain you don't know? As she spoke, the centipede twisted its body, its menacing head fixating on them. Desperation washed over the crew as they stammered, "We truly don't know." The girl rolled her eyes. This wretched woman, so lacking in presence, clearly not as lovely as I am. With that, she gave the centipede a pat and departed, leaving them to watch the insect swarm recede into the distance. A sense of relief washed over the crew, as if they had narrowly escaped death. "Captain, that direction leads to the capital," one exclaimed. "Quick, contact the base. We can't get through," came the grim reply. "It's over." Wang Jie was exercising. Not at night, but during the day. This was the first occurrence of such a phenomenon. It seemed that the frequency of his workouts varied with the passage of time, likely correlated with his physical condition. This session felt different from the previous ones. He was parched, but not in the typical sense of thirst for water. Instead, he craved a powerful force with insatiable hunger. He immediately extracted disaster materials to absorb their imprint power. The imprint energy was swiftly absorbed. Yet his own imprint strength did not increase, leaving Wang Jie puzzled as to where the absorbed energy had gone. Regardless, the intensity of his thirst was overwhelming, compelling him to continuously absorb energy in pursuit of relief. "Old 5, hand over the disaster materials," Wang Jie shouted. Old 5 and the others quickly relinquished all their disaster materials. As they watched Wang Jie exercise and absorb energy simultaneously, an odd sense of fusion enveloped the atmosphere. However, the materials consumed by Old 5 and his companions had depleted much of their stock, proving insufficient. Wen Zhao also produced disaster materials and tossed them to Wang Jie. "Thank you." Wang Jie sighed in relief. The quality of Wen Zhao and Apos' materials was commendable. He continued to absorb and exercise, feeling no fatigue, yet the ground beneath him became drenched in sweat, emanating an unpleasant odor. Wen Zhao was also observing Wang Jie, while the others looked on with growing concern. Could the leader be unwell? As the exercise concluded, Wang Jie hurried to take a shower. The group stared at the ground, wondering if he had detoxified. By the time Wang Jie emerged, the floor had been meticulously cleaned. Wen Zhao scrutinized Wang Jie and exclaimed, "Leader, your complexion has become fairer." The fifth brother gasped in astonishment. Wang Jie glanced at his arms and pondered. "It seems the impurities within you have been purged. Those movements truly reflect a form of cultivation," Wen Zhao remarked. Wang Jie inquired, "But I haven't increased my spiritual strength." Wen Zhao furrowed his brow. "That is precisely what intrigues me. Where has your spiritual strength vanished?" Wang Jie gazed at his hands, realizing that while his spiritual strength had not increased, his physical power had remarkably doubled. Indeed, it was a complete doubling. Was this the effect of the exercise? It had astonishingly transformed spiritual strength into pure physical prowess. He could not discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. Yet, Wang Jie understood that with this newfound strength, his speed and defenses had also enhanced. He was undeniably stronger than before his workout. But the extent of this enhancement remained abstract. It was far from a simple addition. Qing Jing approached with a flattering smile. "Leader, please share your secrets. It's remarkable to achieve such an improvement in skin quality." Wang Jie sighed in resignation. "If it were that simple, I would have shared it long ago. You all witnessed the movements. You can practice them anytime, yet the results may not replicate my own." Wen Zhao interjected, "That is to be expected. The Jia sect possesses similar cultivation methods, which cannot be freely disseminated. Each technique is accompanied by specific supportive practices. Merely observing the movements does not suffice for mastery." A knock resonated once more. The ninth brother stepped out to answer the door. The fifth brother, growing impatient, remarked, "Why is Sister Tang here again?" Sister Tang entered, her expression grave. "A swarm of insects is approaching. Prepare for battle." When Zhao's expression shifted dramatically, "A swarm of insects?" Wang Jie and the others were equally taken aback. Sister Tang fixed her gaze on Wen Zhao. "What do you know?" Wen Zhao's demeanor turned serious. "What was inevitable has come. It is Chong Ruo." At the eastern gate of the Beijing base, Bai Yuan and his companions stood in shock, gazing at the vast, dark mass outside. They had faced countless beast tides and various mutated plants during the apocalyptic calamities, yet this was their first encounter with a swarm of insects. Though the insects were highly aggressive, they did not target humans, nor did they assault human bases. Their primary adversaries remained the mutated beasts and plants. How could such a formidable swarm appear? Zhuotian's eyes flickered as he deployed drones. One by one, the drones ascended into the sky, heading towards the swarm. In the distance, a dark cloud approached, not a cloud, but a mass of flying insects, colliding with the drones and bringing them crashing down in explosions. However, before being shot down, one drone managed to capture an image. The photograph reached by Yuan and Zhuotian, revealing a colossal centipede with a girl perched atop its back. A trial taker, Zhuetian and Apos. S voice was low. Bai Yuan immediately instructed to summon Wen Zhao. Wen Zhao had already arrived, as Sister Tang led them to the parapet. Upon viewing the photograph, Wen Zhao recognized the figure. It's Chong Ruo. She has come to find me. Chong Ruo? Bai Yuan questioned, confusion evident. At this moment, Wang Jie's attention was fixed on Zhuetian. The others, including the fifth, fixed their gaze upon Zhuetian, their eyes betraying a calm yet lethal intent. Zhuetian exchanged glances with Wang Jie and offered a subtle smile, remarking, "Indeed, you are quite youthful. My assumptions were correct." Wang Jie's tone was frigid as he retorted, "It is quite regrettable that I failed to eliminate you 2 years ago. You were born outside Jinling City, were you not? One of those orphans." Zhuetian spoke, his eyes probing. Wang Jie did not refute the claim. The fifth scoffed, "I am one as well." "So am I," chimed in the ninth. Chapter 27. The charge observing the group. Zhuetian chuckled softly. "It appears my research direction was not misguided. Desperation indeed brings forth potential." He turned to Wang Jie. 2 years ago, 8 individuals attempted to assassinate me. Among that batch of orphans, it is fortunate that a few have survived to become elites. Qing Zheng could no longer restrain himself, but Wang Jie intervened, stating, "Now is not the time." Zhuetian remarked with a smile, "Young master of the Shouqing group. It seems you are not one of them. Why do you lend them your assistance?" Qing Zheng gritted his teeth, "Because you are a beast." Zhuetian laughed. "Success is built upon the corpses of the defeated. Did your father not teach you this? I have shown you mercy." "No need," Qing Zheng roared in response. Bai Yuan glanced over. "Zhuetian, cease your words." Zhuetian cast a long look at Wang Jie. "Bestowing all splendid resources upon those most suited is the path to humanity's future. I should be around a decade your senior. You ought to be grateful to me." Wang Jie fixed her gaze on Zhuetian, nodding, "Not only should I be grateful to you, but also those orphans who perished in flames. I will ensure you meet them." Zhuetian smiled faintly and refrained from further comments. Wang Jie turned to Wen Zhao. "Is it indeed Chong Ruo?" Wen Zhao nodded. A grave expression etched on her face as she gazed into the distance. "She is instilling fear. This is a tactic typical of the Tianchong people. Humans instinctively fear insects. Using a swarm to intimidate the capital can incite panic and facilitate their objectives." "What is her objective?" Tang Jie could not help but inquire. Wen Zhao narrowed her eyes, "Either the base or me." "You?" Bai Yuan looked at Wang Jie. Wang Jie nodded in affirmation. "What is the most effective way to counter her? And who exactly are these Tianchong people?" Wen Zhao elaborated on the situation regarding the Tianchong, leaving Bai Yuan and Zhuetian astonished. They had assumed humans were merely humans, with no distinctions, yet they were surprised to discover individuals capable of controlling insects, and that there were many such unique groups throughout the universe. Zhuetian and Apos' eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is the universe, the starry sea everyone longs for. Blue Star is but a corner." Tang Jie spoke solemnly. "Are you suggesting we cannot deal with this Chong Ruo? What if she commands the insect swarm to assault the base? What is her own strength? Can she be decapitated?" When Zhao pondered, "She likely will not attack the base." However, Bai Yuan and the others remained skeptical of Wen Zhao and Apos' words. They waited in silence. Based on Wen Zhao and Apos' estimations, the insect swarm would instill fear for 2 days, gathering more insects. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan and the others debated whether to attempt a decapitation now. Yet, the intimidation did not last long, for Chong Ruo soon appeared, mounted atop a colossal centipede. The girl, brimming with arrogance, addressed the individuals within the capital base. "Listen closely, you are now surrounded. Surrender Wen Zhao immediately, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, you shall face utter devastation. I shall repeat, within." The group gazed at the distant Chong Ruo. Bai Yuan moved his fingers. At this distance, he could attempt to strike. Sensing the murderous intent, the centipede suddenly reared up, effectively blocking the space between Chong Ruo and the base. Bai Yuan let go, realizing that the centipede was incredibly powerful, and he could not guarantee a single strike would suffice to kill it. Within the vast expanse of the insect sea, numerous 8-marked insects abound. The sheer magnitude of this insect sea surpasses any previous beast tied. Sister Tang and her companions turned their gaze toward Wen Zhao, who, as expected, was the target of their pursuit. Wen Zhao calmly observed the scene outside and stated, "You currently have 2 options. Either continue to detain me and await the insect sea to locate me, or allow me to depart at your discretion." Uncertainty loomed over them. No one knew the appropriate course of action. The capital base was engaged in analyzing Wen Zhao's powers. although the process was slow. They believed that confining her would eventually yield results, potentially altering the cultivation methods of the Blue Star inhabitants. Yet, confronted with the insect sea, they were reluctant to engage in conflict. If you release her, she may conspire with the insect Ruoruo, and we would find ourselves in a precarious situation. Zuetian remarked coolly, fixing his gaze upon Wen Zhao. How can we trust that you harbor animosity toward her? Wen Zhao remained unfazed. Believe what you will. I prefer to stay within the city, where it is at least safe. Zuetian did not contest her assertion, acknowledging its validity. Bai Yuan turned to Wang Jie. Aware of the complex predicament, they could not release Wen Zhao, fearing it might be a ruse to facilitate her escape, yet they could not keep her either. If her intentions were genuine, the capital base would be threatened by the insect sea. Zuetian's voice resonated through the drone directed at Ruo. We can offer you Wen Zhao, but only her lifeless form. Ruoro was incensed. What use do I have for a corpse? I must prove to Brother Shao that this woman pales in comparison to me. Natives. If you dare to slay Wen Zhao, I will raise your base to the ground. Wang Jie frowned. Her words sounded increasingly like a desperate attempt to rescue Wen Zhao. Zuetian turned his attention back to Wen Zhao and inquired, given your understanding of this woman, will her insect sea annihilate the capital base? All eyes were on Wen Zhao, anxiety palpable in the air. None felt equipped to confront such an overwhelming insect sea. Wen Zhao replied coolly, no, she will not. Although Ruoruo is no paragon of virtue, she is not a harbinger of great evil either. The sky insects can infiltrate the inner sanctum of the Jiai sect, and her presence here is to overshadow me and demonstrate her superiority, rather than to test her mettle. Therefore, even if you do not allow me to leave, you need not fear that she will obliterate the base. By saying that, perhaps we truly will not let you go, Sister Tang interjected. Wen Zhao shrugged nonchalantly. That is your concern, Wang Jie argued. Even if we do not initiate an attack, how long can the base withstand being encircled by the insect sea? With no external aircraft able to enter and our own exit blocked, we would be trapped. The remaining bases will face the trialists alone, and when the third batch arrives, we will be utterly defenseless. Zuetian concurred. Now is not the time to sever ties with the trialists. Our focus must be on continuously enhancing our strength, relentlessly hunting mutated creatures instead of exhausting ourselves against the insect sea. Your previous statement suggests you have a solution? He directed his question at Wang Jie. Wang Jie met his gaze. I do. I will take her out. Wen Zhao was taken aback. Boss. Qing Zheng and the others exclaimed in surprise. Wang Jie raised a hand to silence them, turning his attention back to Zuetian. I will keep a close watch on her. Even if Ruoruo aims to rescue her, I am confident I can either kill or severely injure one of them before my demise. In my view, the likelihood of this being a charade is minimal. She has previously informed me of an enemy who is a sky insect. Before this moment, one could hardly have anticipated being ensnared within the confines of the capital base. Bai Yuan and the others gazed intently at Wang Jie. Once one departs the base, survival becomes unpredictable. Do you consent? There is no choice. Wang Jie replied in a somber tone. Wen Zhao stared blankly at him. Yet I have two conditions. Wang Jie raised his hand, pointing at Zuetian. Firstly, he must accompany us. Zuetian narrowed his eyes. Bai Yuan frowned. The greater situation takes precedence. Wang Jie interrupted him directly. Spare me your talk of the greater situation. I do not wish to postpone my vengeance. Allow him to accompany me for 3 days, and after that, whether he lives or dies will depend on his own abilities. The group turned their attention to Zuetian. Qing Zheng and the others urged Wang Jie to reconsider, but he halted them, insisting they remain safely at the base. Very well, Zuetian acquiesced. Wang Jie locked eyes with him. What if you cannot endure the full 3 days? Zuetian looked up. Let Bai Yuan kill me. It must be done. Bai Yuan's gaze sharpened, and facing the intense stares of Lao Wu and the others, he consented. Wang Jie agreed as well. What is your second condition? Bai Yuan inquired. Wang Jie glanced at his 3 brothers behind him. Henceforth, provided my brothers have not wronged the Blue Star people, no one shall trouble them under any pretext. Lao Wu clenched his fist. Boss, we will accompany you. I am swift. I should be able to escape, Lao Zhou added. Qing Zheng gritted his teeth. I will mobilize the entire Shouqing group's resources to assault the Bug Sea. I refuse to believe we cannot capture that woman. Wang Jie chuckled softly. Have you forgotten what I just told you? Even if we break through the Bug Sea, we cannot escape the fate of being war slaves. I have my own choices. The 3 men's expressions darkened. The reason Wang Jie was willing to venture into danger was solely because of a word spoken by Wen Zhao. Fight. Fight to carve out a new destiny. He did not wish to become a war slave, nor did he desire for the people of Blue Star to suffer such a fate, turning their world into a purgatory. Thus, let us fight. The Bug Sea may be perilous, yet it also offers an inexhaustible supply of disaster materials. He employed calisthenics to merge with his inherent powers, thereby augmenting his strength, a viable path. Even without the Bug Sea, he had contemplated breaking out to hunt mutated creatures in the danger zone. Faced with the Bug Sea and the seemingly endless array of mutated beings, he still held a glimmer of opportunity. However, if he were truly cast onto the interstellar battlefield, there would be no further chances. He did not believe that his current abilities could withstand forces capable of shattering the stars. At present, he could not even destroy a single city. By taking Zwation along, he achieved a dual purpose. He was uncertain whether Zwation could survive the 3 days, but it was certainly preferable to allowing him to languish within the comforts of the base. Wang Jie turned to Wen Zhao. Let us go. Wen Zhao gazed deeply at Wang Jie. You will die. I know. Wen Zhao nodded. Very well. With that, he approached the edge of the city wall, positioning himself within the line of sight of the Bug Sea. The moment the bug caught sight of Wen Zhao, its eyes lit up, and it rose, unceremoniously shouting, Xiao Xiao, you are indeed still alive. Ha ha ha, come forth, let my little bugs greet you. You cannot escape now. Brother Xiao will witness your disheveled state. Ha ha ha. Wen Zhao gazed down from her elevated position at Chong Ruoruo, remarking, You insolent girl, though your bosom is modest, your arrogance knows no bounds. Chong Ruoruo stood in stunned silence, as did the others who overheard. The remark was laced with venom. You are doomed, Wen Zhao. You wretched woman, your end is near. I shall kill you. I am determined to end your life. Chong Ruo cried out with all her might, her voice piercing the air. The swarm of insects beneath her stirred restlessly, surging towards the capital base. Bai Yuan and the others exchanged anxious glances. Wen Zhao cast a fleeting glance at Wang Jie before departing. Wang Jie turned his gaze to Zwation, who took a deep breath and affirmed, I stand by my words. I have no regrets about my actions. Resources must be allocated to a select few first. Enough of this nonsense. Wang Jie declared as he leaped down alongside Wen Zhao to confront the vast insect horde, landing and promptly turning to flee. Zwation followed suit, descending to the ground and trailing behind Wang Jie and the others. This was the condition. Otherwise, he could easily have chosen a different path, avoiding the swarm entirely. Chapter 28. Longevity surpassing the southern mountains under the watchful gaze of countless individuals at the Beijing base. The sea of insects shifted direction, with Chong Ruo furiously cursing as she leaped upon the back of a centipede. The sky was an ominous black, advancing ominously ahead. Zwation raised his palms, reaching out to grasp the air, executing a relentless series of sweeping palm techniques. Each strike shattered a swarm of mosquitoes. Wen Zhao, astonished, remarked, Is this empty-handed capture? Wang Jie, with a single palm directed downward, curled his fingers, summoning a whirlwind of dust that coalesced around him. With a similarly executed strike, an endless cloud of dust engulfed the rear, as various stones tore through the mosquito horde with greater efficiency than Wen Zhao and Zwation combined. This was a combat technique Wang Jie had acquired from the celestial projection. He could perceive a multitude of combat techniques, densely packed. Unlike others who could only discern one or two, while many could not even see the celestial projection, the earth was shrouded in dust. Seizing the opportunity, the trio made a swift escape. Wang Jie and Zwation remained vigilant, ever wary of each other's intentions. Under normal circumstances, they would have temporarily allied to confront the wave of insects before addressing their own rivalry, yet neither was inclined to do so. They preferred to resolve their conflict first. From beneath the earth, numerous brownish insects surged forth. Though lacking lethality, they clung to the trio, effectively marking their positions. Behind them, a rainbow arched through the sky, drawing nearer. Yet it was no mere rainbow. It was a multitude of mutated butterflies, vibrant in color and intertwined like arrows in the sky. Markings were evident everywhere, on the earth, in the sky. At the Beijing base, Bai Yuan and the others wore solemn expressions. The sea of insects appeared even more formidable than they had perceived. Beneath the ground, in the sky, and in the distance, countless more awaited. Strictly speaking, insects infested every corner of Blue Star. Chong Ruo was indeed invincible. Zwation clapped his palms together, producing a sharp sound, and then parted them, causing a translucent phantom to expand and ripple outward. Facing the butterflies, Wang Jie extended a finger, unleashing a spiraling force that disturbed the air, piercing through the rainbow bridge, only to be immediately restored. In another direction, countless leaping insects approached with alarming speed. They were spiders, an unending swarm of them. Above the spiders, myriad ladybugs descended, while ants emerged from below. They were surrounded. Though Chong Ruo did not pursue them directly, she could command a vast expanse of insects. What is the extent of her control? Zhuotian inquired. Wen Zhao replied, at least 100 miles in diameter. Such a wide range? Zhuotian was taken aback. Wen Zhao remained composed, stating, in cosmic battles, the scope is measured by the stars. A mere 100 miles is insignificant. Wang Jie's gaze sharpened. We must find a lake. Zhuotian glanced to the right. There is one in that direction. Charge. Behind them, Chong Ruo shouted fiercely, directing the insects, Xiao Zhao. There's no escape for you. Meet your end. No matter how swiftly the trio moved, swarms of insects continued to encircle them. They could not possibly breach a radius of 100 miles in an instant, the moment they were spotted by Chong Ruo. Their fate was sealed in a struggle for survival. Calamity had descended, plunging all into a desperate battle between life and death, Wang Jie included. Yet, this ordeal felt far less daunting than the near-fatal encounter with fire in the past. At that time, hundreds of orphans were cast into the basement to be burned. A scene he would never forget, nor could he erase the image of Zhuotian leisurely sipping a drink outside the basement, nor the heart-rending sounds of death that echoed in his ears. Before him, a massive wasp was cleaved in two. Wang Jie's gaze swept across, and Zhuotian glanced simultaneously, both on high alert. An endless slaughter ensued, as the insects obscured the heavens and the earth, rendering the path utterly indistinguishable. Time lost its meaning, and they became numb to the carnage. A thick layer of insect corpses blanketed the ground. Wen Zhao gasped for breath, her sword trembling in her hand, drained of strength. Yet the insects continued to surge forth, boundless and relentless. Leave me behind, and you may live, Wang Jie urged. Seizing Wen Zhao and carrying her on his back, she struggled to free herself, insisting, that's not what I meant. I still have strength. Conserve your energy. Zhuotian observed Wang Jie's back, his gaze settling on Wang Jie's wrist. He had been fighting with sheer physical strength rather than any mystical force. Was this individual truly so powerful? Just a little longer. We are nearing the lake, he reassured. Rustling sounds erupted as countless insects burrowed up from the ground. The sky darkened with a swarm of moths and various bizarre, mutated flying creatures, blotting out the sun entirely. Before long, they reached the edge of the lake. While the water could not deter the insects, it provided clarity to their movements. At the very least, these creatures had to cross the lake's surface. Wang Jie leaped onto a small island in the center of the lake, where a viewing pavilion stood, long abandoned. Zhuotian spoke in a low voice. This lake harbors many mutated fish that can help us fend off the insects for a while. We can take this opportunity to rest, as long as we remain vigilant against the flying creatures above. Wang Jie gently set Wen Zhao down. As Wen Zhao touched the ground, she looked up at the sky, where the dark, crimson sea of insects descended like a shroud, further accented by a distant rainbow arching, forming an arrowhead. With a swift motion, she raised her sword, and a beam of light shattered the clouds, cleaving the dark veil above. This act also revealed their position to the capital city. Although the distance was not great, the densely packed swarm of insects appeared insurmountable. Wang Jie and Zhuotian positioned themselves on either side of the lake's shore as the insects surged forth, spreading over the water's surface. Beneath the lake, mutated fish emerged to devour the insects, igniting a grand battle of aberrant creatures before their eyes. The lake was soon stained a deep crimson, emitting a foul stench. Amidst this chaos, there were numerous disaster materials, albeit rather ordinary ones. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Jie and the others absorbed the mystical energy within the disaster materials to restore their own strength. Wen Zhao similarly drew upon the energy. Didn't you say we were cultivating strength-locking techniques? You practice as well? Wang Jie inquired, her curiosity piqued. Zhuotian directed his gaze towards Wen Zhao. Engage with that woman, buy us some time. Wen Zhao looked toward the lakeshore, where a colossal centipede was approaching, with Chong Ruo perched upon its back. After a brief contemplation, she called out, Little bug, are you afraid? Upon hearing Wen Zhao and Appo's voice, Chong Ruo erupted in fury. You dare call me little bug? You dead woman. This is not over. You are indeed frightened, Wen Zhao shouted once more. Chong Ruo gritted her teeth in anger. What do I have to fear? It is you who should be afraid now. All you need to do is plead for mercy and declare that Xiaogu is forever ching Ru and Appo's, and I shall set you free. Xiaogu is forever ching Ru and Appo's, Wen Zhao shouted. An immediate silence enveloped the scene. Ching Ru stood stunned. Say that again? When Zhao repeated, Xiaogu is forever ching ru ru and Apos, s. The swarm of insects ceased. Only the fish at the bottom of the lake continued to surface to devour the insects. Have you conceded? Ching ru ru inquired loudly. When Zhao replied, indeed. I concede. I assure you, from this moment forth, I shall not speak to your Xiaogu when I see him, nor will I even lay eyes upon him. His sincerity was palpable. Wang Jia caught on to his intent. Ching ru ru found herself at a loss after such a grand display. The opponent had surrendered without any sense of achievement. Xiaogu must have seen and heard this, right? You were just giving up? Wang Jia asked, recalling his own proposal letter. When Zhao and Apos, S expression was solemn. I have no interest whatsoever in the Xiaogu she speaks of. It is her own misguided affection that leads her to perceive me as a rival. I am powerless to alter that. Zhuotian chuckled and shook his head. So it turns out this was all a misunderstanding. Ching ru ru felt a lingering discomfort, her victory lacking satisfaction. Xiao, you're not stalling for time, are you? The trial scene is visible to the sect. What I say can also be heard by your Xiaogu. When Zhao stated, Ching ru ru was conflicted. While the words rang true, she still felt uneasy. But you just insulted my figure. I am not particularly ample either, he countered. You call me a little insect. Haven't you always referred to me as Xiao? Ching ru ru opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond. Wang Jie sensed the atmosphere had grown peculiar. The tension had dissipated. After a lengthy pause, Ching ru ru suddenly smiled with a sense of triumph. Xiao, if you wish for me to let you off easily, it's quite simple. Just kiss that man you are carrying. When Zhao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Wang Jie. Wang Jie was also stunned. Was such a thing even possible? He found he would not mind. Ching ru ru. Do not push your luck. You were the one who first tried to take Xiaogu from me. I have no ties to him, as I have already conceded. Then kiss that man, and I shall believe you. Ching ru ru, you could endanger him, when Zhao cautioned. Ching ru ru huffed, I do not care. You kiss him, or he kisses you, and this matter will be resolved. Otherwise. As she spoke, a gigantic centipede raised its upper body, its fearsome appendages writhing menacingly. Wang Jie exhaled sharply. Enough of this woman's nonsense. We have rested long enough. Let us proceed. He then turned his gaze toward the distance. Ching ru ru, is it? Ching ru ru held her head high, brimming with pride. You have a small chest, a small rear, and a face full of blemishes. I wish you longevity until 80, surpassing the southern mountains. With that, she seized Wen Zhao and ran. Zhuotian was momentarily stunned, but quickly followed suit. Ching ru ru glared at the center of the lake, her expression alternating between green and white, and shouted furiously. Indigenous, how dare you insult me? I shall kill you. The swarm of insects frantically pursued. Wen Zhao, being pulled along by Wang Jie, finally registered. To insult her is to court death. She may not kill me, but she can certainly take you down. Wang Jie cast a glance at Zhuotian, who was trailing behind. I am not so easily dispatched. When being pursued, one must vent their frustrations. It is a pity she is too far from me. That centipede is formidable. Otherwise, I could easily dispose of her with a mere finger. When Zhao shook his head, you cannot kill her. The Tianchong people harbor deep grudges. They possess countless methods to make your existence a living hell. Chapter 29. The art of concealment. On the bridge, the swarm of insects once again encroached upon them. The lake merely afforded a brief respite, incapable of halting the relentless tide of the insect horde. Be cautious, Wen Zhao urged. He surveyed their surroundings. 5 8-print insects had them encircled. It was astonishing that Ruo had managed to control such a multitude of 8-print insects. How do you know there are 5? Zhuotian inquired unexpectedly. A swarm of wasps descended upon them, and from behind, a sharp stinger tore through the air, aimed directly at the back of his head. Zhuotian found himself unable to evade. The attack was too swift, yet suddenly, a shadow behind him sprang to life. Like a phantom, deflecting the stinger and saving his life. Wen Zhao was taken aback by this occurrence. The shadow had come alive. The direction of the stinger's trajectory, whether by coincidence or design, fortuitously flew towards Wang Jie. Wang Jie kicked the stinger aside, and from beneath the earth, a massive black scorpion emerged, its stinger thrashing the air and sweeping across the vicinity. The dark green hue of the stinger was unmistakably poisonous. Wen Zhao swiftly stepped back, employing the 8-step technique to distance himself from the scorpion. Wang Jie followed suit with the same technique. Only Zhuotian, unacquainted with the 8-step technique, remained within the scorpion's lethal reach. Meanwhile, the surrounding wasps descended in a blinding swarm. As for notions of grand strategy or collective defense against external foes, they were but empty rhetoric. In this brutal apocalyptic era, the prevailing philosophy was clear: I may perish, but my enemies must fall before me. This sentiment was shared by both Wang Jie and Zhuo Tian. The 8-step technique was a maneuver designed for narrowly avoiding attacks, not for prolonged application. Although both Wang Jie and Wen Zhao possessed other combat techniques that allowed for remarkable speed, they could not escape the grasp of the insect swarm. They could only endeavor to evade encirclement and slaughter. Over there, Wang Jie pointed. Is that the direction of the capital city? His gaze sharpened. What do you think will happen when the insects encounter the mutated beasts? Wen Zhao grasped his meaning. As they could neither deplete the insect horde nor allow the capital to engage with them, their focus must shift to the mutated creatures. They remained within the safety zone, but their next move would naturally lead them into the danger zone. Behind them, an endless wave of insects pursued relentlessly, the 8-print insects closely behind. Above and below, they were surrounded. As time passed, the energy within them waned. Even while attempting to replenish their strength as they fled, it was insufficient. They had anticipated that the insects would multiply by nightfall, yet they had overlooked a crucial detail. Night belonged to the plants. Mutated flora thrived in the darkness, with the most formidable varieties emerging under the cover of night. It was peculiar, yet undeniably true. Wang Jie and Wen Zhao sprinted towards the danger zone, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, they finally departed the safety zone. At the moment night descended, enormous mutated plants erupted from the ground, corresponding with the chaos of battle against the insect horde. Occasionally, the growls of beasts echoed in the air. Wang Jie and Wen Zhao sought refuge within a dilapidated high-rise. Crouching down and suppressing their presence, they exchanged glances. You indeed possess the technique of concealment, Wen Zhao remarked. Wang Jie gazed out the window, observing the insect horde dividing as they searched for them. During the day, we cannot evade their sight, but the night offers a different opportunity, especially in such tall buildings. The higher we ascend, the less likely we are to encounter them. Do not underestimate Ruo, he cautioned. And do not underestimate the danger zone, Wang Jie replied. In the span of a decade, our esteemed Huaxia has established 5 major bases. Despite our relentless efforts to expand our safe zones, they remain rather limited. The remarkable mutated plants have played an indispensable role, significantly alleviating our burden of dealing with the swarms of insects. Wen Zhao did not contest this. Glancing outside before retrieving the disaster materials to present to Wang Jie accepted them directly, murmuring her thanks. It is I who should be grateful to you, not the other way around. I have already fallen into her grasp. You will not perish, came the reassuring reply, but neither will you find ease. Wang Jie maintained her composure, absorbing the imprinting energy without the slightest hint of leakage, which astonished Wen Zhao even further. This is not merely a conventional method of restraint. It resembles the toad breath, one of the 18 ultimate techniques. How did you acquire such a plethora of combat skills? Is it truly many? Wang Jie had no intention of elaborating. It was merely a childhood fascination. She had once observed a figure squatting beneath the sky and Appos, S projection, seemingly engaged in some game. Naturally, as a child, she was intrigued and emulated the action, ultimately honing her talent to perfection. This technique not only obscured one's cultivation from external scrutiny, but also allowed for the absorption of imprinting energy without revealing any signs. Quite practical indeed. Wen Zhao regarded her intently. At times, I suspect you are not a native, but rather a special disciple from within the sect. Wang Jie inquired with curiosity, a special disciple? Wen Zhao nodded before abruptly rising. We must relocate. Insects are approaching. Wang Jie followed Wen Zhao as they descended to the next level. Your observational methods are remarkably effective. Previously, I discerned only 3 8-imprint insects, yet you immediately identified 5. Is this the technique you spoke of, the bridge method? Indeed. What does the bridge method entail? Wen Zhao gazed up at the starlit sky. If you could depart from this planet, you would comprehend it. Explaining it now would be futile. Wang Jie refrained from pressing further. Before long, the building trembled as insects began dismantling it. Wen Zhao frowned. The insects are not foolish. They know how to force us out. Wang Jie grimaced. How can there exist such a creature as a celestial insect man? Despite being an 8-imprint itself, it can command a swarm of insects. There are several 8-imprint insects. It is simply illogical. The universe does not abide by logic, Wen Zhao remarked as he prepared to move again. They continued to evade the insects. Meanwhile, in the distance, the creature known as Ruo decided to take a rest, unwilling to sacrifice her beauty by staying up late. However, before slumbering, She ordered the destruction of all towering edifices in the vicinity, leaving them with nowhere to hide. Xiao Xiao, your demise is imminent. And that vile man as well. As the dawn's light began to creep in, Wang Jie roused Wen Zhao. It is time to depart. Wen Zhao had spent the majority of the night on guard. As she alone could sense the approaching insects, Wang Jie had relieved her an hour prior. With dawn approaching, being discovered was of little consequence. Nonetheless, Wang Jie found little comfort in sleep, as the buildings collapsed one after another. They had changed locations thrice, narrowly avoiding detection. Without the cover of night, they were once again on the run. Wen Zhao rose, retrieving fresh water from her storage ring to wash her face and brush her teeth, turning her back to Wang Jie as she donned a clean, sheer veil. Wang Jie, they shattered the glass and dashed out, fleeing. Ruo spotted them, leaping up to shout, "There! Young ones, pursue!" A torrential wave of insects surged after them. After the swarm of insects departed, the area was effectively cleared. Those perilous mutated plants were entirely eradicated during the night, and the mutated beasts continually retreated, too intimidated to provoke the swarm. Since they were fleeing anyway, Wang Jie thought it prudent to lead the swarm in circles, methodically purging the hazardous zones surrounding the capital. As for the disaster materials, collecting them while on the run became increasingly effortless. Who among the cultivators in the capital would dare to venture out? Not everyone possessed the strength to escape amidst the swarm as he did. Both Wang Jie and Wen Zhao were among the top-tier cultivators on Blue Star. Although the swarm was abundant and the 8 marked insects numerous, they lacked the immediate capability to eliminate them. In contrast, they adapted to the swarm's onslaught. Wen Zhao's bridge technique ensured they would not fall into dire straits while also providing opportunities to rest, leaving the insect row momentarily at a loss, infuriated, compelled to summon more insects. However, within the danger zone, the insects gathered, and the number of other mutated creatures engaging in battle also escalated. The capital had also begun to notice the swarm's peculiar movements as it circled the base, conveniently clearing the perilous surroundings, resembling a leisurely dog walk. 2 days passed, and Wang Jie's armor step advanced to the 6th level. Indeed, practical experience proved most effective. Wen Zhao similarly reached the 6th level, drawing ever closer to the 9th mark. How little time had passed. As one of the initial trial participants, he had progressed from the 7th to the 8th mark. Now nearing the 9th, Wang Jie began to grasp why the armor sect dispatched the trial participants in batches. It rendered the process relatively fair. Once the 3rd batch arrived, Wen Zhao would not lag behind. They commenced the 8th set of basic calisthenics. Wang Jie was taken aback. How could this be happening now? Had it been accelerated? All around, a swarm of insects obscured their vision. Wen Zhao slashed with her sword, more incisive and formidable than before. What? Just hold on a moment while I exercise. Wen Zhao suddenly turned to Wang Jie, bewildered. What? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wang Jie began his exercises. Wen Zhao was stunned. Ahead, a colossal black scorpion charged forth, its stinger poised to strike. Wang Jie, are you insane? What are you doing exercising at a time like this? Even if you're on the verge of a breakthrough, this is not the moment. She hastily defended herself, noticing a butterfly descending towards Wang Jie. Gritting her teeth, she activated armor step, circling Wang Jie while brandishing her sword in defense. Sweat beaded on Wang Jie's forehead. He did not wish for this either. But if he didn't act now, the wristbands would melt him away. Closing his eyes, he resolved to proceed. Not only to exercise, but also to absorb the disaster materials. Wen Zhao's heart sank, and she shouted, Wang Jie. But he remained oblivious. She longed to abandon him. Yet there was no escaping now. Without Wang Jie's cooperation, she could not carve a path through the swarm. There was no time to gather the disaster materials strewn around them. In the distance, Ruo stared wide-eyed, bewildered, pondering what that malicious man was doing. Was it some strange ritual? Instantly, she became cautious. Wen Zhao's pupils shimmered, and luminous streams appeared within her gaze. Suddenly, everything she perceived transformed. The insects vanished, replaced by currents of energy, her bridge technique. She discerned threats through these currents, dismissing the weak and focusing solely on formidable foes. Her external demeanor conveyed an indifference to the attacks of the 5 seal insects, which she perceived as inconsequential. She allowed them to strike her while she herself lunged forward with her sword towards the formidable scorpion. Wen Zhao was knocked back by the insects, spitting out a mouthful of blood, while the scorpion, its tail severed, retreated in disarray. It seemed as though she had cast aside her very being, delivering a decisive blow to another 8 seal insect, despite the relentless onslaught of other insects upon her. causing her veil to fall from her face and inflicting injuries upon her arms, calves, and back, some toxins even gnawing at her skin, exposing bone. She persevered. The ground was strewn with countless insect carcasses, a testament to her extreme limits. Yet, amidst the chaos, she continued to shield Wang Jie, even including the lifeless form of the scorpion in her protective embrace. Chapter 30. What is he doing? Wang Jie had finally completed his exercise. Though his eyes were closed, he was acutely aware of the events unfolding around him. Observing Wen Zhao struggling to maintain her balance, he stepped forth, embracing her and seizing the long sword from her hand to execute a horizontal strike. The force erupted within him, unleashing a terrifying power. This single strike cleaved through the air, creating visible fissures around him, with a radiant edge sweeping across a radius of 1,000 meters. Where the sword passed, 2 8-seal insects and several other creatures were vanquished, even startling the insect, Ruo, with the sheer ferocity of the sword's aura. Wen Zhao, weakened, began to falter. Wang Jie held her tightly and leaped into the distance. Meanwhile, Ruo, witnessing their escape, quickly regained her wits and commanded the pursuit to continue. The swarm of insects was endless, intent on exhausting them to their limits. Wang Jie fled with Wen Zhao for several hours until nightfall, when he finally exhaled in relief. Hiding in the basement, Wen Zhao pushed Wang Jie away, glaring at him with frustration. Wang Jie, feeling helpless, apologized. I didn't and oppose. Mean to. Wen Zhao, pale, retrieved a healing ointment to tend to her wounds. Shall I assist you? He offered. Get lost, she retorted. Acknowledging his fault, Wang Jie stepped back, watching her in silence. Wen Zhao fixed her gaze upon him. Turn around and close your eyes. Wang Jie complied obediently. After a considerable time, she finished treating her wounds and sat down, careful not to lean against the wall due to the pain it caused. Are you out of your mind? She questioned. Wang Jie chuckled awkwardly. Yes. I promise it won't happen again. Wen Zhao was at a loss for words. Recalling his earlier marriage proposal, she inexplicably found his past actions somewhat justifiable. She no longer wished to argue. Thank you, Wang Jie expressed gratefully. Wen Zhao remained silent, realizing that being with him had forced her to resort to cursing, something she had never done before. This rascal was infuriating. Wang Jie sighed, brushing his wrist guard, attributing the blame to himself. However, the exercise had allowed him to absorb a substantial amount of energy, significantly enhancing his strength, now 4 times that of when he first arrived in the capital. This newfound power enabled him to unleash such a formidable strike, not merely a demonstration of swordsmanship, but a sheer combination of strength and energy. He had indeed grown significantly stronger. Had it not been for the relentless pursuit by the insect swarm, he would not have acquired such a wealth of transformative materials. We can still continue. We should retaliate, Wang Jie suddenly declared. Wen Zhao rested with her eyes closed. Wang Jie looked at her. That centipede is the most troublesome. It's formidable, comparable to the moon plants outside the Jinling base. However, we are not weak either. By the way, what is the combat capability of that Ruo? Wen Zhao opened her eyes, now calm. Very poor. Wang Jie nodded. As long as we can get close to her, it should suffice. Wen Zhao elaborated. The celestial insect people are inherently weak, which is why they protect themselves so vigilantly. It's not easy to capture them. Ruo excels in the 8-step armor technique. In fact, the entire celestial insect tribe is required to master it. She can execute 7 steps. Wang Jie frowned. So she is 1 step faster than us? That could prove quite troublesome. With that centipede around, if Ruo is faster, they will be impossible to catch. He recalled Wen Zhao's warning about the Tiandi Luo Xian finger being a lethal move, reminding himself not to kill Ruo. Though Wang Jie was decisive in battle, he was not foolish. If the creature Ruo were to perish, the misfortune would befall the entire Blue Star. Thus, he is reluctant to resort to lethal measures unless absolutely necessary. Wen Zhao took a moment to rest. They found themselves in a sealed underground chamber, a location ill-suited for concealment, as it was prone to encirclement. However, they had no alternative. Ruo had become adept at the chase, demolishing any towering structures in their path, leaving them with nowhere to hide. It was only a matter of time before their refuge was discovered. Nevertheless, Wen Zhao needed to recuperate. Fortunately, they possessed a combat power detector. As long as no 8-seal insects approached, even if surrounded, Wang Jie could still carve a path to freedom. That night, Wen Zhao fell into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted. The shrill alarm of the combat power detector pierced the silence. Wen Zhao opened her eyes and rose. Wang Jie reached out to steady her, only to be gently rebuffed. At that moment, he noticed the wounds on her body had already scabbed over, healing at an astonishing rate. Lend me your sword, he requested. Wen Zhao complied. No need. But it doesn't mean I won't. He had witnessed the most striking sword technique before. He crouched slightly, the sword's edge directed behind him, gripping the hilt firmly. Lowering his head, observing Wang Jie's movements, Wen Zhao seemed to recall something. Was this the sword-drawing technique? The energy flowed from his arm to the blade, forming a spiral of wind. As his breath reached an apex of tension, he suddenly raised his head and drew the sword with a fierce flourish, cleaving downward. An unparalleled wave of sword energy surged from below, slicing the earth in twain, and even the towering 5-story buildings above were severed in an instant. The residual force of the sword energy ascended, severing the flying insects that obscured the sun, allowing a sliver of light to shine through. With this strike, the sword shattered. Unable to withstand the force, Wang Jie had not anticipated the fragility of the blade. We must flee, he urged, and Wen Zhao hurriedly followed. The swarm of insects surged forth. Wang Jie moved with increased speed and ferocity. His augmented strength rendered him even more formidable, his actions swifter. Not only Wen Zhao, but even Ruo sensed the change. How could that man grow stronger again? He was still an 8th seal. Suddenly, Wang Jie fixed his gaze on Ruo and made a gesture as if to behead her. A chill ran down Ruo and Appo's spine, soon replaced by a surge of fury that clouded her reason. Indigenous wretch, do you dare threaten me? Do you dare threaten a celestial insect? You are doomed. No one can save you, native. Wang Jie laughed heartily. Little insect, just wait for me to catch you. With that, he thrust a finger forward, unleashing a spiral of energy that was twice as powerful as before, crashing through and sweeping away a swarm of insects as he made his escape with Wen Zhao. A colossal centipede reared its menacing head, hissing ominously. Ruo's face flushed with rage as she summoned more insects. The more the better. This man was more infuriating than Xiao Zhao. Her primary objective remained to acquire those cataclysmic materials. Ruo's control over the 8 seal insects had dwindled to just 2, excluding the centipede. Days later, while fleeing, Wen Zhao suddenly warned Wang Jie, you need to perform your ritual. Wang Jie glanced at her, surprised. You know about this? Wen Zhao replied solemnly, I care not for your reasons. Just confirm the timing. I do not wish to perish. After some deliberation, he concluded, it should be tomorrow afternoon. We need to find a suitable location. Wen Zhao pondered briefly before agreeing, the lake we visited previously would suffice. It is teeming with mutated creatures, and the water will allow us to see our surroundings clearly. Wang Jie was also curious to ascertain whether Zhuotian was alive or dead. The following afternoon, he arrived at the site submerged by insects, where he found nothing but a pool of blood, collecting the surrounding remnants of the calamity. He silently made his way toward the lake. Zhuotian was not dead, he was certain of it. After enduring days of combat against Chong Ruo, they had come to understand that she was not a cruel individual. Her intent was merely to surpass Wen Zhao, and she had never truly harbored murderous intent toward them. Thus, even if Zhuotian had been slain, there should have been a corpse. Chong Ruo would not allow Zhuotian's body to be consumed by the insects. The absence of a body could only imply one thing. Chong Ruo had spared Zhuotian, casting aside his distractions. Wang Jie beheld the lake and leaped to the central clearing, finding that the pavilion had completely vanished. When had this occurred? He could not tell. Wen Zhao looked at Wang Jie and remarked, you truly are the one being forced to exercise. Wang Jie did not deny it. Is such a thing uncommon in the universe? In the distance, a dark sea of insects drew nearer. Wait 5 more minutes. If you have not finished exercising by then, we shall flee, Wen Zhao declared, pausing momentarily before they began to run in separate directions. Wang Jie nodded. There was no reason to endanger others for his sake. Despite having lost several 8 seal insects, the centipede remained, and the threat posed by the insect horde was still considerable. Within 2 minutes, a sound echoed nearby. Wang Jie exhaled in relief and began his exercises. Wen Zhao too felt a sense of relief. Whether she wished to admit it or not, she did not want to abandon Wang Jie. He was rather commendable. In the distance, Chong Ruo observed Wang Jie exercising at the lake's center, her adorably innocent face radiating charm as she asked Wen Zhao, what is he doing? Wen Zhao responded in a calm tone, exercising. Chong Ruo, bewildered, exclaimed, I don't believe it. What on earth are you all up to? What is he truly doing? From all directions, the insect horde pressed in once more. This time, Chong Ruo proudly showcased 2 newly controlled 8 seal insects to Wen Zhao. Wen Zhao and Appo's expression shifted. Do not presume that only you are advancing. I too am progressing, having absorbed locking force and come close to the 9th seal, while also controlling more insects. With a wave of her hand, Chong Ruo commanded, attack. From above and below, A total of 4 8-seal insects charged toward Wenjiao. Cheng Ruo herself descended to the ground, the centipede menacingly rushing toward the lake. This was already quite favorable. Wait, Wenjiao suddenly interjected. Cheng Ruo smirked. Little Zhao, you don't still think you can buy time, do you? Wenjiao gazed intently at Cheng Ruorio. The 3 surnames of the Jia sect are intricately connected. Do you know why Xiaohui has never accepted your affections? The insect horde halted. Cheng Ruorio fixed her gaze on Wenjiao, her expression darkening. Because you are an obstacle. It was unrelated to me. Another had entered Xiaohui's heart. Initially, I did not wish to disclose this, having promised that person, but now it seems I have no choice. Wenjiao stated. She was stalling for time, a fact both Wang Jie and Cheng Ruorio recognized. Yet Cheng Ruorio preferred to delay rather than reveal the answer. Who? If you tell me, will you let us go? Very well, but it must be the truth. She replied. Wenjiao cast a glance at Wang Jie, wondering why he had not yet finished. Chapter 31. Power is sovereign. I vowed never to utter that person's name. As the insect, Cheng Ruo, seemed on the verge of fury, Wenjiao hastily remarked, Yet I can describe their characteristics, and you will surely deduce their identity. Annoyed, Cheng Ruoruo waved a hand, urging the centipede to advance further into the heart of the lake. Cease wasting my time, speak quickly, or you shall face dire consequences. Wenjiao raised her sword defiantly. Do you truly believe I fear death? Or do you dare to kill me? Little insect, this opportunity is fleeting. Should you leave this trial ground, the only chance to learn of Xiaohui's heart will be at their wedding banquet. Abruptly, Cheng Ruoruo halted the swarm of insects. Very well, speak. Wenjiao gazed intently at her, contemplating her words. At this moment, Wang Jie was wholly absorbed within herself, oblivious to the exchange between Wenjiao and the others. The transformative energy had indeed shifted, wholly converting into power, despite absorbing a plethora of disaster materials. She could have shattered the 9 seals, yet her situation bore no distinction from when she faced Cheng Ruo. However, the enhancement of power was commendable. Done, she declared, opening her eyes. I am restored. Wenjiao cast a sidelong glance at her, then turned her gaze forward. Your legs are wider than mine. Cheng Ruoruo blinked in confusion. Wang Jie, astonished, looked at Wenjiao. What are you discussing? The implications are vast. Cheng Ruoruo soon grasped the situation, erupting in a furious scream. Wretched woman. You deceive me again. I shall slay you. I shall slay you. You should be capable of breaking through the 9 seals now, Wang Jie said, wiping the sweat from her brow as she stepped forward, where the centipede drew near, its shadow looming above, cast by a colossal 8-seal insect, the species of which was indiscernible. Wenjiao frowned. Let us proceed. Wang Jie smiled at her. There is no need. She should be the one fleeing now. You must break through first. Wenjiao studied Wang Jie intently, refraining from further comment, instead retrieving disaster materials to absorb the transformative energy. She understood that Wang Jie was not one to speak frivolously. Dead woman, dead man, you are doomed. I shall butcher you. Cheng Ruo raged from behind. Wang Jie raised her arms, stretching them, and gazed skyward at the projection. All around, the lake was littered with lifeless fish, the water boiling from the struggle between fish and insects. The 8-seal insect descended above them. With a resounding crash, Wang Jie unleashed a punch skyward, wielding eightfold the power she had just attained upon breaking through the 8 seals, shattering the 8-seal insect into fragments. Wenjiao watched in astonishment. Her strength had remarkably amplified, eightfold, such a staggering increase. Even without the enhancement, a single punch from Wang Jie could obliterate an ordinary 8-seal creature. Now, with this eightfold augmentation, she herself was unaware of her own ferocity. This single blow instilled fear in the centipede. It reared up, emitting a cautious hiss. Wang Jie lifted her gaze toward the sky projection, lost in thought. In my childhood, the dean took us to see a movie just once, and for the past decade, I have viewed the sky projection as a film. There were many people, many actions etched in my memory. Some movements appeared too elegant, lacking practicality, while others were overly simplistic and brutish, equally impractical. Yet now, they may find utility. After all, it seems I have embarked upon the path where power reigns supreme. The centipede charged towards Wang Jie under the command of Cheng Ruoruo, colliding forcefully as emerald flames suddenly erupted around its body, bringing with it an intense chill that froze the entire surface of the lake in an instant. Wang Jie stepped back with his right foot, orienting his body forward, raising both arms. His fingers curled, meeting in midair but halting before full contact, as he grasped a visibly distorted mass of air between his palms, continuously rotating it in a slow, counterclockwise motion. Although his movements were languid, The airflow between his hands grew increasingly dense, compressing the air as if harnessing a formidable force. As the pressure surged, Wang Jie abruptly lifted his gaze towards the centipede barreling towards him and unleashed the concentrated airflow. The air burst forth in a circular wave, resembling an explosive release, colliding with the centipede under the augmented strength. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled, and the lake water surged back violently, creating a terrifying shockwave that swept across the surroundings, scattering numerous insects and fish, while the emerald flames that had frozen the lake were forcibly extinguished. At that moment, when Zhao, positioned closest, attempted to break through but was repelled by the suffocating air, gazing forward in astonishment. From above, the scene appeared chaotic, with Wang Jie at the epicenter of a tempest that swept across several thousand meters, generating colossal waves upon the lake's surface. The massive centipede's upper body was flung into the air, crashing back into the water. Chong Ruo gaped in disbelief, questioning the immense impact despite the absence of any apparent locking force. The myriad combat techniques of the Jiayi sect, passed down through generations, had witnessed many become lost not due to their overwhelming power, but rather because many were deemed unnecessary to practice. This particular technique, unless augmented by Wang Jie's strength and the propulsion of his imprint power, would not have yielded such a result. In truth, its lethality was minimal. Yet it was perfectly suited for Wang Jie, allowing him to fully exert his strength while clearing the area. As the centipede crashed into the lake, it triggered another massive wave. Wang Jie lowered his hands, relishing the release of pent-up frustration accumulated over the days. The water was sent soaring, transforming into a curtain of rain that drenched both Wang Jie and Chong Ruoruo. Wang Jie turned his gaze towards Chong Ruoruo in the distance, stepping forth with determination to seize her. Seeing Wang Jie charge towards her, Chong Ruoruo let out a shriek and immediately fled. In response, the surrounding insects rushed to obstruct him recklessly, only to be forcefully swept aside by Wang Jie's overwhelming strength. His power required only a slight push from his imprint force to become formidable, resulting in several 8-imprint insects being eliminated in an instant. The colossal centipede emerged from the depths of the lake, hastily making its way towards Wang Jie, while Chong Ruo sprinted towards the centipede, leaving a trail of afterimages that dazzled Wang Jie. Although not as swift as the Jiaba step, her speed surpassed the footwork Wang Jie had mastered, showcasing the unique ability of the Tian Chong people in evasion. Wang Jie confronted the centipede head-on, refusing to hold back. While his previous strike had repelled the centipede, it had inflicted no damage. The creature's defenses were formidable. Thus, Wang Jie snapped his fingers. In the distance, at the center of the lake, when Zhao's eyes narrowed, recognizing the technique. Above, immense fingers pierced through the clouds, causing the ground to fracture, with yet another finger manifesting. Chong Ruoruo stared in a daze, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. Far away, at the capital S-base, numerous practitioners gazed in shock at the fingers descending from the heavens, pondering whether this was indeed a combat technique. It was the leader, Qing Zheng, and the others observed from atop the city wall, their hearts heavy with concern upon witnessing the unfolding scene. The elder and Apos' invocation of this technique signified imminent peril. Tang Jie was taken aback. Was this a martial skill? The celestial earth Luoxian finger descended, pinning the colossal centipede beneath its tip. With a gentle pop, the exoskeleton of the centipede fractured, and in mere moments, its entire form disintegrated, spreading forth until it was ultimately crushed by a single-digit, green ichor splattering into the sky. The surrounding insects were drenched in the verdant liquid. She gazed in astonishment. As a celestial insect person, her knowledge was vast. She had witnessed techniques even capable of shattering planets. Yet, such prowess was beyond the capabilities of the 8th seal level. Could the strength of an 8th seal truly be so formidable? As she observed the green blood cascading towards Wang Jie, her thoughts drifted to the individual they had encountered earlier. Could that person withstand this technique? Wang Jie, too, was taken by surprise that the celestial earth Luoxian finger had obliterated the centipede in an instant. After all, this technique had previously failed to best Wen Zhao, merely forcing him to retreat. The augmentation of power had rendered him stronger in every aspect. The celestial earth Luoxian finger was indeed a transformation. Had he attempted this before achieving 8-fold strength, he would still have been unable to annihilate the centipede. The surrounding insects retreated in trepidation. Wang Jie stepped onto the ground soaked in green blood, advancing deliberately towards Chong Ruoruo. In the center of the lake, when Zhao exhaled, realizing her assistance was no longer necessary, she could focus on breaking through the 9th seal in peace. Wang Jie approached Chong Ruoruo, observing the young woman drenched in green blood, and raised his hand, delivering a swift slap. Chong Rua instinctively recoiled. Just before contact, Wang Jie halted the movement. She peered cautiously through the gap in her arm. He flicked her forehead, causing her to stagger back in pain, glaring at him with indignation. If you dare to trouble me again, it will not be so simple, you insolent girl. Had she harbored any murderous intent? Wang Jie would not have let her off so easily. He dismissed thoughts of revenge from the celestial insect people for the time being. That was a matter for the future. Of course, releasing her would not be so straightforward. A cost must be paid. Chong Rua huffed, wiping the green ichor from her body. This is too filthy and foul. I must wash it off, she declared, leaping into the lake for a bath. Wang Jie began to search for disaster materials, finding plenty in the vicinity. Hey, you didn't spy on me, did you? Chong Rua warned. Wang Jie meticulously scoured the ground. What is there to see with such a small chest and behind? Chong Rua fumed, her face alternating between shades of blue and white, but she restrained herself, commanding the insects to guard the area against the mutated creatures lurking in the lake while she bathed in peace. Shortly after, she emerged, having retrieved clothing from her storage ring and dressed herself properly. Meanwhile, Wen Zhao had already broken through to the 9th seal, exuding a formidable aura. Wang Jie gathered the surrounding disaster materials, the most valuable of which was a dark green pearl derived from the centipede, within which flickered green flames. One could sense the immense seal power contained within this orb. You've broken through to the 9th seal? Chong Rua glanced at Wen Zhao. What? Would you like to test it? Wen Zhao replied. Chong Rua snorted coldly. Without that vile man, you would have been captured by me long ago. Wen Zhao found himself at a loss for words. In this trial, the celestial insect people were nearly invincible. That is also a testament to my charisma. Why can't you find a man to assist you? Chong Rua gritted her teeth in frustration. That wretched woman spoke with such cruelty. Flitting about, sowing discord. Brother Xiao would certainly not harbor any affection for you. Wen Zhao sighed in resignation. I have already stated that he has nothing to do with me. Chong Rua felt reassured. Her words at this moment were indeed sincere. Wang Jie's voice echoed, that girl. Chong Rua turned to look. Hand over all the disaster materials you possess. On what grounds? Simply because I spared you. The malevolent man challenged. Why don't you see if you can escape my grasp? Wang Jie raised an eyebrow, fixing her gaze on Chong Rua, her eyes brimming with menace. Fear crept into Chong Rua, yet her expression remained defiant. What do you intend to do? For one who was on the brink of becoming a battle slave, destined to perish on the interstellar battlefield, what was there that he would not dare to confront? Wang Jie drawled leisurely. Chong Rua blinked and silently discarded all the disaster materials from her storage ring onto the ground. There was an abundance, so much so that both Wang Jie and Wen Zhao were left utterly astonished. Chapter 32. The Fall of the City. All right, you may leave now. Wang Jie waved his hand dismissively. Wang Jie? Yes, I shall remember you, the girl scoffed. We shall see. With that, she departed. After Chong Ruo's departure, Wang Jie began to gather the scattered materials from the disaster. Wen Zhao remarked, that girl just informed me of something I believe you ought to know. Without lifting her gaze from the materials, Wang Jie inquired, what is it? She encountered someone on her way here, a formidable presence, terrifyingly powerful. Must be an 8th seal. Wang Jie surmised. Wen Zhao glanced towards the direction in which Chong Ruo had vanished, unease etched across his face. With a single glance, the entire swarm of insects fell prostrate. Wang Jie paused, raising her eyes to meet Wen Zhao's. He continued, just one look, and it left Chong Ruo too frightened to move. Wang Jie's expression shifted dramatically. Despite her ability to effortlessly vanquish centipedes with a mere gesture, such power paled in comparison to the ability to command the insect horde with a mere gaze. It was almost unfathomable to conceive of someone at the 8th seal level who could instill such fear in an entire swarm without resorting to a special bloodline. Is such a person truly possible? She pondered. Previously, I had doubted it. Even the 10th seal trial entrants from the 4th batch could not be so exaggerated. Yet now, it appears they have emerged. Could it be a deception? Wen Zhao shook his head firmly, that girl does not lie. She did not deceive me. Wang Jie felt a heavy weight settle in her heart. This was indeed troublesome. The existence of such a being among the first 2 batches of trial entrants was alarming. After gathering the disaster materials, they made their way towards the capital base. In the far northern reaches of Huaxia, beyond the distant Jinling base, within a dimly lit, dilapidated villa, a man gazed longingly out the window at the sunlight. Piles of disaster materials lay behind him, once objects of his fervent desire. They now filled him with disdain. A trial entrant burst in, kicking aside the disaster materials on the floor. Hurry up. The breakthrough should not be far off. The man lowered his head, his tone heavy. Will you spare me after the breakthrough? Of course. You are a hero. Not only will we spare you, but we will also free you from being a combat slave. With a stroke of luck, you might even become one of the next trial entrants. The man forced a bitter smile. Such words were only believed by children, yet he had no choice. Silently, he picked up the disaster materials and began to absorb their imprint energy. What he said was indeed correct. He was merely a step away from breakthrough. As he absorbed the imprint energy from the disaster materials, a mark appeared near his right shoulder, the ninth seal. He had broken through. He was the first practitioner from Blue Star to achieve the ninth seal. Informed the other natives of Blue Star immediately. Soon after, the sky ignited with fiery red meteors streaking across, drawing countless gazes upwards. The third batch of trial entrants had arrived, just as he had finished his shower. The startled cries of the fifth brother made his heart sink. Meteors tore through the sky. Moreover, the people of Blue Star were not foolish. How could they possibly draw down the third batch of trial entrants so swiftly? When Zhao stepped onto the balcony, gazing into the sky with a solemn expression, someone has orchestrated a scheme to hasten the arrival of the third batch of trial entrants. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Wang Jia's expression was solemn. It seems we must hasten our breakthrough. The third batch comprises 18 individuals, each bearing the 9 marks. The pressure is indeed immense. Lao Jiao sighed. Not only are the Blue Star inhabitants anxious, but the previous 2 batches of trial takers share the same sentiment. They, too, yearn for time to cultivate and compete with the third and even fourth batches of trial takers. Yet, they did not anticipate their arrival would be so swift. Among the third batch, the most formidable is a certain Yun Lai, a scion of the Yun family, one of the 3 surnames of the Jiayi sect. Far to the northeast of the capital city, a man perched upon the edge of a cliff gazed into the sky, a smirk gracing his lips. It remains quite uninteresting. Allow me to lend you a hand. With that, he stood, faced the precipice, and stepped forward. In an instant, he was walking upon the air, each step taking him further into the distance. The alarm blared at the southern nation base as Lian Qin, adorned in a sensuous, sheer garment, stood by the window gazing skyward. A meteor streaked toward them, likely to land within the base. Her alluring visage bore a hint of concern. Having severed ties with the capital city's base and aligned herself with the Blue Star, what should she do in the face of even more powerful trial takers? They are merely indigenous. The fiery meteor cleaved through the heavens and, as expected, crashed resoundingly into the base. Lian Qin closed her eyes and sighed, donning an exquisite gown. Since resistance was futile, acceptance was the only recourse. After all, this was not her first encounter with such circumstances. The earth was rent asunder. A vast crater formed at the landing site, an improbable coincidence that had indeed transpired. Lian Qin approached the smoke-shrouded impact zone while instructing her associates to inform the various bases of the occurrence. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators at the southern nation base stood ready, while around Lian Qin gathered those above the 5 marks, all eyes fixed upon the haze. A man emerged from the smoke, his features striking and youthful, an unmistakable air of arrogance gleaming in his eyes. His attire was unlike any trial taker they had previously encountered, exuding an innate nobility. Lian Qin approached with a smile. Welcome, trial taker. I, Lian Qin, on behalf of the Southern Nation base, extend a warm greeting. May I inquire your esteemed name? The man regarded Lian Qin, dismissing all else around him. I know you, Lian Qin. I can perceive the trial process. A chill gripped Lian Qin's heart. Indeed, it seemed his status was significant. There is no need for subterfuge. I am Yun Lai. Lian Qin's eyes widened in astonishment. He is indeed Yun Lai? Behind her, several cultivators of nearly equal standing were equally taken aback. They had heard of Yun Lai, originating from Lian Qin, who had learned of him from the capital. When Zhao had mentioned that the strongest among the third batch was named Yun Lai, a member of the Yun family from Jiayi sect, little did they expect him to manifest here. Yun Lai smiled slightly. It appears you are aware of me. As he spoke, he surveyed his surroundings, bent his legs, and leaped onto the base's wall, facing north. From his storage ring, he retrieved a magnificent bow and arrows, an aura of energy erupting from within him, his body igniting as his gaze sharpened. Tianfu base, fall. As the words left his lips, he released the arrow, which soared through the sky at an astonishing speed, racing toward the horizon. Lian Qin and the others watched in awe. In that moment, Yun Lai emanated an unparalleled sense of power. The walls beneath his feet began to crack, unable to withstand his formidable power. With a swift release of one arrow, he promptly readied a second, turning towards the east, where the Jinling base lay in ruins. Another arrow was unleashed. From a vantage point high above the land of Huaxia, One would observe two arrows, one veering left and the other right, both soaring towards the Tianfu base and the Jinling base with astonishing speed, piercing through any obstacles in their path. Before long, at the Tianfu base, the arrow detonated against the wall, creating a massive breach that pierced through the entire facility, leaving devastation in its wake, with numerous casualties and deep gouges marking the scene. Meanwhile, at the Jinling base, Hong Jian stood on the southern wall. At the moment the arrow was fired, he unhesitatingly executed the 8th blade of Windbreak, aiming to cleave the arrow in two. The arrow shattered his blade completely, sending him hurtling backwards, crashing within the base, bloodied and unconscious. Fortunately, the arrow had altered its trajectory, narrowly missing the southeastern corner of the base, obliterating a section of the wall, yet sparing anyone inside from harm. Two arrows traversed vast expanses of Huaxia, penetrating two major bases, a feat that astonished all witnesses. In the capital, Bai Yuan quickly sought out Wang Jie and the others to relay this event. Why would Yulai engage in such an act? Sister Tang inquired, her gaze fixed on Wen Zhao. Wang Jie's expression grew grave, sensing a pressure wholly distinct from previous challengers. This Yulai could devastate the base without needing to reveal himself, evoking a sense of a rift in combat prowess. The sensation was unlike the swarm of insects led by Chong Ruoruo, as if he transcended all. When Zhao spoke in a somber tone, there exists a fundamental principle in the cosmos. Within the initial realm, denoted by 10 seals, lies a chasm between the 10th seal and the preceding 9. The next realm beyond 10 seals is known as star-shattering. What does star-shattering entail? It refers to the capability of shattering celestial bodies. Currently, even if we reach 9 seals, we are still far from the star-shattering realm. A celestial body, no matter how small, dwarfs the land of Huaxia. We are incapable of fracturing our own land, let alone a star. Thus, 10 seals represent a critical threshold. Upon achieving 10 seals, one's destructive capability escalates from the level of a city to that of a region, possessing the potential to shatter the land of Huaxia. However, it is imperative to attain 10 seals. Only one type of individual can defy convention, capable of breaking regional barriers even at 9 seals or, in some cases, 8 seals. Such individuals are referred to as prodigies. Yulai is one of these prodigies. The Jia sect possesses an extraordinary technique known as the 8 cloud arrows. Throughout history, no one has mastered all 8 arrows before reaching the star-shattering realm. He is the first, and currently the only one. When Zhao's words cast a heavy pall over the assembly, Wang Jie, skilled in one of the 18 ultimate techniques, the Jia 8 steps, had only managed to execute 7 steps thus far, despite it being considered one of the simpler ultimate techniques. Born into the prestigious Yun family, one of the 3 prominent clans, he was endowed with vast resources from birth, coupled with exceptional talent. Mastering the 8 cloud arrows and being recognized as a prodigy of the Jia sect. Why would someone like him participate in the trials? Wang Jie pondered, aware of more than Bai Yuan and the others, thanks to the extensive insights shared by Wen Zhao. Wen Zhao remarked, the trial results determine the ranking, with the highest level being the A grade. Once attained, one qualifies to enter the sect's scripture pavilion to select martial arts. Yunlai's objective is precisely this. He aims to utilize the power of the 9 seals to vanquish all trial participants, subduing the trial grounds and securing the A-grade result. Bai Yuan rubbed his head, realizing, it appears we have found ourselves in a predicament. Chapter 33. Will you take action? When Zhao cast a glance at Wang Jie, in her understanding, there was no one in Blue Star capable of confronting Yunlai, including the other trial participants. Even the last batch of 10 imprint trialists might not be able to thwart him. Only Wang Jie stood a chance. For her Tian Di Luo Xian finger was sufficiently powerful. If Wang Jie could break through to the 9th imprint, coupled with her exponentially increasing strength, it was not impossible for her to challenge Yunlai. However, the outside world remained unaware of Wang Jie's true capabilities, rendering her an unlikely contender in most minds. Yunlai could observe the trial process within the sect, yet he did not have access to the entirety of it, especially regarding Tian Di Luo Xian finger, which the sect would undoubtedly conceal. It was possible that Yunlai was still oblivious to Wang Jie's circumstances. There was another troubling matter. Wang Jie turned to Bai Yuan and the others. The arrival of the 3rd batch of trial participants signified that the mutated creatures would undergo metamorphosis once again tonight, with the 9th imprint likely emerging in large numbers. Bai Yuan frowned. The capital base was significantly safer due to the swarming insects, and the secure zone had considerably expanded. Yet other bases faced peril. Particularly, the Jinling and Tianfu bases were in dire straits. Hong Jian was unconscious, Li Xiang was dead, and Zhou Tian's fate was uncertain. With the city walls breached, these two bases were in grave danger. Sister Tang interjected, casting a pointed look at Wang Jie, since Li Xiang had perished at her hands, and Zhou Tian's fate was also linked to her. Wang Jie proposed, "We should head to the Jinling base to eliminate some mutated creatures if possible." Bai Yuan glanced at Wen Zhao and nodded in agreement. Moreover, with Wen Zhao having divulged much information, there was no need to restrain this woman. Wang Jie chose not to concern herself with the situation at the Tianfu base, trusting Bai Yuan and the others to manage it. Soon after, Wang Jie and her group boarded a flying vessel from the Shouqing group, arriving at Jinling in just a few hours. When Feng Yu spotted Wang Jie, his expression was fraught with complexity. How is Hong Jian? He remains in a coma. That arrow and Appo's impact was too great, came the reply. And Yin Si? Wang Jie nodded. Choosing not to elaborate, she first examined the shattered city wall in the southeast, noting the penetrating marks left by the arrow. Yunlai's arrow was exceptionally formidable. Subsequently, she instructed Lao Wu and the others to hunt in the perilous area outside the city while she made her way to Si Yin's location. Number 18, Mingyi Road. The door was opened by Lu Ying. Wang Jie was taken aback to find Lu Ying there. Lu Ying appeared somewhat reserved in Wang Jie's presence. I was brought here to help when I came looking for you, and I ended up staying. Wang Jie acknowledged her with a sound and stepped inside. The place was impeccably clean. Wang Jie had never seen it in such a pristine state. Her purpose for visiting was to ascertain if any recent incidents had transpired at the Jinling base, especially since Si Yin was monitoring the surroundings. Everything is normal at the base, Lu Ying informed her. As Wang Jie prepared to leave after handing Si Yin several disaster materials, Lu Ying called out, "Wait. Please bring me that device the trial participants used." Si Yin looked at Wang Jie with eager anticipation. Wang Jie replied, "That object melted away completely." Si Yin chuckled. "Some melted, but not all." He stepped aside, revealing an oval-shaped object resembling an eggshell behind him. Wang Jie curiously approached. The eggshell had melted nearly halfway, with the remaining portion intact. "What do you intend to do with that?" "I'm going to study it. Perhaps I can devise a spaceship from it," Si Yin replied. Wang Jie nodded. "All right, if I come across it, I will bring it to you." "Great. By the way," Wang Jie extracted the combat power detector, a gift from Wen Zhao that he had obtained from Qi Wu. "Take this," Qi Wu had said. "What is it?" "It can detect combat power." Fei's eyes brightened as he eagerly took it. Such a remarkable device. It's truly alien technology. For Wang Jie, however, this gadget held little significance. Wen Zhao was far more useful than this contraption. During the relentless pursuit by the swarm of insects, the device had never ceased its incessant beeping. Rather than keep it, he preferred to pass it on to Four Eyes. Wang Jie departed, and Four Eyes called after him, "Kid." His expression turned serious. "Our Wuxia heritage spans thousands of years. We cannot be reduced to mere combat slaves for outsiders. Even our ancestors, who have passed on, cannot rest in peace. If ultimately our fate remains unchanged, then you may as well take my life as a favor." Lu Ying bit her lip tightly. "I feel the same." Wang Jie retorted, "Why not end it yourself?" "I fear death." "Fair enough." Wang Jie continued on his path toward the outskirts of the Jinling base. Over the next 2 days, they hunted mutated creatures frantically outside the base. Although many mutated beings had transformed upon reaching the Jinling base that night, none could rival Wang Jie. He also collected a considerable amount of disaster materials, which he stored within Wen Zhao's storage ring. The relentless pursuit by the insect swarm had forged a bond of camaraderie between him and Wen Zhao. 3 days later, news arrived in the capital city that Yunlai was en route. Wang Jie and the others promptly made their way to the capital base. Meanwhile, a man traversed the skies above, with the endless earth beneath him. Despite the countless mutated creatures lurking both above and below, none dared to attack him once he ascended. An eerie phenomenon that piqued the interest of the Jia sect, prompting immediate investigation. Ordinarily, the trial participants of Jia sect had transparent records, easily accessible for scrutiny. However, this individual's data did not align with his true capabilities. 8 seals, such prowess was unheard of. As the aircraft descended slowly at the capital base, many cultivators watched with vigilance, but remained motionless. Yunlai disembarked from the vehicle, greeted by Bai Yuan, with Lian Qin following closely behind. Bai Yuan regarded Yunlai, shedding his usual anger. His expression was calm, yet his gaze held profound determination. As he cast his eyes around, the entire capital seemed to coalesce, steady as a mountain. Yunlai smiled, muttering to himself, "I admire their spirit. There's a thrill in breaking them." This remark appeared directed at Lian Qin, who responded with a charming smile. Casting him a playful glance, Bai Yuan stepped forward, about to speak, but was interrupted by Yunlai. I have observed the trial process. Your swordsmanship is swift. It must be the fast shadow, one of our Jia Sek's 18 ultimate techniques. He glanced at Bai Yuan's right hand. To be honest, I didn't expect a native to comprehend the 18 ultimate techniques, but it matters little. If I defeat you, will this base then heed my command? Bai Yuan replied. Your goal is to attain the top rank in the trial. All Blue Star cultivators and trial participants are your targets, are they not? Yunlai nodded. When Zhao mentioned that, it saves me from unnecessary words. He looked past Bai Yuan but did not see Wen Zhao. Wang Jie and the others had yet to arrive. Do you not realize that with my abilities, it would be futile for all the cultivators in this base to confront me together? Yunlai spoke with an icy demeanor. I can annihilate all of you, albeit it will require some time. Bai Yuan concurred. Indeed, since the emergence of the 7 marks, quantity has become irrelevant. For those who have attained the 9 marks, they can traverse freely, not to mention that you, as a prodigy, could easily turn the tide. However, to achieve a first-rate trial score, exterminating us seems the simplest route, yet it would scarcely elevate your status to that of the first rank. Yunlai did not contest this. Had it been otherwise, he would have acted long ago, sparing the breath for idle chatter. A first-rate score cannot be attained merely by eradicating the natives. If that were the case, first-rate achievers would be commonplace among the trials of Ur. For someone of his caliber, the number of natives holds no significance. To secure a first-rate score, one must perform deeds that shake the very foundations of the first sect. He pondered this for some time, yet found no viable solution. I shall guide you, Bai Yuan stated. Yunlai, intrigued, inquired what path. Bai Yuan's expression turned solemn as he gazed steadily at Yunlai. Wait until I break through to the 9 marks, and then I shall battle you. Yunlai paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter, his mirth laced with mockery and disdain. The practitioners at the Jing City base seethed with anger. Feeling the sting of his condescension, the superiority in his demeanor unmistakable, even Lian Qin managed to smile, yet it grew increasingly strained. Yunlai regarded Bai Yuan with a sneer. Has Wen Zhao not made it clear to you? Even if you natives reach the 10 marks, what does it matter? You remain unqualified to challenge my pursuit of the first rank. With a single step, he moved like a specter, appearing beside Bai Yuan in an instant. His countenance as frigid as ice. I grant you one day to surrender the base. If, at this time tomorrow, it is not yielded, I shall breach the city walls and unleash aberrant creatures within. The number of your kind that perishes will be beyond my reckoning. Bai Yuan turned to face him. His gaze colder than ever, akin to 1,000 years of glacial stillness, fixated on Yunlai. Yunlai remained unfazed, waving dismissively towards the distance. Lian Qin obediently approached him, and he embraced her, smiling as they walked towards the base. The practitioners flanking them dared not impede their passage. Sister Tang clenched her fists. Her eyes filled with resentment as she watched Yunlai stride past. Further away, Lian Fei gritted her teeth, her gaze locked onto Yunlai. Though her mother was known for her charm, she had always been in control. This time, however, she was compelled. It was no wonder his sword moved with such swiftness. It was the speed of a shadow, when Zhao realized. Wang Jie inquired, does Bai Yuan stand a chance? I mean in terms of breaking through to the 9 marks. Absolutely none, Wen Zhao replied with certainty. Wang Jie felt the weight of despair settling upon him. When Zhao regarded Wang Jie, will you take action? Chapter 34. The divine sword of Jia Bai Yuan's home lay in ruins, ravaged by the previous trial participants. They now resided not far from Wang Jie. The dim street lights cast a glow upon the ground as Bai Yuan gazed down from above, lost in thought. A knock at the door interrupted his reverie. It's me, Dad. Bai Xiao entered, the beautiful young woman warming porridge for Bai Yuan. Don't worry, Dad isn't hungry, he replied gently. Bai Xiao urged him to sit down and began to massage his stiff shoulders. Do you feel confident for tomorrow? With a smile, Bai Yuan declared, of course. Your father is invincible. Bai Xiao paused momentarily, her expression turning serious. If you said you lacked confidence, I would feel at ease. Bai Yuan fell silent for a moment before responding. Shower? I'm sorry. Dad, I'm in love. Startled, Bai Yuan stood up abruptly, fixing his gaze on Bai Xiao. Who? Bai Xiao flashed a playful smile before exiting the study. I'll tell you tomorrow at this time. Bai Yuan opened his mouth to speak, but only managed a bitter smile. Tomorrow at this time? I hope to still be alive. The 3 gods and 5 extremes, those who ascended to certain heights in the aftermath of the cataclysm on Blue Star, were myths created to combat the impending disasters. As waves of trial participants arrived, these myths began to shatter. Yet, standing resilient amidst the current myths, was Bai Yuan alone. He had slain the second batch of trial participants with a single sword strike, astonishing even when Zhao. Thus, for Yunlai to conquer Blue Star, he must first surpass Bai Yuan. Outside the capital base, Yunlai stood nonchalantly with one hand behind his back, a striking contrast to the tattered tents in the distance. Apart from the cultivators stationed to defend various parts of the base, all other practitioners had gathered, totaling over 100,000. This was a sensation Yunlai relished, one he could not experience within the Jiayi sect. Setting aside whether the Jiayi sect would ever have so many disciples watching him, even if they did, their attention would not be on him but rather on those few exceptional true heirs, those seniors whom he regarded as monstrous in their prowess. I thought last night would be uneventful. You were even more foolish than I imagined, Yunlai remarked with a smile, his tone casual. Bai Yuan drew his sword, gripping the hilt tightly, reminiscent of his earlier confrontation with the second batch of trial participants. Perhaps, but you aren't as clever as you think. Yunlai chuckled coldly. Make your move. With the eyes of numerous practitioners upon him, Bai Yuan stepped closer to Yunlai, his pace slow, almost leisurely. In the crowd, Bai Xiao clutched her black cat tightly, whispering, Dad. Wang Jie and the others observed quietly, pondering how much of Yunlai's strength Bai Yuan could provoke. Eventually, Bai Yuan halted before Yunlai, raising his sword to strike. In that moment, the sword seemed to vanish, as swift and elusive as ever. Yunlai stood motionless, while Bai Yuan and Appo's sword slowly came into view for all to see. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the scene. A crack spread from the sword and Appo's edge, and with a sharp sound, it shattered. Bai Yuan looked down, seeing only the remaining hilt, and exhaled deeply, realizing it was indeed futile. Opposite him, Yunlai's lips curved into a smile. Fast indeed, the swift shadow. You concentrated all your strength into the sword's edge. Had you not encountered me, even the ordinary ninth seal would not have withstood this strike. You should be able to unleash at least 3 strikes, which implies that you can vanquish all the other challengers who have descended with me. This is quite remarkable among the natives. Alas, you have encountered me. Bai Yuan released his grip, allowing the hilt of his sword to fall to the ground with a soft clatter. Within and outside the base, numerous cultivators felt their hearts plummet. It was over. The strongest of Blue Star had been defeated. In that moment, they comprehended the true extent of Bai Yuan and Appo's strength, albeit through the words of an adversary. Do I still need to intervene? Yunlai raised his right hand, slowly curling his fingers, as if a minuscule bow and arrow were coalescing beneath his palm, aimed directly at Bai Yuan. Though the bow and arrow were diminutive, an icy chill enveloped the entirety of the capital base in that instant. Bai Zhao's complexion turned pale, and she could not help but step forward. One more strike. Bai Yuan suddenly spoke, addressing Yunlai, yet it seemed directed at Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao stood frozen, her thoughts racing. Father, can you unleash that final strike? Yunlai, impatient, retorted, do not test my patience. Bai Yuan began to retreat. Little brother, I have promised to assist you in achieving the first rank. Why the haste? Yunlai replied coldly, if it is merely a fleeting shadow, no matter how many strikes you attempt, it will be futile. There exists an inherent disparity between us. Bai Yuan gazed upwards at the sky. This projection in the heavens reveals many figures, all wielding swords. Among them, one particular swordsman's technique eludes my understanding. Even should I master the fleeting shadow, I would remain perplexed. I have observed him for a decade. For a full 10 years, aside from the fleeting shadow, I have practiced nothing else but to fixate upon that figure. At this juncture, he turned to Yunlai and smiled. Finally, on the day of your arrival, when the celestial stone surged in the moment of releasing the imprint and Appo's power dawned, the realization struck me. This strike is formidable. Yunlai furrowed his brow. Impossible. The fleeting shadow is already one of the 18 ultimate techniques, ranking among the foremost within the first sect. To have mastered the fleeting shadow yet remain unable to comprehend a single strike for 10 years is inconceivable. Bai Yuan produced a second sword, which was neither copper nor iron, but rather plastic, resembling a toy. Its design was peculiar, more akin to a broad blade than a sword. However, upon its emergence, Yunlai, Wen Zhao, and the challengers disguised as Blue Star natives hiding outside the base were left astounded. They had seen the sword in Appo's form before, held by the enormous statue outside the first sect. Impossible, Wen Zhao gasped, staring at Bai Yuan. Wang Jie, confused, inquired, what is it? In the distance, Yunlai's pupils flickered. Impossible. You have actually seen the divine sword of the first sect? Simultaneously, beneath the waterfall of the first sect, Disciples observing the challengers were taken aback and hastily reported to the sect, "The divine sword of the first sect has appeared." Above the waterfall, the chessboard was now vacant. Both the elder and the young girl had vanished. Bai Yuan gripped the broad-bladed plastic sword, caressing its edge, his presence subdued significantly. "What is the divine sword of the first sect?" Wang Jie asked. When Zhao's expression turned grave, the 18 ultimate techniques of the sect each possess their own merits. Your eighth step, and Bai Yuan's fleeting shadow may appear mastered, yet they are merely superficial. It is not impossible for the natives to acquire them through the trials. However, among these 18 ultimate techniques, there exists one that unequivocally surpasses the other 17, and that is the divine sword of the first sect. The name of the sect is derived from the divine sword of the first sect, which was the swordsmanship of the sect's founder. Even within the realm of the first rank, it takes many years for a prodigious talent capable of mastering the divine sword of the first rank to emerge. Throughout the trials, there has never been a case of a native learning the divine sword of the first rank. Wang Jie glanced at Bai Yuan. Recognizing the confidence that the formidable Bai Yuan of the three gods possessed. Contemplating this, he raised his gaze to the projection in the sky and, indeed, saw a figure wielding a broadsword that resembled Bai Yuan's own. He had been curious about it in the past, but had not comprehended its significance. And since the broadsword was nowhere to be found, he had dismissed it. Could it truly be the formidable divine sword of the first rank? Could victory be within reach? Sister Tang inquired, having closely followed Wang Jie and his companions, as when Zhao and Yunlai were evidently acquainted, and she felt the need to keep a watchful eye. Lao Wu and the others also observed Wen Zhao. Wen Zhao remarked, "It is hard to say. Yunlai has gained the sect's recognition for mastering the 8 cloud arrows, while the extraordinary skills you have acquired are merely superficial, lacking proper guidance and differing insights. It all depends on the level to which Bai Yuan can cultivate the divine sword of the first rank." Yunlai regarded Bai Yuan with an entirely different gaze. Anyone capable of mastering the divine sword of the first rank was not to be underestimated, even if they were a native with seemingly no future in their cultivation. Bai Yuan gripped the hilt of his sword and faced him. "What do you think? I told you, once I break through to the 9 imprints, I will grant you a first-class achievement. This path is indeed the right one." Yunlai understood. The key lay here. By utilizing the 9 imprints to drive the divine sword of the first rank in a duel against himself, if he were to win, he might truly attain a first-class achievement, for it was the divine sword of the first rank. But why? His gaze grew increasingly icy. Why should a native be able to perceive the divine sword of the first rank? Why? His participation in the trials was driven by a relentless pursuit of a first-class achievement to gain access to the scripture repository for weapon selection. To earn the qualification for cultivating the divine sword of the first rank, what right did this native have to have already mastered it? Come on. Let me see just how powerful the divine sword of the first rank truly is. There was no waiting for Bai Yuan to break through. Yunlai released an arrow from his hand, its sharp brilliance rendering the distance negligible, appearing directly before Bai Yuan, unmistakably imbued with lethal intent. Fortunately, Bai Yuan was vigilant and narrowly evaded it. No longer hesitating, he grasped the sword hilt with both hands and pressed the sword edge down horizontally. In an instant, his imprint power was completely drained, and in a peculiar manner, it spread along the sword edge, amplifying it 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, and millionfold, making the strike resemble a mountain descending upon Yunlai. The sky itself seemed obscured. All who beheld this spectacle were left in awe. Such an enormous sword edge descended with a speed akin to that of an ordinary sword strike. Even if Yunlai were swifter, he could not evade it. He swiftly turned, facing upward, bending his bow to unleash 8 arrows that flickered unpredictably, the 8 cloud arrows. The 8 arrows pierced directly into the colossal sword edge, encountering no violent collision. Rather, they twisted, sliding apart upon contact with the sword edge, scattering in all directions. The city wall crumbled under the impact of 3 arrows, while the ground was left with unfathomable craters from the remaining arrows. Yunlai and Appo's pupils constricted as he witnessed the sword edge descend, with a strike of his palm. Countless tiny arrows erupted from his palm, similarly sliding apart to form a rain of arrows that spread outward. The surrounding earth collapsed. Yet Bai Yuan's sword strike was also met with resistance, failing to fully descend. As the clouds gathered, Yunlai snapped his fingers, and a fierce wind pierced through Bai Yuan's body. Staggering backward, Bai Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the immense sword's edge vanished as if it had never existed. "Dad!" Bai Shao rushed forward to support Bai Yuan, preventing him from collapsing. Tang Jie and the other cultivators swiftly stepped forward to shield Bai Yuan, their gaze fixed on Yunlai. Lian Qin was astounded. This was Bai Yuan's true strength. It was known that Yunlai had effortlessly pierced through Tianfu and Jinling with 2 arrows, separated by such vast distances, yet just moments ago. 8 arrows launched simultaneously had proved futile. How could a strike that resembled a sword be so powerful? Yunlai's expression darkened as he focused on Bai Yuan, realizing he was indeed facing the Jia divine sword. The combat prowess of the 8 imprints had challenged his own 9 imprints, rendering his 8 cloud arrows ineffective. There was no other martial technique capable of achieving such a feat besides the Jia divine sword. This man deserved to perish. Bai Yuan, feeling bitter and powerless, was supported by Bai Xiao, having succumbed to defeat. He had believed that this sword strike could secure victory. Yunlai brushed off the dust from his clothes and stated, "You have lost." Chapter 35. Active and passive. Sister Tang shouted, "You have 9 marks, while he has 8. It is an unfair contest." This remark ignited a murderous glint in Yunlai's eyes. He raised his hand, and a diminutive arrow shot forth from his palm. Given Sister Tang's prowess, there was no way to evade it. At that critical moment, a figure appeared and stood in front, swatting the arrow aside effortlessly. "Now, it is my turn," he declared. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at Wang Jie, who stood before them. Could it be him? Bai Xiao, tightly supported by Yuan, her eyes fixed on Wang Jie's back. She recognized him as the only trial taker in the base who had been with her. Yunlai's gaze fixated on Wang Jie, astonished. Was that just now the 8th step of armor? Wang Jie faced Yunlai. "I wish to experience the 8 cloud arrow." Yunlai narrowed his eyes, muttering. As expected from a base concentrated with natives, experts emerge one after another. "Very well, if you seek death, I shall oblige." With that, he drew his bow and loosed an arrow toward Wang Jie. The air fell silent as the arrow flew, a harbinger of menace. The 8 cloud arrow was deflected by the Armor 1 divine sword, not due to its inferiority, but because the Armor 1 divine sword was simply too formidable. Bai Yuan had spent 10 years mastering a single technique, utilizing the opportunity presented by the arrival of the 3rd batch of trial takers. Beyond that, Yunlai harbored no belief that anyone among the natives could withstand his 8 cloud arrow, even if it were just a single shot. Observing Yunlai, Wen Zhao deduced that he had never encountered Wang Jie. The circumstances of Wang Jie's trials had been obscured. Although Yunlai held a high position, he was still merely a disciple, not even a fully fledged one. As the arrow soared toward Wang Jie, it suddenly halted, poised before his brow, firmly gripped in his hand. This spectacle left all witnesses speechless. What was happening? Yunlai's expression shifted dramatically. How was this possible? He indeed had never seen Wang Jie before. The situation of trial takers was not something everyone could access, nor was it fully visible to all. Were it not for his identity as Yunlai, he would not have had the privilege to view the trial takers' details, as most others could scarcely glimpse them. Even Qin and the others were bewildered. Could such a thing truly occur? Bai Yuan stared in disbelief. Were it not for the Armor 1 divine sword, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to fend off the 8 cloud arrow, especially at such close range. This Wang Jie was far stronger than he had anticipated, remarkably so. Wang Jie lowered his arm. The arrow felt icy and exceedingly resilient in his grasp, composed of a material he had never encountered before. In the fleeting moment, he had initially intended to evade, but upon the arrow's release, he realized he could seize it, bolstered by 8-fold strength compared to his former self. However, while he had indeed grasped it, his palm bore some abrasions. The arrow's power was immense. Without uttering a word, Yunlai unleashed 2 arrows. Wang Jie chose not to catch them again. Instead, he executed the 8th step of armor to evade, moving toward Yunlai as the 2 arrows pierced through the void, grazing the base's wall and causing a section to collapse. With a pointed finger, he invoked the Luo Xian finger technique. Yunlai, facing an empty space, released an arrow, initially believing it to be a miss. Yet, that arrow seemed to possess a life of its own as it surged toward Wang Jie. Wen Zhao observed Yunlai, recognizing this as the 8 cloud arrow. Its power was but one aspect. More importantly, it could be controlled. Under usual circumstances, cultivators with 10 marks could control at most 5 arrows. Yet Yunlai could control 8, which was why he had mastered the 8 cloud arrow. She refrained from disclosing the details of the 8 cloud arrow to Wang Jie, not out of reluctance, but necessity, due to their respective positions. Her allegiance lay with Yunlai as a member of the sect. Wang Jie had not anticipated that the arrow could be evaded, prompting him to dodge once more. The clouds descended, shrouding the atmosphere in a heavy pall, as arrows were unleashed with unerring precision, clearly indicating no intention to squander time. 8 arrows soared simultaneously, spiraling around. Wang Jie's spiraling energy was futile in attempting to strike Yun Lai from a distance. It was evident that Yun Lai was well-versed in Luo Xian's finger techniques, continuously countering the energy with the spacing between the arrows. As the 8 arrows encircled him, Wang Jie found himself compelled to retreat. He raised his hand to seize one of the arrows. Wen Zhao nearly cautioned him against making a move, but fortunately, Wang Jie halted just in time. While he could grasp one arrow, the remaining 7 would fall simultaneously, necessitating him to withstand the force of all 8 arrows at once. Unless wielding the divine sword of Jia Yi, no practitioner of the same realm within the Jia Yi sect could achieve such a feat. Yun Lai turned his gaze toward the retreating Wang Jie, declaring, "Your strength is considerable, and having mastered the 8th step of Jia, you may grasp one of my arrows. But what does that signify? Countless beings in the universe possess great strength. If sheer power could dismantle the 8 cloud arrows, our Jia Yi sect would have perished long ago." As he spoke, he raised his hand, condensing a minuscule bow and arrow. The energy within him surging. Should you wish to rise above, prepare for demise. In his palm, countless tiny arrows pierced through the 8 cloud arrows, hurtling toward Wang Jie. Wang Jie executed a somersault, retreating as his arms rotated in reverse, compressing the air, causing the ground to fracture, while the environment around him stirred without wind. Dust swirling violently. A formidable force erupted. Within him, the imprint energy surged forth, creating a visible storm that charged toward Yun Lai, forcing Bai Yuan and others to step back in astonishment as a rain of arrows approached. Yun Lai had never anticipated that an indigenous individual could harness such immense power to directly compress air into a combat technique, simple yet effective, deflecting his arrow storm. Clenching his fist, Yun Lai sent the 8 arrows flying toward Wang Jie once more. Wang Jie again compressed the air and unleashed it. This tactic consumed strength rather than significant imprint energy, making it most suitable. However, he could not reverse the 8 arrows this time. The arrows united, tearing through the storm, aiming straight for Wang Jie. Instinctively, Wang Jie grasped the arrows with both hands, being propelled by one of them into the city wall, shattering the thick barrier and crashing into the inner city. Gritting his teeth, he raised his left arm and struck down fiercely. His wrist guard deflected the arrow's trajectory, causing it to graze past his cheek, leaving a streak of blood as it pierced through the entirety of the capital base, emerging from the northern wall and gradually vanishing. The entire capital base bore a deep scar from the incident, leaving all onlookers in stunned silence. Wang Jie had been dragged 1,000 meters away. This was the extent of Yun Lai's prowess, a testament to the strength recognized by the Jia Yi sect. Wen Zhao was entirely incomparable. All previous challengers were not on the same level. Yet at this moment, even Yun Lai was taken aback by Wang Jie's resilience. Wang Jie slowly lifted his head, wiping the blood from his face. Had it not been for the wrist guard, that arrow would not have been so easily deflected. He made his way along the fissure in the earth toward the outskirts of the base. On either side, everyone stood in silence, astonished that this individual had indeed caught the previous arrow. Bai Yuan smiled, realizing that the base had been preserved in this battle. Yun Lai could not overcome this man, for he possessed hidden cards. Wen Zhao understood that Wang Jie could contend with Yun Lai, but it should have been after breaking through the 9th imprint. Not at this moment. The unification of the 8 arrows had merely grazed the surface. Yun Lai gazed incredulously at Wang Jie as he walked beyond the base, his expression akin to that of witnessing the divine sword of Jia Yi. "Who are you?" Wang Jie shook his arms, declaring himself a native. "Impossible. How could a native withstand my 8 arrows convergence?" Yun Lai found it hard to believe. Wang Jie wiped his cheek again, stating, "I'm injured after all." Yun Lai felt a ghostly sensation. In a trial ground with little value for attaining an A-level trial score, 2 remarkable phenomena had emerged: the A-level divine sword and a creature capable of blocking his 8 arrows convergence. Not to mention natives. Even among the formal disciples of A-level sects, few could achieve such feats beneath 10 seals. Wang Jie looked at Yun Lai. "You finished your turn. Now it's mine." Yun Lai glared coldly at Wang Jie. "Native, do you really intend to defeat me?" Wang Jie smiled, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. Yun Lai frowned, about to speak, when the ground beneath him trembled. He swiftly moved aside, but the surrounding void felt like quicksand, making escape difficult. The next moment, he looked up to witness a breathtaking sight, a finger piercing through the clouds, descending. All cultivators beheld the scene. If the A-level divine sword appeared magnified 1,000,000 times like a small mountain, This singular finger's impact was even more profound, for while swords can be forged, fingers belong to the very essence of humanity. Yunlai could hardly fathom such a colossal finger crushing him in this trial ground. What on earth? The clouds and earth were simultaneously breached as Yunlai unleashed his 8 arrows, encircling him to collide with the titanic finger. With a thunderous roar, the heavens trembled, and a terrifying ripple surged outward, sweeping across the surroundings. The distorted air made it impossible for anyone to gaze directly at the spectacle. The ground shook beneath them. When Zhao couldn't suppress her curiosity and stepped forward, Wang Jie's heavenly and earthly Luo Xian finger was formidable, annihilating that massive centipede in a single strike. Even if Yunlai were stronger, he could not escape unscathed. In her view, the power of the heavenly and earthly Luo Xian finger was not necessarily inferior to that of the A-level divine sword, if not for its loss to time. The legacy of the heavenly and earthly Luo Xian finger would rival the A-level divine sword. The scalding air dissipated, revealing a vast depression in the earth. Yunlai lay beneath, his once splendid attire now tattered, gasping for breath and questioning his existence. He bore numerous bloodstains, clearly indicating that blocking such a blow was no trivial feat. Wang Jie marveled, acknowledging him as a true genius, far surpassing the centipede's defenses. All eyes were on Yunlai as he raised his head and emerged from the pit, gazing at Wang Jie with a pale face. This is the heavenly and earthly Luo Xian finger. Wang Jie nodded. Indeed. Yunlai's expression turned bitter. How could this be? A native wielding the A-level divine sword and a lost technique like the heavenly and earthly Luo Xian finger, it was utterly preposterous. No wonder he had never encountered this individual before. The sect must have concealed him. Where did you learn this? Are you truly a native? Wang Jie pointed skyward. Yunlai glanced up at the projection. Is there also a martial arts hall? Wang Jie raised his hand, forming a fist. Enough, alien. You now have 2 choices, either surrender voluntarily or face forced surrender. Choose one. Surrounding cultivators stared at Yunlai, wondering if this powerful trial challenger was truly defeated. Yunlai sneered, surveying his surroundings. Surrender? Native, what do you take yourself for? His voice resonated throughout the entire capital base. This is merely a trial, observe closely. Just a trial. I may have been defeated, but why should I surrender to a mere group of cannon fodder destined for the interstellar battlefield? You are nothing but indigenous beings, mere war slaves. Do you truly believe you can threaten me? With a single word, I can ensure that you are deprived of any opportunity to struggle on the interstellar front. Your entire blue star will vanish into the vast expanse of the universe. Ask Wen Zhao if I am capable of such a feat. Many turned their gaze toward Wen Zhao, who refrained from rebuttal. For a colossal entity like the first sect of Jia, a single planet was inconsequential. The Yun family was one of the 3 esteemed clans of the first sect, boasting countless experts within its ranks. Yunlai brushed off the dust from his attire and fixated his cold stare on Wang Jie and Bai Yuan. Indigenous beings, take heed. I am Yunlai. I possess no fewer than dozens of planets akin to Blue Star under my dominion, with scores of star-level cultivators at my command, any one of whom could obliterate Blue Star. I hold the fate of billions in my grasp. What gives you the audacity to demand my surrender? Having spoken, he turned and departed. Among the throngs of over 10,000, not a single voice was raised. Yunlai once again unveiled the grim fate awaiting Blue Star, as the identity of war slaves and inevitable demise loomed over all its inhabitants. Chapter 36. Who do you think I am? Wang Jie delivered a powerful punch to Yunlai's face, sending him crashing to the ground, followed by a swift kick that propelled him several meters away. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Enraged, Yunlai, enduring the agony coursing through his body, managed to raise his head, only to be met with another ferocious kick from Wang Jie, which sent him flying like a rag doll, slamming into the wall and embedding himself within it. Cracks spreading across the surface behind him. Battle slave? Interstellar battlefield? Apologies, I Haven and Oppos. He contemplated such distant matters. Who do you think I am? My name is Wang Jie, and I have survived in this damned apocalypse for over a decade. The interstellar battlefield is merely a more sophisticated form of peril. We are perpetually prepared for death. Do you dare threaten me? Yunlai and Oppos' face was completely swollen, one eye entirely closed, blood streaking through his vision, leaving only the advancing figure of Wang Jie in sight. Wang Jie seized him by the neck, yanking him off the wall and carelessly tossing him towards the city interior. Today, you shall experience the taste of being a battle slave. These were the last words Yunlai heard before losing consciousness. Outside the base, everyone was moved by Wang Jie's declaration. Indeed, what difference was there between the post-apocalyptic blue star and that so-called interstellar battlefield? It was merely a more refined form of desperation. They certainly did not believe they had much longer to live. Each day alive was a precious gift. Sister Tang waved her hand decisively. Lock him up. No need for courtesy. Just don't kill him. Immediately, some cultivators dragged Yunlai away, treating him with little regard, as if he were a dead dog. Who was right? On the other side, Bai Xiao gazed at Wang Jia with gratitude. Shortly thereafter, after a refreshing shower, Wang Jia, lounging on the sofa and conversing with Qing Zheng and others, received a gift from the capital base, an abundance of disaster materials personally delivered by Sister Tang. For me? Wang Jia expressed his surprise. Sister Tang replied, "Thank you for helping us defeat Yunlai. Otherwise, all of this would have belonged to him." Wang Jia accepted the materials without hesitation. They were rightfully his. Feel free to express any further requests. You are now the hero of the base, Sister Tang smiled. Wang Jia's expression turned serious. Actually, I do have a request. Sister Tang showed curiosity. Finds Zhuotian. Sister Tang was taken aback. Are you certain Zhuotian is alive? Wang Jia nodded. Past grievances and right or wrong need not be elaborated upon. Now, everyone has but one choice. It is either me or Zhuotian. Choose me, and we will eliminate Zhuotian, regardless of what he has to say or do. If you choose Zhuotian, we will leave. Sister Tang regarded Wang Jia intently. I understand. Rest assured, if he is alive, we will find him. As you said, in this damned era, right and wrong hold no significance. What we value is you. Refreshing, Wang Jia chuckled. After Sister Tang departed, Qing Zheng expressed his astonishment. Isn't that Lian Qin? She has come as well. The group turned their gaze outside, where Lian Qin, accompanied by Lian Fei, had arrived. Many others were also watching them. Wang Jia's victory had solidified his status. He was now the strongest cultivator on Blue Star, surpassing Bai Yuan. Boss, shall we meet? Not now. I have an appointment. What appointment? As they conversed, Wang Jia proceeded to exercise, as it was precisely time for his routine. Lian Qin also came to deliver disaster materials as a token of gratitude, accompanied by a marriage proposal letter. Upon gazing at that letter, the group fell into contemplation. Wang Jia now possessed a considerable amount of disaster materials, with some remaining after completing the exercises. What he truly lacked were storage rings, yet unfortunately, Wen Zhao had no spare ones. The storage rings of other trial participants were also of no use. Feeling the power within him, he realized it had indeed intensified. Sitting on the ground, all his imprint energy had been transformed into strength. He was uncertain of the limits of this transmutation. But what he experienced was already remarkable, 16 times the power he had when breaking through the 8 imprints. If he were to engage in combat with Yunlai now, victory would come with greater ease. Perhaps he could withstand the 8 arrows with sheer force alone, rather than relying on his wrist guards to correct his aim. And this was merely a wrist guard, merely the 8th set of basic fitness exercises. What if there were more than just wrist guards? What effects would intermediate or even advanced fitness exercises yield? The abilities he could obtain indicated that such forces existed within the universe. Where, then, did these powers originate? What terrifying might or race possessed them? He gazed out at the starry sky, and through the celestial projection, he beheld an endless, profound darkness. What wonders lay within the cosmos? It was truly enticing. Yunlai had become a prisoner, which could have stirred some commotion within the Jia-E sect. Yet at this moment, the sect was preoccupied with another individual, the young man traversing the skies. It was indeed Shu Mai, who promptly reported to the sect leader. No need, the leader replied, already aware and had ordered to spare no effort in finding someone to deal with him. Let us suspend the trials. Otherwise, who can confront him? The trials of Jia-E sect had never been interrupted, regardless of circumstances, and this time would be no exception. 10 days. Only 10 days remained. After which the final batch of trial participants would arrive. They would seek out as many as possible, designating this matter as the highest priority task of the Jia-E sect. In the following days, Wang Jia made another trip to the Jinling base due to troubles arising from 9 imprint trial participants. Yunlai was merely one of 18 9-imprint participants. The others, even if inferior, were still stronger than those cultivators from Blue Star within the base. However, this was not a viable solution. Beyond the 5 major bases, numerous smaller bases existed, many of which had changed hands without their knowledge. While trial participants sought every means to gather disaster materials to enhance their combat capabilities, Wang Jia and his companions also needed to train. In this context, Qi Wu approached them. Sister Tang introduced Qi Wu to Wang Jia. You seek me? Wang Jie inquired. Puzzled, Qi Wu, the chubby young man, smiled awkwardly yet respectfully, expressing his surprise at the unexpected defeat of Yunlai in this trial. Brother Wang, I must apologize. I had previously overlooked the situation. I am sincerely sorry. What do you intend to do? When Zhao interjected, Qi Wu replied with a smile, well, I wish to propose a transaction with Brother Wang, exchanging a combat power detector for Yunlai. Wang Jie raised an eyebrow. Exchange Yunlai? Why? Qi Wu rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat hesitant, yet under the gaze of Wang Jie and the others, he continued. Because my Galaxy Combat Readiness Company has offended the Yun family and is currently under their suppression. My purpose in joining the trial was to foster a connection with Yunlai, hoping to find a way to resolve our predicament. I never anticipated that I would encounter him only to find he had been captured by you, Brother Wang. Thus, he came here. Wang Jie comprehended and gazed at Wen Zhao. Qi Wu hastily remarked, the Wen family is also aware of this matter. However, it remains uncertain whether Miss Wen Zhao knows. Wen Zhao shook her head. I do not know. Qi Wu, with a bitter expression, confessed, to be candid, our company operates on a vast scale and possesses considerable wealth. Yet it ultimately falls under the jurisdiction of the Jiai sect. It would not be difficult for the Yun family to target us. If we could enlist the assistance of young Master Yunlai to mitigate the situation, it would be an excellent strategy. Therefore, Brother Wang, should you be willing to lend your support, once you embark on your journey into the cosmos, my Galactic Defense Company will surely reward you handsomely, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. Wang Jie regarded Qi Wu and replied, I shall not conceal anything from you. Firstly, Yunlai is currently a prisoner at the Beijing base, and I may not have the authority to act. Secondly, he harbors deep-seated animosity towards me. To speak frankly, if circumstances allow, I have no intention of allowing this threat to persist. Qi Wu coughed, seemingly taken aback by Wang Jie's words. Miss Wen Zhao, did you not clarify this to Brother Wang? Wang Jie raised her hand to silence Wen Zhao, stating, do not attempt to intimidate me with the Yun family's connection to the Jiai sect. After all, being a war slave is akin to death. If I can delay, I shall. Wen Zhao cast a glance at Wang Jie, but chose not to elaborate further. Qi Wu, feeling helpless, remarked, yet it must be feasible to delay. Brother Wang, everything within the trial is under the control of the Jiai sect. If you intend to kill Yunlai, I can assure you that even for an instant, you would find it impossible. He is Yunlai, a significant heir of the Yun family. After struggling through the apocalypse for so long, do you still believe in fairness? The so-called trial is merely a game that allows Yunlai to rightfully achieve results. The trial of the Jiai sect cannot be interrupted. This rule has never changed. Yet it does not state that one cannot withdraw. Wang Jie raised her gaze, for she was not naive. The decision to spare Chongruo was made with this consideration in mind. Merely assaulting Yunlai outside the base without the intention to kill him was consistent with that rationale. Otherwise, given his temperament, Yunlai would not have survived to this day. There is no need to say such things. Perhaps the water Yunlai is drinking now has already been poisoned. Wang Jie spoke. Qi Wu understood that Wang Jie grasped the nuances, but negotiations were underway, so he directly presented his offer, producing a combat power detector. I have improved this device. It can assist you in locating the barrier stone. This barrier stone is the material encasing the trial participants when they descend upon Blue Star. Once you can pinpoint the barrier stone, you will be able to ascertain the landing location of the trial participants, aiding you in your search for them. I believe this will be immensely beneficial. Sister Tang was elated, recognizing the value of such an item. The most pressing issue at present was the disappearance of the first 3 batches of trial participants, with no knowledge of which bases had been commandeered. Although it does not directly locate the trial participants, it can help uncover traces. Qi Wu remarked, Yunlai holds no utility here. He is aware of this. And so is Miss Wen Zhao. Rather than allowing him to squander your resources, it would be better for me to take him away. This combat power detector is merely a token of sincerity. Given your capabilities, Brother Wang, the possibility of extricating yourself from the status of a war slave is exceedingly high, a matter beyond Yunlai's control. As long as you traverse the universe, my Galactic Defense Company will undoubtedly present you with a generous reward. Of course, should you still find yourself dispatched to the interstellar battlefield, consider my words as unspoken. I, Qi Wu, would never deceive you, Brother Wang, or your esteemed company. The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention towards Wang Jie. Yunlai was captured by Wang Jie, who claimed he was detained at the base in the capital. Yet in truth, Wang Jie had complete authority over the situation. Wang Jie instructed Qi Wu to step outside and engaged in discussions with the others, ultimately granting his consent. Naturally, this came with the stipulation of an additional batch of disaster materials, to which Chi Wu also acquiesced. This plump individual had acquired a considerable amount of disaster materials through the sale of combat detection devices, generously providing many to Wang Jie. Chapter 37. Major events. As Wang Jie watched Yun Lai being taken away by Chi Wu, a chill crept into her gaze from atop the city wall. You truly cannot kill him. Not due to the Yun family, but because Yun Lai himself has been recognized as a prodigy of the sect. Such individuals are invariably protected. Wen Zhao consoled Wang Jie, aware of her reluctance to accept this reality. Yun Lai had exhibited murderous intent towards the Baiyuan and looked down upon the people of Blue Star, referring to them as mere natives. Such a person should not be allowed to escape. Wang Jie furrowed her brow. If prodigies of the sect are protected, how can they grow? Wen Zhao replied, a powerful sect requires not only peak experts but also a multitude of disciples to serve its interests. Mid-tier and elite disciples are indispensable. Once Yun Lai is under protection, it signifies that the resources allocated to him will diminish. He will be nurtured as an elite disciple, and the sect need not concern itself with his growth mentality. Understanding dawned on Wang Jie. Let us proceed. In the following days, modified combat power detectors were distributed to various bases, and some practitioners who had just broken through to the 8th seal began to seek out challengers, ultimately finding several. They were all handed over to Wang Jie for Baiyuan and the others to deal with, as ordinary practitioners stood no chance against these challengers. Wen Zhao proposed a method to break the deadlock, to shatter the fate of the battle slaves and disrupt the destiny of Blue Star. This meant they must first eliminate all challengers. At the very least, they needed to ensure this round of trials failed, allowing Blue Star a moment to breathe. Such exceptions had occurred in the past, enabling Blue Star to endure until the next trial. 10 days later, the Beijing base had detained 24 challengers, an unimpressive efficiency, yet still commendable. The remaining challengers were being pursued gradually. It was certain that challengers had infiltrated the base, though their whereabouts remained unknown. Xu Yin had been brought from the Jinling base to Beijing, where the finest research facilities in contemporary Huaxia were located. Here, Su Yin's expertise in mechanical studies could be fully utilized. Wang Jie performed another workout, this time achieving a double enhancement. However, the consumption of disaster materials surged, depleting all that he possessed. His strength reached 32 times that of his breakthrough at the 8th seal. Such terrifying power astonished even him, though the outside world remained oblivious. Wen Zhao was also unaware of the extent of Wang Jie's terrifying enhancements following each session. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the first individual to break through to the 9th seal, with the third batch of challengers already present. Yet, on what was expected to be a tranquil day, the sky was suddenly disrupted by streaks of fiery meteors. Wang Jie stood atop an abandoned skyscraper outside the base, gazing in astonishment. How could this be? Has someone broken through to the 10th seal? Who could be so swift? Baiyuan had yet to reach the 9th seal, yet somehow challengers of the 10th seal had already descended. Upon returning, Wang Jie learned that Baiyuan had indeed surpassed the 9th seal, but the excitement was dulled. The 10th seal challengers had arrived. The 10th seal represented the theoretical pinnacle beneath the breaking star realm. For ordinary practitioners, there existed a significant disparity between the 9th and 10th seals, one denoting city-level destructive capability, the other, regional devastation. Yun Lai's reputation as a prodigy stemmed from his ability to achieve a level of destruction equivalent to the 10th seal while still at the 9th. Now, true 10th seal practitioners had emerged, and astonishingly, 9 appeared simultaneously. How could this be? The 4th batch of challengers consists of only 5 individuals. So why are there suddenly 9, all concentrated on the land of Huaxia? Wen Zhao was perplexed, as this contradicted her understanding. Wang Jie immediately sought out the other captured challengers. Most were oblivious, yet 2 elders present at the Jia sect were aware of the challengers' circumstances. Indeed, there should only be 5. However, now, 9 had descended, all focused in Huaxia rather than dispersed across the vast Blue Star. Something was amiss. In the central region of Huaxia, a young man traversing the skies watched a meteor plummet, a smile curving his lips. They have arrived. Now, this is intriguing. Boom. In the distance, a meteor struck the ground, and from the rising dust emerged a young man, pale and towering at nearly 2 meters, appearing unhealthily white. Upon landing, he drew blood from his finger and called forth, "Come forth, sea of insects." From another direction, a bald youth emerged from the smoke, gripping a short sword, ignoring his surroundings as he strode purposefully in a single direction. Outside the Jinling base, the meteor's impact created a massive crater. Numerous cultivators remained on high alert, bracing for a potential beast tide as they fixed their gaze on the dust. Hong Jian immediately initiated contact with the capital city. He could scarcely contend with 9 seals, let alone 10. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, a strikingly beautiful woman stepped forth, facing the Jinling base. She retrieved an unknown object from her storage ring and hurled it skyward. Hong Jian and the others witnessed a symbol ascend beyond the clouds. Unfamiliar with its meaning, he could only maintain a vigilant watch over the woman. She possessed the strength of 10 seals, emanating immense pressure within her line of sight, far away in the capital. When Zhao gasped upon seeing the signal released among the clouds, a sect signal, her expression shifted as she promptly contacted Bai Yuan. In the eastern part of the capital city base, at the boundary between the safe zone and the danger zone, Yun Lai sat in an armored vehicle, his expression grim. He vowed to eliminate that native, no matter what. Facing away from the south, and being inside the armored vehicle, they did not notice the signal above the clouds. Driving the vehicle was Qi Wu, who cautiously glanced at Yun Lai. Yun Xiao, this trial feels different. There were clearly 5 in the 4th batch. So how did it suddenly increase to 9? And look, they all descended upon this land. Something is off. Yun Lai and Appo's tone was icy. What are you implying? Qi Wu lowered his voice. Could it be that this is the Yun family sending people to avenge you, Yun Xiao? Yun Lai looked outside, uncertain himself. Just then, the combat detector worn by Qi Wu emitted a series of beeps, distinct from the usual power readings. Someone was trying to make contact. Miss, Qi Wu exclaimed. Yun Lai turned to Qi Wu. Who? Miss, why have you come to the Blue Star for the trial? Yun Lai frowned. What are you doing here? The young lady has arrived. We must gather in the capital. Qi Xuan? Yes. ISN and Appo's. Is she currently breaking through to the star-breaking realm? How could she participate in the trial? Moreover, she had already undergone a trial before. As the armored vehicle turned around, they caught sight of the pattern above the clouds. Qi Wu spoke solemnly. I knew something was amiss. Yin Xiao, hold on tight. After speaking, he pressed the accelerator, and the armored vehicle sped towards the capital base. Wen Zhao, Qing Zheng, and Lao Wu were all present, along with a group of cultivators from the capital, comprising those who held authority in the city. Have you seen the signal? Wang Jie inquired. That one above the clouds. It seems to be coming from the direction of Jinling base, he replied. When Zhao spoke in a grave tone, that is a sect signal, indicating a gathering. The signal was released by someone from the Wen family, if I am not mistaken. It should be Wen Xingru. What is happening? Wang Jie questioned, puzzled. Shouldn't the trial participants be scattered? Why would they gather? Could it be because of Yun Lai? That seems unlikely. Bai Yuan interjected. The situation is quite complex. Trial participants have appeared in Tianfu, Jiangcheng, and the southern nation base, and they bear no hostility. They are requesting to assemble in the capital, as it seems something significant is occurring. We must also agree. Otherwise, we would be unable to contend with those cultivators united. We will await the arrival of the 10 seal trial participants to ascertain the specifics. Calculating the time, it should be soon. Half an hour later, an aircraft from Jinling landed, and Hong Jian accompanied the woman who released the signal as she exited, being led to Bai Yuan and Wang Jie's location. Sister Xingru. Wen Zhao greeted. When Xingru nodded at Wen Zhao, the sect has observed your trial process. It was commendable. Wen Zhao acknowledged with a grunt, opting not to elaborate further. For Wen Xingru's visit was not solely for him. Bai Yuan invited her and Hong Jian to take a seat. Wen Xingru directly stated, everyone. I shall not beat around the bush. I have come to convey an important matter regarding the survival of the entire Blue Star. Please listen carefully. At this point, she glanced at Wang Jie, as only Bai Yuan and Wang Jie could hold her attention longer. The others were of little significance. However, they were needed here on Blue Star to allocate resources. In the current universe, within the scope of my sect's knowledge, there exist numerous formidable forces, including individuals, colossal beasts of the cosmos, and peculiar life forms. Among humanity, there is a faction known as Qingyi Dao, which is on par with my sect. Within Qingyi Dao, there is an individual named Shumai. Though he possesses only the strength of the 8th seal, his combat prowess within the 10 seals is unparalleled throughout history. Upon reaching this point, her expression turned ominously serious as her gaze fell upon Wang Jie. I witnessed your victory over Yun Lai, but should Yun Lai confront him? She raised a finger, signifying that a single move would lead to defeat. Wang Jie's eyes sharpened, recalling the young man mentioned by Chong Ruoruo. Could it be him? Bai Yuan looked at her. So, the originally 5 arriving 10 seal cultivators have now become 9? When Xingru nodded, 4 of them are temporary additions. and I am one of them. Zhao knows I was to enter the Broken Star realm, but my retreat was interrupted to participate in this trial, specifically to confront Shu Mai. Aside from me, there are 3 others, all from powerful factions, and they too are here for him. The reason is simple. Her tone grew somber. Shu Mai, or rather Chang'e Dao, intends to use your blue star as a sacrificial offering to construct a bridge. When Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment, construct a bridge? Wang Jie and the others were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what constructing a bridge or sacrificial offering meant. When Xing gestured towards the starry sky, in the vast universe, invisible to your eyes, there exists a bridge whose origins and endpoints remain unknown. This bridge possesses the potential to grant us immense power, provided we are willing to construct it, a task that necessitates the driving of piles, which in turn requires the determination of their orientation. Regrettably, the blue planet serves as the site for these piles. Our sect has long been aware of this. Yet we have refrained from taking action, for the blue planet is home to billions. Even if we were to offer it as a sacrifice, we must first ensure your safe relocation. However, it remains a mystery how this matter came to be discovered by Chang'e. For Shu Mai has arrived with the intent to drive the piles. He aims to use the blue planet as a sacrificial offering to construct the bridge and gain the power that lies upon it. Chapter 38. Bridging the Gap. Subsequently, when Xingru elucidated the universe's understanding of the bridge, although it was impossible to convey all, it provided Wang Jie and the others with a modicum of insight. A bridge devoid of origin and destination could nonetheless bestow formidable powers upon its builder. The bridge's powers, of which he had heard from Wen Zhao, were said to be revealed upon leaving Blue Star, an enigmatic notion that now made sense. How can we ascertain the veracity of your claims? Bai Yuan retorted. She continued, furthermore, Shimu Yi will not deny this matter. Wang Jie and the others exchanged glances, astonished by this revelation. What had initially been a trial, with the worst outcome being that Blue Star cultivators became battle slaves cast into the interstellar battlefield, now seemed to have escalated. Ordinary people could still struggle for survival amidst the apocalypse, but now even that semblance of hope was stripped away. The bridge and the stakes involved had rendered Blue Star a sacrificial pawn. When Xingru rose, declaring, I have already gathered the trial participants. There is no need for you to intervene. All that is required is to locate Shimuyi. Whether or not they believed her would not impede their efforts against Shimuyi. The Jiayi sect may reduce you to battle slaves. But even if they were to sacrifice Blue Star for the bridge's power, you would be relocated to other planets, thus preserving your lives and ensuring the continuity of your civilization. However, Shimuyi is unconcerned with such matters. His sole desire is the bridge and Apos' power. Wang Jie interjected. This individual is merely an 8-seal cultivator. Surely the Jiayi sect could handle him easily. Why dispatch you? According to your assertion, it appears you are not his match either. When Xingru turned her gaze toward Wen Zhao, who explained, due to sect regulations, once the trial commences, it cannot be interrupted under any circumstances. External forces are strictly prohibited from intervening unless they withdraw. The sect may offer salvation, but it will not interfere with the trial participants or the indigenous people. Wang Jie furrowed her brow, even in such pressing circumstances. Once you step into the cosmos, you will comprehend the paramount significance of tradition in the cultivation world. No one is permitted to contravene tradition, as it embodies the most rational rules established over countless years by ancient, powerful beings, when Xingru clarified. Of course, there are other reasons that need not be disclosed, such as the Star Guardians. Regardless of whether they believed when Xingru's words, Shimu Yi must be located. At the very least, he was undoubtedly a trial participant, and as such, an adversary of the Blue Star inhabitants. Wang Jie inquired further about Shimu Yi from Wen Zhao, who seemed entirely unaware. However, she recognized that when Xingru had no necessity to partake in the trial, as she had already achieved an outstanding rank in a previous one. Trial participants were arriving from various bases, and when Xingru requested Bai Yuan to release the captured participants, a request that was met with refusal, they could not be expected to trust her claims without evidence. Who could ascertain whether she was deceiving them? Nevertheless, Wang Jie suspected the truth of her statements, recalling that Chongruo had mentioned that individual, terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, when Xingru had no reason to return to the trial, and it was clear that Bai Yuan and the others would not immediately accept Wen Zhao's assertions. The trial participants remained honest, lingering outside the base, including Wen Xingru herself. Wen Xingru? Yunlai exclaimed, did you emit that signal? Where an end amp, Apos, to you a participant in the trial? When Xingru glanced at Yunlai, you were defeated quite honorably. With a sigh, she continued, prepare yourselves, Individuals from Qing Dao have infiltrated. Yunlai was astonished. Is it Qing Dao? Who? What are they doing here? Shumai. Yunlai was momentarily taken aback, thinking he misheard. Who? Chiwu was equally stunned. Who? When Xing gently spoke, Shumai. Impossible. Yunlai and Chiwu gaped in disbelief. It was utterly preposterous. Within the capital base, Wang Jie welcomed a guest, Bai Xiao, the daughter of Bai Yuan. Thank you for saving my father, Bai Xiao said, bowing respectfully to Wang Jie. Wang Jie dismissed it casually. It was nothing. Behind them, Lao Wu and the others gazed at Bai Xiao with admiration. She was indeed the most beautiful woman in the capital. It was said that the establishment of the extreme underworld hunting team was largely due to her strength and background, but her beauty played a significant role as well. Her visage could captivate even women. Wang Jie, of course, was also impressed, yet having seen Wen Zhao's beauty, he felt somewhat immune. Bai Xiao looked at Wang Jie with bright eyes and a smile. Do you have time? I would like to invite you to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. Wang Jie replied. No need. It's all right. Boss. Qing Zheng leaned closer, whispering, that's a confession, isn't it? You, who enjoy receiving marriage proposals. Are you really going to turn down such a stunning beauty? Wang Jie was speechless. First of all, this is not a confession. Secondly, let an oppose. Never speak of marriage proposals again. Bai Xiao blinked. Marriage proposal? Lao Wu stepped forward with a grin. Miss Bai Xiao, our boss would be delighted to accept your invitation. What time and place shall it be? Bai Xiao smiled and provided the details before departing. Lao Wu winked at Wang Jie with triumph. Boss, it's settled. Wang Jie sighed. With great adversaries looming, you still find time for this. Qing Jing chuckled. Precisely because of the looming threat that we must help you safeguard your fate. Think about it. The more blue star people there are, the greater the chances of legacy. If we were to fall as battle slaves on the interstellar battlefield or be sacrificed, as long as one survives, even if it is a child, it would be worthwhile. In a few days, they were to commence training again, yet the consumption of disaster materials had been escalating. The supplies given by Bai Yuan had already been exhausted, and a handful of days was insufficient to gather enough materials to enhance their strength. As for breaking through the ninth seal, it seemed there weren't and oppose, enough resources. It was time to gather more. The following day, a shipment of disaster materials arrived. Wang Jie inquired, what is this? Qing Zheng waved his hand grandly. Take it and use it. Yours? It's from my father. He sent it to you. Wang Jie nodded. Thank you. The wealth of the Shouqing group rivaled that of the 5 major bases, and the disaster materials brought this time were ample. It should enable him to conduct another training session. There's more, boss. Feel free to use it. Does the Shouqing group not need it? My father said to learn to invest. Currently, there are only 2 optimal investment points on the entire Blue Star. One is Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan has the capital base as support and is not lacking in disaster materials. The rest is you, boss. Another 2 days passed, calculating the time. He realized that training would commence either tomorrow or the day after. He could not ascertain the exact timing, as it would be shortened. A new adept has joined the ranks of the 4 exceptional talents in our sect, known as Qi Xuan, the esteemed daughter of the Galaxy Combat Company. Upon her arrival, she did not enter the base but remained in the company of Wen Xingru. The whereabouts of Shu might have been discovered. In recent days, the majority of practitioners from the 5 major bases have mobilized to search for him, deploying numerous drones, with many sacrificing their lives in the process, ultimately pinpointing his location, Mountain City. However, this city, in the era of apocalypse, has long been overrun by mutated creatures, making the search for him quite arduous. Wang Jie and Bai Yuan, accompanied by others, set course for Mountain City. Aircraft have been dispatched from all directions of the Huaxia territory, carrying trial participants. Upon their arrival, they found that the personnel from the Tianfu base had already reached the location, bringing along a 10-seal trial participant, who respectfully acknowledged Wen Xingru with a bow. Meanwhile, Wen Xingru and her companions gazed skyward at a figure hovering above. This individual stood aloft in the heavens. Wang Jie was taken aback. The aura exuded was undeniably that of an 8-seal practitioner, but how could one stand in the sky? Even with his footwork, he could only maneuver in the air, unable to linger. Yet, this person seemed to tread upon the firmament. How could he achieve flight? Sister Tang gasped in astonishment. When Xingru spoke gravely, for Shumai, what is deemed impossible within the 10 seals becomes possible. Wang Jie turned to her. Humans have limits, yet you speak of him as if he possesses none. How well do you truly know him? When Xingru and the others were reluctant to delve further into the topic. Thus, Wang Jie cast a scornful glance at Yunlai. It appears you are equally uninformed. Yunlai, incensed, retorted, "I am unaware." "Enough," Wen Xingru interjected sharply. Yunlai clenched his teeth, refraining from further comment. Another aircraft arrived, this time bearing a bald youth, small in stature, scarcely reaching 1 meter in height, resembling a child, and cradling what appeared to be a sword. Wang Jie scrutinized the blade. Though it was termed a sword, it resembled a branch in the process of being carved, with twigs still protruding from the edge, a most peculiar weapon indeed. The presence of this child was equally bewildering. As the youth approached, Wen Xingru and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. "Greetings, Brother Imo," Wen Xingru acknowledged with a bow. Yunlai and Wen Zhao immediately followed suit. Clearly familiar with the individual, Qi Xuan stepped forward. Xuan pays her respects to Lord Imo. The remaining trial participants did not recognize him but bowed nonetheless. Save for the practitioners from the Blue Star sect. The bald youth raised his head, his gaze vacant, sweeping over Wen Xingru and the others before shifting towards the distance. Upon catching sight of Xu Mai, a spark ignited in his eyes. He took a step forward, gliding past the crowd, making his way toward Xu Mai. Wen Xingru hastily intervened. "Brother Imo, please wait. Chong Xian has yet to arrive. We can wait for him to join us before we act." Wang Jie turned to Wen Zhao, who whispered, "His name is Imo, hailing from the Three Zen Heavens. This sect is renowned alongside our Jiai sect. It is surprising that the sect summoned him. He reached the pinnacle of 10 seals several years ago yet has not made a breakthrough since." Wang Jie inquired in astonishment. "How old is he?" In the cosmos, one should not gauge cultivation and combat prowess by age, for it may lead to underestimation. I have previously stated that some individuals may be born with the power to transcend the realm of shattered stars, Wen Zhao reiterated. Chapter 39. Do your utmost to stop me. Wang Jie gazed at the silhouette of the bald youth, wondering if he had reached the pinnacle of the 10 seals. Years prior, such a person was far beyond Yunlai's comparison. No wonder he dared to seek out that Book of Midnight alone. "What shall we do? Strike now or wait?" Yunlai inquired. Wen Xingru turned to Qi Xuan. "What do you think?" Qi Xuan shook her head, suggesting they observe further. Even if Lord Imo were to falter against Book of Midnight, he should be able to compel some of its power to reveal itself. We shall wait for an opportune moment to act. At this moment, Wang Jie sensed something amiss. There was an eerie silence devoid of the sounds of mutated creatures. It should be summer, a season teeming with such beings. The drones dared not approach Book of Midnight, yet with Mo's advance, they drew closer. A series of images emerged, sending chills down everyone's spine. Below Book of Midnight was a vast pit, filled with the carcasses of mutated creatures, their blood staining the surrounding soil. While the depth of the pit remained unknown, the massive tail of the uppermost creature indicated it was indeed profound. As the drone ascended, it revealed that a significant portion of the city had been obliterated, with the pit occupying the very heart of the metropolis, even draining the river dry. No wonder there were no mutated creatures nearby. All had been entombed by Book of Midnight. "This is indeed the location for bridge construction," Wen Xingru spoke gravely. "No wonder he remains here." Wang Jie looked skyward. Despite the distance, an oppressive chill enveloped him. Meanwhile, Imo had reached the position beneath Book of Midnight and slowly raised his gaze. Book of Midnight regarded the earth below, addressing the young monk with a glimmer of disdain. "You have yet to enter the meditative realm, and you dare challenge me?" "It is too soon," Imo replied. Gazing up at Book of Midnight, "You possess the 8 seals, while I possess the 10. Is this not timely?" Book of Midnight, intrigued, responded, "Is that how you calculate it? Otherwise, so, you intend to duel me?" Wang Jie and the others exchanged glances, then looked back at Wen Xingru, pondering his intentions. "Does he wish for us to join?" Qi Wu murmured softly. Wen Xingru was rendered speechless. This was indeed awkward. If he did not desire a duel, why venture so far? Imo simply stared at Wen Xingru and the others, silent and unhurried, watching them intently. Just as Wen Xingru was about to speak, Bai Yuan's voice broke the tension. "I am Bai Yuan from the Blue Star's capital base. May I inquire if you intend to construct a bridge and sacrifice the Blue Star?" Book of Midnight turned to him, responding slowly, "Indeed." Bai Yuan narrowed his eyes. "How shall the sacrifice be performed?" A smile crept upon Book of Midnight's lips. "By using the Blue Star as a foundation, obliterating it entirely." "And the people of Blue Star?" There is no need for further elaboration. The implication is clear. Wen Xingru had not deceived them. Book of Midnight intended to use the entirety of Blue Star, including the lives of all its inhabitants, to construct the bridge. Wang Jie exhaled deeply, adjusting his wrist guard. Bai Yuan unsheathed a broad blade and advanced toward Book of Midnight. The latter, observing the sword in Bai Yuan's hand, expressed his surprise. You have mastered the divine sword of the first armor? Bai Yuan looked skyward. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed one. Book of Midnight chuckled. Interesting. I shall count you among them. After speaking, he cast his gaze downward, gradually descending until he stood atop the crimson corpse at the edge of the pit. He raised his hand and beckoned slightly with his finger, a clear indication for them to ascend first. This individual was far from dull. When Xingru's gaze hardened, go. With that, she leaped towards Shumuyi, closely followed by several trial participants, 2 wielding 9 seals and 1 with 10. At that precise moment, Yunlai unleashed his 8 arrows, which converged into a single shot, swiftly reaching Shumuyi. Shumuyi raised his hand and flicked his fingers lightly. A soft sound echoed as the arrow shattered. Wang Jia was astonished. He was acutely aware of the power behind Yunlai's combined arrows. Even with 8-fold strength, one would typically need to rely on protective gear to divert such a force. However, 32 times the power could certainly withstand the arrow. Yet it would not be as effortless as Shumuyi had made it appear. This person seemed to exert no effort at all. Yunlai, however, was entirely unperturbed. As if such an outcome was to be expected, a colossal handprint descended from above, originating from the tin seal trial participant, continuously expanding to envelop the entire mountain city. This strike possessed the capability to annihilate a city. With a casual wave of his hand, Shumuyi sent the shattered arrows flying, transforming them into twinkling starlight that shattered the handprint into countless fragments. The 2 9 seal participants charging towards him had their skulls crushed, their bodies plummeting into the pit. When Xingru swept past Mo, delivering a palm strike that reverberated with the force of her 10 seals, unleashing a torrent of energy that manifested as towering peaks crashing horizontally. Each peak was immense, rivaling Wang Jie's earth and sky Luoxian finger. The shattered peak palm. Qi Xuan spun her body, an endless chill dispelling the heat, transforming into a flurry of snow that blanketed the area, extending infinitely into the white expanse. At that moment, snow began to fall upon the entire mountain city, drastically altering the atmosphere. Shumuyi smiled faintly, bending his right arm and sweeping it outward. An indescribable tempest seemed to tear the very heavens apart. Ripples of distortion spreading through the void, causing both the peaks and snow to flow backward. Such monumental power was as inconsequential as a mayfly shaking a tree in the presence of Shumuyi. Just then, Mo surged forth from the mountain peak, his sword slashing diagonally like branches. Shumuyi's gaze followed the blade as it fell, his expression unchanged. In an instant, his index and middle fingers caught the tip of the sword at an imperceptible speed, gradually bending it. The sword twisted uncontrollably, and Mo and Apos' body spun in the direction of the sword and Apos' distortion, bursting forth with a flash of cold light that raced past Shumuyi, striking the earth. To the south of the mountain city, the ground was cleaved in two, a chasm extending beyond sight. This single strike severed the earth, splitting the air and dividing the snowstorm, fracturing the clouds above. All eyes turned towards Shumuyi. With outstretched hands, he held the sword tip. The blade had shattered. Behind him, Mo spat blood, the broken sword embedded in the earth as he knelt on one knee, seemingly bearing an incomprehensible weight. It was indistinguishable, entirely obscured. Wang Jia focused intently on Shumuyi, holding a power detection device, eager to discern the extent of Shumuyi and Apos' strength. Yet, despite the device and Apos' incessant beeping, the readings fluctuated too dramatically, akin to a malfunction, unable to capture the momentary power. The disparity was insurmountable. The 10 seals indicated a master capable of obliterating an expanse of land. The aftermath of Mo Na's sword strike was astonishing. It could be said that if he exerted his full strength, he could cleave through the entirety of the Huaxian nation and part the ocean itself. Nevertheless, it remained incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon Shumai. When Zhao's white sword descended, yet it was effortlessly dissipated by a casual wave of Shumai's hand. This was a chasm that could not be bridged by mere numbers. When Zhao's complexion turned pale, how could the 8th seal possess such strength? The divine sword of Jia, a colossal wide-bladed sword, surged downward. Shumai observed without any intent to resist, allowing the divine sword of Jia to crash down upon him. He remained rooted in place, with no alteration to the surrounding pits, while the sword itself shattered. Bai Yuan's pupils trembled. Did he truly not need to defend himself? Having reached the 9th seal, this strike should have posed a threat to Yunlai. Yet it had no effect on this individual. Shumai remarked, truly, the divine sword of Jia is remarkable. Any attack it delivers can be devoured and dissolved. If you were to reach the 10th seal, perhaps I might find you slightly intriguing, but alas. With that, he waved his hand once more. summoning a tempest that swept the area, clearing away all those who had previously besieged him. The sweep was as effortless as a gale dispersing ants. This is the site of the driving stakes. You may attempt to hinder me, Jia sect, Blue Star denizens. Regardless of your intentions, I shall stand in your way. You may try to stop me before the altar reaches 1,000 meters high, or else. Shumai ascended step by step towards the heavens. Treading upon an invisible staircase, it shall be too late. Wang Jiao had not intervened at all, for it seemed futile. The prowess of those few prodigies was comparable to his current self, and against Shumai, they were not even a match. His presence would be of no consequence. As he watched Shumai gradually ascend, he remained indifferent to everyone else. The flying vessel soared towards the Tianfu base, the nearest location from here. Currently, the most formidable cultivators and trial takers of Blue Star were nearly all gathered there, deliberating on how to confront Shumai. The only solution was to attain maximum celestial energy. Yet it was unachievable here, it was too slow, and they could only rely on seal power. This would necessitate a significant quantity of disaster materials. Brother Mo, what do you think? Has Chongxian not arrived yet? He should be close. We have already located the traces of the insect sea. It could possibly be Chongruara. Let us gather everyone for another strong assault. Bai Yuan slowly spoke. Everyone, should we not disclose who exactly this Shumai is? It is rather unreasonable for someone of the Eighth Seal to possess such strength. The trial takers exchanged glances, momentarily silent. When Xingru remarked, knowing does not hold significance. Now that Blue Star is being staked, should we fail, you shall all perish, regardless of this person's identity. You must all fight. Yunlai suddenly pointed at Wang Jiao. Let him go. This individual dares not even make a move, unworthy to sit among us. The crowd turned to Wang Jiao. Wang Jiao replied calmly, I am merely observing. Yunlai scoffed, just a coward. When Xingru, growing impatient, stated, enough, do not concern yourselves with him. She gazed at Bai Yuan and said, you have limited time. The task at hand is quite simple. Utilize the combined strength of all your practitioners to gather as many disaster materials as possible in the shortest time. Let us amplify the locking force, which you referred to as imprint power, and provide us with an opportunity to besiege him at our peak. Chongxian will coordinate with us using the Sea of Insects to deplete his strength in advance. Although he is formidable, his celestial energy is finite. This is our only chance for victory. Celestial energy refers to the power absorbed by practitioners from outside the Blue Star, while the inhabitants of Blue Star absorb imprint power, which is essentially the locking force, the strength harnessed by battle slaves. Bai Yuan, Wang Jie, and the others turned their attention to Wen Xingru. With utmost seriousness, Wen Xingru declared, I swear by the name of the Wen family that I will certainly exclude you Blue Star inhabitants from the list. However, the Blue Star itself still requires a bridge to be built. I assure you, this is no deception. Chapter 40. The utmost command, do you mean the Blue Star people will relocate to other planets? Bai Yuan inquired. When Xingru replied, I am uncertain about how they will be settled, but you will be removed from the interstellar battlefield in the list of war slaves. This was the condition laid out by the sect prior to our arrival, in exchange for your unwavering assistance. Bai Yuan exchanged glances with Wang Jie, then nodded, very well. We shall lend our full support. The Blue Star people had no alternative but to assist these trial participants. The notion of defeating all the trial participants to ensure Blue Star remained a testing ground was utterly extinguished after Shumu Yi displayed his terrifying power. The disparity in combat strength at the ruling level was overwhelming. What was most disheartening was the complete lack of visibility into the depths of the situation. Moreover, the trial participants' refusal to disclose Shumu Yi's identity only deepened the sense of despair. However, Wang Jie did not intend to place all his hopes on these trial participants. He was confident that he could enhance his abilities more swiftly than they could. His primary mission was to strengthen himself. The 5 major bases were tasked with transporting all disaster materials to the Tianfu base to maintain the peak combat capabilities of the trial participants. Wang Jie was responsible for Jiacheng. The strongest individual in Jiacheng had perished at the hands of the trial participants, leaving it leaderless. The aircraft swiftly vanished from the Tianfu base. Wang Jie, along with Qing Zheng, Lao Wu, and Lao Jiao, made their way towards Jiangqing. Wen Zhao remained behind. After all, she was a trial participant. When Xingru departed after parting ways with Wang Jie, Boss, my father mentioned that someone reached out, requesting the Shouqing group to send all disaster materials to the Tianfu base for the trial participants, Qing Zheng informed. Lao Wu expressed his discontent. Those trial participants can't withstand even a single strike from Shumu Yi. What use would it be to provide them with anything? Wang Jie turned to Qing Zheng. The disaster materials brought by the 5 major bases are sufficient. Do not touch those from the Shouqing group. Tell Uncle Qing to reserve them for me. Qing Zheng nodded in agreement. Lao Jiao looked at Wang Jie and asked, "Can the Shouqing group endure the pressure from the trial participants?" Wang Jie replied confidently, "I can endure it." As he spoke, he instructed the driver to open the door. The combat power detector was incessantly buzzing, indicating the approach of flying mutated creatures. In the distance, massive birds circled above, their sharp talons aimed at the aircraft. With a casual gesture, Wang Jie unleashed a spiraling gust of energy, sweeping through the air like a tempest, bringing down all the birds, their blood staining the sky. The spiraling energy, released at 32 times his strength, had already surpassed the combat capabilities of the current mutated creatures on Blue Star. Had it been during the Seven Seal period, he could have single-handedly dealt with the moon plant. Currently, Blue Star had not undergone any transformation of celestial stones since the arrival of the 4th batch of trial participants, which was one of the reasons they believed in Wenxingru. Otherwise, all mutated creatures should have undergone transformation upon their arrival. As they journeyed towards Jiaqing, they encountered 3 ambushes, which was a relatively high number. From a distance, Jiaqing resembled a colossal giant crawling amidst a sea of yellow sand, and at that moment, it was besieged by a tide of beasts. Mutated creatures surged from all directions, and the northern and eastern walls had been breached, allowing the beasts to rampage within the city, littering the ground with mangled corpses. What Wang Jie and his companions witnessed was nothing short of breathtaking. Countless ordinary individuals formed a human barricade, wielding wooden boards and kitchen knives to shield a group of practitioners from the encroaching mutated beasts, sacrificing their lives to buy precious moments for the practitioners to launch their counterattacks. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jie was profoundly shaken. Since the apocalyptic events began, he had been consumed by his own hatred, blinded by a raging fire. Assassinating Zhuotian, serving as a guide. Hiding his true strength, he had scarcely concerned himself with the establishment of the base or the brutal confrontations with mutated creatures, living as if shrouded in shadows. Now, casting aside his animosity, he beheld a different aspect of the land of Huaxia. In dire circumstances, many would flee, adhering to the instinct for survival. Yet, there were those whose will transcended all. The establishment of any base was invariably accompanied by substantial sacrifices. Individuals like Bai Yuan, Sister Tang, and Hong Jian were always at the forefront, perhaps reckless, yet undeniably courageous. The spirit of the Huaxia people is inherently stubborn and unyielding. The more desperate the situation, the more it ignites their resolve. Without hesitation, Wang Jie unleashed his power, sending spiraling energy crashing down, obliterating swathes of mutated beasts. Before the aircraft even landed, he leaped out, crashing onto the city walls, seizing stones to hurl. Each stone became akin to a cannonball, relentlessly sweeping through the hordes of mutated creatures. At that moment, Lao Wu and the others also exhibited their formidable strength, joining the fray against the beast tide, with Wang Jie and his companions lending assistance. The pressure on Jiaqing significantly eased, particularly Wang Jie's technique, the celestial and earthly Luoxian finger, shattered the earth within a radius of 1,000 meters outside the city, leaving all in awe and driving back the tide of beasts. As the beast tide receded, the ordinary citizens, drained of their strength, collapsed, the acrid scent of blood rising to the heavens. Mom, Grandpa, Dad. A group of children emerged from behind the practitioners, crying as they rushed into the blood-soaked ground in search of their loved ones. Wang Jie gazed deeply, observing how the children were safeguarded within the protective circle formed by the practitioners, while their relatives stood outside, creating layered defenses. This poignant scene left him speechless, as if, in that moment, he earnestly scrutinized the land that had given him life. It was as if he felt a sense of responsibility awakening within him. My name is Bu Dao, the captain of the Jiangxing Defense Corps. May I ask your name, brother? Bu Dao nodded. Indeed, it is you. The Tianfu base has already contacted us. Then let us prepare the disaster materials swiftly. Bu Dao chuckled wryly. We are not in control of this situation. For trialists have taken a group of practitioners' families hostage to coerce us into compliance with their demands. Wang Jie's gaze sharpened. Is that so? After my elder brother's demise, no one has been in charge of Jiangcheng. Any trialist can come and go as they please. You must understand, even with our numbers, we cannot restrain a single trialist, let alone 4. The leader, Ming Zhao, is at the 9 seal level, one of the trialists from the 3rd batch. We consider the idea of mutual destruction, which seemed preferable to being controlled by them. However, they have taken a group of children. Bu Dao's tone turned somber. If we truly sever ties with them, those children will perish, and we will inevitably suffer significant losses, all while facing the beast tide. He did not continue. But Wang Jie understood. They had not intervened during the beast tide. They were indifferent to our survival, as long as they received the disaster materials. Lead the way. I shall resolve this. Hu Dao nodded and led Wang Jie into the city of Jiang. But they had not ventured far when they received word that the 4 trialists had escaped, taking with them a portion of the disaster materials while leaving the majority behind. What about the children? Hu Dao inquired immediately. The reporting cultivator replied, the children are unharmed. Hu Dao breathed a sigh of relief. That is good to hear. Wang Jie turned to the cultivator. In which direction did they flee? Westward. Prepare a vehicle. I will pursue them. Shortly thereafter, Wang Jie sped out of Jiang City in an armored vehicle, racing westward. Meanwhile, Lao Wu and the others remained in Jiang City to assist. Not far to the west of Jiang City, an armored vehicle surged forth, containing 4 trialists, 3 men and 1 woman. At the helm, Ming Zhao had his arm around the woman in the back seat, while the trialist in the passenger seat fidgeted nervously. Dao Ge, do you think that guy will come after us? The woman expressed her anxiety. That fellow, Hu Dao, contacted the Tianfu base, mentioning something about bridge building and needing disaster materials. We left most of the materials behind, so he Shuden and Appos, T pursue us. Ming Zhao and Appos, S expression darkened. What if he does pursue us? Are we afraid of him? The trialist fell silent. Not afraid. Then why did we run? Just moments prior, they had witnessed a finger pierce through the clouds, obliterating vast swathes of land, a terrifying sight indeed. Upon witnessing such a scene, Ming Zhao had made the snap decision to flee without hesitation. Willing to relinquish most of the disaster materials as a gesture of goodwill, he understood that he was no match for the newcomer. The only frustration lay in the fact that their vehicle had been destroyed by the beast tide. Otherwise, they would have fled far sooner. The driver occasionally glanced back, his forehead slick with sweat. They had accomplished much within Jiang City, and being pursued would spell disaster for them. Ahead, a throng of mutated beasts surged forward, the remnants of the recent beast tide. The armored vehicle could only slow its pace and was periodically attacked by the aberrant creatures. Impatient, Ming Zhao climbed atop the vehicle, brandishing a long knife, and swung downwards towards the right, cleaving through a multitude of mutated beasts. Suddenly, he spotted an armored vehicle racing towards them. His expression shifted dramatically. Quickly, turn left. Behind them, Wang Jie had caught sight of their vehicle. He disembarked, crouched low to the ground, and propelled himself into the air with tremendous force, creating a deep crater beneath him as he soared towards them. Seeing Wang Jie approach, Ming Zhao gritted his teeth and raised his blade. The power of 9 seals erupted, unleashing a massive blade of light that extended 100 meters and struck down upon Wang Jie. Wang Jie extended a finger, unleashing a spiral of energy that shattered the blade of light, the residual force crashing into the earth. The ground twisted and collapsed, nearly overturning the armored vehicle. The occupants inside hastily exited, their eyes fixed warily on Wang Jie. Wang Jie landed not far from the 4 individuals. Ming Zhao shouted, brothers, we've left all the materials for you. There's no need to pursue us relentlessly, is there? Wang Jie regarded the 4 with intensity. You took what belonged to Jiang City. Why did you not assist during the beast tide? Ming Zhao narrowed his eyes. Are you from Blue Star? At worst, we will hand over all the materials to you. Wang Jie replied coldly, materials? If I desire them, I shall take them myself. Let me state this clearly. To sustain infinite beings with finite resources is to court annihilation. The foremost directive under Level 1 alert across all bases in Huaxia is for everyone to enter the base. Having spoken, he stepped forward, swiftly approaching the 4 individuals. Ming Zhao bellowed, strike. 3 with the 8 seal and 1 with the 9 seal. Their combined strength was formidable. Yet, upon the brief contact with Wang Jie, an unstoppable force shattered Ming Zhao's arm, casting him away as if he were a mere ragdoll, crashing violently against the armored vehicle. The other 3 were utterly obliterated, with Wang Jie showing no mercy whatsoever. Chapter 41. Uplift. Ming Zhao, filled with horror, turned and fled, while Wang Jie kicked a stone that pierced through Ming Zhao's body, leaving him eternally bound to this land. It was only after prying open the storage rings with their blood and extracting all the materials from the calamity that Wang Jie departed. He discovered that these trial takers' storage rings contained no remarkable items, likely a result of the trial's requirements. As he observed the earth swiftly retreating, a heavy silence enveloped the aircraft. Old Nine leaned against the window. A beast tide has claimed the lives of 100,000. Since when did humans merely become numbers? Qing Zheng patted Old Nine and Appo's shoulder. Do not indulge in sentimentality. We are all the same. Who knows if we will perish in the next moment? Old Five turned to Wang Jie. Boss, will we truly be sacrificed? Many events that had not yet transpired felt distant, and even when faced with death, the shock was merely that shock, not pain. Wang Jie gazed at the setting sun. No. Old Five chuckled nonchalantly. Even if we do, it matters not. If we perish together as brothers, what is there to fear? After all, we should have perished in that fire years ago. Qing Zheng laughed heartily. Indeed, what is there to fear? Old Nine managed a smile. And the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, replaced by the call to exercise. As they watched Wang Jie, Old Five, and the others silently looked out the window, rendered speechless. While continuing to absorb the imprint power during the exercises, Wang Jie felt the energy coursing through his body, beads of sweat dripping to the ground. He bent his fingers, achieving a 50-fold increase. The power within him surged from 32 times to 50, no longer merely exponential growth. It was not that the absorbed imprint power had diminished, but rather that the potential for enhancement at his current level was gradually decreasing. Perhaps the next absorption would yield only 60 times, or even less, until he reached his limit. Was the limit of the 8th imprint realm a reflection of human potential, or did it encompass all beings within that realm in the universe? Wang Jie was profoundly curious about this threshold. A ray of sunlight pierced his eyes, heralding the arrival of a new day. Numerous aircraft descended, delivering calamity materials and trial takers, including over 20 who had been imprisoned in the capital city. The glances these trial takers cast toward Bai Yuan and the others were decidedly unfriendly, yet they were subdued. Yunlai had the power to suppress all. All conflicts would be addressed once the matters concerning Shumai were resolved. Meanwhile, when Xingru and the others continued to absorb imprint power, maintaining their peak states. Under such circumstances, 2 days later, they discovered the sea of insects. A colossal swarm was advancing toward the Tianfu base. Chongshen appeared, having joined forces with Chong Ruoruo, who was en route. Meanwhile, there were constant watchers on Shu Mai's side. The pit in the mountain city had long been filled and was now stacked, rising over 10 meters high. He had mentioned that when corpses piled to a height of 1,000 meters, it would signify the construction of a bridge, the moment when Blue Star would be buried. The trial takers maintained their peak states, and some 8th imprint practitioners from Blue Star had also qualified to absorb the calamity materials imprint power, striving to break through to the 9th imprint and become forces to besiege Shumai. Notably, Wang Jie was overlooked, as he had not engaged in the previous assault on Shumai. When Xingru's reluctance to converse with him did not imply ignorance of this matter. In their eyes, providing any calamity materials to someone like Wang Jie was merely a waste. 3 more days passed, and the sea of insects arrived. The mutated insects are inherently swift, and with the proximity of the insect master and his companions to the Tianfu base, 3 days is ample time for their arrival. The inhabitants of Tianfu base have never witnessed such a magnificent spectacle. The sky and earth are awash with a vibrant tapestry of insects, far surpassing any previous beast tide. With just insect Ruo alone, a swarm could encircle the capital base, let alone with the addition of the formidable Insect Master. Insect Master has been temporarily allied with Mo and Qi Xuan to confront the formidable Shimuyi, far exceeding Yunlai. We have already engaged him in battle. The disparity is vast, and we require your swarm, when Xingru addressed Insect Master. Insect Master, a pallid youth of unremarkable appearance, bore a singular black tattoo resembling an insect upon his visage. He glanced at Mo. The esteemed Mo of the 3 Zen heavens has arrived. Insect Master pays his respects. Mo regarded him with a nod, preoccupied with the materials in his hands. Insect Master remained unfazed by his demeanor, scanning the crowd. Who is Wang Jiao? At this moment, the assembly consisted of the most powerful cultivators and trial participants from Blue Star, and naturally, Wang Jiao is present. It is he, Insect Ruo declared, pointing at Wang Jiao with a defiant lift of her chin. Insect Master turned to Wang Jiao. So, it is you who triumphed over Ruo? Wang Jiao replied. It was merely luck. Insect Master marveled. To escape the clutches of Ruo's swarm is no small feat, let alone to capture her. You possess considerable skill. Ruo's expression shifted, and she leaned closer to Insect Master, whispering, Brother, I summoned you to discipline him, yet you praise him instead? Insect Master chuckled. You pursued him for days, yet he did not retaliate. What is there to reprimand? You ought to express gratitude for his mercy. Ruo grimaced, letting out a huff. Yunlai interjected. This individual lacked the courage to confront Shimuyi even once. What does it matter how skilled he is? Insect Master frowned. Gazing at Wang Jiao in astonishment, "Are you afraid of death?" Wang Jia responded calmly, "I am merely observing." Yunlai scoffed. Insect Master nodded. "Let us hope so." He then turned his gaze to the outside of the base. "My swarm is yet insufficient in scale. Everyone is acutely aware of who Shimuyi is. The previous assault was too hasty. The most effective strategy lies in leveraging the swarm alongside the beast tide, complemented by a tactic of sheer numbers to exhaust his power, compelling him to tire from combat before we strike. Though this approach may seem undignified, he is Shimuyi." When Xingru concurred, "Indeed, that is our plan as well. Rest for now. Once the swarm is sufficiently vast, we shall engage." At this point, she directed her attention to Bai Yuan. "It would be prudent for your 5 major bases to dispatch more cultivators. Do not fear sacrifices. The greater the loss now, the greater the hope for survival in the future. It is preferable to this entire blue star being devastated." Bai Yuan fell silent. None dared to consent to such a proposition. Wang Jiao recalled the ordinary citizens of Jiancheng facing the beast tide, his emotions complex, when Xingru did not press further, granting Bai Yuan a few days to contemplate, as they must confront Shimuyi with the most comprehensive strategy available, uniting all the strength of Blue Star, yet ultimately. It culminates in 3 words: take a chance. Though the notion is commendable, Shimuyi has not granted them much time. In merely a few days, the sacrificial altar in the mountain city had ascended to a height of over 100 meters. Shimuyi stood atop the blood-stained altar, gazing towards the Tianfu base, his feet hovering above the void, drawing closer. A tremor rippled through the crowd. "This is dire. Shimuyi has arrived. What of Chongxian? He remains outside, gathering the swarm of insects." To speak of war in reference to an individual seemed quite normal among these trial takers. Upon the walls of the Tianfu base, all trial takers, along with Bai Yuan and Wang Jie, peered towards the north, gradually spotting a dark silhouette. Beneath the vast azure sky, that figure approached unimpeded, his gaze calm, yet imbued with a hint of mirth, surveying the expanse of heaven and earth. Mo tightened his grip on the branch-like broken sword. Qi Xuan felt an icy chill envelop her, when Xingru sensed a stirring in the air, as if mountains were beginning to take form. A torrent of formidable energy surged skyward, pressing down upon Shimuyi. He surveyed the Tianfu base, a smile gracing his lips. "May I interpret this as your 58 individuals challenging me?" At that moment, on the city walls facing north stood 58 individuals, 14 of whom were practitioners from Blue Star, and 44 trial takers, all possessing strength beyond the 8th seal. Aside from them, none dared confront Shimuyi directly. When Xingru's expression grew solemn, "Indeed," Shimuyi nodded. "Then let us see if you can halt my advance." "I now intend to." He raised his gaze, "to use the lives of all within this base to construct an altar." Wang Jie's eyes widened. The Tianfu base? One of the 5 major bases, housing no fewer than several million inhabitants. He intends to slaughter millions. Bai Yuan clenched his broad-bladed sword, rendered speechless. Tangjia, Hongjian, and other practitioners from Blue Star suppressed their auras, signaling their readiness for confrontation. When Xingru furrowed his brow, Chongxian had yet to return, and they must first exhaust Shimuyu's strength with the swarm of insects. Until then, any actions taken would be futile. With this thought, he turned to Bai Yuan. "Do not engage. The destruction of one base is preferable to the annihilation of the entire Blue Star." Hong Jian glared at Wen Xingru. "Do you expect us to stand idly by while the people of Tianfu base perish?" Qi Xuan spoke coldly. "In the cosmos, the destruction of planets and the loss of billions, even trillions of lives, is commonplace. These mere millions are but figures. Should you wish to intervene, be warned that if you perish, who shall protect the remaining inhabitants of Blue Star?" When Xingru added, "In the high skies," Shimuyu raised his arm, and under the vigilant gaze of all, he casually waved his hand. The earth was cleaved, creating an unfathomable rift. Immediately thereafter, he altered his course, heading westward, incessantly severing the ground. What is he plotting? To rend the earth? Surely, he cannot wish to relocate the entire Tianfu base to the mountain city. Such a feat is inconceivable. It would be impossible for him to slaughter millions within Tianfu base and then carry it away. He must intend to uproot the entire base itself. Such an endeavor is unattainable. The crowd followed Shimuyu's movements, akin to marionettes on strings, an utterly absurd sight. Shimuyi continued to slice through the earth, encircling the entirety of the Tianfu base, severing its foundation from the surrounding land, before descending in the east, his body sinking ever lower, ultimately lifting the earth itself. The Tianfu base trembled. Those within the base remained unaware of the external turmoil, merely sensing the sky and earthquake. Was there an earthquake? The air grew increasingly scorching, a seething panic compelling everyone to clutch the pillars of nearby structures. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators looked around helplessly. The base had ascended into the sky. Shami appeared directly beneath the Tianfu base, having inexplicably lifted the entire structure. Wang Jie stared in disbelief. How could this be possible? It was beyond the realm of mere physical strength. The Qinji technique. Mo's voice was chillingly subdued. When Xing and others felt a prickling sensation on their scalps, Mo Shixiang. Are you suggesting that Shami has utilized the Qinji technique? Without hesitation, Mo leapt down. The others followed suit, simultaneously descending from the city walls. Bai Yuan and his companions did the same. 58 individuals landed on the ground, surrounded by an ocean of monstrous insects. These mutated creatures emitted unsettling screeches. Yet none dared to make a move. Chapter 42. Stubborn breed. All gazes were transfixed upon the vast Tianfu base, a land inhabited by millions. Now lifted into the air by Shami, destined for the mountain city. This scene was nothing short of extraordinary, even for the Blue Star, which had already embraced the civilization of cultivation. Yunlai and Appos, complexion turned ashen, devoid of any trace of color. Was this disparity still merely a disparity? Labeled a genius from a tender age, he now felt the weight of his own insignificance in this moment. When Zhao was horrified, the star technique can only be mastered upon reaching higher realms of cultivation, entirely relying on star power to unleash combat skills. At our level, we are not even qualified to glimpse its intricacies, let alone wield it, for our star power is woefully insufficient. Historically, no one has ever demonstrated the star technique within the Tin Seal realm, not once. When Xing felt fear envelop her for the first time, she regretted coming to Blue Star. Regretted confronting Shami. This individual was beyond their capacity to contend with. One instance of the star technique rendered the swarm of insects utterly insignificant. Even if the swarm were to expand tenfold, could it truly impede him? This man was invincible. Just as his reputation suggested, he was indeed unmatched. At that moment, figures surged towards Shami. It was Bai Yuan and his companions. The Tianfu base had been elevated 10 meters into the air, blocking the sunlight and casting a colossal shadow over all. The more one understood the star technique, the greater the dread it instilled. Yet, fear was not a justification for retreat. If we abandoned the Tianfu base today, we could forsake all of Blue Star tomorrow. This is not the spirit of us. The Huaxia people. We are inherently a stubborn breed. Wang Jie stood beside Bai Yuan, along with Qing Zheng and the others. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt a profound sense of peace, even in the face of certain doom. It seemed that this moment was the very essence of their existence. They were all, undeniably, a stubborn breed. Shami, with his left hand supporting the Tianfu base, looked down upon the 11 approaching figures and smiled. You are more deserving of survival than they. With that, he waved his right hand as if to lever Blue Star itself. Despite appearing to exert little force, it transformed in an instant into a tempest, sweeping Bai Yuan and the others away with unparalleled might. The divine sword of Jia Yi, just unleashed, was swiftly reversed. In that moment, Shami exhibited a power even more terrifying and flawless than before. However, amidst this whirlwind, a figure ascended from the heights, rapidly closing in on Shami, bending low, arms trailing behind, feet riding the tempest, and unleashed a punch that resonated with thunderous force. Boom! The reverberation shook the heavens and the earth. Visible ripples tore through the tempest, and Shami could only perceive a force approaching, imbued with unfathomable power. Instinctively, he raised his arm to block, yet this force struck him, shifting his expression from astonishment to incredulity and finally to shock. In an instant, he found himself staggering backward, the star power supporting the Tianfu base dissipating. The star technique unraveling. The Tianfu base plummeted. Shami quickly retreated, and the figure also hastily withdrew. The Tianfu base crashed down from its 10-meter height, violently impacting the earth, creating a deep crater and fracturing the ground in all directions. Dust surged, obscuring the sky and sun. At that moment, everyone stood in a state of stupor. The trial participants, along with Bai Yuan, gazed in astonishment at the figure shrouded in dust and smoke, unable to comprehend the scene before them. How could the formidable Shami, who could sweep away the crowd with a mere gesture, be repelled by a single punch? How could such a feat be accomplished? Mo remained in a daze, looking on in disbelief. To the south of the Tianfu base, Shami waved his hand, dispersing the dust, and slowly turned to face the east. His gaze imbued with rare excitement and anticipation. He had been pushed back. Besides a select few, someone else had the capability to repel him. This was intriguing. A mere native from a doomed planet had emerged as such an individual. Wang Jie stood amidst the swirling dust, his slender silhouette revealing the strength he had honed to 60 times his original power. Just the day before, he had trained vigorously, augmenting his strength further. Indeed, the increments in power diminished with time. Perhaps the limit would not even reach 70 times. He turned his attention to the south, initially believing that a punch delivered with 60 times his strength would inflict harm, only to discover it merely pushed the individual back. This person was also of the 8 marks. Regardless of his identity or talents, he was undeniably an 8 marks at this moment. An 8 marks who could withstand a punch infused with his 60-fold strength, truly a monster. The intense heat distorted the air around them. Within the dust, Shumi advanced step by step towards the east. Wang Jie sensed the oppressive yet exhilarating energy surging within him as he moved southward. The two figures traversed through the lingering haze. In the distance, Wen Xingru and Bai Yuan instinctively followed suit, reminiscent of the time they were guided by Shum along the city walls. Ultimately, as the dust began to settle, Shumi and Wang Jie stood face to face, separated by 1,000 meters. So it is you, Shumi observed Wang Jie with astonishment in his eyes. You were present last time, yet you did not take action. Wang Jie replied, I was observing. He had repeated this explanation thrice. In the distance, Yinlai winced, amused by the exchange. Shumi chuckled. What did your observations reveal? Wang Jie grimaced. I cannot defeat you. Shumi raised an eyebrow in surprise. You wish to defeat me? Why not? Wang Jie retorted. Shumi burst into laughter. Do you realize that in this universe, no one dares to utter such words at this moment? Not the Jiayi Zone, nor the San Chantian, and even I, Qingyi Dao, would not dare. Wang Jie remained composed. I say it. It does not cost me a thing. Shumi pointed into the distance, asked those people. Should my opponent be an individual or a group? Wang Jie released his fingers, clenching and unclenching them, producing a soft sound. It matters not, at least for now. Your only opponent is me. Shumi marveled. You are from Blue Star? A native? That is unexpected. There are always anomalies. I admire you. Shumi regarded Wang Jie intently. Show me your prowess. Let us see how you intend to defeat me. In the distance, Wen Xingru and the others exchanged glances filled with complexity. Those who understood Shumi were aware of his pride. They had been completely disregarded, yet this native was able to engage him in conversation. He was indeed being regarded differently. Such acknowledgement would send ripples throughout the universe. Qin Zheng and the others felt the tension rise, urging their leader, do not lose. When Zhao clenched his fists, surprised by the intensity of his own anxiety. Like the insect, this malevolent man ought to succumb to his own shortcomings. It would be better for him not to perish. Within the stronghold, the walls crumbled, and towering edifices fell with a resounding crash. Countless souls lamented, while all cultivators rushed to rescue the ordinary people. The recent calamity was akin to a cataclysm of the highest magnitude, leaving uncertainty over how many lives had been lost. Wang Jie closed his eyes, listening intently. Hearing the cries of children, the sorrow of women, and the helplessness of many. These scenes unfolded vividly in his mind, intensifying the weight of his breath. Shumai remained unperturbed, merely observing. The strength of this native was strangely formidable, a power not befitting this planet. He was, after all, oblivious to the celestial energy. Even the prodigies of the first sect could not possess such strength. Opening his eyes, bending his legs, he surged forth, his body twisting midair, arms curved, grasping at the atmosphere, sweeping forward. A tremendous force rent the air, tearing it into fissures that sliced towards Shumai like blades. Raising his right arm, Shumai flicked his wrist, dispelling a crack in the air. His brow furrowed as he noticed a dark red mark appearing on his hand. Fissures swept toward him from all directions, obscuring his vision. Shumai moved, for the first time evading in Blue Star. This sight left Mo and Wenxing, among others, wide-eyed. Their attempts to assail Shumai had failed to elicit any movement from him. Yet Wang Jie, seemingly ordinary in his strike, compelled Shumai to evade. What formidable attack was this? Shumai merely sidestepped, evading all air fissures, and with a raised hand, he unleashed a strike. This seemingly gentle blow pushed through the void, causing the air to ripple like cascading waves. Wang Jie felt himself ensnared in a quagmire. Unable to leverage his strength to escape, he could only extend a finger, executing the Luoxian finger, channeling energy through the air. The spiraling force penetrated the undulating atmosphere, piercing directly towards Shumai. Shumai raised his hand to grasp, dispersing the spiraling energy. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jie executed the 8 steps of armor, becoming a phantom amidst the airwaves. The first 6 steps evaded the airwaves, and on the 7th step, he arrived before Shumai, his internal energy surging as he delivered a punch. Shumai smiled faintly, insinuating that in terms of strength, he was lacking. As he spoke, he also unleashed a punch. A thunderous boom erupted, resonating in everyone's ears, causing blood to trickle from Tang Jie and others. The trial participants fared no better, their faces paling, as the sound reverberated like thunder in their minds. With the collision of fists, the air shattered, the earth split asunder, and a tempestuous current thrust both combatants backward, sweeping them away. The Tianfu stronghold was ravaged by the gale, with many precarious structures collapsing. Another resounding crash ensued as Wang Jie and Shumai simultaneously struck, their forces colliding. Wang Jie maintained a stoic demeanor, while Shumai, exhilarated, marveled at the rarity of finding a contender of equal caliber after 2 rounds of cultivation. This native could actually contest his strength, unbelievable, truly astonishing. With repeated collisions, Wang Jie felt his power surging, his body adapting and strengthening, yet despite this amplification, Shumai continually suppressed him. Every step he took was overshadowed. The ground, as if made of paper, fractured and spread, clouds of dust rising in the aftermath. Surrounding insects stirred uneasily, retreating in trepidation. Blood splattered before him, his own. Wang Jie was acutely aware that his strength was utterly insufficient to injure Shumai. This was a creature of monstrosity. A sudden jolt of pain surged from his arm, spreading into numbness. His right arm had become powerless. Thus, he resolved to utilize his left hand. With a swift pivot, Shumai raised his foot to strike. Wang Jie deftly sidestepped, executing the 8th step, avoiding the blow and reappearing behind Shumai, unleashing a left punch. Shumai, however, turned and allowed Wang Jie's fist to collide with his form. Although he was slightly pushed back by the impact, he advanced ferociously, an even greater force of recoil emanating from within him, traveling along Wang Jie's left arm and sending him hurtling backward. Wang Jie staggered, retreating a full 10 steps before finally halting. His left arm trembled, while his right arm lay bereft of sensation. In terms of strength, he had been decisively defeated. Shumai regarded him intently, brushing off his chest with an air of admiration. I never anticipated that a 3rd reincarnation could possess the power to repel me at the same level. Your name is Wang Jie, is it not? I acknowledge your prowess. You may accompany me. Chapter 43. The Battle in the Distance. When Xingru and others stood in stunned silence, Wang Jie's display of combat prowess exceeded their comprehension. The strength possessed by this individual was utterly unfathomable. Anyone with a modicum of cosmic knowledge understood the magnitude of the feat to repel Shumai, a figure of the 3rd rebirth. Such an event would undoubtedly make headlines across the starry horizon, becoming a legendary topic of discourse among countless beings and factions throughout the universe. Particularly astonishing was the fact that Shumai intended to take him along. If Wang Jie merely consented, he would be the envy of innumerable entities in the cosmos. This was an opportunity to ascend to greatness. Yunlai gazed at Wang Jie with envy, resenting the luck of this native who had caught Shumai's attention. How infuriating. Wang Jie examined his bloodied hands. Only his fingers retained the ability to move, the rest rendered immobile from the fierce struggle. The more he contemplated, the more he grasped the terror embodied by this person. Had he not acquired the wrist guards from the fields, which enhanced his strength through practice, he would have been utterly powerless against this individual, no different from the other prodigies. Should I accompany you? Can you spare Lanxing? Wang Jie inquired. Shumai replied with a faint smile. If it were merely the bloodline bridge method, I might consider relinquishing it for you. However, the method gained from the source bridge is beyond your worth. Wang Jie sighed. It seemed he had no choice but to fight desperately. Shumai expressed curiosity. It's merely an ordinary planet. When you broaden your perspective to encompass the entire universe, you will realize how insignificant it is. To sacrifice your life for it is even less justifiable. Ask them. The honor of following me, Shumai, is an extraordinary opportunity. If I offered them this chance, would they accept? In the distance, the group of challengers remained silent, undoubtedly willing to accept, even when Xingru, a member of the esteemed Wen lineage, found it difficult to resist Shumai's allure. I refuse. Emo spoke with utmost seriousness. Suddenly, Wang Jie pointed decisively at Shumai, unleashing a spiraling force that struck from afar. Shumai frowned, effortlessly dispersing the energy. At that moment, a dark mass descended from the sky. Surging toward Shumai, it was a swarm of mutated insects. Simultaneously, from beneath the earth, a legion of mutated ants erupted, emitting a chilling hiss. Shumai rotated his left palm, exerting pressure that caused the ground to sink and fracture, unleashing a terrifying force that erupted through the fissures toward the sky. Wang Jie continued to retreat as countless insects surged past him. Zhong Xian has arrived. Surround and annihilate him, commanded Chong Ruo, directing the swarm. From all directions, an endless tide of insects advanced upon Shumai. Old Ninth approached Wang Jie, prepared to carry him away. No need to carry me. My arms are merely fatigued. Wang Jie protested. Qing Zheng gave a thumbs up, proclaiming, "Boss, you're incredible." Old Fifth marveled. I knew the boss was strong, but I never imagined he was this formidable. Look at how astonished those extraterrestrials are. Wang Jie shook his head, observing Shumai engulfed by the insect horde. Perhaps only those who had faced him truly understood his dreadfulness. Could the swarm truly deplete his celestial energy? With a thunderous roar, the air warped and exploded as Shumai emerged, stepping atop the corpses of the insects, disregarding Zhong Xian and the others, and fixating directly on Wang Jie. Brandishing a severed insect leg, Wang Jie pushed aside Lao Jiao, his broken leg sweeping past the neck, leaving a trace of blood that vanished into the distance. This man intended to kill him. Shumai harbored murderous intent towards Wang Jie. Just as he was about to strike again, a sudden silence fell. And a sword was drawn, the essence of power and astral energy boiling over, capturing Shumai's attention. Snow began to fall from the heavens as Qi Xuan and Wen Xing, among others, took action. Take me away. Wang Jie was not one to court death. He still had the potential to absorb calamity materials to grow stronger, to continue transcending realms, rendering it unnecessary to engage in a futile struggle. Yet, in the next instant, Shumai vanished, evading all assaults. Wang Jie's pupils constricted sharply as he pushed Lao Jiao and the others aside, taking 8 steps back. At the moment his first step touched the ground, Shumai reappeared, flickering past, creating a rift in the air as if it had been cut. A chill coursed through Wang Jie's body. Had he not been a step faster, he would have met his demise. Shumai was astonished. Such keen intuition he possessed, managing to evade his attack. With a snap of his fingers, Wang Jie summoned power from above the clouds, his finger piercing the void, stirring the earth. Then another finger rising into the sky, the heavenly and earthly Luo Xian finger. Shumai glanced at the ground beneath him, then raised his gaze to the heavens. Was this the long-lost heavenly and earthly Luo Xian finger of the Jiai sect? He looked at Wang Jie. Did you acquire this from the remnants of the martial arts hall? Wang Jie was drenched in sweat. He had never executed a technique so swiftly. He aimed solely to prevent Shumai from launching a second strike, for he might not be able to evade the next attack. Shumai chuckled. Killing you would indeed be more worthwhile. With that, he raised his hand, fingers curling, wielding a blade-like insect limb, slashing at the sky. The world flowed like water. Formless and without technique. A stream-like blade of light tore through the heavens and earth, splitting the heavenly and earthly Luo Xian finger in two. Simultaneously, the cascading blade light fell like raindrops, annihilating swathes of insects. Mo, Wen Xing, and the others were also within the range of the blade light. The frozen snowflakes and the forming peaks were utterly crushed. Only Mo and Appos, as single sword turned towards Shumai, still thrusting forward. Shumai casually delivered a second slash, not only shattering Mo's sword, but also leaving 3 deep gashes on his body that exposed bone, sending him flying. A swarm of insects surged like a tidal wave. Insect Xian bellowed. Around them, the immense insect sea coalesced into a colossal hand that pressed down upon Shumai. Break the insect sea, injure insect Xian. Then came the 4th strike aimed at Wang Jie. Despite Wang Jie being taken far away by Lao Jiao and the others, Shumai seemed resolute in his pursuit of Wang Jie, intent on killing him. Suddenly, the 4th strike was halted as Shumai abruptly turned to fixate on a certain direction, his expression shifting for the first time to one of utmost seriousness, death realm. Wang Jie remained oblivious to what transpired. Shumai's 4th strike was halted, and he was lifted onto a massive flying insect, soaring into the distance. Hey, I suppose I just saved your life. How will you repay me? Came the voice of Chong Ruo ahead. Wang Jie was accompanied by Lao Wu and the others, while beside Chong Ruo was Wen Zhao. Thank you. Chong Ruo replied with dissatisfaction. Just thank you? Wen Zhao interjected, it was your brother who asked you to save him. Not you yourself. Say less. Chong Ruo bared her teeth, but I still put in the effort. What, do you want me to do it for free? The leader sighed. Having done his utmost, while Qingjing felt helpless, both Lao Wu and Lao Jiao remained silent, despite gathering the mightiest cultivators of the Blue Star alongside the insect horde. They were utterly defeated. Was this still considered humanity? With their escape, the Tianfu base was effectively doomed. Yet, they truly had exerted themselves. Wang Jie leaned against the back of an insect, attempting to rise, but fatigue nearly caused him to stumble. Lao Wu hurried to support him. Leader, what do you intend to do? With Lao Jiao and Appos' assistance, Wang Jie approached Chong Ruo and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. The others exchanged puzzled glances. Wen Zhao also looked at Wang Jie with curiosity. Wang Jie, with solemnity, gazed at Chong Ruo. I will repay this. But could you assist me with one more task? Chong Ruo, perplexed, inquired, what more do you need? Wang Jie looked towards the ground. I require disaster materials, as many as possible. Chong Ruo replied with resignation, it's futile. Even if you break through to the 9th seal or even the 10th, you still cannot defeat Shumai. You have no idea that he is a monster. A being who has repeatedly traversed the realm of invincibility. Wang Jie responded, his tone somber, even so, I must take the chance. I am confident I can at least diminish his combat strength significantly. Your brother came here due to the Jiai sect, right? If I can weaken Shu Mai and assist you in completing your mission, I believe your brother will benefit as well, not to mention you. Trust me. Chong Ruoro regarded Wang Jie with scrutiny. She might not have believed such words from another, even from Lord Imo, yet recalling Wang Jie's recent battle against Shu Mai and his evolving strength as he continuously evaded her pursuit, she found herself wavering. Wen Zhao also urged her earnestly, help him, you won't regret it. Chong Ruo pursed her lips, glancing at Wen Zhao before turning her gaze back to Wang Jie. What is the nature of your relationship with him? Qing Zheng, rendered speechless, interjected. Sister, is this really the time for such questions? Chong Ruo huffed in response, choosing to remain silent. Wang Jie intended to speak further, but was interrupted by Wen Zhao, who nodded in understanding. They realized that this proud young lady had already acquiesced, albeit without vocalizing her agreement. The flying insects altered their course towards the south, for there were fewer insects in the north but an abundance in the south. To procure as many disaster materials as possible, they had no choice but to rely on the insect horde, which was the very reason Wang Jie sought Chong Ruo's assistance. As they departed, the battle at Tianfu base concluded. Shu Mai stood still, surveying his surroundings, surprised that a member of the corpse sect had infiltrated. The Jia sect was indeed inept. If the corpse sect were to establish a bridge, it would spell trouble. I could help you resolve this, but remember, we owe each other nothing. In the vast starry sky, above the cascading waterfall, celestial bodies moved in harmony as prominent figures from the Jia sect gathered, silently gazing at the lake. Near the water's edge, a group of disciples bowed in reverence. We pay our respects to the sect master. The newcomer was an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage, his expression calm and unremarkable, yet no one dared to underestimate him. He was the current sect master of the Jia sect Shihi. What is the situation? He inquired. The outlook is grim. Xing and the others, in alliance with the insect horde and the natives, have found themselves unable to contend with Shu Mai. Even worse, the speaking elder hesitated. Individuals from the death realm have appeared. Shu Mai claimed to be one of the corpse sect's 100 coffins. The crane gazed upon the lake, pondering which one it was. Uncertain, the surface of the lake displayed numerous images, each vividly portraying the circumstances of every trial taker, including Chong Ruo and Wen Zhao. In the scenes, Chong Xian retreated alongside the swarm of insects, while Wen Xingru, Mo, and others were being dragged away by the creatures. The remaining trial takers scattered, with nearly half perishing in the battle at Tianfu base, and the other half fleeing alongside the insect horde. Further afield, in the realms of the Blue Star, figures of trial takers could be seen amidst the oceans and glaciers, each one unmistakably present. Yet, distinguishing which among them hails from the realm of the dead proved elusive. The corpse sect possesses 100 coffins, each sealing practitioners from various realms, rendering their identities a mystery to the outside world. A strategy devised to facilitate infiltration into various major factions. Little did I expect that our trial at Jia sect would attract the attention of the corpse sect and Appos, as 100 coffins. Could it be that Shu Mai, in a bid to thwart our reckoning with Cheng Yi after the bridge was constructed, intentionally spread this information? It is not impossible, however. Should the 100 coffins indeed infiltrate and bridge, the damage to Jia sect's reputation would be far more grievous than the repercussions of Shu Mai's bridge building. The assembly bowed in unison. We heed your command. Chapter 44. The Challenge on Blue Star. Chuo lay motionless upon the insect, resembling a lifeless figure. After an extended period, he finally lifted his head and rubbed his temples, reflecting on the severity of the situation concerning Shami. He had barely taken a few steps when he suddenly halted. Gazing upward at the image of the martial arts hall, I refuse. Simultaneously, on the back of the flying insect, Wen Zhao spoke. I refuse. The voice of Ruo also echoed. I refuse. Wang Jie and the others turned to each other, questioning who had spoken and what was being rejected. Wang Jie expressed her astonishment. Is the first sect directly confronting Shami? Wen Zhao shook his head. The trial may have concluded for us, but the trial itself continues. And it cannot be terminated. Rua added, this implies that we are retreating, leaving the subsequent trials solely for you natives of Blue Star, and that Shami. Oh. And most importantly, the mutated creatures. What does that mean? Qingzheng inquired. Wenjiao looked skyward, where streaks of fire, akin to meteors, descended towards them, or rather, towards the land of Huaxia. Wang Jie observed the fiery meteors. Are there more trial participants? Her tone turned grave as she continued. No, it is the celestial stones. Her expression darkened. In 2200, the celestial stones fell, obliterating Blue Star's advanced weaponry and its production chain, marking humanity's entry into the era of cultivation. This scene was etched in her memory, never to be forgotten, and now it was reoccurring. Yet, back then, there were only a few celestial stones. Now, there were far too many. One by one, they plummeted to the earth like meteorites. Rua swiftly maneuvered the insect to evade the impending danger. A celestial stone struck not far away, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that upheaved the surroundings. What does the first sect intend to do? Wang Jie fixed her gaze on Wenjiao, demanding an answer. Wenjiao's countenance turned solemn. They intend to drastically elevate the power of the mutated creatures on Blue Star, utilizing these beings against Shami. Wang Jie felt a chill run down her spine as she looked skyward. The first sect had utterly disregarded the fate of the Blue Star inhabitants. The trial had transformed into a hellish ordeal. Humanity could no longer hinder Shami, and was now relying on the mutated creatures. With the relentless fall of celestial stones, the surge of power was unprecedented, inevitably leading to the metamorphosis of numerous mutated beings in a remarkably short span. Multiple imprints would emerge in abundance. One could only wonder if even Blue Star itself could withstand such an onslaught, as this was a path to mutual destruction. In this scenario, it was conceivable that Shami might not successfully bridge the gap, but the first sect would undoubtedly lose their opportunity to do so. In this perilous game, the most tragic fate would forever befall the inhabitants of Blue Star. They would be the first to perish beneath the claws of the mutated beings. Monsters. Old Jiu gritted his teeth in anger. Qingzheng stood, pointing to the sky in a furious outburst. First sect, you are all monsters, disregarding the lives of Blue Star's people. May you suffer dire consequences. Neither Rua nor Wenjiao spoke. The reality was as grim as it appeared. Blue Star was on the brink of becoming a true hell. How many could possibly survive? Wang Jie's gaze darkened with dread. Why do you not flee? Wenjiao, unsure, sensed an instinctive refusal. Rua declared, I must wait for my brother. He would never abandon us. I know him. Rua then turned to Wang Jie. Please, assist me. She exchanged a glance with Wenjiao, pursing her lips. Yes. Many challengers have been guided away, such as Yun Lai, who departed without hesitation. Yet, numerous others remained. Like when Xing and his companions, none of whom chose to leave. At this moment, Bai Yuan was with Qi Xuan and Qi Wu. Qi Wu, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, Miss, why must I stay? Qi Xuan replied with a chilling tone, if you leave, who will attend to me? Qi Wu, feeling helpless, countered, then why don't you leave too? That Shami is not someone mere mortals can contend with. Surely, life is of greater importance. Bai Yuan's countenance darkened. The imprinting power has increased significantly. Qi Wu glanced at Bai Yuan, sighed. This Blue Star is truly unfortunate. Not only has it been chosen as a trial ground, but it also serves as a bridge, attracting Shami and Apos' attention. It is inconceivable that this planet does not meet its demise. What is paramount in business? Reputation. Regardless of whether it is good or bad, as long as the name spreads, that suffices. At her core, she is a merchant. If things go awry, this could become a spectacle attracting countless viewers from across the cosmos. At the Tianfu base, Shami, having failed to locate the inhabitants of the Death Realm, silently elevated the base once more, directing it towards the mountain city. The following day, Wang Jie and her companions arrived at the Jinling base. Chongruo was fortuitously able to gather the swarm of insects around the Jinling base. The insect sea between Jinling base and Tianfu base had already been gathered by Chongxian and was now sparse. Upon reaching Jinling base, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Upon discovering the cause, they were rendered utterly speechless. The sacrificial altar in the mountain city had risen to a height of 300 meters. With the upper 100 meters entirely composed of stacked human corpses, a sight drenched in blood. Millions had perished, and the Tianfu base lay utterly devastated. This scene was recorded by Shami and transmitted to the 5 major bases, declaring that Blue Star would be irrevocably reduced to a sacrificial offering. A profound despair settled upon all present, plunging them into an agonizing silence. The base had lost its former vitality, and the pursuit of cultivation had lost all significance. What awaited everyone was nothing but death. Wang Jie gazed at the screen displaying the piled corpses, which included both adults and children, individuals who had been alive just yesterday, now reduced to lifeless bodies, all for the sake of fulfilling Xiaomi's singular ambition. He sat atop the altar, gazing eastward, lost in thought. The crowd had been stripped of even their anger, left with only silence, an unbearable silence that rendered them voiceless. Even if the challengers regarded the natives as less than human, the sight before them was unsettling. Chong Ruo's visage turned pale, and Wen Zhao's face, hidden beneath a sheer veil, was devoid of color. Furthermore, due to the falling celestial stones, the imprinting power caused mutated creatures to undergo continuous metamorphosis and evolution, resulting in the Jinling base and Apos' safety zone shrinking, while various mutated beings advanced towards the base. Such was the plight of Jinling base, mirrored in the other bases as well. The inhabitants of Blue Star faced an unprecedented catastrophe. Disaster had arrived. At this moment, humanity had sunk to the lowest tier of Blue Star. Wang Jie exited the Jinling base, silently making her way towards the danger zone, with Lao Wu and the others closely following. Chong Ruo commanded the insect swarm to assist, simultaneously slaying mutated creatures and gathering materials from the calamity. They no longer required the disaster materials. It was meaningless, as the trials had concluded. Wang Jie needed them. The more the better. Under the moonlight, she ventured forth alone, avoiding any team formations for her own convenience. Others too were hunting mutated beasts, collecting materials on her behalf. For 2 consecutive days, he vanquished numerous mutated plants. On the 3rd day, he commenced his exercises. 63-fold. The increase in strength was minimal, and he felt he was nearing his limit. Wang Jie yearned to transcend the 9th seal, yet he was plagued by a sense of inadequacy. Shumai truly stood at the pinnacle of strength, possessing unparalleled power at the 8th seal. Even if he were to break through to the 9th seal and contend with Shumai, what would happen if Shumai also achieved the 9th seal? The outcome would remain unchanged. If he could reach his limits, why could he not? He resolved to continue augmenting his strength. The limit, reaching the limit. At the Jinling base, another scene unfolded, revealing Bai Yuan. In this moment, Bai Yuan appeared on screen, facing everyone, and slowly knelt. Those who witnessed this spectacle were left in shock. Wang Jie stood on the 2nd floor, gazing at the distant screen. I, Bai Yuan, kneel here to implore all trial takers who remain, grant us one more chance. We are willing to eradicate mutated creatures and gather disaster materials for you. We are prepared to do anything for you. At the 4 major bases, everyone watched Bai Yuan on screen, a profound despair etched deep within their souls. His plea, his unwillingness, and his stubborn desire to gamble once more gradually permeated the hearts of all. Perhaps we may never escape the fate of being sacrifices. Yet even if there exists only a 1 in a billion chance, we must strive for it. All Blue Star inhabitants listened intently. I have not given up. And neither should you. The despair we endure now is reminiscent of what we experienced a decade ago. We have survived until this moment. As he spoke, another image materialized, revealing Wang Jie and Shumai engaged in combat outside the Tianfu base. Wang Jie was astonished. Had this been recorded? The individual capturing this moment was positioned at the Tianfu base, their perspective differing from that of Bai Yuan and the others, yet equally staggering. Everyone stood transfixed. This is Wang Jie. Many surely recognize him. He is one of us, a Blue Star inhabitant. An existence that trial takers cannot contend with. He can fight back. So, why not grant him the time to grow? Until he can confront formidable foes, let us protect ourselves, lest he triumph over his adversaries, yet find no one left to converse with in Blue Star. What a sorrowful tableau that would be. Dear friends, we do have opportunities. At the Jinling base, Grey Claw excitedly pointed at the screen. Wild grass, it's wild grass. I recognize him. It's wild grass. He is unexpectedly powerful. Do you recall that gigantic finger outside the base? That was wild grass's combat technique. We do have chances, my friends. We are not without opportunities. Feng Yu, Liang Dong, Dehu, and others shouted in fervent excitement. We are not without chances. Let us safeguard the base, protect ourselves. There will surely be opportunities. Children, we shall not perish. Mother will certainly protect you. Confront the enemy, safeguard yourselves. Protect yourselves. Wang Jie observed the fervor within the base, countless individuals invigorated by Bai Yuan's words. The entire base radiating vitality. He too smiled. In the footage, his struggle against Shumai appeared feeble, yet from others' perspectives, his performance was equally staggering. Viewed from this angle, it was rather heroic. Upright. Leader, please record this for me as well. I wish to challenge the Knight of the Setting Sun. Qizheng, filled with excitement, clenched his fist and declared, all right. Chapter 45, the god gazing at the sky 100 kilometers from the Jinling base, at the foot of the mountain. Wang Jie grasped the hilt of his sword, closing his eyes in quiet anticipation. The sword, a gift from the base, was an instrument he wielded only infrequently, as he had yet to discover a sword technique that resonated with him within the confines of the Martial Hall's recordings. Yet, in this moment, nothing stirred the spirit as profoundly as the art of the sword. Behind him, drones hovered, capturing the scene from various angles. At noon, sunlight burst through the clouds, and Wang Jie suddenly opened his eyes, an immense force surging through his arm, the power within him erupting as he stepped forward, his sword cleaving the mountain. The visible wave of sword energy swept across the landscape. Qingzheng and the others observed the towering mountain ahead, questioning the stillness. Suddenly, the dense cloud cover above was torn apart, as if the heavens themselves had been split open, creating a mirror-like rift between earth and sky. In the next instant, the mountain began to slide at an angle. The colossal mountain, greater in size than the entire Jinling base, began to descend along the path marked by Wang Jie's strike. Forests, lakes, houses, and mutated creatures upon it plummeted towards the ground, ultimately crashing down, causing the earth to tremble and clouds of dust to rise skyward. Those present witnessed the spectacle with wide eyes, astonished by the sheer power unleashed. Had the sky been cleaved in twain? Was such destructive force truly achievable by mere mortals? This single strike transcended their understanding. However, when Zhao and the others were not taken aback, they had witnessed assaults capable of obliterating planets. Wang Jie's demonstration was intended for the inhabitants of Blue Star. The excitement of the fifth elder and his companions was palpable. Boss, you are incredible. So impressive. Wang Jie lowered his sword, his gaze serene. In truth, the destructive potential of the Tiandi Luoxian finger technique surpassed that of this strike. Yet, while the Tiandi Luoxian finger was indeed awe-inspiring, its range of devastation was limited. The people of Blue Star, particularly those from Huaxia, held a unique reverence for the sword. Towards Shumi, the mountain city, the drones flew. Soon after, Shumi beheld the video of Wang Jie's mountain-splitting strike, which was broadcast across major bases. This was a challenge, a declaration from Wang Jie to Shumi. Although when Xing and her companions were indifferent to the sword's might, they were attentive to Wang Jie's words, directed explicitly at them. Your unwillingness to withdraw from the trial signifies your determination. Thus, I shall take up the sword and charge forth on your behalf. Your duty is to safeguard the major bases of Blue Star, relieving me of any concerns. I assure you, I shall not allow him to depart unscathed. The hymn referred, of course, to Shumi. Had Wang Jie uttered these words prior to the battle outside Tianfu base, they would have garnered little attention. Yet now, even the esteemed figures among them paused to consider his statement, for Wang Jie was the sole individual capable of confronting Shumi head-on. And he bore the mark of the eighth seal. This was astonishing, for it suggested that this native had surpassed those who were deemed prodigies. It was illogical, yet undeniably real. Regardless of the reasons, they could not deny that Wang Jie was the sharpest blade against Shumi in this trial, despite the improbability of victory. In the mountain city, upon the altar, Shumi gazed at the footage of Wang Jie's strike, smiling as he felt his own power grow. How exactly did you achieve this? Upon concluding his words, he gazed at the drone and slowly rose to his feet. Initially, I had intended to construct the bridge immediately. However, since you have issued a challenge, I shall grant you a month. After this period, I will take action. I hope you do not disappoint me within this month. This message reached Wang Jie and others, including Wen Xingru. They promptly agreed to do their utmost to protect the remaining 4 major bases, allowing Wang Jie to face Shumai with peace of mind after a month. Does the lady truly believe that Wang Jie can contend with Shumai? Qiwu inquired. Qi Xuan replied, impossible. Even if the imprinting power enables him to swiftly attain 10 imprints, he would still be no match for Shumai. Then why agree? It is merely a stalling tactic. The longer this trial persists, the greater the external attention it will attract, which benefits us. As for Wen Xingru and Lord Mo, they each harbor their own thoughts. The first sect wishes for the duration to be extended, allowing the mutated creatures of Blue Star time to evolve. They represent the final force capable of thwarting Shumai. Qi Wu comprehended. The first sect's release of so many lethal stones for the evolution of mutated beings was intended to exhaust Shumai's power through these creatures. Qi Xuan looked skyward. Blue Star belongs not only to its inhabitants but also to all its creatures. If Shumai intends to construct a bridge and completely obliterate Blue Star, these beings will undoubtedly resist him. The longer the time extends, the greater the possibility of thwarting Shumai. Shi Wu was perplexed. If that is the case, why would Shumai agree to grant a month? Wouldn't that be disadvantageous for him? Shi Xuan herself could not discern the reasoning, no matter how one viewed it. Prolonging the time would only serve to disadvantage Shumai, yet he chose to do so. Was it excessive confidence or some ulterior motive? No one could fathom Shumai and Appo's intentions. Bai Yuan rallied everyone to hunt mutated creatures to provide Wang Jie with disaster materials. Chong Shen arrived, joining forces with Chong Ruoruo, intensifying the insect tide. On the back of a colossal beetle, Chong Shen observed Wang Jie with astonishment, as though gazing upon a monster. Wang Jie looked into the distance. The insects had grown stronger, with 8th, 9th, and even 10th imprints becoming more frequent. The mutated beings exhibited similar growth. The imprint power of Blue Star was exceedingly profound, and each day these mutated creatures would grow slightly stronger. One could only wonder what would transpire in a month. You actually managed to hold your own against Shumai. Do you realize the magnitude of shock it would cause if word got out? Chong Shen marveled. Wang Jie expressed gratitude. Had it not been for your timely intervention with the insect tide during that battle, I would not be alive today. Thank you. Chong Shen replied, you spared Ruoro's life. Consider it a favor returned. Chong Ruo interjected, brother, we were the ones who saved him. He owes us. Chong Shen shot her a glare, signaling her to remain silent. Wang Jie turned to Chong Shen. Now, can you enlighten me about Shumai's situation? Regarding Shumai, these trial participants had not clearly articulated any specifics from beginning to end. They only knew he hailed from Chang'e Dao, while Wang Jie and the others were left in the dark. The attitude of these trial participants towards Shumai resembled that of deities gazing down from the heavens upon the earth, ever the challengers, and in groups. Despite their evident higher realm, it is unfathomable how an 8th imprint could attain such a status. Chong Shen and Wen Zhao exchanged glances before speaking. There is little point in elaborating. You only need to know that he has undergone 3 rounds of cultivation. Chang'e Dao possesses a technique known as the Tai Su Jing Jing. Wang Jie was astonished. Such a technique exists? Chong Shen's expression turned grave. Shumu Yi, prior to his recultivation, achieved unparalleled prowess during his initial attempt, nearly invincible among his peers. The Starry Horizon's assessment of him is limitless beyond limits. Chong Ruoruo interjected. This implies that a person inherently lacks absolute limits. He has already reached the pinnacle of current understanding. Chong Shen shot her a glare and continued. This was merely the assessment when he first embarked on his path of cultivation. With each breakthrough in realm, this evaluation has been reaffirmed by the Starry Horizon, signifying that he has reached the recognized limits of each stage. It was under such circumstances that he undertook his recultivation. Wang Jie felt a jolt in her eyelids. Wen Zhao's expression was one of shock, as she was unaware of Xu Muye's circumstances. Chong Shen and Imp, Appo's voice was subdued. He underwent recultivation once, retracing his steps to the previous realm, and this time the Starry Horizon and Imp, Appo's evaluation was limit. Just 2 words. Yet they are more shocking than anything else. This signifies that Xu Muyi has reached the theoretical limits of humanity. However, he was not satisfied, and thus undertook a second recultivation. The evaluation this time was beyond humanity. Now he is undergoing a 3rd recultivation. Historically, even Chang'e Dao has no record of anyone achieving 3 rounds of recultivation. The number of recultivations is not arbitrary. It depends on one's capacity to endure. Xu Mu Yi is the sole existence to have transcended human limits. Regardless of the realm he occupies, he remains beyond the reach of humanity. Wang Jie smiled bittersweetly. No wonder you did not mention this earlier. Chong Shen sighed. Because discussing it is futile, you cannot fathom the terror of such matters. Setting aside whether he possesses the capacity for 3 recultivations, the mental fortitude required is beyond ordinary imagination. The name Xu Mu Yi frequently resonates throughout the cosmos. From the moment he embarked on his cultivation journey, he has been accompanied by an endless aura, a pinnacle that countless peers aspire to yet can never attain. To gain his recognition and willingness to accompany you is indeed a meteoric rise. Here he paused, fearing that he might say too much and truly tempt Wang Jie to abandon Blue Star and follow Xu Muyi. Currently, on Blue Star, apart from a few uniquely positioned trial takers, the rest of the inhabitants are unable to survive. This place is akin to hell. Even if Bai Yuan mastered the Jia-E Divine Sword, survival is not guaranteed. Chong Hai is slaughtering mutated creatures, gathering catastrophe materials. The trial takers no longer require such materials. They merely wish to navigate this trial in peace, leaving before the bridge to Blue Star is erected, and the longer they can stay before that, the better. All catastrophe materials are entrusted to Wang Jie. Hey, how are you so strong? Chong Ruo could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. The question was rather impolite. Yet Chong Xian did not intervene. He too was genuinely intrigued. Simultaneously, beneath the waterfall of Jia sect, the disciples cast curious glances. Facing Chong Ruo's eager gaze, Wang Jie slowly replied, "Eat more and sleep well." Amidst the multitude, with the assistance of the insect horde and practitioners from various major bases, Wang Jie found himself devoid of the need to venture out in pursuit of disaster materials. Within the confines of his room at the Jinling base, he gazed at the video adorning the wall, a recording of his fierce battle with Shu Mai. He scrutinized it repeatedly, endeavoring to discern the trajectory of Shu Mai's strikes. The words of Chong Xian weighed heavily upon him, as he recognized the formidable nature of his opponent. Now he commenced the 8th set of beginner's calisthenics. The moment had arrived. Wang Jie rose and began his exercises, while the disaster materials in the room continued to dwindle. 65 times. No further augmentation was possible. Chapter 46. Chao Yao. Wang Jie gasped for breath, acutely aware that as the exercise neared its conclusion, Ainli retreated towards his own limits, ceasing to augment his strength. Could this truly be the extent of his capabilities? He glanced at the video. Shu Mai's power seemed inexhaustible, an abyss of potential whose depth was unfathomable. If he could achieve such feats, why could he not? Should the 8 seals prove inadequate against him, the 9th and 10th seals would similarly falter. The ultimate limit. Beyond limits, transcending humanity, where did he currently belong? Are you practicing? A sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Wang Jie's expression shifted dramatically as he turned abruptly, outside the window. Someone clung to the wall like a gecko, waving at him jovially. How had he not noticed this person, so close? Even when Zhao and the others were oblivious. Wang Jie scrutinized the newcomer, who appeared youthful and bore an enigmatic smile. So, are you not going to invite me in for a chat? The stranger inquired once more. Wang Jie, filled with caution, slowly approached the window and opened it. The individual stepped inside. Under the illumination, Wang Jie discerned that the visitor's skin had an unsettling grayish hue, reminiscent of someone who had long been deprived of sunlight. Their smile exuded a peculiar, eerie quality. I am Chao Yao, and it is a pleasure to meet you, Wang Jie, he said, clasping his hands in the ancient manner of greeting from Huaxia. Wang Jie regarded him with suspicion. You're a trial taker? He stared intently at Chao Yao, unable to discern his realm or detect any aura. Yet a profound discomfort settled within him. Despite it being summer, the room felt considerably chillier. This individual was decidedly unsettling. Up close, he could even smell the scent of dust and decay. Chao Yao raised an eyebrow. Come now, don't be shy. I quite admire your Huaxia custom of clasping hands. It conveys a sense of strength. Wang Jie mirrored the gesture, returning the greeting. I am Wang Jie. May we not be born in the same year or month. But may we? Chao Yao suddenly faltered, scratching his head in embarrassment. Oh dear, I've lost my train of thought. Heh. Wang Jie fixed his gaze on him. What is your purpose? Chao Yao surveyed the room, his attention landing on the wall-mounted video. He stepped forward, turning his back to Wang Jie, and marveled. To be honest, I never imagined that a trial native from such a primitive planet could contend with Shu Mai. Although he hasn't even unleashed half of his might, it is still quite astonishing. The man displayed no hint of wariness towards Wang Jie. What exactly do you intend? Wang Jie pressed further. Where do you hail from? From the realm of death, the corpse sect, Chao Yao replied. Wang Jie felt bewildered. Forget that, Chao Yao waved dismissively. Just know that Blue Star is on the brink of being bridged, and all its inhabitants must perish, with a few exceptional trial takers as the sole exceptions. The only ones who can ensure your survival, aside from Shu Mai, are I or the Jia sect. But, consider this, Shu Mai intends to bridge and obliterate Blue Star. You cannot possibly side with him, given the blood feud between you. The Jia sect is no better. Even without Shu Mai, they have little regard for your kind-ass survival. After the trials, you would still be taken as combat slaves. Moreover, the Jia sect has already learned that you Blue Star individuals can form bridges. Even if Shu Mai is driven away, your planet will still be bridged by the Jia sect, aiding some talented disciple or elder in obtaining the secrets of the bridge. The outcome remains unchanged. As he spoke, he patted his chest, declaring, Only I hold no enmity towards you and can lead you away, offering you a bright future, though perhaps it should be termed a dark future. Regardless, I can ensure your survival and assist you in avenging yourself. How does that not seem advantageous? He rambled on. Wang Jie remained composed, stating, in a month and Appos, as time, I will confront Shumai once more. Chuang sighed in resignation, brother. Don't be so stubborn. Truly, you cannot hope to defeat Shumai. No one of the same realm in the current universe can best him. He exists on an entirely different plane from his peers. You may possess 8 seals, but what of the 9th? He has undergone 3 reincarnations as one's realm ascends. The disparity only magnifies. He can achieve 10 seals in a short span. Even if you were to break through to 10 seals, the gap would only widen further. The fate of Blue Star is unchangeable, yet yours can still be altered. Come with me now, and I shall ensure your path remains shrouded in darkness. Wang Jie scrutinized him. Outside the Tianfu base, Shumai intended to kill me. He only refrained because of you, correct? Chuyang chuckled. Have you remembered? You owe me your life, for had I not threatened him, you would have perished. Together, we might stand a chance against him. Brother, if you wish to court death, do not drag me along. Can even a few prodigies unite to withstand a single strike? The gap, do you comprehend? An insurmountable chasm exists. He can unleash the power of the stars with 8 seals. I refuse to believe that the Jia-Yi sect is utterly powerless. Wang Jie countered. Chuyang, weary of the conversation, replied, why can't you grasp this? If the Jia-Yi sect had a solution, they would not have initiated the highest level trials, which would attract external attention. They are helpless against Shumai. Do you think Xing Yidao is merely idling? Moreover, even if the Jia-Yi sect were to drive away Shumai, Blue Star would still be sacrificed. Do you truly believe the Jia-Yi sect would spare you? Do you understand what it means to be a stepping stone? Flesh and blood serve as stepping stones. While Blue Star itself is but a stone, what is there to gain from it? Wang Jie narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Chuang explained. I mean, even if Shumai departs, the Jia-Yi sect will still utilize all of Blue Star, including the lives of its inhabitants, as stepping stones. There is no escape for you. In such a scenario, even you, to prevent any lingering resentment, would merely be taken to study why your powers are so formidable, leading to a fate that is both inevitable and agonizing. Do you understand? Wang Jie echoed the words of Wen Xingru. Upon finishing, he sensed something amiss and halted in his tracks. Chuang smirked. See? You and Appos, VE come to the realization? When Xingru swore by her surname that once Shumai was driven away, Blue Star inhabitants would be removed from the list of war slaves. However, her vow only promised their removal from the list, without any assurances regarding their future arrangements. She did not deceive, merely withheld the full truth. At the time, it was overlooked because she had mentioned that Blue Star would undoubtedly be used as a bridge, which is quite valid, coupled with their ignorance of the necessity for flesh and blood in such constructions. Could the flesh and blood of those mutated beings suffice? Wang Jie retorted. Chuang replied, perhaps it would, or perhaps it would not be sufficient. The opportunity to bridge only arises once. Do you think the Jia-Yi sect would take such a risk? No one can be trusted, for they find themselves in an absolute disadvantage. In the realm of Shami, who among them can exert influence? For a moment, Wang Jie felt lost. He was not afraid of Shami. Regardless of the latter's formidable strength, he dared to challenge. It was akin to the time he led an assassination attempt against Suetian. Yet, even if he triumphed over Shami, what would it change? He could not conquer the Jia-Yi sect. Shudio sighed sympathetically. Once you step into the starry expanse, you will comprehend how insignificant a single planet is. There is no need to stubbornly resist here. You harbor feelings for Blue Star, or perhaps for your homeland, Huaxia, at worst. You may have the opportunity for vengeance in the future. There is no alternative path unless. Wang Jie fixed his gaze on Chudio. Chudio smiled broadly. If you can defeat Shami and make headlines in the Starry Sky Gazette, perhaps a significant figure will take notice and assist in saving Blue Star. Of course, such a possibility is exceedingly slim. Wang Jie pressed on. Defeating Shami could create a stir in the universe? One might interpret it that way, Chudio replied. The Starry Sky Gazette is the largest intelligence organization and media outlet in the cosmos, its influence even surpassing that of human factions. Defeating Shami would certainly qualify as newsworthy. Observing Wang Jie deep in thought, Chudio shook his head. How could a mere native comprehend the might of Shami? He is akin to the brightest star in the night sky, while you are but a speck of dust. With that, he turned to leave. Think carefully. It would be best not to accept the challenge in a month's time. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. As he watched Chudio depart, Wang Jie felt an urge to retain him. This individual hailed from a realm of death, evidently distinct from the likes of Mo and Wenxing, and his attitude towards Shami differed from theirs. Yet, He could not ascertain how to approach him. The ability to approach silently indicated extraordinary prowess. The ocean stretched endlessly, with the southern base situated dozens of kilometers from the coastline. This location was chosen because, over the years of apocalypse, the mutated creatures of the ocean rarely ventured inland, mostly confining their activities to coastal regions. On this day, alarms reverberated throughout the southern base. The swirling debris tore through the sky, crashing directly into the base. A frigid gust shot skyward, nearly freezing the air, intercepting countless shards. It was Qi Xuan. She was present at the southern base. Lian Qin's complexion turned pale as she immediately called for assistance. In Jinling base, Wang Jie quickly received the plea for help and set off without delay. After all, he was not lacking in materials for disaster recovery. The mutated creatures outside Jinling base had been thrown into chaos by the insect horde, posing no threat to it. Chong Xian remained behind, intending to control the insect swarm towards Shanxing, leaving only Chong Ro to accompany Wang Jie. The journey from Jinling base to the southern base saw their aircraft assaulted 5 times, an occurrence that was nearly unheard of before the arrival of the trial takers. Such frequency was alarming. Moreover, the assailants were formidable mutated creatures. That evening, upon their arrival at the southern base, the endless marine creatures drew ever closer. Lian Qin hurriedly led Lian Fei to greet them. "Miss, Wang Jie has arrived," Qi Wu announced. Qi Xuan stood atop the city wall, periodically freezing the ground. Her powers capable of extending deep into the ocean. Were it not for her presence, those marine creatures would have long since invaded the southern base. She gazed into the distance. Wang Jie? At that very moment, Wang Jie also turned his gaze towards her. Their eyes met. Qi Xuan nodded slightly as a form of greeting. It must be said that Lian Qin possessed a charm that was not typically found in ordinary women. Despite being considerably older than Wang Jie, her every smile and frown, coupled with her natural fragrance, were exceedingly alluring, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability. In contrast, Lian Fei lacked the captivating allure that defined Lian Qin. As for Chong Ruoruo and Wen Zhao, while they were indeed beautiful, they retained an air of youthful innocence. Chapter 47. The Abyss. The formidable power at the 10th seal level possesses the capacity to wreak havoc upon the land. Having only recently ascended to this tier, it remains unaccustomed to its capabilities. However, given 2 more days, its methods of assault will undoubtedly evolve. I shall address this matter. Wang Jie, feeling the urge to act, has been contemplating ways to confront Shu Mai since the materials for enhancement have ceased to augment his strength. He has not engaged in combat for several days. With a leap from the city wall, a flying insect lifted him skyward. Soon, he found himself above a vast expanse of marine life, where colossal jets of ink rained down like cannon fire, accompanied by torrents of water that resembled arrows. Wang Jie deftly pointed his finger at the back of the insect, unleashing a spiraling force that shattered the myriad attacks and simultaneously bore downwards, obliterating a significant number of creatures below. Yet, many more marine beings lurked in the distance. In Blue Star, the majority of the terrain is oceanic, and marine life vastly outnumbers terrestrial creatures, presenting a spectacle more magnificent than the swarm of insects. Wang Jie continued to strike, striving to maximize his offensive impact with minimal exertion of energy, an art mastered by Shu Mai. He had previously taken the time to study the principles of the Chun method, realizing how astonishing it was for Shu Mai to employ it at the 8th seal level. It was akin to a typical practitioner generating a modicum of destructive force from a slight exertion of energy. While the Qin method demands the production of 100-fold destruction from the same amount of energy, an accomplishment far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators, even those at the star-shattering level above the 10th seal. This exemplifies Shu Mai's prowess. In essence, while both are at the 8th seal, the destructive capacity and potential energy wielded by Shu Mai is 100 times that of a standard practitioner at the same level, signifying an extraordinary disparity. Wang Jie's current objective is to minimize this gap as much as possible. Observing Wang Jie's departure, Qi Xuan, equipped with a combat power detector, received a continuous stream of numerical feedback. He has made progress. Qi Wu inquired, puzzled. Has his level increased? Qi Xuan shook her head. No. He is astute. Since Shu Mai stands at the 8th seal, he too must challenge him at that level. Otherwise, with each ascension, the disparity will only amplify. As long as he does not break through, Shu Mai will remain unchallenged. Qi Wu sighed. I didn't expect someone to genuinely challenge Shu Mai, yet he has indeed accepted. He possesses the qualifications. It is a pity he practices the locking force. Qi Xuan spoke no further, regardless of Wang Jie's impressive performance. The locking force has confined his potential, He is a man without a future. Wang Jie plunged into the endless sea of creatures. And perhaps the most terrified was the insect, which could be devoured at any moment. Wang Jie landed upon the ocean's surface, surrounded by a multitude of marine beings intent on his destruction. The flying insect had long since fled. Wang Jie seized a crab claw and swept it across. Channeling his energy, the force displayed a tangible ferocity that shredded the surroundings. With each successive attack, creatures below the ninth seal fell instantly, while those at the ninth seal could not withstand more than 2 strikes. Countless onlookers were left in awe. This spectacle transcended their comprehension. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, humanity merely clung to survival, relying on sheer numbers to combat the mutated beasts. Despite the existence of the 3 gods and 5 extremes, the strongest entities have always been those formidable creatures dwelling beyond the confines of the bases. The number of mutated beings at a comparable level that humanity could contend with is exceedingly limited, some necessitating coordinated assaults. Yet now Wang Jie, alone amidst the tide of beasts, perceives the endless creatures as mere trifles, dispatching them with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Remarkably, he has only attained the 8th seal. How is this possible? Qi Xuan and the others remain remarkably composed. Given that he could contend with the likes of Shu Mai, such prowess seems entirely plausible. He is holding back. Otherwise, the devastation wrought by a single strike could obliterate all the mutated beings along the coastline. This individual possesses the power to annihilate entire regions. Wang Jie and Apos' combat has broadened the horizons of the Blue Star inhabitants, revealing to them that humanity can indeed be this formidable. If the 3 gods and 5 extremes serve as the spiritual exemplars erected by humanity in the face of apocalypse, then Wang Jie truly resembles a deity. Beneath the waves, tentacles unfurl towards Wang Jie. Suddenly, he plunges downward into the depths of the sea. At the southern nation base, Lianqin's expression shifts dramatically. This is bad. The seabed is not like the land. The deeper you go, the greater the pressure. Moreover, following the apocalypse, the emergence of the seal power has only intensified this pressure. He has been reckless. Qing Zheng, alarmed, inquires about the pressure levels. Lianqin, with a grim countenance, responds, "In peacetime, even professional divers struggle beyond 100 meters without any equipment. Given our current circumstances, the maximum depth is 50 meters. A few days ago, when our 8th seal practitioner assessed the marine life, he attempted a dive of 400 meters. That was his limit." Qing Zheng and the others gaze anxiously at the ocean. Their leader seems to have never ventured into the sea. Indeed, Wang Jie has never submerged himself in oceanic waters. Born near Jinling and raised an orphan, he knows how to swim, but never had the means to visit the seaside. After the apocalypse, such an opportunity became impossible. Now, as he descends into the depths, his vision remains unobstructed. After all, he is a practitioner, yet he soon becomes aware of the pressure. The deeper he goes, the more oppressive it becomes. He encounters yet another 10th seal creature. Wang Jie cleaves through the seaweed with his pincers, but the vegetation proliferates, and the immense force drags him further down. He has underestimated the situation. Utilizing his strength underwater proves challenging, as the pressure intensifies and breathing becomes difficult. He crashes onto the ocean floor, one hand pressing down against the land, allowing him to exert himself, while the other grasps the seaweed. With a vigorous pull, he uproots and rips apart a considerable patch of it. From all directions, more seaweed emerges, accompanied by various bizarre marine creatures. Wang Jie snaps his fingers, invoking the heavenly finger of the mysterious realm. Above the ocean, a colossal finger descends, witnessed by countless individuals at the southern nation base. Simultaneously, a gigantic finger rises from the seabed. One ascends while the other descends, crushing the surrounding marine life. The land fractures and sinks, unleashing a tremendous tsunami. Wang Jie propels himself upward from the land, swiftly breaching the ocean's surface, his form dancing gracefully in the air before landing upon the shore. At the southern nation base, the onlookers, observing through drones, exhale in relief. Breathless, Wang Jie gazes out at the ocean, his eyes reflecting a sense of trepidation. The depths are not a domain to be trifled with. However, as he contemplates the expanse of the sea, he realizes that the pressure he has just experienced is seldom found in the external world, along with that palpable sense of crisis. He firmly believes in a principle: the more hardship one endures, the greater the rewards that await in the future. Since the land offers him neither pressure nor peril, the ocean presents itself as an enticing realm to explore. In the distance, a swarm of dark specks emerges, flying insects. The individuals from the southern base express their gratitude towards Wang Jie, wishing to host a welcoming gathering for him, and he graciously declined their offer. He specifically inquired about the conditions of the ocean. Did his younger companion harbor any particular thoughts? Lian Qin dismissed the others and engaged Wang Jie in conversation on the balcony. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it a delicate fragrance. Unbeknownst to whether it was intentional, Lian Qin's arm brushed against Wang Jie's hand, which he distinctly felt was smooth and, under the hue of red wine, appeared remarkably fair. The Qi Pao clung to her form, accentuating her stunning silhouette. A stirring sensation coursed through him as he gazed upon Lian Qin's alluring visage. He could not help but take a sip of wine. Lian Qin, with a smile gracing her lips, leaned in closer, the aroma intensifying yet remaining pleasant. "Is something the matter, little brother? Are you feeling warm?" she inquired, raising her hand to wipe the sweat from Wang Jie's brow. He stepped back, wanting instead to gather more knowledge about the ocean depths. Lian Qin chuckled lightly. What is there to learn about the ocean floor? While there may be numerous marine creatures, most cannot come ashore. As long as we refrain from descending, we will be fine. Of course, we will miss out on seafood in the future, haha. Wang Jie was genuinely feeling warm. Why was Lian Qin lingering at the balcony? Just then, Wen Zhao arrived, casting a glance at Lian Qin before addressing Wang Jie. "Qi Xuan is looking for you." Wang Jie hastily departed. Lian Qin, with a smile in her eyes, watched him leave, her gaze flickering. Dealing with such a youth was rather effortless. In truth, Qi Xuan had no intention of seeking Wang Jie. He was well aware that Wen Zhao had deliberately led him away. "Thank you," Wang Jie remarked. "No need. I merely inquired about the ocean depths. I intend to descend for cultivation," he added. Wen Zhao expressed surprise. "To cultivate at the ocean floor?" Wang Jie nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Zhao regarded the ocean's direction and replied, "That is one approach. Exercise caution." To the east, a ray of sunlight danced upon the ocean's surface, an exquisite sight. Wang Jie stepped into the water, equipped with breathing apparatus, and gradually descended. Cultivation is a process of grappling with fate and contending with nature. There exists no absolute method for safe cultivation. Danger and opportunity coexist. Wang Jie continued to plunge deeper, encountering seagrass along the way. This time, the seagrass did not assail him, yet he was determined not to let it go. Prepared, Wang Jie wielded a knife and struck decisively. The surrounding waters erupted in turmoil as seagrass was cleaved into fragments, while countless marine creatures met their demise beneath his blade. The water turned a vivid crimson. After an indeterminate duration of cutting, tranquility finally enveloped the surroundings. Once assured of the absence of threats, Wang Jie resumed his descent. Soon, he reached a depth of 400 meters. The pressure was immense, the force of the ocean pressing against him relentlessly, yet for him, it was far from overwhelming. This merely represented the limit for an ordinary practitioner. He pressed on deeper, 500 meters, 800 meters, 1,000 meters. Chapter 48. The celestial perspective. Wang Jie felt an overwhelming pressure, accompanied by a chilling temperature that rendered his skin numb. This was the place. He remained motionless, standing there, allowing the pressure to compress his entire being. His flesh, spiritual force, and mind all bore the weight. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness. Occasionally, something would brush against him, slippery and viscous, sending a shiver down his spine. Wang Jie stood like a stone at the ocean's depths, acutely aware of humanity's insignificance. Even he could not fathom the force capable of obliterating the entire blue star, and the distinction between annihilating and controlling it existed on an entirely different plane. Days passed as he continued to immerse himself in the depths, his sessions growing longer. The most palpable sensation was that his body had grown lighter and more resilient. His command of power becoming increasingly adept. His spiritual force felt more stable as well. After performing exercises at the ocean floor, his strength surged to 68 times its previous capacity. Though modest, this increase ignited a spark of excitement within Wang Jie. At last, he had made progress. His limits were being transcended. He descended further, 1,100 meters, 1,120 meters, while Wang Jie trained in the depths. The external world witnessed the continuous emergence of the effects of the rising tide of monsters. 10-mark-level mutated beasts began appearing outside various bases in increasing numbers. The frequency with which challengers engaged also escalated. Some had grown reluctant to assist the Blue Star base, as several more days slipped by. A tremendous upheaval erupted at the ocean and Apos' surface, sending colossal waves crashing skyward, capturing the attention of the Southern Nation base. Emerging from the depths, Wang Jie beheld countless marine creatures plummeting from the sky like raindrops. This spectacle was relayed from the Southern Nation base to others, invigorating the spirits of many. The stronger Wang Jie became, the better the prospects for the Blue Star. As for those challengers who had previously hesitated to intervene, witnessing this scene compelled them to act. It was not out of belief in Wang Jie's victory or fear of him, but rather a recognition of his growing strength the longer he thrived. The more time they had to delay the trials, thus necessitating their involvement for their own sake. Wang Jie reached a depth of 1,500 meters. This surge in power marked a transformation, enabling him to plunge deeper than before. Meanwhile, the outside world remained oblivious to his profound descent. In the mountain city, the altar was suffused with a foul stench, yet Shumai remained unperturbed. He could sit high above the heavens or stand beneath the mortal realm. A colossal eagle approached the altar, prompting Shumai to suddenly turn, causing the eagle to veer away at an accelerated pace. These words were directed at Wen Xingru and his companions. Others were deemed unworthy, scattered across various bases. When Xingru and the others watched as Shumai sat atop the fetid remains, their expressions heavy with gravity. This man possessed an arrogance that exceeded the heavens themselves. The Jinling base faced a tide of beasts. Initially believing that the onslaught of insects would preclude a beast wave, they were mistaken. Leading the charge was a gigantic ape wielding a massive mutated tree as a weapon, employing it with the skill of a seasoned fighter. Fortunately, Chongxian managed to repel it once more. In an attempt to slay the giant ape, it cunningly took advantage of several other Tenmark creatures to cover its escape. The atmosphere weighed heavily upon Chongxian as he conveyed a warning to the Southern Nation base, cautioning about the mutated creatures. The Jiai sect had placed their final hopes upon the mutated beings of Blue Star for a reason, although the emergence of star-breaking level creatures was unlikely. Certain mutated beings possessed energies comparable to that level. In the starry expanse within the Jiai sect, the gazes of numerous disciples were fixated upon two images. One was Shumai, who, despite merely sitting there, perpetually captivated the attention of all. The other was Chu Yao. They had been in search of the denizens of the dead realm. Initially, they faced challenges in locating them, but upon meeting Wang Jie, they finally confirmed his identity. In the dead realm, he was one of the 100 coffins of the corpse sect. The impact of this individual was scarcely less than that of Shumai, who relied on his inherent influence, while this person drew upon his identity from the dead realm. As for Wang Jie, they were equally curious about him, yet could not discern the circumstances surrounding individuals outside the trial participants. Their intrigue regarding Wang Jie was no less than that for Shumai. How could a native be so formidable? Report to the sect master. The Starry Sky Vision representatives have arrived and wish to interview Sister Shilio. Shiha's expression remained indifferent. Interview Shilio? I suspect they aim to inquire about this trial. They should wait. Sect master. It is evident that the outside world has already gleaned some information about this trial. Hiding it may not be realistic. An elder approached and spoke slowly. She had glanced over. I've always been curious who would be the first lobbyist. I did not expect it to be Elder Si Yuan. The newcomer, named Wen Si Yuan, was an elder of the Jiai sect, assisting the sect master in managing the entire sect. It's not so much lobbying. The more we conceal, the more speculation arises from the outside. There are even rumors suggesting that our sect has already built a bridge, attributing it to the currently recultivating Shumai, concealing the fact of the bridge's essence to prepare for the forthcoming Starry Sky Martial Assembly. Such gossip is detrimental to us. The Jiai sect cannot become the target of public ire. Shiha remained silent, calmly observing the lake's surface. Moreover, you are aware of the influence of Starry Sky Vision. Offering them personal favors may prove advantageous in the future, Wen Si Yuan added. Shiha lifted his head and exhaled deeply. Let them come. Wen Si Yuan nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, beneath the sea of Blue Star, Wang Jie stood like a statue. Having passed 8 days since his last training session, the interval had grown longer since he had acquired the wrist guards. At that moment, he found himself at a depth of 1,600 meters. Although he had only descended an additional 100 meters, the pressure intensified with each descent, making it impossible to plunge as effortlessly as before. Slowly raising his gaze, he observed a multitude of marine creatures swimming about, many of which emanated the aura of the 10 imprint tier. The results of the numerous heavenly stones cast down were becoming increasingly apparent. He even sensed the presence of formidable beings at the seabed, whose energy surpassed even those of several prodigies. As for Shumai, he had not displayed anything notable in terms of energy. The 10 imprints might represent the pinnacle of Blue Star's realm, yet they were by no means the limit of energy containment for living beings. In the cosmos, this energy was referred to as locking force, possessing both merits and drawbacks. Wen Xiao had once informed him that the advantage of this energy lay in its rapid absorption. Once it entered the body, it could be utilized immediately. Unlike the need for gradual absorption, cultivation, and integration with the star force. The drawback lies in the limitation imposed upon him. Wang Jie remains unaware of the extent of his potential. His sole desire is to avert the impending doom of Blue Star. The sounds of exercise echo in his ears, and he breathes a sigh of relief, fearing the inability to continue his training, for without it, his quest for strength would become exceedingly difficult. 75 times. The increment is modest, yet it is indeed progress. As long as there is growth, it suffices. With 10 days remaining until the deadline, the various bases on Blue Star are under immense pressure. The emergence of the 10 seal mutated creatures is relentless, were it not for the trial takers. Every base would surely collapse. Even by Yuan's guardianship over the capital would falter. In the mountainous city, tendrils akin to colossal green serpents sweep across the landscape towards Shumai. Each vine is adorned with blood-red thorns, and the visible force of the seals roils upon the tendrils, warping the very air around them. The surging currents pierce the sky, captured by drones and transmitted to the major bases. Countless individuals gaze in astonishment. This force transcends all living beings, far too abundant. Humans are inherently different from vines. It is only natural for such immense volumes to contain overwhelming power, surpassing anyone currently on Blue Star. Shumai opens his eyes. The disparity is not merely in strength. He raises his hand and seizes a tendril, the thorns failing to penetrate his flesh. His arm quivers, an invisible force racing along the vine, causing the void to resonate momentarily, and the tendril shatters into countless fragments. Releasing his grip, the vine succumbs entirely. Gazing towards the east, he muses, in 1 month. How much progress can you achieve? I await your response with great anticipation. The turmoil of the outside world cannot intrude upon Wang Jie, given his current position. Even if someone wished to reach out, they would find it impossible. Regardless of the crises faced by the bases, the gravest threat to Blue Star remains Shumai. He casts aside all distractions, standing resolutely at the ocean's depths. 8 days pass once more. Training. His strength has escalated to 77 times. During his last confrontation with Shumai, his power was at 50 times. Now, it has reached 77, marking a significant qualitative change, especially in the application of his strength. Only 2 days remain, insufficient for any further training. Wang Jie gazes into the dark, profound depths of the sea, closes his eyes, and upon reopening them, finds himself in the fields. The stellar finger technique has yet to be cultivated. It merely awaits the will of a vanquished opponent. The second plot remains uncertain as to what should be sown. He has experimented with numerous seeds to no avail. Standing in the first field, he ponders whether he can cultivate other techniques while developing the stellar finger. Contemplating this, he grips a slender crab claw and instinctively executes a sword technique. Drawing upon his experiences from the ocean depths, he recalls the strike from Shumai that cleaved through the celestial realm. He does not expect to contend with that blow in a short span, yet he harbors hope for the ability to engage in battle. This hope hinges upon the fields. Wang Jie dances with the crab claw, simulating the fluid motions he has felt beneath the waves, executing strike after strike. Initially, there is little effect, but as time elapses, his swordplay becomes increasingly fluid until, at last, the phantom of his strike lands. Chapter 49. The overwhelming aura pressing down on the mountain city. Wang Jie opened his eyes, having devised a unique sword technique of his own. Although it lacked substantial power and merely imitated the currents of the ocean depths, it was nonetheless an original creation. With each stroke of his sword technique, green shoots began to sprout in the field. Wang Jie felt a surge of joy. Indeed, a single plot of land should not be limited to cultivating just one form of power. In his understanding, a field ought to be bountiful. It was unexpected that his self-created sword move could yield subsequent combat techniques. Though only a single green shoot emerged, it symbolized a potential yet to be realized. Upon touching the green shoot, he noticed, flowing water sword technique? Required materials, 100 different types of fish. This task seemed rather straightforward. The ocean floor was abundant with fish. Wang Jie immediately set to work, catching fish with great zeal. Within half a day, he had gathered the necessary quantity. The apocalyptic transformations had led to even the same species of fish evolving differently, making it easy to capture them indiscriminately. He tossed the 100 fish into the green chute. As the chute enveloped them, a radiant light gradually ascended, taking the shape of a sword and melding into Wang Jie's mind. He felt a chill at his forehead, and in the next moment, his crab claw instinctively began to move, executing a set of sword techniques far more fluid and powerful than his own creation. The mere act of sewing allowed him to learn. The flowing water sword technique was not particularly challenging, far inferior to the celestial and earthly Luoxian finger, and could be employed directly. The sword technique transformed into an ethereal shadow and once again entered the field. Another green shoot blossomed. Yet again, it was singular. It appeared that the power of the combat technique derived from the number of green shoots. The celestial and earthly Luoxian finger had required 3 shoots, while the flowing water sword technique required only 1. Suspended flow sword technique required materials, stones collected from the deep sea, 1 for every 100 meters, totaling 10. This task was even simpler. Having first entered the deep sea for training over half a month ago, he could remain at a depth of 1,000 meters. He placed the 10 stones into the green chute. The suspended flow sword technique also integrated into his mind. This technique wielded significantly greater power than the flowing water sword technique, yet he learned it swiftly. As the sword technique merged into the field, more green shoots emerged, this time. 2. Drinking rainbow sword technique required materials, the ugliest fish eyes within a 10-mile radius, and a women's swimsuit. Wang Jie was taken aback. He touched the green chute once more to confirm. Indeed, the materials required included a women and Oppo's swimsuit. He was speechless, recalling the previous quests for materials. Particularly the 10 marriage proposals, that feeling of being dictated to resurfaced. How could such materials be necessary? Did this relate to the sword technique? With a resigned sigh, he decided to seek out the fish eyes first. It took a considerable portion of the day for Wang Jie to procure the fish eyes. Next, he faced the challenge of finding a women's swimsuit. The current conditions in the 4 major bases were dire. Safe zones were continuously shrinking. And even within the walls of the base, mutated creatures roamed freely. Mutated beings of the 10th imprint level were omnipresent. The Jiai sect, in its efforts to combat Shumai, seemed indifferent to the fate of the Blue Star people. Conversations with Chao Yao echoed in his mind. Even if they defeated Shumai, they could not overcome the entirety of the Jiai sect. Moreover, defeating Shumai was an endeavor as arduous as climbing the heavens. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Yin Qin entered, donned in a black qipao, her steps graceful and alluring as she gazed at Wang Jie with an enticing look. Little brother. Do you seek me? Yin Qin smiled lightly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Are you planning to devour your sister? As she spoke, she closed the door. And in that fleeting moment, her snow-white thighs shone through the dazzling white of her qipao. The instant the door clicked shut, Wang Jie inquired, Do you have a swimsuit? Yin Qin was taken aback, gazing at Wang Jie in confusion. What? A swimsuit? Yin Qin blinked. Yes. Bring it to me. With a chuckle, Yin Qin rolled her eyes at Wang Jie. It seems my little brother is feeling lonely in the sea. Very well, I shall fetch it to help you unwind. With that, she opened the door and stepped outside. Watching Yin Qin depart, Wang Jie exhaled in relief, feeling overwhelmed and hot all over. This woman, with every expression and smile, was simply irresistible. Not long after, a knock echoed. Yin Qin returned, playfully waving her alluring swimsuit. Just as she was about to close the door, Wang Jie said, Put down the swimsuit. You may leave now. Yin Qin froze momentarily. Me? Leave? Wang Jie nodded earnestly, genuinely concerned about losing control. Yin Qin regarded him oddly and, seeing he was not jesting, left with an awkward expression, setting the swimsuit aside. Wang Jie, in distress, rubbed his head, feeling increasingly lost on this path. He tossed the swimsuit into the green sprouts. Having mastered the rainbow sword technique, Wang Jie quickly got the hang of it, planting more green sprouts this time. 3 in total, akin to the heavenly Luoxian finger. His eyes sparkled as he touched the green sprouts. The materials required included a swimsuit from the same woman, meat that had been tasted 5 times, and the 100 consecutive moves of the rainbow sword technique. Wang Jie felt truly helpless. Each of these items posed a challenge. Why must the meat have been tasted 5 times? The most arduous task was indeed the 100 consecutive moves of the rainbow sword technique. Presently, he could manage a dozen moves, but achieving 100 was beyond his grasp. This demanded not only physical prowess, but also mastery over his internal energy. Executing the rainbow sword technique consumed at least 1/10 of his internal energy, meaning that while he could perform 10 consecutive moves, 100 was utterly unattainable unless he reached the 10th imprint level. For now, he decided to set it aside and sleep. Under the starry sky, at the Jiai sect. Above the waterfall, the sect master remarked, The individuals from the starry sky realm have arrived. Shi glanced over. Gu Yu, greetings, sect master. Ting He, greetings, sect master. Shi nodded with a cold demeanor. You both understand the rules, I presume. Gu Yu, a middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor, akin to a scholarly gentleman, replied. Of course, only conclusions, no processes. Shi said no more. Guyu and Appo's gaze fell upon the waterfall, where his eyes immediately caught sight of Shu Muyi, seated atop a sacrificial altar of millions of corpses. Beside him, Ting He had already turned her gaze, her expression one of shock. She was an exquisite girl with long pink hair, elegantly adorned in white boots, exuding a playful charm. Yet now, her face had drained of color, as if she could scarcely fathom the existence of such brutal scenes in the world. Under the moonlight, even the darkness struggled to conceal the overwhelming stench of blood. Shu Muyi sat above like a malevolent spirit. Guyu cleared his throat. Only then did Ting He regain her composure, her face pale. Uncle Gu, what? What is this? Is this the bridge building, using living beings as stakes? Why is it so cruel? Guyu cast a glance at her and questioned. Do you believe this prowess of yours was earned without effort? Ting He's gaze faltered, and her body trembled involuntarily. Guyu sighed. Your family has shielded you too well. This is an opportunity for you to witness. Ting He pursed her lips, her eyes awkwardly darting downwards, her skin quivering incessantly, and her slender fingers turning pale. It was the final day of the appointed date. The sea of insects engulfed the mountain city. Insect Xian made his move. Surrounded by Wen Xingru, Mo, and others, the endless swarm of insects served as the first and only offensive from these prodigies. Shu Muyi gazed out at the infinite insect sea, raising his arm, blade in hand, and slowly looking downwards. The insects crawled up the flesh and blood altar, momentarily submerging everything. With a swift flash of the blade, the carcasses of insects tumbled from the altar. No matter the level of the insect, they could not withstand Shu Muyi's strike. Countless insect bodies fell, flattening the once erect altar as the relentless sea of insects advanced. Shu Muyi's expression remained unchanged as he cleaved through, seemingly impervious to fatigue. There was no grandiose swordplay, only a simple, direct succession of strikes. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours passed. The altar had risen to 500 meters. The accumulation of insect bodies causing it to rise higher and higher. Shu Muyi stepped upon the innumerable insect corpses, his expression still unaltered. However, Insect Xian's complexion paled. This monster. Around them, drones transmitted the scene, leaving all who beheld it in stunned silence, unable to articulate the shock. It was not merely the number of insects slain, but rather the fact that Shu Muyi had not once drawn upon his celestial energy. Every strike was executed solely with his own strength, without a hint of expenditure of celestial force. Mo fixated on the distance, gripping his sword hilt like a dried branch, for the first time losing the courage to advance. It was not fear, it was the recognition of their own impotence. The insect sea was the most effective means to deplete Shu Muyi's celestial energy. Yet the strategy now seemed utterly ludicrous. Even their attempts would amount to mere strikes. The clearer their understanding, the greater the disparity became. No one could conquer this monster. The aircraft arrived. Wang Jie and his companions disembarked. Gazing into the distance, the altar had expanded severalfold, rising over 100 meters, now approaching 600 meters. Once it reached 1,000, it would herald the sacrificial doom of Blue Star. Qi Xuan's combat detection device emitted a constant beeping as she looked ahead. Witnessing a gigantic insect of the 10 seal level being cleaved into fragments by Shu Muyi, the combat detection showed no effect, and she helplessly lowered her hands. Surrounding the mountain city, apart from the insect's screeches and Shu Muyi's blade, there was no other sound. In a span of 8 hours, Shu Muyi had been engaged in the same motion, until the insects, gripped by fear, retreated. He swung his blade, green blood splattering aside. His clothing devoid of any creases, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth as he stood atop the blood-soaked altar, surveying the land. A chilling aura enveloped the mountain city. This breathtaking scene impacted all who witnessed this moment, including the members of Jiayi sect. I have never heard of anyone in the 8th seal realm capable of slaughtering the insect sea solely through physical prowess. As if the cultivation of celestial energy and seal power were entirely unnecessary. This has truly opened everyone's eyes. Guyu marveled, noting that during his 3rd reincarnation, his strength had grown even greater, relentlessly pushing towards the boundaries of human potential. I provided 3 evaluations before. However, for this 4th instance, I find myself at a loss for words. All I can express is my inability to comprehend how one could possibly be defeated. Ting He bit her lip. Gazing at the image of Shu Mai on the lake, despite her position above him, she felt an unsettling sense of being looked down upon. This individual is terrifying. As if darkness itself were encroaching. He, feeling helpless, remarked that with Shu Mai present, there was a millennium of peace. The prodigies they sought had lost even the courage to strike. Chapter 50. The sunlit ones in the sweltering heat, the bloodlust of the mountain city spread relentlessly. filling the air with a foul stench. With concern etched on his face, Wen Zhao glanced at Wang Jie, pondering how to confront such an adversary. Wang Jie, however, slowly settled down, closing his eyes to rest. No one dared to disturb him, whether he wished it or not. He had to face this battle. Shu Mai stood atop the altar, his gaze sweeping across the scene, landing on Wang Jie with a smirk, knowing that as long as he did not flee, the confrontation was inevitable. As night fell, the moonlight illuminated the earth brightly. Chu Yao approached in the dimness, inquiring if Wang Jie was still intent on fighting. Leaning against a large tree, Wang Jie gazed at the moon and replied affirmatively, "Yes. Honestly, I wonder what you all are thinking. Fine, take this." Wang Jie accepted the item without hesitation, completely disregarding the notion of a fair duel. For Shu Mai, it was merely a game, an experience of wielding the laws of the bridge, but for Wang Jie, it was a matter of life and death for Blue Star. Both men understood that this was no equitable contest. If possible, he would have preferred a 100-fold sea of insects to deplete Shu Mai's strength. Unfortunately, the swarm that Chong Xian could command was limited. After a restful night, as the sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell upon Wang Jie's face, it also illuminated the distant altar of flesh and blood. Both Wang Jie and Shu Mai opened their eyes simultaneously, drawing the attention of many. Observers watched as Wang Jie approached the altar, seemingly walking towards his own demise. From the Jiayi sect, someone exclaimed, "He's here." At the waterfall, Guyu looked perplexed at the image of a young man striding towards the altar, asking, "Who is this? Is he the genius you summoned to deal with Shu Mai?" When Si Yuan stepped beside him, gazing at the scene, and responded, "An indigenous person." Guyu was astonished. An indigenous? How could someone so unrefined possess the courage to challenge Shu Mai? I cannot fathom the demeanor of the Jiayi sect's members, who seemed to awaken alongside this young man and Appo's departure. When Si Yuan regarded Guyu solemnly, "Remember the rules. Do not inquire about the process. Only record the conclusion." Guyu was baffled, sensing that something extraordinary was unfolding. Listening to he, she observed Wang Jie stepping into the first rays of morning light as he approached the blood-red altar, his vigorous spirit dispelling the chilling darkness, leaving her entranced. Watching him tread toward the abyss, she felt a pang of sympathy. Surely, he too would fall beneath that monster's blade. He was so young, not much different from herself. Yet he was to confront such a terror. Blue Star? At the base of the altar, Wang Jie advanced step by step, the sky brightening alongside him, the light spreading across the earth and gradually dispersing the night. Shu Mai watched Wang Jie emerge, sunlight illuminating his face. He had stood like a statue all night, hoping not to be disappointed, for he had awaited this moment for a month. Wang Jie shifted his arms. Is it possible to wait another month? The surrounding crowd fell silent, incredulous at his jest amidst such gravity. Shu Mai chuckled. That depends on whether you have the qualification. Wang Jie clenched his fist. Then I shall begin. With that, he slowly lowered his body, bending his legs, and fixed his gaze on Shu Mai, charging forward. The ground shattered beneath him as he leaped like an arrow, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Shu Mai. Shu Mai grinned and raised his fist in response. A resounding crash reverberated through the mountain city, the palpable shockwaves rippling outward, causing the blood-soaked altar to sink several meters in an instant. The surrounding air contorted, transforming into a turbulent wave. The members of the Jiayi sect, including Guyu, were taken aback. What is this? The onlookers were unfazed. They had witnessed a battle outside the Tianfu base, where this native displayed formidable power, able to contend with Shu Mai, albeit the extent of his capabilities remained uncertain. The clash of fists was merely a preliminary probe. Wang Jie utilized the force of the collision to somersault, soaring into the air, and unleashed another powerful punch. Shu Mai laughed heartily. You've indeed increased your strength. You possess the ability to augment your power temporarily. My patience has not been in vain. He met each of Wang Jie and Appo's blows head-on, causing the altar to sink further, blood cascading down its surface. The air around them turning a vivid crimson from the oppressive force. With a thunderous impact, Wang Jie was sent reeling backward, landing on the ground. Shu Mai, towering above, drew his blade and struck. This attack was infused with Qin power, despite the fierce battles against swarms of insects the previous day. Wang Jie was now facing Shu Mai and Appo's first strike imbued with such power. As Wang Jie beheld the torrent of the blade descending upon him, he raised his hand, summoning a sword from the distance. Grasping the hilt, he executed the suspended stream sword technique, piercing the rushing water with his blade. Retreating step by step to counter the oncoming edge, Shu Mai leaped down, delivering another downward slash. Initially, he had not anticipated this adversary would wield swordsmanship. Yet Wang Jie surprisingly managed to withstand the blow. The encounter grew increasingly intriguing. The second strike was significantly stronger than the first, akin to an unending tide. Wang Jie deflected the second strike, redirecting the blade towards the horizon, where it cleaved through the earth. When Xingru raised an eyebrow, observing the torn fabric of his sleeve, this blow was formidable, not only based on the fundamental technique of Chengyi's lunar flow, but also infused with immense power. Could Wang Jie's swordsmanship truly be this remarkable? Wang Jie advanced with his sword, the blade thick and dull, relying on sheer strength. Shumai raised his knife to block, the ground beneath them fracturing within a kilometer radius. Invisible force surged from beneath the surface, elevating the debris, which then shot outwards in all directions. Mo and other allies were compelled to intervene, retreating once again. Wang Jie turned and executed the rainbow sword technique. This strike resembled a soaring rainbow, seemingly a single blow, yet it felt as if countless swords were unleashed, each aimed directly at Shumai. Shumai gazed upward, dismissively. The blade sliced upwards, the world around them flowing like water, formless, and without technique. With a single stroke, he shattered the rainbow, the blade descending upon Wang Jie. In that moment, Wang Jie thrust a finger through the blade's edge, employing the celestial Luo Xian finger to strike from afar. His finger glimmering briefly as it pressed against Shumai. Caught off guard, Shumai was struck directly, the blade bending under pressure as he twisted his body to evade. The two fingers collided, producing a deafening roar, with shockwaves radiating outward. Wang Jie, stepping through the Jiaba steps, appeared behind Shumai and thrust out a finger once more, again utilizing the celestial Luo Xian finger, though this time the gesture was diminutive. Wang Jie afforded Shumai no time to react, thrusting again with a pointed finger. Shumai's gaze deepened, his injured right hand clenched into a fist, grasping the technique as it bent under pressure. The celestial realm was directly crushed, and under Wang Jie's astonished gaze, a fist was unleashed, propelling him through the air and crashing him onto the flesh and blood altar. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The fifth elder and his companions watched in pale disbelief, while the elder and Wen Xingru fixated on Shumuye's right palm, realizing he had sustained an injury, his first wound. At Jia-Yi sect, atop the waterfall, Guyi was incredulous. How could this be? A native, someone who should have been easily subdued by the challengers, was actually able to contend with Shumuyi in this moment. There was no mistaking it. Shumuyi had unleashed the power of his second reconstruction. He had truly manifested the almost humanly unattainable strength of the second reconstruction, a power that set him apart from others. This was forced out by that native. Swordsmanship, footwork, finger techniques, and strength, everything was simply flawless. Was this truly achievable by a native? He glanced at Wen Siyuan. Understanding why this elder had continuously emphasized the importance of documenting results without detailing the process. Once the results were revealed, not only would the outside world be skeptical, but even those familiar with the celestial sphere would find it hard to believe. Unimaginable. Tingyi covered his mouth, watching the scene unfold with Wang Jie embedded in the blood altar. He couldn't possibly be dead, could he? Outside the altar, Shumayu raised his right palm to inspect it. He had indeed been injured, the fingertip having torn through his palm, causing him to bleed for the first time. He had thought it was merely a game, a futile endeavor for Jia-Yi sect, while also waiting for a few others. He never anticipated such an individual would emerge. He looked ahead, sensing that his strength seemed far from its limit. Within the blood altar, Wang Jie was stained crimson, hesitating to emerge. Above him lay countless corpses from the Tianfu base. Gazing at their unwilling expressions, he clenched his fists, realizing it was still insufficient. He had believed he possessed physical strength comparable to Shumuyi and Appo's, yet that recent punch made him aware that Shumuyi had been holding back all along. Now, with 77 times the strength, Shumayu surpassed 80 times. In the battle outside Tianfu base, he had restrained himself too much. More terrifying was the uncertainty of whether Shumayu was still holding back. Stepping out from the altar, Wang Jie, drenched in blood, faced his opponent. In an instant, he found himself before Wang Jie, his speed so swift that Wang Jie could barely react, only seeing the fist magnifying before him. All he could do was instinctively raise his arms in defense. A thunderous crash resounded as he was launched away by an unstoppable force, piercing through the blood altar and hurtling into the distance. Shumayu pursued, delivering another punch. Wang Jie gritted his teeth, stepping into the Jiaba stance, twisting his body to evade. The earth crumbled under Shumuye's blow, distant mountains collapsing, the entire mountain city trembling as if an earthquake had struck. Wang Jie continued to retreat, and Shumai turned, delivering another palm strike. The gust from his hand brushed past Wang Jie's head, causing his mind to whirl and nearly faint. Behind him, 5 finger imprints obliterated half of the blood altar, pressing toward the east, precisely where Chong Xian and the others were observing the battle. They were shocked, never expecting to be caught in the crossfire, realizing escape was futile. And they had to join forces. A myriad of insects surged forth. The white sword and Oppos, edge descended. The shattered peak palm technique was unleashed. Snow Qianan joined the fray. The Jia divine sword was drawn. The collective efforts of the crowd were still no match for the formidable palm strike, which sent them retreating while coughing up blood. It is unfathomable how Wang Jie managed to endure under such a fierce assault from Shumai. Wang Jie had no time to react. The sheer force of Shumai rendered his movements too swift to perceive. He could only fully evade 1 out of every 3 strikes, barely avoiding the second, while the third was certain to land upon him. Chapter 51. Just once with a violent impact against the mountain wall, Wang Jie found himself face to face with Shumai, who struggled to rise. "Do not make me wait an entire month in vain," he declared before launching a powerful punch. Wang Jie deftly evaded, yet the force behind it obliterated a towering mountain, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that tore the earth asunder, creating a chasm that stretched across China and surged toward the sea, drawing the waters back in a tumultuous tide. Wang Jie retaliated, his finger striking Shumai, who did not attempt to evade, allowing the blow to land. The release of power amplified his defenses to such an extent that even the formidable Tiandi Luoxian finger could scarcely penetrate. As the blade of Wang Jie's weapon was not fully drawn, it was ensnared between Shumai's 2 fingers, rendering it immobile and causing the blade to bend slowly. "You cannot wield my sword." A tremor coursed along the blade, and Wang Jie's eyes widened as he tightened his grip on the hilt, executing a horizontal slash devoid of any technique, relying solely on raw strength. Even Shumai, with his might, could not entirely dismiss this strike. The disparity in their powers was not insurmountable. Rather, it was the application of that power where Wang Jie excelled. In this clash of brute force, with Wang Jie firmly grasping the sword, Shumai had no choice but to release his grip. His fingertips grazed and bloodied. The strike drew only a thin line of crimson. Yet, a single elbow strike from Shumai nearly left Wang Jie breathless, crashing heavily against his chest and forcing a mouthful of blood from his lips as his body was sent hurtling backward. Before he could touch the ground, Shumai appeared behind him, delivering a downward punch aimed squarely at his head. Wang Jie could not evade. The force of inertia rendered him immobile, and he could only raise his arm to shield his head. With a thunderous impact, the earth shattered, the devastation spreading for hundreds of kilometers, nearly burying the entire mountain city. Wang Jie's body was thrust deep into the ground, the extent of which was unknown. In the distance, when Zhao, Qingzheng, and others stood frozen, unable to assist, their proximity to the battlefield too far to offer any help. At that moment, when Xingru and the others finally grasped the sheer magnitude of Shumai's overwhelming power, a single strike was all it took. It was not a matter of needing a technique, but rather, the mere act of engaging was sufficient. The gap between them was not one that could be quantified by mere numbers. Standing amidst the ruins, Shumai remained aloof, his hair swaying gently in the breeze. He glanced back nonchalantly before ascending step by step, heading westward. Once Shumai departed, the others hurriedly returned to the site, digging fervently. "Boss, don't die? Please, don't die," they pleaded, desperately attempting to unearth Wang Jie, despite knowing the likelihood of his survival was slim. That punch had been fatal. When Zhao gazed somberly at the shattered ground, his expression clouded with complexity. Chong Ruoruo and the others fell silent. None underestimated Wang Jie. To have fought Shumai to such a standstill was no small feat in the grand tapestry of the universe. How many peers could boast such prowess? Had he not encountered Shumai, he would surely have shone brightly among the stars. Alas, he faced the most unfortunate of fates. Mo arrived beside the ruins, joining in the efforts to dig, wordlessly sharing in their toil. As when Xingru and the others departed, the only contribution of this indigenous figure was a month-long delay. The outside world would soon learn of this trial, and their reputation would grow ever more resounding. As for Blue Star and Wang Jie, he would soon fade into obscurity. "Zhaoer, let us go," Wen Zhao said, turning to Wen Xingru. "I wish to see him off." Wen Xing shook his head, remarking that with such a strike, it was uncertain whether there would even be a corpse left. After speaking, he disregarded Wen Zhao and departed on his own. In the AE sect, a profound silence enveloped everyone. They had witnessed the annihilation of planets and even larger realms, yet this battle left them profoundly shaken. Guyu lamented, "How wonderful it would be if this man could survive and traverse the starry skies. He would make for an excellent subject." This remark was directed towards Tinghe. Tinghe's expression darkened, for the young man who had emerged under the sun now lay buried beneath a shroud of blood. No one could withstand Shumiyu's punch on Blue Star. Not too far from the ruins of the battle in Shanxing, Chuyao ruffled his hair and wondered aloud. "Where is everyone?" He wondered about, glancing occasionally into the distance. The ground cracked as Wang Jie crawled out in disarray, coughing violently, blood dripping incessantly. Chuyao and Appo's eyes brightened. He hurriedly pulled him out and leaned him against a sturdy tree. Wang Jie exhaled, his face pale, his vitality waning like a flickering candle. Chuyao scrutinized him in astonishment, exclaiming, "Brother, how remarkable! You survived this. How did you manage it?" Wang Jie struggled to open his eyes, speaking with great effort. "Was it your thing that saved me?" Chuyao rolled his eyes, responding, "Oh, come on." He retrieved an object from Wang Jie's grasp. It was an eye, still rotating, appearing quite bewildered. "Look at this. Can this thing withstand Shumiyu's punch? It would have been crushed to pulp. You held on by yourself. I must say, that is quite impressive." Wang Jie offered a bitter smile, wincing as his injuries flared up, blood spilling once more. His gaze fell. The last punch had been blocked by his wrist guard, or else not just his head, but his entire body would have been shattered. That individual's strength undoubtedly exceeded 80 times, nearing 90. He was vastly outmatched. "Where is he?" Chuyao replied. "He want to find a way to build a bridge again." Wang Jie attempted to rise, bracing himself against the ground, but found himself unable to move. Chuyao observed him. "What do you intend to do? Do not entertain thoughts of greeting old friends. It serves no purpose. Your priority now is to recover from your injuries and accompany me. I offer you a chance at survival. As for your friends and family on Blue Star, let them be. They have just endured the shock of losing you. What good would it do to seek them out now? Wouldn't that merely lead to losing you all over again?" Wang Jie exhaled deeply, gazing at Chuyao, and said, "If I do not go with you, I will die alongside them. Then I would not have lost them." Chuyao scoffed, "Brother, what do you take me for? Having gone to such lengths to rescue you. Do you think I would allow you to perish?" Wang Jie fixed his gaze upon him. Chuyao returned the look, "Regardless of your thoughts. I intend to take you with me. We can consider whether to seek them out afterward." Wang Jie turned his head with great difficulty, contemplating the implications of being taken away by Chuyao. Indeed, it would be inappropriate to meet everyone under the current circumstances, especially if Chuyao could even manage to take him. Presently, he was incapable of resistance and could not even see them. "All right then, let us wait. We shall see if Shimuyu can manage to build a bridge and perhaps glean some knowledge from it. That would be a stroke of fortune. After that, we can leave." "Glean?" Wang Jie murmured. "Yes, although it seems nearly impossible, history has shown that some have indeed managed to do so. Otherwise, do you think those prodigies of the sect remain here for leisure?" Wang Jie was too weak to speak further, only yearning to recover from his injuries. "Can you heal my wounds?" Chuyu shook his head. "It is quite difficult. Your injuries are too severe. However, perhaps it is for the best, as it will be easier to take you away." Wang Jie silently gazed at Chuyu. Feeling uneasy under his scrutiny, Chuyu asked, "What are you doing?" Wang Jie smiled. "Do you think, before the decisive battle with Shami, I believed I could win?" Chuyu honestly shook his head. Wang Jie's smile widened, though his complexion grew increasingly pale and frail. Yet, his voice became more coherent. "I came here with the resolve to face death. So if I desire to die, do you believe you can stop me?" Chuyu sighed. "I told you, there is no need to say farewell to your friends. Just take me to the capital base. Not going to find your friends?" Wang Jie looked into the distance, his voice barely above a whisper. "No, thank you." Chuyu lamented, "I truly owe you." With that, he carried Wang Jie to the aircraft. "What are you doing?" "But you said you wanted to go to the capital base, right?" "Do not touch the aircraft. Leave it for them." "Then how shall we depart?" "That is your concern." Chuyu glanced at Wang Jie. "I wish to strangle you." The only ones aware that Wang Jie was alive, apart from Chuyu, were the members of the Jiayi sect. The Jiayi sect could only view the perspective of the trial taker, who was Chuyu, and all his actions were clearly visible. However, Guyu remained oblivious to Chuyo's identity, merely assuming he was another trial taker sent to confront Shami. The most relieved was Ting He, who, upon seeing Wang Jie alive, sighed in relief. Though she did not know him, when this individual stepped into the sunlight to confront the blood-soaked altar, dispelling the darkness, his vigor profoundly impacted her. Such a person should not perish. Chu Yu, being astute, captured a mutated beast larger than a hawk and made his way toward the capital base. As they approached, he descended. Wang Jie had come here in search of Dr. Cyan. Dr. Cyan had been brought from the Jinling base to the capital base, and Wang Jie thought of him first for healing. It wasn't he that Dr. Cyan's healing potions were particularly effective. Rather, they were expedient and useful when paired with physical exercise. Of course, due to the abundance of disaster materials at the Tinseal level, the efficacy of the potions was no longer comparable to before. The next physical training session was only a few days away. The midday sun was no longer as scorching as it had been in previous months. Over 4 months had passed since the trial takers first descended, and the weather was gradually cooling. Wang Jie sat in a small courtyard, watching Chu Yu amuse Lu Ying. Looking up, the sky was bluer and more beautiful than in peaceful times. When Dr. Cyan was brought to the capital base, Lu Ying had also come along. For the past few days, she had been caring for Wang Jie. In his moments of boredom, she enjoyed teasing Lu Ying, for although she appeared calm, she was internally restless, vigilant toward the outside world yet tinged with curiosity, resembling a startled rabbit, making her quite amusing to provoke. Wang Jie's gaze dimmed. If we must part, let it be just once. Dr. Cyan rolled his eyes. Now you're dragging me into literature. Do as you wish. By the way, a guest is coming, someone you know. Wang Jie inquired, puzzled. Who? Qing Sheng. Wang Jie exclaimed. What is he coming for? To deliver materials. Wang Jie nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. That afternoon, Qing Sheng arrived, bringing with him a plethora of materials. The materials he presented were not related to the disaster, but rather pertained to the oval-shaped vessels used by the trialists to descend upon Blue Star. Xi Yin had been diligently collecting information, harboring a keen interest in extraterrestrial technology. This fascination set him apart from those at the Beijing base, who primarily focused on disaster-related materials to enhance the abilities of cultivators in preparation for the post-apocalyptic fauna. In contrast, Xi Yin remained indifferent to the broader implications, pursuing only his personal interests. The sole provider of materials for him was the Shoqing Group, a colossal conglomerate that spanned the 5 major bases, with representatives present in every corner of Huaxia. Chapter 52. Qi in the small courtyard, Qing Sheng sat opposite Wang Jie, quietly sipping his tea. Xiaozheng was deeply saddened by your death. Wang Jie acknowledged with a slight nod. I know. Setting down his teacup, Qing Sheng regarded him intently, for the time being. I cannot leave either. The outside world grows increasingly perilous, with the emergence of the Tinseal beasts, and the safe zones continue to dwindle. This delivery of supplies is the last one. Wang Jie gazed at Qing Sheng. Uncle Qing, why are you willing to send supplies to the Four-Eyed? It seems quite a sacrifice. Qing Sheng turned his attention to the interior of the room. Someone must tread alternative paths. If Blue Star is destined for destruction, perhaps he can engineer a spacecraft to carry a few individuals away. As long as someone survives, Blue Star shall not perish. Wang Jie studied Qing Sheng intently. Even in the face of calamity, the tiniest of creatures do not await their demise. They strive to forge a path, regardless of how absurd that endeavor may appear to humanity. For Qing Sheng, he felt unqualified to confront Shumai, yet he harbored his own thoughts, however ludicrous they might be. Thus, he remained Qing Sheng, the one who aided in establishing the 5 major bases at the dawn of apocalypse, safeguarding countless survivors, depleting his fortune, and exhibiting unparalleled resolve. The 5 bases had not let him down. The Shoqing Group emerged as the largest and the sole conglomerate spanning all 5 bases. You have changed. Qing Sheng scrutinized Wang Jie. Wang Jie looked at his own body, offering a wry smile. I've become disabled. Qing Sheng chuckled. I meant your gaze has transformed. It is no longer filled with hatred, but rather imbued with a sense of purpose. This is commendable. Wang Jie silently sipped his tea. A sense of purpose? He merely wished to prevent the destruction of his homeland, to never again witness that scene in Jiang City, where countless ordinary people stood in the forefront, buying time for the cultivators, while behind them were those children. Qing Sheng departed, not uttering much beyond a final remark. If Blue Star is destined for a bleak future, I hope at least you survive. Wang Jie watched Qing Sheng's retreating figure, slowly clenching his fist. 2 days passed. Wang Jie counted the days. The time for exercises drew nearer. The medicine from the Four-Eyed was also prepared. He himself admitted its efficacy was doubtful, yet he could not fathom why Wang Jie insisted on using it. Wang Jie found himself unable to provide an explanation. The sunlight bathed the small courtyard in warmth, while outside the base, rivers of blood flowed. The 4 major bases faced assaults from beast tides. The safety zones had entirely collapsed. No safe zones remained. The tin seal beasts were everywhere. The entire blue star, particularly the land of Huaxia, was in turmoil. Jiang City fell. Death tolls reached the hundreds of thousands, while the rest were displaced, wandering without a destination, struggling to survive in the wild. The trial takers no longer intervened. Their gaze fixed solely on Shumai, waiting for the bridges to be constructed before departing. The fates of the Blue Star inhabitants were of no concern to them. The Jinling base also came under attack. Fortunately, when Zhao and Chongxian were willing to assist, using the swarm of insects to fend off the threats, thereby preserving the Jinling base. However, as the tin seal insects multiplied, Chongxian's control waned. The southern base faced relentless assaults from numerous marine and terrestrial creatures. Just as Lian Qin despaired, Shumai appeared, choosing the southern base as the next bridge-building site, slaughtering the mutated beasts along the southern coastline, turning the sea crimson with blood, the stench of carnage permeating 100 miles around. Despite temporarily saving the southern base, everyone understood that it was ultimately doomed to meet its buried fate. They could neither survive nor escape. The Beijing base faced a similar onslaught from the beasts. While Bai Yuan and his companions resisted valiantly, their efforts were merely a drop in the ocean. Fortunately, Chugo intervened, not to assist the Blue Star people, but rather for his own security. Since Wang Jie refused to leave, he was uncertain how to evacuate her if the Beijing base fell. The only solution was to stabilize the base for the time being, awaiting the conclusion of the bridge construction. Wang Jie's desire for healing struck him as a jest. Such injuries could only be briefly mended by the forces of the cosmos, and this Blue Star lacked the capability. Observing Chuyo's comings and goings, Wang Jie understood his intentions. No thanks were necessary. Had it not been for his presence, Chuyo would not have intervened at all. The Beijing base was already in ruins. Although Chuyo and Appo's full strength had not been revealed, it was undoubtedly formidable. He possessed abilities and threats that even Shami could not locate. That night, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Wang Jie struggled to rise, awkwardly mimicking the movements of the exercises. As warmth coursed through his body, he combined medication with movement. Feeling a slight alleviation after merely a few motions, yet the pain surged back like a tidal wave. Previously, he had been numb to much of the agony. Now, it was starkly real and intense. Gritting his teeth, sweat dripped from his forehead, quickly soaking his clothes, while a layer of black grime appeared on his skin. The exercise session was brief, yet for him, it bore little distinction from the first time, and due to his injuries, he nearly convulsed in pain. However, the results were exceedingly apparent. Upon completing the exercises, his wounds began to mend. The medication was inconsequential. What mattered was the warmth that amplified its effects, truly miraculous. Wang Jie collapsed onto the ground, feeling the protective wristband. Without it, he would surely have perished, as he could not have withstood Shuma's punch. Where did this wristband come from? If such a singular item possessed such extraordinary effects, what might an entire set of equipment achieve? He was oblivious to the powers that possess such artifacts, but he surmised they must belong to an overwhelmingly immense force. Moving his arm, he experienced a newfound lightness throughout his body. Although his strength had not increased, the ability to recover was already remarkable. He hastily opened the window, as the room was foul. After showering, Wang Jie comfortably lay in bed, drifting into a deep slumber. On the following day, he sat in his wheelchair in the small courtyard, with Lu Ying pushing him along. Chuyo emerged and stared at Wang Jie, seemingly lost in thought. Wang Jie glanced at him. What is the matter? Chuyo took a seat opposite him, casting a look at Lu Ying, smiling broadly, baring his teeth. Lu Ying silently turned away. She held a dislike for him. After her departure, Chuyo and Appo's expression suddenly turned serious as he leaned closer to Wang Jie, scrutinizing him. Wang Jie felt uncomfortable under his gaze. What are you doing? His heart raced as he looked back. Not only could he increase strength in a short span, but he could also heal himself. Don't deny it. Our underworld training focuses on aura, not on individuals. Your aura has completely recovered, Chuyo asserted. Wang Jie was taken aback by being seen through aura. The efficacy of that four-eyed remedy is rather mediocre within our corpse sect. It scarcely qualifies as respectable and is certainly incapable of curing you overnight. With all your secrets, you should undoubtedly accompany me, for the sects among the stars are ill-suited to your needs. Chuyu leisurely crossed his legs, stating, should they discover the multitude of your secrets, they would reduce you to mere bones and remnants. Do you truly believe that Shumi wishes for your company out of admiration? You are mistaken. He too covets your secrets. The path of Qingyi allows one to transcend the limits of the physical body and he has undergone this process thrice, while you have only practiced for a brief period. Moreover, your training has been wild and unrefined on the trial planet, yet you can compel him to exert such tremendous strength. Quite remarkable indeed. Whether it be the path of Chang'e or the first sect, if you venture there, you shall undoubtedly suffer a fate worse than death. Wang Jie gazed at Chuyu and inquired, "And what of your corpse sect? It sounds even more terrifying." Chuyu chuckled, "Let me impart a lesson. The more ominous a place sounds in the cosmos, the more advantageous it is for us. For every individual harbors secrets. The cultivation of the corpse sect pertains to the human body. The research undertaken by each individual possesses its own value and remains shrouded in secrecy. If the corpse sect were to delve into these secrets, wouldn't the common folk revolt? Thus, the more secrets you possess, the more imperative it is for you to come with me. Otherwise, this universe will hold no place for your existence." Wang Jie was disinclined to continue this discussion. Everyone possesses their own rhetoric. He held no faith in the individuals of the first sect nor in this fellow. "What was that energy you just mentioned?" Chiyu raised a finger. "What did you see?" "A finger," Wang Jie replied candidly. "Nonsense. What else?" Chiyu shook his finger. "There exists a form of energy at my fingertip, which is not merely a type of power, but rather the sensation of one's self in harmony with the universe or a conduit of connection. Humans possess human energy. Beasts possess beast energy. Fortune, anger, these are all forms of energy. Anything that cannot be perceived yet influences us can be termed chi. Even a nation has its own chi, which can be understood as national fortune. Each power also possesses its unique energy, which can be viewed as momentum. Consider two ordinary individuals. One has thrown punches countless times, while the other has never thrown a single one. Given that they are equal in height, weight, strength, and speed, who do you suppose is stronger? There is no doubt. It is the one who has thrown punches millions of times, for that individual possesses the sensation of striking, and this sensation is energy as well. In this vast universe, the living cultivate strength, while the deceased cultivate energy. Your inability to perceive it stems from your lack of cultivation. Normal individuals cannot see it, much like one cannot see their own fortune. Wang Jie grasped the concept, albeit somewhat vaguely. Chuyu lowered his hand and scrutinized Wang Jie from head to toe. Finger techniques. Footwork. These are your two greatest strengths, as the energy in your fingers and feet is notably dense. Furthermore, your immense strength harbors a vast reserve of energy, and your wrists also possess energy, indicating your proficiency with weapons. I must admit, you are quite well-rounded. How is it that in merely a decade of development on this trial planet, you have acquired such a breadth of knowledge? As he spoke, he lifted his gaze to the heavens. The martial arts hall of the first sect is as abundant as the stars in the sky. Yet within a span of 10 years, one can only truly master one or two skills, making you quite the anomaly. Wang Jie inquired with curiosity, "What is the aura of Shumai like?" Chu Yao rolled his eyes. "Do you believe that observing one's aura is infallible? The strong can conceal and transfer their own power, while some seasoned veterans can even disguise the extent of their aura to manipulate you in return. Thus, refrain from carelessly scrutinizing others' energies. It is only you novices who are so easily discerned. Of course, there are methods to see through such disguises, but that pertains to the future, provided you remain alive." With a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, he continued, "So, what do you think? The universe is truly fascinating, is it not? Your knowledge is woefully limited. The forces of the cosmos are as numerous as the stars, and civilizations are infinite, with a plethora of culinary delights and flying swords and brothels, and so forth. Follow me, with your capabilities. Even if you lack the strength to seek revenge on Shumai later, you can still deal with his disciples. Indeed, there are far too many hypocrites among them, and together we shall eliminate them." Chapter 53. The corpse sect. Wang Jie waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on that. Can I cultivate this energy? Will it enhance my combat prowess?" Chu Yao chuckled with a sense of pride. "Of course." He raised his finger again, gesturing thoughtfully. Energy and strength are two distinct paths of cultivation. Generally speaking, disciples of major sects are not permitted to pursue both simultaneously. While it may yield a temporary boost in combat power, the long-term limitations are substantial. One symbolizes life, while the other signifies death. However, your practice involves the locking of strength, which inherently limits your future. Thus, it is of little consequence to cultivate both at once. Once you master this energy, combining it with strength could potentially double your combat capabilities. Wang Jie, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Is that true? Teach me." Qiao nodded but then hesitated, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Wang Jie. "You don't mean to challenge Shumai, do you?" Wang Jie did not deny it. Yes. Chu Yao, exasperated, raked his fingers through his hair. Brother, why do you persist? Let me be clear. Even if your combat power doubles, it is impossible for you to defeat Shu Mai. Do you understand? Absolutely impossible. I understand, but I still want to try. That is tantamount to courting death. Better to die than to live like this. Are you threatening me? One could interpret it that way. In a fit of anger, Chu Yao stood abruptly, knocking over his chair. Within the room, Lu Ying felt a wave of fear, but still stepped forward, whispering, "Please, don't be angry." Chu Yao glared at Wang Jie, who met his gaze unwaveringly. After a prolonged silence, Chu Yao turned away, once again tugging at his hair in frustration. Wang Jie observed his retreating figure and pondered. You are fully aware that my cultivation of locking strength leads to no future, and that pursuing both energy and strength is futile. Yet you still wish to lead me down this path, even in the face of my fatal threats. Chu Yao, do you truly claim to act in my best interest? Or do you have ulterior motives? Turning back, Chu Yao's expression returned to calmness. I am here to save you. Wang Jie nodded, regardless of your intentions. Even if it leads to my dismemberment at the hands of the corpse sect, grant me this one opportunity. Just once. I survived last time. I will do so again. I promise to battle Shu Mai, and then follow you, no matter how you treat me. Chu Yao exhaled deeply. Is it worth it? Some responsibilities cannot be evaded. Certain missions must be undertaken. Even if I can rescue your few good brothers, must you still seek a final confrontation that leads to your demise? Wang Jie's gaze remained steadfast. I am an orphan, yet the dean has treated me well. He has shared meals of soy milk and fried dough sticks with me. And I have a fondness for fried chicken and egg tarts. Chu Yao was rendered speechless, while Lu Ying swallowed nervously. One eye cast towards Wang Jie, Chu Yao instructed. Look through this. With that, he raised his finger. Wang Jie let out a breath of relief and lifted his gaze towards Chu Yao. Before him danced a translucent entity, resembling flames or streams of energy, swirling and rising as if it possessed a life of its own. This is energy, Chu Yao explained. There are two methods to cultivate it. The first is to expedite the process using tools for observation. By seeing it frequently, one may eventually master it. The second is self-perception, though this method takes far too long and is not suited for you. Chiyu set his hand down. What you need to do now is to continuously utilize that eye to perceive. Once you can see the chi for yourself, you will be able to sense the chi within your own body. By combining chi with strength, your combat prowess will be significantly enhanced. Is it truly that simple? Simple? Why not give it a try? Chiyu grew displeased. Among the various forces in the dead realm, our corpse sect possesses the most effective eye, allowing you to see chi instantly. No other sect possesses such a remarkable tool. Do you know the immense value of that eye? Even so, it still takes a considerable amount of time to be able to perceive chi on your own. Most individuals are eliminated for being unable to see it. Only those who can perceive chi are qualified to remain within the corpse sect. Wang Zhao continuously gazed at Chiyu through the eye. As Chiyu spoke, he became increasingly uncomfortable, feeling as though Wang Zhao was scrutinizing him. Enough, look elsewhere. Everyone has chi, even ordinary people. Of course, are ordinary individuals not human? Can they not possess fortune? Can they not have their own areas of expertise? A blacksmith's chi resides in his arms. It merely depends on what you excel at. Wang Zhao instinctively glanced at Lu Ying. Lu Ying's chi was quite faint, yet the most concentrated area was around his chest, which was notably prominent. Wang Zhao lowered the eye and cast a glance at Chiyu. No wonder this fellow liked to stare at Lu Ying. Chiyu happened to meet his gaze, both adopting a serious demeanor, and they silently shifted their eyes away. May I take a look? Not possible, the two replied in unison. Lu Ying. In the first sect, Guyu fixed his astonished gaze on Wen Siyuan. Did you already know this person is from the corpse sect? The moment Chuyu revealed the eye, they all understood that this individual was indeed from the corpse sect, that I was a unique artifact of the corpse sect. Wen Siyuan calmly observed the lake. Knowing this changes nothing, the trial must continue. Guyu exclaimed. During a trial, Shami and the corpse sect have sent individuals. No wonder you sought to obstruct our arrival. Wen Siyuan turned to Guyu. We will not interfere with how the Starry Sky perspective reports this matter. But the presence of the corpse sect here is entirely unknown to our first sect. Guyu nodded. I understand. Rest assured, Elder. After speaking, he gazed at the lake. However, if this native learns to perceive chi, there may yet be a fierce battle with Shami. When Siyuan regarded Wang Jiao intently, I am curious about how he heals. As a novice in perceiving chi, everything felt so novel. Wang Jiao spent his days with the eye, observing that the chi of those with 4 eyes concentrated around their heads. He even looked out from the upper floor at the passers-by. Each person possessed chi, albeit in varying quantities. The chi of cultivators could further delineate their areas of expertise. Ultimately, that eye was lent to Lu Ying. The result was that Lu Ying's gaze towards Chuyu was notably indifferent, and Chuyu's words did not resonate, his eyes reflecting a look akin to that of a voyeur. Within the small courtyard, Wang Jiao queried with curiosity, "Does the corpse sect possess such an eye? Do other forces in the dead realm have them as well?" Chuyu rolled his eyes. "I shall not say more. This is unique to my corpse sect. This item is known as a death artifact, and when paired with our sect's cultivation methods, it is invincible. The moment outsiders see this eye, they will know it belongs to my corpse sect. In the vast cosmos, the millions of star systems under the control of the corpse sect obeyed its commands. Such a treasure is not something that can be obtained by just anyone." Wang Jie gazed at Chu Yao. "So your identity is quite special then?" Chu Yao smiled. "Flattery aside, I am one of the 100 coffins of the corpse sect. My name is Si Chu Yao." Inside the room, Lu Ying emerged quietly, serving tea. Wang Jie picked up his gaze, focusing intently on Chu Yao. Chu Yao chuckled, "You cannot discern it? I can autonomously control my chi. What you perceive is merely a fade." Lu Ying looked at Chu Yao in astonishment. Chu Yao raised his head and smiled at her. "Little sister, do you wish to continue observing?" Lu Ying pointed at Chu Yao's mouth. "Why is there chi in your mouth?" Chu Yao burst into laughter. "That is the art of chi manipulation. I am demonstrating." Suddenly, he halted, gazing at Lu Ying in surprise. "What did you say?" Wang Jie also stared at Lu Ying, his expression one of bewilderment. Lu Ying glanced at Chu Yao, then back at Wang Jie. "I asked, why is there chi in your mouth? Can you see it?" Chu Yao was taken aback. Lu Ying nodded. Wang Jie lifted his gaze to examine, and indeed, there was chi in Chu Yao's mouth. He lowered his eyes, unable to see it. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. Lu Ying turned to leave. "Wait." Chu Yao positioned himself in front of Lu Ying. "Now tell me where my chi is." Lu Ying regarded Chu Yao, raising her hand to point 3 inches above his wrist. Chu Yao once again redirected his chi. Lu Ying pointed it out again. Chu Yao stood in a daze, allowing Lu Ying to enter the room, staring blankly at Wang Jie. Their eyes met. When they discussed the nature of chi, Lu Ying was absent, utterly unaware of how to cultivate it. She merely glanced at the chi. And then she could see it herself? How bizarre. Chu Yao felt an uncanny sensation. "How long did you say it took you to see chi?" Wang Jie inquired. Chu Yao's lips twitched. No matter how long, it could not compare to this woman. He glanced towards the interior. This woman is a prodigious talent for chi cultivation. Among the natives, Wang Jie was already enigmatic, and now there was this extraordinary woman. She must be taken along. She is a genius. Lu Ying's aptitude was discovered entirely by accident, yet this serendipity momentarily diverted Chu Yao's attention from Wang Jie, fixating on Lu Ying, which led Lu Ying to increasingly feel that this fellow harbored ulterior motives towards her. Once Wang Jie regained his composure, he set off to the outskirts of the capital city to hunt mutated creatures. The news of his survival had yet to spread. It was not a deliberate concealment. Simply that those familiar to him were no longer present. Qingxing, Lao Wu, Wen Zhao, and the others were all at the Jinling base. Only Bai Yuan and his group remained at the capital city base. Bai Yuan arrived, bringing news from the outside world, and encountered Wang Jie. He was astonished to discover that Wang Jie was still alive, despite Wang Jie having been defeated by Shu Mai twice. It was undeniable that he was the closest person to Shu Mai on Blue Star, perhaps even in the cosmic expanse, the nearest within the 10 marks. His survival signified that they had not yet reached a dead end. Presently, humanity was continually retracting its boundaries. The border city had fallen, and the intact bases remaining were only in the south, Jinling, and the capital city. Humanity was no longer the protagonist on Blue Star. Shu Mai and Apos' gaze had shifted away from them, now fixated on the ocean. Just yesterday, news arrived from the south base that terrifying 10 marks creatures had emerged from the depths, launching an assault across the entire ocean against Shu Mai. The words of those trialists rang true. The moment the first sect of Jia released such a multitude of celestial stones, they placed their hopes squarely on all the mutated creatures. This was the message brought by Bai Yuan. Wang Jie felt a heavy weight upon his heart. The increasing number of mutated beings, while providing more avenues to confront Shu Mai, concurrently heightened the likelihood of annihilating the base. Humanity now stood in a position of great vulnerability. Jia scoffed, remarking, "The first sect of Jia has truly exhausted their options, resorting to these mutated beings to contend with Shu Mai. Let alone Shu Mai, even you, Brother Wang, could subdue the most formidable mutated creatures of the Blue Star. After all, it is impossible for life forms of the star-shattering caliber to emerge. As long as it is within the realm of 10 seals, you remain invincible." Chapter 54. The Blood-Red Coast by Yuan did not refute. It was indeed a fact. Some disparities necessitate a qualitative leap to be bridged. Mo and Wenxing, like those paragons of excellence, were among the finest within the 10 seals, formidable prodigies of their respective sections. In one-on-one confrontations, they could overpower any mutated creature from Blue Star, let alone Wang Jie. Wang Jie inquired, "Is it possible that the first sect intends to use these mutated creatures to buy time? Do they have external assistance?" After contemplation, Chu Yao replied, "Indeed. That is a possibility. However, the likelihood is rather slim. To me, it seems they aim to ensure mutual destruction between Blue Star and Shami. The first sect cannot construct a bridge themselves, nor will they allow Shami to do so. Is that feasible?" Wang Jie asked, astonished. Chu Yao chuckled. "As long as a creature of gargantuan proportions is birthed, one that can devour power akin to a whale consuming the sea, once it detonates, Blue Star would be obliterated. Comparable to an attack from the Breaking Star realm. Ultimately, Blue Star is destined for destruction." Bai Yuan departed, ever vigilant, keeping an eye on the exterior of the base. For any Tinseal creatures could appear at any moment. 20 days had elapsed since the battle with Shami. Wang Jie was once again summoned for his training regimen. This session came 15 days after the last, a considerable interval. Remarkably, Wang Jie's strength had surged to 82 times its original capacity. During the previous training, he had merely recovered from injuries without any enhancement in power. This time, however, he experienced a significant increase, jumping from 77 to 82 times, effectively compensating for the previous deficiency. Could such an enhancement truly be rectified? Was it perhaps related to the protective wristbands or the severity of his injuries? This time, he distinctly felt a greater flow of warmth coursing through his entire body. Regrettably, it was still insufficient. He needed to press on. Bai Yuan would daily relay the circumstances of the 3 major bases to Wang Jie. Tragically, the southern nation base was inexplicably safeguarded by Shami, who had chosen the coastal region of the southern nation base to erect a bridge, focusing on the interaction between humans and marine creatures while neglecting most terrestrial beings. On the day following Wang Jie's training, Shami commenced the construction of the bridge. With a single stroke of his sword, he cleaved through the ocean, exposing its depths, and vanquished an enormous mutated whale, using its carcass as the foundation for the altar. The blood of the whale flowed through the sea, while over a dozen celestial stones were deposited at the altar's base, attracting countless marine mutated creatures. If one were to observe from above, they would witness a myriad of creatures from the Blue Star Ocean converging towards Shami's position. Even terrestrial mutated beings followed suit, for he possessed the greatest number of celestial stones. These stones, known as slaughter stones to the trial takers, emitted power that allowed Blue Star creatures to evolve and cultivate. In the decade of apocalypse, all major bases had engaged in research concerning celestial stones, yet little progress was made. Furthermore, the emergence of these stones had drawn even more mutated beasts, necessitating their disposal far from the bases. With a dozen celestial stones at his disposal, Shami began to attract creatures. He was preparing to stake his claim. Within the small courtyard, Wang Jie silently gazed at the images displayed on the wall. The footage captured by drones surveying the coastline of the southern nation base. An endless throng of creatures gathered, circumventing the southern nation base to encircle Shami. They emerged from the ocean, the land, the sky, and even the depths of the earth. Like in the previous confrontation at the mountain city, Shami, armed with nothing but his sword and sheer might, relentlessly slaughtered the creatures, burying them in the process. For 9 consecutive days, he continued this relentless onslaught. By the end of the 9th day, the altar had accumulated to a height of 900 meters, surpassing that of the mountain city altar. The 9 days of slaughter have cast a crimson veil over the coastline and the heavens, blocking the sunlight from penetrating. The sea has been thoroughly stained red, with countless corpses floating on its surface, rendering the very water itself nearly invisible. Shami strides through the scarlet waters, his blade glinting with a chilling brilliance. The inhabitants of the southern nation's base gaze in despair at the blood-red sky, awaiting a fate akin to that of the creatures they fear. The heavens themselves are shrouded in blood. Lu Ying's face is pale as she observes Shami, whose eyes are filled with terror. The onlookers, all 4 of them, cease their tasks, staring blankly. Can a mere human achieve such a feat? The 3 major bases fall into a profound silence, an eerie stillness. The skies of Huaxia gradually succumb to the crimson tide, as the winds blow from south to north, saturating the entire land in blood. Countless mutated creatures tremble in fear. Shami ascends to the highest point of the altar, surveying the land from his elevated position. He then gazes toward the north, confronting the southern nation's base. Raising his blade to point, 100 meters remaining, use humans. His piercing, icy gaze penetrates through the scene, driving several timid souls to madness, flailing and screaming. Others quiver, unable to even stand. Those are eyes that hunger for flesh. He gazes toward the southern nation's base, encompassing all of Huaxia and the disciples of the Jia sect. The faces of the disciples turn pale. Each one has undergone trials to enter the sect. Each has taken a life. Yet, before Shami in this moment, it is as if the very waterfall has been stained crimson. There is no solution. The moment Shami emerged on Blue Star, the impending doom of the bridge-building era became inevitable. No one can save Blue Star. When Xing and others silently lower their heads, feeling utterly powerless, just as Shami prepares to strike at the southern nation's base, a flying craft descends upon the coastline, astonishing him. Who dares to approach at such a time? It is Bai Yuan, alone in his arrival. Shami regards Bai Yuan with keen interest. His audacity amidst such bloodshed is commendable. Bai Yuan steps to the altar's edge, lifting his gaze to the sky. Meeting Shami and Apos, deep stare. I wish to know, he states, if our people were to willingly bury themselves at the altar, would it benefit your bridge-building efforts? This statement surprises Shami, as well as the disciples of Jia sect. What does he mean? Bai Yuan and Shami lock eyes, disregarding the suffocating stench of blood. His expression serious. I will have them come to fill the altar themselves, to cover that last 100 meters for you. A smirk appears on Shami's lips, a smile devoid of warmth or emotion. Do you realize that once the altar is completed, Blue Star will be doomed? Bai Yuan nods. Of course, I am aware. Such willingness? Absolutely voluntary, provided you agree. I will bring them. When Siyuan steps forward, his gaze heavy. This is not a favorable development. He cares little for the fate of the Blue Star inhabitants, but if they truly volunteer to entomb themselves at the altar, it may inadvertently aid Shami in acquiring the methods for bridge construction. They would rather see Blue Star perish, resulting in no one being able to build the bridge, than allow Shami to succeed. This inhabitant of Blue Star is merely stalling for time, perhaps hoping to give that native named Wang Jie another chance. Indeed, Bai Yuan is merely stalling for time. Shu Muyi has perceived this as well. The thoughts of Wen Si Yuan resonate with those of Shu Muyi. He concurred, indigenous people, I admire your courage. If you wish to delay, you may do so, but do not overstep, lest I fill the altar with that very base. Bai Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fear not, the three major bases, Beijing, Jinling, and the Southern Kingdom, are on their way, arriving at a normal pace. Shu Muyi nodded, gesturing to the ground beneath him. Then, as a gesture of sincerity to gain my trust, you shall be the first. Bai Yuan and Apos' gaze flickered. The Southern Kingdom base, including Qin and others, was equally astonished. The scene was transmitted simultaneously to Jinling and Beijing, where all eyes were fixed upon Bai Yuan, puzzled by his intent to voluntarily approach the altar. Now, he was to be the first to do so. Bai Zhao's complexion drained of color. Dad. Wang Jie clenched his fist. Behind him stood Sister Tang, who had come to relay some matters. Along the coastline, Shu Muyi observed the scene below with keen interest. At that moment, the individual representing the entirety of Blue Star was also its highest-ranking member. Would he willingly embrace death? After adjusting his attire, he ascended the altar step by step, under the gaze of millions. He traversed the heights of the altar, treading upon a mound of corpses and a sea of blood, until he stood before Shu Muyi, drawing forth a mutated beast's claw from beneath him, poised to pierce his own head. All eyes were fixed upon him. At the crucial moment, Shu Muyi intervened. I did not permit you to die just yet. Bai Yuan, bewildered, looked at Shu Muyi. Shu Muyi raised his hand, and with a powerful force, he pressed Bai Yuan down, who found himself atop the foul-smelling corpses of mutated creatures, blood seeping around him, staining him entirely. He lay there upon the altar, as Shu Muyi's icy gaze turned toward the drone. Send your people forth. The final 100 meters require human sacrifice. In the Beijing base, within the small courtyard, the transmission abruptly ceased. Chiao exclaimed, is there truly someone willing to voluntarily ascend the altar? I have never witnessed bridge building firsthand. Does this voluntary act versus a forced one genuinely influence the outcome? It merits further investigation. Wang Jie's voice remained calm. Where is Watian? Sister Tang and Apos' voice was hoarse, still reeling from the earlier scene. I do not know. It must have been his idea, Wang Jie remarked. Sister Tang did not refute. This is the only method to buy time. Otherwise, the millions at the Southern Kingdom base would fill the last 100 meters. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the day after, Blue Star would cease to exist. Wang Jie remained silent. Indeed, This was the most desperate yet effective means. What other options were available to delay time? Even if he stood forth, he could not persuade Shumayu to grant him another month, let alone longer. Such a cruel yet efficient approach mirrored Zhuotian's previous actions of setting fire to those orphans. It instantly brought him to mind. This individual had indeed survived, yet now was not the time to dwell on him. Sister Tang stepped before Wang Jie, gazing at him earnestly. Wang Jie, can we trust you? Wang Jie met Sister Tang's gaze. A few days ago, in Jinling, in the capital, arrangements were made for groups of individuals to voluntarily approach the sacrificial altar. These individuals acted for the sake of their parents, for their children, and also to seize one last opportunity for themselves. Can we trust you? Sister Tang's gaze was filled with fervor, her nails digging into her palm, causing droplets of blood to fall to the ground. This faint scent of iron seemed to waft in from the coastline, drifting towards Wang Jie. Meeting Sister Tang's gaze, Wang Jie slowly spoke. No. Sister Tang's body trembled, her complexion turning pale. But I shall perish before you. Wang Jie continued. Sister Tang smiled, a bittersweet and reluctant smile, so sorrowful. Well then. That is acceptable. With that, she departed. She remarked, what a poignant scene, yet alas, Blue Star is destined for destruction. You have not given her hope. Which is for the best. When the time comes, I will take you and that girl away. There will be opportunities for vengeance in the future. Wang Jie remained silent, lifting his gaze to observe the atmosphere. That night, he perceived the tension. Chapter 55. Is it not enough? 23 days had elapsed since the first time Wang Jie beheld the essence of qi, while Lu Ying had witnessed it a mere 22 days prior. Qiao Yao marveled once more at Lu Ying's prodigious talent, asserting that he would certainly take her under his wing. However, Lu Ying found his words to be rather implausible. Yet she was too preoccupied to engage with him. The initial group of volunteers destined for the sacrificial altar had already departed from the 3 major bases towards the coastline, transported by a fleet of flying vessels. Several hours later, at the coastline, a procession of individuals formed a long line, moving in a deathly silence towards the altar. The first to ascend the altar was a middle-aged man, clad in tattered clothing, who lay beside Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan observed him quietly. Never anticipating that he would share this moment with the divine beings and the 5 elements, it felt like a life well lived. Lord Bai Yuan, will my child truly be cared for? And my mother, who is over 80 and blind to the world, still believes we live in peaceful times, unaware that we can barely afford food. Will she find peace in the end? Bai Yuan regarded him solemnly, declaring, unless the Blue Star is destroyed, we shall fulfill our promise. I swear it. The middle-aged man sighed with relief, saying, that is good. He then plunged headfirst into the jaws of a mutated beast, meeting his demise. Following him, an elderly man approached, kneeling down, lamenting, as long as my dear wife remains in the base, I can bear it. After 40 years together, it is still not enough. Alas, this cursed apocalypse, let them all perish. One by one, each individual bore their obsessions, each with something they yearned to protect. Just as ordinary people shield the practitioners, behind those practitioners stand the children. Some gazed at the altar in despair, succumbing to madness, while others dashed towards Shumayi, desperate to strike a fatal blow, only to have their heads effortlessly obliterated by him. This place was a purgatory, with the sand steeped in a viscous pool of blood. An elderly woman struggled to ascend the altar, rummaging until she found her husband. I cannot bear to be alone. Let us go together and find the children. Shumayi observed the line of people climbing the altar, their faces etched with fear and despair, yet they still pressed on. Such is the nature of humanity. In a realm where beasts dared not tread, ordinary people advanced with deliberate steps. This scene struck even the members of the Jia sect with profound impact. Tingyi felt her eyes welling with tears, never having anticipated witnessing such a spectacle. The planet was on the brink of destruction, countless lives extinguished. Yet she had always envisioned brilliance akin to fireworks. She had never beheld such a sight. Is this right? She clenched her fists, silently watching the crimson darkness that even the sunlight could not penetrate. In the capital, Wang Jie was practicing diligently, now at 85 times the previous level. Though the increase was modest compared to before, progress was still evident. News from the outside world had ceased to flow in, prompting Wang Jie to cast aside distractions and focus entirely on refining his qi. On the following day, Bai Xiao arrived, kneeling before Wang Jie, beseeching him to save Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan was trapped beneath the altar, his body already bearing the weight of many corpses, yet he remained alive, watching countless souls march towards their doom. Shortly after Bai Xiao and Appo's arrival, Sister Tang also appeared, taking her away. Wang Jie could offer no promises. How many more must perish? Zhuotian spoke calmly, devoid of any tremor. I will control the passage of time. There is no need for haste. Sister Tang and Appo's eyes were bloodshot. Her gaze filled with anguish. As Zhuotian gazed at her, he remarked, if it troubles you, then do not dwell on those images. Sever the connection. Do not capture anything from beyond the coastline. Are you not at all distressed? Sister Tang shouted. Zhuotian replied calmly, someone must make sacrifices. I shall bear the burden of being the villain. You may freely proclaim that this was my idea, that I am the one orchestrating the timeline. Sister Tang's eyes were ablaze with fury as she looked at Zhuotian. In her eyes, the only distinction between him and Shumai was the absence of bloodlust. This person was devoid of emotion. Zhuotian smiled at her. Surely, you do not wish for the destruction of Blue Star. The longer we delay, the stronger Wang Jie becomes. The likelihood of defeating Shumai increases, does it not? Sister Tang's fingers trembled as she turned to leave. Zhuotian watched her retreating figure and said, await my news. We are among the last. Sister Tang paused momentarily before departing. Ultimately, the images of the coastline were not severed. Those who perished for Blue Star ought to be remembered, especially by those they cherished and sought to protect. For no one has the right to strip them of that final farewell. As the altar rose to a height of 970 meters, Wang Jie's power swelled to 87 times its original might. The entire length of those 70 meters was constructed from the corpses of the fallen. Each lifeless body piled upon the altar, continuously accumulating. Every soul that ascended was marching toward hell, even though hell lay beneath, with hundreds of thousands dead. Even the trial takers of Wenxing were left astounded, gazing silently at the altar from the coastline. They had witnessed the demise of countless individuals. Yet, the obliteration of an entire planet, the death of billions upon billions, paled in comparison to the impact of this moment. Chiwu sought out the trial takers to deliver a message. The location of the strongest mutated beings on Blue Star had been ascertained. He requested that they lure these creatures, serving as a step to delay Shu Mai's construction of the bridge. They agreed. Perhaps, at this juncture, they too hoped that these Blue Star beings could vanquish Shu Mai and halt the unfolding spectacle. In the capital city, within a small courtyard, Wang Jie was engrossed in playing with a bean. A single yellow bean floated before him, rising and falling intermittently, yet it continually fell from his grasp. He was manipulating the bean using his energy. In the words of Chuyo, if one could control a bean with such finesse, it marked the entry into the realm of energy, allowing the fusion of energy and strength, thereby exponentially increasing combat capabilities. Wang Jie had yet to achieve this. He felt his eyes straining from the constant focus on the bean. Lu Ying, however, succeeded effortlessly, with the bean swirling around her as if alive. This scene once again left Chuyo in awe, recognizing Lu Ying's extraordinary talent in energy manipulation. What transpired outside this small courtyard did not reach them. Wang Jie gradually forgot the external circumstances, fixated solely on the bean. It was not until 4 days later that he managed to rotate the bean around him without it falling. That single rotation left him drenched in sweat. On the 5th day, the earth trembled. The bean fell. Wang Jie looked up towards the south, sensing the tremors originating from that direction. The previously clear sky suddenly darkened with dense clouds, a surge of vapor enveloping the air. The immense force of energy surged toward them. It must be the mutated beings approaching. Did the mutated creatures engage in battle with Shumi? Along the coastline of the southern base, Qi Xuan sprinted southward. Pursued by a wolf measuring nearly a kilometer in length and towering several hundred meters high, its fur sharp as steel. Its piercing gaze surpassed her, fixated on the coastline, emitting a thunderous roar. At that moment, a colossal lizard unleashed clouds of mist, its immense power surging toward Shumi. Trialists continuously directed the formidable mutated creatures of Blue Star toward Shumi, yet each fell before him in defeat. The formidable single entities of mutation could not prolong time. The number of those journeying to the altar dwindled. Wang Jie secluded himself in his chamber, refusing to see anyone, save for a handful of soybeans he took with him. The altar soared to a height of 990 meters, unable to rise further. To construct a bridge, 1,000 meters was essential. Shami cast his gaze towards the southern base, realizing that the number of those willing to perish in Blue Star was limited. Regrettably, it was still insufficient. Bai Yuan lay beneath a mountain of corpses, peering through the gaps in the blood-soaked ground towards the north. Had they reached the limit? How long had it been? It seemed not too long. At that moment, a swarm of insects descended upon them. Insect Xian had summoned the Insect Sea for the 3rd time, retreating into hiding. For this time, Shumi would not let him escape. Should he dare to show his face, it would mean certain death. Rarely did Shumi feel such anger. He could endure delays caused by those willingly heading to their demise, for their consent might indeed yield a different outcome on the bridge. Yet these insects were an annoyance that must be dealt with. Had he known, he would have dispatched the insect man last time. He raised his blade, striking down the insects one by one. The insect sea stubbornly delayed Shumi for 3 more days. In the capital, Wang Jie prepared for his final exercises. Aware that despite his ignorance of the outside world, this was to be his last, Shumi could no longer afford any delays. During this exercise, his strength surged to 89 times its original capacity. Upon reaching such an extraordinary level, an inexplicable sensation informed him of his limits. He could not surpass this boundary. 89 times, indeed. After bathing and changing his attire, he stepped out, finding the floor littered with soybeans, glimmering like tiny black dots in the sunlight. It was time to depart for the southern base. The aircraft was already prepared. At the coastline, just outside the altar, with one final strike, the insects perished. Shumi turned to see in the distance 2 aircraft descending, from which emerged Sister Tang and Hong Jian. From the north, even Lian Qin had arrived. As the triumvirate and quintessence of Blue Star in the aftermath of the apocalypse, they represented the last willing souls ready to perish here. Only Zhuo Tian was absent. Sister Tang seethed with fury. That rascal had slipped away. No one wished for death, and Lian Qin was no exception. She commanded the southern base with unparalleled grace, preferring to lower her stance and align herself with the powerful, believing that as long as Blue Star endured, she could thrive. Yet the stark reality was that Blue Star was on the brink of annihilation. She could not even approach Shumi, gazing at the towering altar that pierced the clouds. Stained crimson by the blood, she was reminded of Wang Jie, that defeat signified Blue Star and Appo's downfall. 3 individuals approached the altar from 3 different directions. The blood-soaked, disordered footprints bore witness to the many who had traversed this ground. In the distance, there stood those challengers, entirely disinclined to take action, merely observing. Shumi moved, facing Lian Qin, and took a step forward. Lian Qin gazed at Shumi approaching her, her eyes filled with excitement and her heart racing with uncertainty. Could it be? As Shumi advanced towards Lian Qin, she remained rooted in place, watching him draw nearer and nearer, yet his gaze was not fixed upon her. He was looking beyond her. What lay behind her? The Southern Nation base. Hundreds of thousands of people. Shumi brushed past her without a single glance, continuing his journey northward. This cry reverberated across the beach, strikingly evident in this eerily silent and bloody expanse. All eyes turned towards Lian Qin, particularly those of Bai Yuan and others who understood her. They were astonished that she dared to address Shumi in such a manner. The Southern Nation base, with its millions, stood in stunned silence. Chapter 56. The final showdown. Lian Qin gasped for breath, her face pallid as she fixed her gaze intently on Shumi. Is it not enough? At the Southern Nation base, Lian Fei's eyes were rimmed with red, calling out for her mother. Shumi regarded Lian Qin with an unsettlingly cold demeanor. It will soon be over. Those simple words rendered Lian Qin utterly powerless. She trembled, her eyes blazing with fury as she shouted at Shumi, "Beast! You have taken so many lives and now seek to obliterate Blue Star. How many more must perish? Do you possess no heart? You are human too. Why act thus? They have willingly embraced death. What more do you desire?" Hong Jian clenched his fists, his pupils bloodshot. Sister Tang felt a profound sorrow. The cries and curses of the ants could not alter the vastness of heaven and earth. Suddenly, Shumi halted and looked up. In the sky, an aircraft, previously unnoticed, soared away into the distance, dropping dark figures that gradually came into focus. They were people. Bai Yuan, Sister Tang, and the others stared in disbelief. Shumi also gazed skyward, his eyes sharpening with surprise. Is it him? With a resounding crash, the blood-soaked beach was struck, creating a massive crater as a figure descended from the sky. Lian Qin stared blankly at the person. Wang Jie? In the distance, the trial participants were astonished. Wang Jie? He is alive? Wen Zhao felt a surge of excitement. This guy is not dead? Drones transmitted the scene simultaneously to the Southern Nation base and Jinling base, where Qing Zheng and Lao Wu witnessed the miraculous sight. The boss is alive. Xu You, seated in the aircraft, surveyed the coastline from above, marking the 3rd confrontation. Let us hope he doesn't die this time. You have no idea how terrifying Shumi's limits can be. On the beach, Wang Jie surveyed his surroundings, his attention drawn to the altar, where countless bodies lay atop a multitude of mutated creatures. The crimson blood formed a thick cloud, obscuring the sunlight, while the sea was stained a deep scarlet. His pupils trembled. How many had perished? You're not dead? Shumi marveled at Wang Jie, astonished that he not only survived but appeared unscathed. How was that possible? Wang Jie ignored him, turning instead to Lian Qin, his voice chillingly cold. What are you doing here? Stay away. Do not impede my path to kill. Lian Qin stared at Wang Jie, finding him strangely unfamiliar in that moment. Shumai smirked. Kill? Are you aiming to kill me? Lian Qin rose and distanced herself, warning, be careful. Wang Jie remained unhurried, watching her retreat before directing his gaze back to Shumai. Have you ever been slapped in the face? Shumai laughed. No. But today, that will change. Wang Jie surged towards Shumai, mirroring his previous attacks, unleashing his strength with a powerful punch. Shumai's eyes gleamed. He, too, felt an increase in power. His gaze turned fierce, and an invisible force rippled outward, displacing the air as he prepared to strike. Bang! The explosion reverberated, shaking the earth as a terrifying gust swept across the beach, sending shock waves soaring into the sky, piercing through the dense clouds and allowing sunlight to cascade down upon the two combatants. They were evenly matched. Shumai was taken aback. He had unleashed the full extent of his second rebirth's power, and this man had somehow reached the same level. Wang Jie unleashed another powerful punch, leaving Shumai in disbelief. It had only been a brief time since their last encounter, yet this individual's strength had amplified significantly beyond their initial clash, rendering Shumai utterly perplexed. With a series of resounding collisions, the beach could no longer withstand the impact, caving in and splitting apart as the ocean poured in through the fissures. The tumultuous aftershock swept across the surroundings, causing the altar to tremble. Meanwhile, further away, when Xing and others hastened towards the beach, aware that their distance prevented them from fully grasping the intensity of the power at play. This was an exceptional opportunity to comprehend Shumai and Appo's capabilities. No one had anticipated that this indigenous individual had survived. In the sky, a flying vessel was caught in the aftershock, its tail exploding as it plummeted toward the sea. Chuyo leaped from it, landing securely on the water's surface, gazing northward toward the altar, where the displayed power was nothing short of extraordinary. They were merely at the 8th seal level. It was unfathomable to imagine how they could maintain such strength, let alone grow it to the star-breaking realm and ascend to even greater heights. The star-breaking realm signified the ability to annihilate planets, a feat achievable through various means, such as targeting a specific point until it gives way. Planets vary in size, and the volume of the blue star was not something an ordinary starbreaker could destroy. Yet, these two seemed capable of breaching the blue star with sheer strength alone, without even reaching the star-breaking realm. After a relentless exchange of 18 punches, each equally matched, their power escalated from 80 times to an apex of 89 times. Wang Jie exerted his full strength, feeling no need to hold back against Shumai. In turn, Shumai had transcended the limits of his second refinement and now wielded the power of his third refinement. Guyu and others had also arrived by the lake, no longer positioned above the waterfall. Although it was merely an exchange at the 8th seal level, they could easily eliminate countless 8th seal practitioners with a mere gesture. Yet these two were different. How could 8th seal practitioners possess such combat prowess? With another thunderous collision, Wang Jie staggered back 7 steps, and Shumai mirrored his retreat. They raised their gazes to one another. Shumai was taken aback. He had unleashed his full power. Wang Jie's fists were stained with blood, but it was not solely his own. It bore traces of Shumai's as well. 89 times. This was evidently not just his limit, but also that of his opponent. He now realized how absurd his initial challenge to Shumai had been. To confront him with a mere 50 times of strength was a stroke of luck that he had not perished. What secrets did you possess? Shumai, rarely flustered, noted that even the cosmic sect required 3 refinements to attain such power. How had this indigenous individual achieved it? Wang Jie turned, executing the 8th step of armor, leaving a shadow in his wake as he appeared directly behind Shumai, raising his palm to strike. As Wang Jie utilized the 8th step, 5 figures manifested upon the beach, momentarily leaving Shumai at a loss. In the distance, Wen Zhao was astonished. When had Wang Jie mastered the 8th step to such proficiency? This was no longer mere learning. It had become an art form. Shumai scoffed. Mere power was insufficient. How long had he trained in the application of strength? With a swift glance, he raised his hand to seize, successfully grasping Wang Jie's arm, only to find himself caught in a countergrip. Initially, he expected a struggle of strength, yet Wang Jie soon realized his grave miscalculation. Although their powers were equivalent, the application of that power was worlds apart. In the distance, Mo furrowed his brow. If both parties possessed equal strength, with Wang Jie exerting 3 parts of his power, yet Shumai could unleash 5 parts from the same, the disparity was insurmountable. Shumai pursued Wang Jie once more, delivering a punch that had transformed It lacked the grandeur of before, resembling instead the strike of an ordinary person. However, the experiences from a decade of calamity sent chills down Wang Jie's spine, compelling him to retreat swiftly rather than endure the blow. Shumai anticipated this maneuver, closing in relentlessly, his speed far surpassing Wang Jie and Apos. With no avenue for evasion, Wang Jie had no choice but to brace himself. In the distance, on the surface of the sea, Qi Yao observed. It was time. He hadn't anticipated that this fellow could contend with the monstrous Shumai solely through sheer strength. Thus, he decided to continue surprising him. The members of the Jiai sect were also spectating. The fusion of energy and might had been attempted by many across the cosmos, yet the outcomes were invariably dire. However, Wang Jie had no time to ponder such matters. His immediate concern was survival. He closed his eyes, then reopened them, only to find Shumai's fist approaching. Slowly, Wang Jie clenched his fist, energy swirling and enveloping his hand, and he struck out. Shumai was taken aback. Energy? Their fists collided. Shumai's punch found its mark against Wang Jie's chest, while Wang Jie's fist landed squarely on Shumai's heart. Both were simultaneously propelled backward. Wang Jie coughed up blood, feeling as though his entire being had been shattered. As his strength surged, so too did his corporeal defenses, yet Shumai's punch pierced through, nearly breaching his form. Shumai likewise spat blood, gazing intently at Wang Jie. Have you learned energy? Wang Jie responded with a smile, a gift for you. Are you satisfied? Shumai's expression darkened. Throughout history, the union of energy and might had never ended well. You seek your own demise. Better than dying now, Wang Jie retorted, extending a finger to unleash the Tian Di Luo Xian finger. This strike, imbued with energy, aimed directly at Shumai, who deftly dodged. For the first time, he evaded Wang Jie and Apos' attack, having previously only toyed with his opponents. This time, however, he sensed a genuine threat. Wang Jie, employing the Jiaba step, augmented his power with energy, breaking through the air with his finger technique. Shumai, caught off guard, found himself on the defensive for the first time. This scene ignited hope among the spectators. Perhaps, this time, he could truly win. Within the Jiai sect, Guyu gazed at the lake, having personally assessed Shumai 3 times. As he contemplated his 4th evaluation, the unfolding battle captured his attention. The outcome of this clash would not affect his assessment. Yet his focus had shifted to Wang Jie. How long had Shumai trained? How many resources had he amassed? This native was incomparable. Even if Wang Jie could rival any of the trial participants, it would be a remarkable feat this individual he wished to take with him. Shumai was thoroughly disgusted. The universal knowledge held no sway over Wang Jie, who needed not to contemplate the future, but only the present. Yet, the effectiveness of the fusion of energy and might was remarkable. Even for a moment, he could only evade the brilliance. Raising his hand, a long blade cleaved through the sky, striking forth with the move, Suyu Lu Tian. The cold gleam flickered, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Thus, he would have to withstand it. He raised his arm, executing a technique of chilling radiance. The impact reverberated through his left arm, sending pain through his wrist. Gritting his teeth, he thrust his right finger forward, piercing Shumai's shoulder and spilling blood into the air. As Shumai pondered the situation, he was taken aback by Wang Jie and Apos' audacity in withstanding the Suyu Lu Tian. How had he managed such a feat? His gaze fixated on Wang Jie and Apos' left wrist, curious about the source of his strength. Before Shumai could examine it further, Wang Jie swiftly pointed his finger. Had it not been for the wrist guard, he might have perished in their last encounter. This revelation sparked an idea in Wang Jie's mind. The key to countering Shumai's swordsmanship lay in enduring the blows with the wrist guard. This remarkable device seemed capable of withstanding even Shumai's formidable prowess, which was only at the level of 8 seals. As fate would have it, Wang Jie was correct. By merely tracking the trajectory of the blade, he could absorb the impact. These challengers, having entered Blue Star without any external resources, were at a distinct disadvantage. Shumai, however, remained undeterred, convinced that no equipment on Blue Star could withstand his sword techniques. He unleashed one strike after another, each met by Wang Jie's wrist guard. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Jie launched a counterattack. Yet, this time Shumai was prepared, preventing Wang Jie from inflicting any significant damage, though he did sustain minor abrasions. To an outside observer, it appeared that Shumai was the aggressor while Wang Jie played defense. Yet paradoxically, Shumai bore more injuries. This marked a stark reversal from their first 2 confrontations, invigorating the hundreds of thousands in the 3 major bases. Bai Yuan, lying on the altar, was resolute in his desire for victory. So many lives had been lost, and Blue Star had exhausted every possible means to buy time. They simply had to win. In the distance, Chiwu was astounded by the scene unfolding before him. My lady, if this battle were to be broadcasted, it would cause an uproar. Who could have imagined that Shimuyi would be pushed to such extremes, unable to subdue a mere native after 3 rounds of refinement? This native is defying the heavens. It is utterly unreasonable. After delivering 89 strikes, Shimuyi had inadvertently granted Wang Jie 89 opportunities for retaliation. The consequence was that Wang Jie's left arm had become entirely numb, nearly immobilized. Although the wrist guard absorbed the blade's edge, it could not mitigate the force of impact. Conversely, Shimuyi fared worse, his body marred with countless wounds, though not severe, his attire stained with blood, an unimaginable sight for outsiders. Just as Wang Jie prepared to block another strike, Shimuyi halted. His gaze was drawn to the golden wrist guard, which had been exposed beneath Wang Jie's tattered clothing. That is a celestial artifact. How do you possess one? Wang Jie glanced at the wrist guard, its surface unmarred despite sustaining numerous blows. An old man with a white beard descended from the starry skies once gifted it to me, taking me as his apprentice, and instructed me to seek him out upon reaching the cosmos. This statement left Shimuyi momentarily unable to discern its authenticity, for Blue Star should not harbor celestial artifacts. Such artifacts are weapons imbued with celestial power, varying in strength. Weaker artifacts would not withstand his relentless assault, yet Wang Jie's wrist guard bore no marks, indicating its remarkable quality, especially for a mere piece of protective gear. At the Jiayi sect, when Siyuan and his companions scrutinized Wang Jie and Appo's wrist guard. Is such a thing possible? Yet this Blue Star is merely an ordinary, remote planet within the Jiayi sect and Appo's star wall, regardless of what exists on this planet. Would outsiders be unaware of it? Nevertheless, the wrist guard undeniably existed. Wang Jie's words could not be dismissed as falsehoods. However, this native had cultivated a path of restraint, seemingly devoid of future prospects. No one could ascertain the veracity of Wang Jie's claims. He had merely spoken in passing and then charged once more towards Shimuyi, raising his hand to strike. After engaging in battle with Shimuyi 3 times, Wang Jie continually refined his application of power. Just moments ago, he not only counterattacked but also observed the intricacies of Su Yu's Lutian sword technique, feeling a profound resonance as he wielded his palm like a sword, executing the Yin Hong sword style. However, Shimuyi chose not to entangle with him, allowing Wang Jie and Appo's palm to sweep past, slicing through the sea like a sword and Appo's edge, nearly striking Chiyo. Above, the sky was shrouded in thick crimson clouds. A faint sound emerged, the sound of a flute. At the moment the flute's melody graced the air, Wang Jie abruptly halted, his mind reverberating as his vision blurred momentarily, as if struck by an unseen force. He was not alone. All beings on Blue Star, be they human or flora and fauna, were momentarily entranced by the enchanting tune. In the Jiayi sect, Yi was astounded. The flute technique. He can actually execute the flute technique? When Siyuan, captivated by the scene reflecting upon the lake, was equally astonished. The flute technique, known as night and day, was a skill so advanced that even those at the 8th seal, let alone the star-breaking realm, were unworthy of its mastery. In his prime, Shimuyi had wielded this technique with an ethereal grace, yet he had undergone a rebirth, and his current realm was undoubtedly that of the 8th seal. It was impossible for him to perform the flute technique. How had he accomplished this? Was this the prowess of Shimuyi, the unparalleled genius of the cosmos? The previous display of the Qin technique had already left onlookers in awe, but the requirements for the night and day flute technique surpassed those of the Qin technique, as the flute technique was predicated upon its foundation, demanding even greater skill. The feat of lifting the entire Tianfu base paled in comparison. When Siyuan was certain that he had not yet been capable of executing the flute technique during that endeavor, Guyu, in shock, remarked, "We have been focused on the progress of that native, neglecting Shimuyi. He too is undergoing a rebirth. The reason he has not broken through to the 9th seal is that he is striving to attain the limits of his current realm. Such individuals are rare throughout history. The outcome is already determined." On Blue Star, Chiyo floated upon the surface of the sea, surrendering to the undulating crimson waters, gazing at the sky as the flute technique relentlessly tormented him. This fellow is truly monstrous. Not only can he execute the Qin technique, but he also employs the flute technique. This is sheer cheating. M.O. When Xingru and Chongxian were all crouched on the ground, unable to rise, even Qin and Hongjian could scarcely manage to squat down, collapsing helplessly. Meanwhile, everyone at the three major bases lay prostrate, and countless creatures floated on the surface of the blue star sea, unable to resist the enchanting allure of the flute technique. The entirety of Blue Star was engulfed beneath its spell. Wang Jie gritted his teeth, bending over to brace himself with his knees, struggling to gaze ahead. Shumi ascended into the air, landing upon the altar, looking down upon Wang Jie with a cold demeanor. Despite his blood-stained garments, the wind only accentuated his imposing presence, rendering him more formidable and profound. I never grant second chances. You are the first. You shall be the second person in the entire universe. If you agree, kneel. Wang Jie raised his head, blood trickling from the corner of his eye as he fought to maintain consciousness. The flute and Appo's melody bombarded his mind, and the intangible force weighed heavier than any blade, inducing a sensation of nausea and collapse. Above the altar, beneath the clouds, countless lives had stained the earth with their blood. Only the sunlight illuminated Shumi alone, rendering him seemingly divine. Wang Jie clenched his fist, lifted his foot, and stepped forward, treading upon the blood-soaked ground as he approached the altar. Shumai observed in serene silence, kneeling down. The world that Wang Jie perceived was tearing apart and blurred. Yet the altar remained strikingly vivid, as did the golden silhouette bathed in sunlight. With another step forward, he pressed on, undeterred by the difficulties ahead. In the distance, Wen Zhao could not suppress a cough of blood, desperately clutching onto a tree trunk as he gazed at Wang Jie, the veil of his face slipping away. Wang Jie's back appeared so solitary. In that vast expanse, he alone advanced. Surrender, the thought echoed in Wen Zhao's mind. He wished for Wang Jie to yield, if only to preserve his life. No one could triumph over Shu Mai at this level. Absolutely no one. The limits of infinity, beyond all extremes, existed solely in the realm of Shu Mai. He achieved the impossible within the 8 seals, crafting legends. Only Wang Jie dared to confront the myth. Blood pooling in his eyes, the entirety of him turning crimson, his skin weeping blood. Yet he continued towards the altar, the bloodied footprints on the sand indistinguishable as either his or others. Kneeling? A jest. So many had perished to buy him time. He had vowed to die before all the people of Blue Star. Shumai watched as Wang Jie staggered to the base of the altar, observing him struggle to climb. His brow furrowed. Why had he not yet surrendered? Surely, he must have reached his limits. His complexion was somewhat pallid, for the execution of the flute technique also pushed him to his extremes. This man was fighting, and so was he. Wang Jie remained deaf to it all. Scaling the bodies toward the altar above, Bai Yuan gazed at Wang Jie, the entire world inverted in his eyes, with only Wang Jie remaining distinct. He emitted a hoarse, unwilling cry. When Wang Jie silently grasped the corpses, continuing his ascent. Bai Yuan roared again. When Shumai and Appo's gaze darkened further, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Kneel, and I shall grant you a path to survival. Wang Jie persisted in his climb. When no one was more astonished than those ensnared by the flute technique. It brought forth excruciating agony, at least for them. Even the resilient Chuyu, who could lie in a coffin for an extended period, relinquished resistance at once, drifting with the tides to alleviate the suffering. It was unfathomable how Wang Jie managed to ascend step by step. It was as though he had drained every drop of blood from his body. His sights and thoughts were consumed by a single beam of sunlight, and all he heard was that one word. When unable to restrain himself, Shumai raised his blade to strike. Bai Yuan shouted, "Be cautious." Wang Jie suddenly looked up, leaping into the air, seizing the blade's edge, his palm torn but unbothered, his entire being colliding with Shumai. Shumai was struck in the chest, stumbling backward. The impact was not severe, yet he could not withstand it. Wang Jie spun around, inertia propelling his already numbed left arm to slap Shumai's face. The sound was earth-shattering, sending Shumai flying several meters, disrupting the flute technique and leaving the spectators of the Jie sect in a daze. Time seemed to halt at that moment. All eyes turned to Shumai atop the altar. He had been slapped. In that instant, they recalled Wang Jie and Appo's pre-battle declaration. He intended to slap him. Guyu could not restrain herself from stepping forward once more. If this scene were to be broadcasted, it would undoubtedly astonish the universe. Yet, if only the outcome were known without the context, who would believe it? Absolutely no one would accept that the esteemed Shumai was struck by a mere native. Hearing he laugh joyfully, she clenched her fist in satisfaction. When Siyuan exhaled deeply, acknowledging that DFA had indeed pushed Shumai to his limits. Otherwise, this little native would have had no chance. Regardless of the reasons, Shumai had indeed been struck. Chapter 58, My Territory on the Altar. Shumai stared blankly at the lifeless body beneath him, his face ablaze with pain. Had he truly been struck? A mere native, one with only 8 marks, had dared to slap him? Impossible. I, Wang Jie, on behalf of all Huaxia people from Blue Star, deliver this slap to you. He bellowed, laughter echoing with unrestrained delight. Shumai lifted his gaze to fixate on Wang Jie, a tempest of indescribable murderous intent boiling within him. He had never harbored such hatred for anyone. This slap would haunt him for life. He vowed to obliterate this man to dust. In a swift motion, Shumai lunged forward, appearing before Wang Jie in an instant. His right fist surging with energy. Wang Jie, undeterred, raised his arm as well, channeling his strength into a formidable strike. The sound of impact resonated as both men staggered back, blood spilling from their lips. Their confrontation, once reckless, had transformed into a brutal exchange. Devoid of defense or regard for the opponent and Appo's blows, each fixated solely on the other. Shumai and Appo's fury had rendered him nearly irrational. Wang Jie stood upon the altar, as if buoyed by countless unseen hands. Do not falter. Strike. With a resounding thud, Shumai was struck, yet he retaliated simultaneously. Wang Jie distinctly heard the sound of his own bones fracturing, yet an invisible force kept him upright. In the distance, countless eyes from the 3 major bases of the Jia sect observed the savage spectacle on the altar, where primal combat transformed blood into a display of fireworks. They exchanged countless blows, and Wang Jie began to retreat, his body numb, the pain long forgotten. Before him, Shumai and Appo's hair was stained crimson, his face marred with blood. His right arm hanging limply by his side. Regret coursed through him. He lamented not having ended this man's life sooner, for he could have done so with ease. Wang Jie, with a bitter smile, declared, I know not your identity or nobility, but this is Blue Star, my territory. You cannot remain here. With that, he charged once more. Shumai and Appo's eyes remained locked on Wang Jie and Appo's face, as if to etch it into his memory for eternity. The next punch landed squarely on Shumai and Appo's visage, sending him crashing down onto the bodies below. Wang Jie, astonished by the ease of his strike, glanced down. Had this man truly been defeated? Shumai tumbled down, lying on his back, blood staining his features. As Wang Jie peered through the crimson haze, he met Shumai's gaze, and his heart jolted. He beheld Shumai's eyes, now eerily calm, a stillness as profound as a dark abyss. Lying amidst a sea of corpses, Shumai regarded him with an unsettling tranquility. Within the Jia sect, his face turned pale, covering her mouth in shock. Shumai's gaze terrified her. Several disciples instinctively recoiled, unnerved by the look that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, consuming all in its path. Under such scrutiny, a shiver ran down their spines. Thick clouds descended once more, the stench of blood growing increasingly pungent. Wang Jie gazed at the prostrate Shumai, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloping him in cold dread. He had not yet been defeated, not by a long shot. On the surface of the sea, Chao Yao sat in solitude, gazing into the distance. Apart from Wang Jie, he was the sole witness to this scene on the entire blue planet, and I fixated on the altar from within the clouds. Trouble loomed ahead. It seemed unlikely he could leave alive, though perhaps a corpse would suffice. Nevertheless, that wristband piqued his interest. He ran a hand through his hair and sighed in frustration. On the altar, Shumai slowly rose, lifting his gaze towards Wang Jie, rubbing his face as he spoke. I cannot recall the last time I felt this way. It was your punch that roused me from my stupor. Even ants can breach a dam, let alone a slap to the face. Wang Jie, you are the first to strike me, Shumai. I shall remember you for a lifetime. With that, he stood, attempting twice to gain his footing in his severely injured state. However, this must come to an end. If you can withstand the flute technique through sheer will, then I shall employ a different celestial method. Do you remember the Tianfu base? Wang Jie's gaze sharpened. The memory of Shumai lifting the Tianfu base resurfacing in his mind, an astounding manipulation of power and celestial energy. Shumai smiled at him. This celestial method is rather rudimentary. I do not favor it, but it may prove more effective against you. Initially, I refrained from unleashing it at the altar, considering the countless lives lost on this blue planet. Yet, we still have a population of millions. Let us utilize this third altar fully. As his words settled, he stepped forward until he stood directly opposite Wang Jie. The wind ceased. The clouds thickened, an invisible pressure enveloping the hearts of all present. Chong Xian lay atop a creature's back, silently closing his eyes. He had been thoroughly provoked. Ordinary individuals cannot regain their composure so swiftly after a slap, and Shumai's current standing was not merely bestowed by others. He had forged his path through sheer will and resilience, possessing an endurance that surpassed that of ordinary men. Yet, the price of that slap must be paid. The lives of millions, the third altar, this was the cost. Indeed, no one could contend with him under the 8 seals. Wang Jie beheld Shumai. Witnessing the celestial energy coursing over his body, previously inscrutable, it now revealed itself to Wang Jie through his own cultivation of qi. He recognized how fluidly Shumai wielded celestial energy. Was this the celestial method? In contrast, his own application of imprint energy appeared clumsy. I have a question for you. If I were to kill you, what would be the consequences? Wang Jie fixed his gaze on Shumai, his voice barely a whisper. Yet it carried far over the tranquil seaside, reaching all trial participants, including those from the Jia sect. Shumai's eyes deepened. It would not implicate the blue planet. Regardless of whether you can kill me, the blue planet will still be ensnared. All promises previously made to you by the Jia sect are undoubtedly false. This statement had not been uttered before, as it had not mattered. But now he was willing to reveal this truth to the native, this person he would never forget. Honesty was the final respect he afforded him. Wang Jie understood. Exhaling deeply as he looked up at the obscured sky, the clouds shrouding the sun. Yet, his gaze seemed to pierce through the infinite starry expanse towards the Jia sect, towards Wen Siyuan and others. I know you are watching. Observe closely. He raised his hand, extending his thumb upwards, then flipping it downwards. Your lofty demeanor is truly repugnant. By a serene lake. All eyes were fixed in astonishment upon the indigenous man, who seemed to mock them. The laughter of Shumi echoed in the air, proclaiming with arrogance that he, too, stood elevated. Wang Jie, if you possess the courage, then strike me down. As his words hung in the atmosphere, the tumultuous energy surged within his grasp, sending visible ripples that lifted the thick clouds and caused the earth to tremble, while an endless torrent of crimson cascaded, shrouding the sky in a blood-red mist. The technique of the god of strength was at play. Wang Jie raised his hand, gray energy swirling in his palm, unfurling the void before him, from which he extracted a promissory note. It had been 6 months since he had previously drawn strength to vanquish Hu Guan, and now he could wield it once more. His delay was not merely to await an increase in power, but also for this moment. A wristband and a promissory note were his only means to contend against Shami. He took out a pen, inscribing the words Qinfeng Bugue Ku. Come, let us see how much strength can be borrowed. Shami, observing Wang Jie's actions, focused intently, astonished. Bridge technique? They had not anticipated that an indigenous person could wield such a power. Remembering Wang Jie's earlier proclamation, Shumi realized he could wait no longer. With a decisive step, the blood-soaked altar surged with tremendous force, forming a waterfall of crimson as he hurled a punch toward Wang Jie. The very fabric of the universe trembled, as if the entire blue star had been shaken. This punch represented the pinnacle of Shuma's 8 seals. The strongest strike he could muster by harnessing both his strength and the technique. He had never considered breaking through the 9th seal. To triumph over an indigenous man solely through realms was an inconceivable notion, more difficult to accept than a mere slap. The promissory note automatically rolled up and vanished into the gray energy, while Wang Jie's body radiated with the force of the 8 seals. Tearing through his garments as he positioned himself, preparing to land a decisive blow. With a resounding clash, the colossal forces collided, unleashing an endless storm of thunder that rained down. The thick clouds above evaporated in an instant, only to be swiftly enveloped by distorted waves of power, plunging the surroundings into deepening darkness as a terrifying pressure surged toward the oceanic expanse. The earth quaked violently. The shockwaves emanating from the confrontation between Wang Jie and Shumi resonated with thunderous roars. Shumi and Appo's pupils dilated in disbelief. He had not anticipated Wang Jie could withstand the might of his god of strength's punch. It was inconceivable. No one could triumph over him at the same level. Not those few, and certainly not this indigenous man. Wang Jie locked his gaze on Shumi, his right arm's veins rupturing, blood splattering. As crimson seeped from his eyes and ears, there was no retreat. He could not falter even a step. He pressed forward, determined to win. Regardless of the fate of the blue star, at least to achieve victory once, the final roar of the blue star. They had lived their lives peacefully. Why should they be subjected to trials? Were they not human? Did they not have parents and loved ones? Did they not have children? They too had lives. Since resistance was futile, he launched this punch for the blue star, for Huaxia, for humanity. With a crack, the heavens and earth split asunder. As Wang Jie ground his teeth, his knees buckling under the strain, energy coursing throughout his body, he pressed on, urging the force to persist, to hold steady against the impending onslaught. Shumi unleashed the full spectrum of his strength, his hair standing on end, as he sought to advance and overpower Wang Jie. Wang Jie roared in fury, 1,000 meters above the earth, gazing down upon the land. His skin erupted, and within him, his bones cracked inch by inch. He was unwilling to accept defeat, connecting through his will and the force of his imprint. All he desired was a singular victory. Beneath him lay the bodies of countless thousands, supporting his ascent, just one victory. With a crack, Shumai and Apos' arm shattered, and he stared in disbelief at his own fist. Power leaked away, the essence dissipating. How could this be? Wang Jie took a step forward. Get out a blue star. His fist struck Shumai and Apos' face with tremendous force, sending him hurtling from the sacrificial platform, crashing down to the earth below. Shumai fell like a meteor, just as he had when he first descended upon Blue Star, creating a deep crater upon impact. Yet this time, he lay on the ground, a clear crack marking his forehead, half of his body shattered, blood staining his entire being. Chapter 59. A dreamlike illusion. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the motionless figure of Shumai sprawled on the ground. The blood mingled with the gravel, enveloping him. He lay still, leaving one to wonder if he was dead or merely unconscious. Upon the altar, Wang Jie wore a grim smile, swaying slightly as the residual power of his exertion dissipated. Sunlight cascaded down upon him, warm and comforting. In the Jia sect, all were equally dazed. Shumai had been defeated. Gu Yu found himself at a loss for words, never having anticipated such an outcome. Ting He covered her mouth, her eyes filled with emotion as she looked at Wang Jie, the man who had twice emerged into the light, pulling her gaze from the clutches of darkness. This man was Wang Jie. Unbeknownst to them, he had arrived, accompanied by a young woman, the very girl who had sat by the waterfall playing chess when Wang Jie first unleashed the Tian Di Luoxian finger. At that moment, she looked at Wang Jie with eyes wide in astonishment. On the Blue Star, amidst the ocean, Qi Yao was left in a daze. Meanwhile, outside the coastline, Mo, Wen Xingru, Cheng Ruo, and others were equally bewildered. Wang Jie had triumphed. No one understood how he had accomplished such a feat, but Shumai lay defeated at his feet. When Zhao gazed blankly at the altar, the figure bathed in sunlight etched into her memory, an image she would never forget. Suddenly, she rushed forward. Wang Jie, eyes closed, fell from the altar, crashing over the bodies that littered the ground, until Bai Yuan forcefully caught him. Bai Yuan clutched Wang Jie tightly, preventing him from falling further, yet at that moment, Wang Jie had ceased to breathe. When Zhao arrived just in time, around them, Hong Jian and Lian Qin joined, pulling Bai Yuan away. Each one now turned to witness Wang Jie. When Xingru and Mo approached Shumai, exchanging glances, their shock intensifying. What manner of brutal battle had transpired to yield such devastation? Shumai appeared near destruction. Their attention soon shifted back to Wang Jie. His bones shattered, blood streaming from his body, his imprint dissipated, and his meridians torn. Mo spoke, seemingly knowledgeable in medicine, rising slowly. He is dead. A tremor ran through Bai Yuan and the others. Dead? When Zhao knelt beside Wang Jie, her gaze filled with sorrow. Sister Tang stared at Mo in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible. He clearly won. How could he be dead?" The words hung in the air, the conclusion painfully evident. Wang Jie had sacrificed his life to secure this victory. Suddenly, Hong Jian lunged at Shumai, intent on killing him. A chill materialized before him, as Qi Shuan intercepted Hong Jian, her expression indifferent. "What do you intend to do?" Hong Jian's voice was heavy. "What you dare not do, I shall." Lian Qin stepped forward as well. When Xingru stated calmly, "He must not be killed," Hong Jian barked, "Did you not also wish to slay him? Killing him would grant you control over this trial." Cheng Ruoruo pressed her lips together, realizing these natives had yet to grasp the reality of their situation. When Xingru raised her gaze, "We simply wish to halt him. When has he ever attempted to harm us?" Hong Jian's pupils constricted as he tightened his grip on his weapon. Bai Yuan crouched beside Wang Jie, his expression suppressed to the utmost degree. This was a trial, a mere trial for these cultivators of the starry skies. They were the natives of the Blue Star, the subjects of this test. They may perish, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions, indiscriminately. However, these formidable prodigies must not meet their demise. This is the stark reality. At that moment, Mo suddenly struck, his sword, akin to a withered branch, executed for precise thrusts, each hitting Bai Yuan, Lian Qin, Sister Tang, and Hong Jian. The remaining trial participants were caught unawares. Among those present, it was indisputable that the strongest was Mo, surpassing even Wang Jie and Shumai. As the four fell, when Xingru and the others were engulfed in confusion, Mo raised his gaze. The trial of the Jia sect has concluded. The trial had two objectives. First, to conquer Blue Star. Second, to subdue all trial participants. With Wang Jie, the mightiest of Blue Star, now deceased, the four remaining were second only to him. Their defeat equated to the fulfillment of the second objective of the trial. Thus, it signified the conclusion of the trial. Mo forcibly terminated the proceedings. A beam of light descended from the starry expanse, enveloping Shu Mai and gently lifting him into the air, whisking him away. Immediately after, beams of light cascaded down upon Mo, Wen Xingru, and the other trial participants. Occasionally, scattered rays fell upon other regions of Blue Star, indicating the existence of additional trial participants, albeit in sparse numbers. When Zhao gazed at the light surrounding him, then turned his gaze to Wang Jie, his expression softening with a mixture of resignation and reluctance. "It is an honor to meet you." Beside him, Chong Ruoruo also regarded Wang Jie, reflecting on the demise of that malevolent man. One beam of light alighted upon Bai Yuan, eliciting surprise. Yet upon further contemplation, it was not entirely unexpected. For Bai Yuan had forged the Jia-Yi Divine Sword, qualifying him to confront the Adept of Shu Mai alongside these few trial participants. However, another beam unexpectedly descended upon Wang Jie, catching everyone off guard. Wang Jie was already deceased. When Xingru's gaze fell upon Wang Jie's left arm, likely due to the wrist guard that had shielded him from Shu Mai's 89 strikes, undoubtedly a treasured artifact, the last remnant of this individual's worth. Yet, as the light began to elevate him, it swiftly vanished, and Wang Jie's body plummeted onto the sandy shore. When Zhao and the others ascended, bewildered by the unfolding scene, in the distance, Chu Yao sat aboard a flying vessel, his expression one of helplessness. They could not take him. That elder brother was indeed gone, yet his corpse held value, specifically for the corpse sect. However, he had just been locked onto, and the Jia-Yi sect intended to forcibly remove him. Fortunately, the corpse sect had long been prepared. Yet, he found himself unable to approach Wang Jie's corpse. Regrettably, he could only take away the other two. The Jia-Yi sect would reckon this debt later. At that moment, beneath the waterfall of the Jia-Yi sect, there was much commotion. When Siyuan and the others scrutinized Gu Yu and Ting He, "What is your intention? The Starry Sky realm never intervenes in sect affairs. Do you truly believe you can overpower the Jia-Yi sect?" Gu Yu, with a sense of resignation, turned to Ting He. Ting He, feigning solemnity, faced Shi He and slowly bowed. "Sect Master, this matter is unrelated to the Starry Sky realm. I, Ting He, beseech you to grant Blue Star an opportunity." Shi He regarded Ting He. "I recognized you the moment you arrived. I even held you as a child. How fare your elders?" Ting He replied with a smile. "All is well." Shi He nodded. "Why assist Blue Star? Are you aware of the cost it entails?" Ting He pressed his lips together. The younger generation understands. However, she gazed upon the lake, where one scene depicted the serene body of Wang Jie, lying on the blood-soaked shore, a smile gracing his face. "Worth it." When Siyuan's tone was grave, "In the matter of the Source Bridge, no one shall relinquish their claim. If you wish to assist the Blue Star, you must devise a means to displace it, substituting it with another celestial body, without disrupting the bridge's construction. Should any disruption occur, the consequences shall fall upon you, especially since this individual possesses a celestial artifact." Shi He raised a hand to halt when Siyuan's remarks. Addressing Ting He, "The indigenous is dead. His secrets will vanish with him. As for the celestial artifact, your influence is sufficient to mitigate any repercussions. However, Elder Wen is correct. You cannot bear the burden of the Source Bridge's affairs. After all, the cosmic warfare is imminent." Ting He bowed once more. The junior has invited Old Man Ting Kin to emerge from seclusion to displace the Blue Star, ensuring no interference with the construction of the Jia-Yi sect's bridge. Shi He was astonished. Old Man Ting Kin is still alive? When Siyuan shared his surprise, Ting He affirmed, "Yes, he has always been present, frequently reminding the junior to respect the senior members of the Jia-Yi sect, a lesson I shall never forget." Shi He and Wen Siyuan exchanged glances. "I implore the esteemed elders of the Jia-Yi sect, considering that Wang Jie has driven away the shadow of night for you, to grant the Blue Star an opportunity." Ting He bowed deeply. Shi He and Wen Siyuan nodded. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." Ting He exhaled in relief. "Thank you, sect leader, and esteemed elders, and my senior brothers and sisters." As she watched Shi He and the others depart, Gu Yu reproached Ting He. "Why must you assist the Blue Star? Do you not comprehend the cost involved?" Ting He silently gazed at the lake's reflection. "The clan has urged me to hone my skills, and the first sight I encountered upon my emergence was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was he who brought forth the sunlight. Twice, in fact, he arrived bathed in light and departed under its embrace. This is his destiny. All I can do is aid him in fulfilling this fate, thus honoring my true purpose and cultivation. Gu sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. The construction of the bridge was fraught with bloodshed, hence her presence. They had hoped to expose Tinghe to the universe's darkness. She had witnessed it, but the impact was overwhelming, until that indigenous individual emerged to shatter the gloom. Let it be, she thought. I hope this experience proves beneficial for her cultivation. By the way, what has become of the individual from the dead realm? When Sister Tang and Hong Jian awakened, all the trial participants in Bai Yuan had vanished, leaving only Wang Jie's lifeless body behind. The projection from the Sky Martial Hall had also dissipated. The decade of doom faded like a fleeting dream. At that moment, Chu Yao arrived in the capital city. Having dragged Luing out from the clutches of the four-eyed doctor, accompanied by another, Zhuetian, Luing struggled. I refuse to leave. I want to stay with the Blue Star. Zhuetian struck her unconscious with a swift blow and smiled at Chu Yao. Chu Yao rolled his eyes. You are far too suited for the dead realm. Let us depart. Delay any longer, and we shall be trapped. The Blue Star will soon be bridged, and this time, no one will be able to thwart it. Are you bidding farewell to your homeland? You shall not see it again in this lifetime. Zhuetian shrugged. It matters not. The cosmos is my true homeland. Chu Yao shook his head. Let us go. All fell silent. Hong Jian and the others summoned all the doctors in the base, still unwilling to accept the reality, even in the absence of breath. However, the conclusion cast a shadow over them. Wang Jie had indeed passed away. To claim he had not would be a miracle. His body was nearly shattered, as if crushed beneath a mountain. Even Qin waved his hand, signaling for others to depart. Soon, people from the Jinling base arrived, followed by those from the capital. And the outcome was invariably the same. They too recognized that Wang Jie was undoubtedly deceased, yet they were unwilling to confront this harsh reality. Qing Zheng and the others had gathered, standing vigil by Wang Jie's side in solemn silence. Countless individuals expressed their gratitude for Wang Jie's salvation, spontaneously offering prayers for him. Those outside believed the crisis had concluded. In truth, Hong Jian and the others understood that Shu Mai had departed, and that launching still needed to be bridged. Their days of survival were dwindling. The most evident sign was the abrupt disappearance of the projection from the martial arts hall. After a decade, its sudden absence left them disoriented. Chapter 60. The Celestial Duel in Silence. The group hoisted Wang Jie towards Jinling. 2 days later. When shall we send our leader on his final journey? There is no rush. I wish to gaze upon him a little longer. 3 days passed. Yet why does his body still feel warm? It must be the heat. More days slipped by, and still he remained warm, and I sensed a heartbeat. Doctor. Where's the doctor? Hong Jian stood at the bedside, gazing in astonishment at Wang Jie, who lay still. Could it be he has not truly died? Opposite him, the bespectacled scholar was at a loss for words. He is not dead, yet he is not alive either. A living corpse? A vegetative state? How am I to know? The scholar, agitated, lamented the loss of Ying and the plight of this boy. The fate of Blue Star seemed doomed, and he wondered what everyone was doing. Does it matter if he lives or dies? In my view, enjoying one's final days and happiness is what truly matters. With that, he departed, leaving the others in a state of helplessness. None could decipher Wang Jie and Appo's condition. With Bai Yuan missing and Wang Jie in this limbo, it felt as if Blue Star had been forsaken. Another 2 days passed. The sun continued to cast its rays upon the earth. Yet, darkness descended in an instant. All gazed upward, witnessing a scene of profound awe. A hand loomed, obscuring the sun, drawing nearer to Blue Star. Hong Jian and the others stood frozen on the balcony. What is this? No one had ever imagined they would witness such a sight. Whose hand is so immense, capable of grasping the stars, capable of blotting out the sun? Those who beheld this spectacle were paralyzed, allowing the hand to descend upon Blue Star. As it approached, the ocean surged with colossal tsunamis. Countless creatures prostrated themselves, glaciers melted. And in that moment, Blue Star appeared as nothing more than a toy. Darkness enveloped them entirely. They were gripped by this hand. In that moment, everyone believed they would be crushed, that Blue Star would shatter. Each second felt like an eternity. Why was it taking so long? Why were they not yet dead? They envied those who had passed, for at least they were spared such torment. Everyone awaited the final death, yet it never came. 10 minutes elapsed. The world was shrouded in darkness, and looking up revealed nothing. An hour passed. A day slipped by. 2 days, 3 days, until 5 days had passed. 5 rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps of fingers, descending upon the earth. Once again, everyone beheld that hand, but this time, the palm lifted from Blue Star. Gradually retreating, Blue Star returned to its normal state. No one comprehended what had transpired. The sky remained as blue, the sunlight as blinding, and in the east, the moon rose while the sun gradually set. Everything appeared normal, as though the hand had never existed. The only anomaly was the sight of a bridge, faintly visible, with neither a discernible beginning nor an end, suspended high above the sun, an indeterminate distance away. For some reason, upon seeing it, they recognized it as a bridge. In the cosmos, there exists a bridge. At this moment, Wang Jie was also undergoing a wondrous experience. He felt as though he had transformed into a mustard seed, traversing through vast cosmic realms, encountering individuals, each so tangible, so vividly human. He ought to recognize them, yet their names eluded him. He beheld an immense vessel capable of carrying infinite stars. He witnessed a city that encircled countless universes within its embrace. He saw a river spanning the celestial expanse, boundless and endless. He also glimpsed the silhouette of an individual standing at the forefront, branches entwined around their waist, supporting the cosmic canopy. Yet, in an instant, all of it faded away, memories blurring incessantly. The only clarity was the surging warmth within him. Was it the heat of the wristband? Yes, it was indeed the warmth of the wristband, so scorching. Who could douse me with cold water? It burns. Suddenly, a face emerged before him, enveloped in a golden radiance, divine and resplendent. A thunderous voice resonated. Bring me the wristband. Bring forth the Holy Star Alliance bridge. The intense pain pierced through his heart, as if it sought to dissolve him. Wang Jie abruptly opened his eyes. Who are you? He stared blankly at the ceiling, from confusion to clarity, recognizing the familiar surroundings. Was this home? At that moment, a figure rushed in, eyes wide with excitement, addressing Wang Jie. Boss. It was Lao Jiao. Wang Jie gazed at Lao Jiao, his vision gradually sharpening. Lao Jiao? Lao Jiao looked at Wang Jie with fervor. Boss, you're alive, truly alive. Am I incapacitated? Observing Wang Jie's gaze upon his own body, Lao Jiao, sensing the sorrow in his eyes, hurriedly reassured him. Boss, you're fine. Dawn and amp. Oppos. Overthink it. You're just temporarily numb from the severe injuries. Wait here, I'll fetch the doctor. With that, he dashed out, shouting, Lao Wu, Lao Air, hurry here. The boss has awakened. Notify the doctor, and bring Si Yin too. Soon, a throng gathered around Wang Jie, examining him from all angles. Hong Jian, Lian Qin, and Sister Tang all arrived, surrounded by people inside and out. Wang Jie's awakening sent tremors through the three major bases, everyone anxiously awaiting the examination results. Si Yin was utterly bewildered. Is he truly alive? Isn't this the body of a corpse? Qing Jing interjected, displeased. What kind of talk is that? Si Yin adjusted his glasses, glancing at the doctors across from him. The doctors exchanged bewildered looks, trembling as they glanced at Hong Jian and then at Qing Zheng. Hesitant to speak, Si Yin declared, this is indeed a corpse's body. It shouldn't be alive. He has lost the ability to produce blood. All his meridians are shattered, and his bones are broken. It's impossible for him to survive. Hong Jian replied solemnly, we are in an era of cultivation. If he lives, there must be a reason. Investigate. Find a way to heal him. Si Yin regarded Wang Jie. Wang Jie stated, as per the usual protocol, bring me the medicine. Useless. Just bring it. Si Yin, troubled, suggested, what if I observe while you take the medicine? Wang Jie regarded him calmly. He departed. One by one, they dispersed, leaving only Hong Jian, Lao Wu, and the others behind. Wang Jie quickly grasped the current situation. Due to the numerous mutated creatures slain by Shu Mai, especially the formidable ones lured away by the trial takers, coupled with the conclusion of the trials and the cessation of Tian Shi's deployment by the Jia sect, the influx of spiritual energy diminished day by day, and the strength of the mutated creatures no longer increased, securing the base. The safe zone was continuously expanding. The external population of mutated creatures was rapidly declining. Wang Jie also understood that a hand had grasped the blue star, yet no one knew what had transpired. He certainly did not know. Was Bai Yuan missing? Hong Jiandao. He must have been taken by the Jia sect, after all. He has mastered the Jia divine sword. Wang Jie gazed out of the window. Luing should have been taken by Cao Yao, but what is Zhuotian? Hong Jian shook his head. We do not deceive you. Zhuotian has also vanished, and no one knows his whereabouts. Do you think it is possible he was taken by the Jia sect? He was acutely aware of the heat surging through his body, intense and spreading. It had begun in his wrist, and now coursed through his entire arm. Crippled? Perhaps, yet it may not be so. Many days had passed, and the wrist guard had not compelled him to exercise, suggesting that it could discern whether its master was capable of movement. The Holy Star Alliance bridge? the true master of the wrist guard. Indeed, he was not mistaken, for that individual donned an entire golden battle attire, lacking only the wrist guard. One wrist guard had rendered him thus. It was unfathomable to imagine the potency of a complete set of golden armor. He must go there. Otherwise, a sense of foreboding lingered. On Blue Star, tranquility had returned. At least the threat of beast tides was no longer a concern. After Hong Jin departed, Sister Tang arrived, sharing a multitude of matters from the outside world with Wang Jie, though none were of significant consequence. The foremost priority now was to reconstruct the base and consolidate the people from Jiangqing. Bai Xiao continued her search for Bai Yuan, convinced he had not left, but remained on Blue Star. By the way, take a look at this. Sister Tang handed Wang Jie a piece of paper, which was scrawled with random doodles. This was the handiwork of one of the trial participants they had captured, born from boredom. Wang Jie observed the paper, finding most of the doodles meaningless, with scribbled grievances. But one phrase caught his attention: Starry Sky Martial Assembly. Beneath those 4 characters, the trial participant had written extensively, filled with aspirations, yet all obscured by his own scribbles, rendering them illegible. The Starry Sky Martial Assembly? Sister Tang explained. When Xing permitted us to release those trial participants, we made a point to inquire. That participant stated this is the grandest competition in the current universe, encompassing all forces and civilizations qualified to touch the cosmic stars, including non-human civilizations. Achieving a high rank in the Starry Sky Martial Assembly could lead to instant elevation. The specifics were unclear to him. It was merely a dream. Wang Jie set the paper down and looked skyward, catching sight of the elusive bridge. We are merely dreaming now. Yet Bai Yuan might have a chance. Sister Tang tucked away the paper, exchanging a few more words before departing. It was somewhat cruel to impart such words to someone who had once reached the pinnacle, yet now lay utterly crippled. But Sister Tang could not restrain herself. Wang Jie had once created a miracle, the Battle of the 3 War Books at midnight. Perhaps he could create another miracle. Outside the Jinling base, no more tattered tents remained. Everyone resided within the base, which had now expanded. The safe zone was continually growing, as humanity reclaimed lost territories. Wang Jie sat in a wheelchair, pushed by Lao Wu, gazing out at the base. Boss, thanks to you, Blue Star has not perished. Everyone is still alive. Wang Jie smiled. I did it for myself as well. In the distance, Feng Yi was patrolling, and upon seeing Wang Jie, he bowed slowly. Everyone regarded Wang Jie with great respect, even in his current state of disability. The battle against the twilight of the book shattered the Blue Star people and Appo's perception, rendering Wang Jie both a savior and a figure who once truly stood at the zenith of existence. As Wang Jie surveyed the city walls, he noted that the average strength of the practitioners had increased. Despite his physical disabilities, his ability to perceive the aura remained intact, allowing him to see the energy of each individual. Before the arrival of the trial takers, the 3 gods and 5 extremes were at the level of the 7 seals. And the 5 major bases housed 1 million practitioners with an average strength of merely 2 to 3 seals. Now, however, they had reached an average of 4 seals. And this was just the mean. Practitioners of the 7, 8, and even 9 seals were continually emerging. For instance, this wind fish was a practitioner of the 9 seals. This woman, seeking to shed her identity as a Blue Star person, secretly aided Yen Si. Wang Jie was aware of her actions, but paid them no mind. After all, everyone strives to survive, and there is no shame in that. Chapter 61. The will of the vanquished. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. The mutated creatures no longer posed a threat to the base. The various captains were tirelessly clearing the perimeter, expanding the safe zone. And it was rumored that the southern base was preparing to take action against the ocean. During these 2 months, the warmth from the wristband had gradually spread throughout his body. Boss, what shall we have for dinner today? You decide. Barbecue. Make it spicy. Wang Jie chuckled. All right. As night fell, Wang Jie slowly sat up in bed. He could move again. Exhaling deeply, the sensation of mobility was truly delightful. He glanced once more at the wristband. Without it, he would have perished during his first duel with Shu Mai and would never have reached this moment. It was astonishing. He began to perform the 8th set of basic exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. The familiar agony returned. Having been incapacitated by Shu Mai once, this was the 2nd time. His bones crackled, blood coursed through his veins, and his meridians connected, causing an unbearable itch throughout his body. A myriad of peculiar pains tormented him, as if he were being dismantled and reassembled. It was more painful than ever before. Once he finished the exercises, he collapsed onto the ground, sweat soaking the floor. As the tide of pain receded, Wang Jie felt an immense sense of relief. So much so that he wished to lie there indefinitely. Indeed, pain could be addictive. The greater the suffering, the more exhilarating the recovery felt. He sat up and headed to the shower. His cultivation had dissipated. All 8 seals had been shattered, yet his strength remained. Gazing into the mirror, he wondered if his skin had turned paler and if his eyes appeared more profound. Boss. Suddenly, the door swung open. It was Qing Zheng. Wang Jie emerged from the bathroom. What's the matter? Qing Zheng stared at him, astonished. Boss, you've recovered? Wang Jie towel-dried his hair. Not really. I can just walk now. What's with that expression? Lao Wu and Lao Jiao had also arrived. Qing Zheng replied. I caught a whiff of something unpleasant and thought you might be unable to care for yourself. Wang Jie, although his body had healed, he was still hesitant to step out in public, having recovered far too quickly. Moreover, his cultivation was gone. Despite retaining his strength, it was prudent to remain cautious. He would never forget how Zhuo Tian had once left their group of orphans to be engulfed in flames, all for the sake of experimentation. Sitting by the window, the surroundings gradually transformed, taking him to the fields. It had been a long time since he visited. In the first plot, 8 green sprouts emerged, representing the star finger technique and the star sword technique. The second plot was barren, and he still had no idea what could be cultivated there. He had tried many things before, all in vain. Approaching the green sprouts of the star finger technique, he recalled that 5 materials were required: the will of the vanquished, the severed hand of a villain, sweet tears, 10 marriage proposals, and the snow-white canine tooth. He had completed the latter 4. Yet the will of the vanquished remained an enigma. During the battle at the altar with Shumai, he had suddenly thought of it. This would be an attempt. The first defeat had been the easiest, utterly without suspense. The second defeat was the most devastating. Although he managed to exhaust much of Shumi and Appo's as power, he nearly lost his life in the process. In the third encounter, he only overcame Shumi by relying on a protective wristband that sustained him. Without its warmth, he would have perished. In a fair fight, he was thoroughly defeated in all 3 battles. Yet, what does defeat signify? He never relinquished hope, not once. Regardless of what the challengers asserted, he persisted, confronting the trials time and again. This embodies the spirit of a loser, his indomitable will. The green sprouts suddenly contracted, as though Wang Jie's resolve was being absorbed. The 5 Zhu green sprouts simultaneously radiated brilliance, converging to form a silhouette that pointed towards Wang Jie, akin to the Tiandi Luoxian finger technique. However, at the moment the figure gestured, Wang Jie beheld a vast expanse of starlit sky, swirling endlessly with celestial bodies. A refreshing sensation brushed his brow. Any combat technique cultivated would be instinctively mastered without the need for study. Now, he had already grasped the star finger technique. Yet, as he raised his hand to observe his fingers, he pondered whether he could truly execute such a feat upon mastering the Tiandi Luoxian finger. He had attempted it, but lacked the capability to perform it at that time. Only through persistent enhancement could he eventually wield it. However, the star finger technique was beyond his reach. Even during his peak at the 8th seal, he would have dared not attempt it, for it was perilous. This technique simply could not be cultivated within the confines of the 10th seal. Wang Jie exhaled, momentarily suppressing his thoughts. His gaze returned to the 3 green sprouts in the first field. The star finger technique was rendered unusable, but the stargazing sword technique was different. Like the Tiandi Luoxian finger, it required merely 3 materials. Thus, as long as he regained his 7th seal cultivation, he could execute it. Moreover, the materials were not particularly challenging to procure, albeit somewhat peculiar. Stepping away from that realm, Wang Jie gazed thoughtfully at the sky. Without the illusion of the martial arts hall, the heavens appeared increasingly clear and transparent. The bridge was visible, yet intangible. The foremost dilemma now lay in whether he could still cultivate the seal power. In the lexicon of challengers, seal power was referred to as locking power. It was a force that facilitated rapid advancement for combat slaves. With sufficient locking power, one could swiftly attain the 10th seal without hindrance. In Blue Star, due to the absence of guidance, it took a decade for the most formidable individuals to reach the 7th seal. However, within a year of the challengers and Appo's arrival, Bai Yuan and others achieved the 9th seal. Had there been instruction from the outset, a multitude of 10th seals could have emerged in no more than 3 years. This illustrates the advantage of locking power at speed. Yet, the downside is the forfeiture of the future. How distant this future is, Wang Jie could not ascertain. All he knew was that having embarked on a new path, he was reluctant to practice locking power again. But what else could he cultivate without it? No one had ever enlightened him on alternative training methods. Qi? While Qi could amalgamate with strength to unleash combat prowess, he similarly lacked methods to enhance his Qi. Contemplating these matters induced a headache. Lian Qin had arrived, and he had never found the time to express his gratitude. This time, she happened to come to attend to some matters, allowing him the opportunity to see her. Wang Jie smiled and said, "No need for thanks. I act for my own sake." This was a sentiment he had conveyed to many. Lian Qin smiled in return. She had changed. Wang Jie could perceive it. She was no longer the captivating figure she once was. Despite having a daughter as mature as Lian Fei, Lian Qin herself was still under 40. Having given birth to Lian Fei rather early. Thus, she had never paid much attention to her age, yet now she suddenly appeared to have matured. Lian Qin gazed at Wang Jie and expressed her gratitude on her own behalf. Wang Jie sipped her tea in silence. "Had it not been for you, I would have truly crumbled." Lian Qin's eyes dimmed. As one of the 5 extremes, emerging from the apocalypse, I believed I was exceptionally strong. Having witnessed life and death, I thought I could face it with equanimity. All of that was a facade. The ability to confront life and death merely indicates a lack of cruelty. The inherent fear of death is an immutable aspect of our existence. After their conversation, Lian Qin produced a note and handed it to him. "This is from Zhuotian." Wang Jie's gaze flickered with surprise as he looked at Lian Qin. Lian Qin smiled wryly. "Do not regard me so. I have no connection with him. This was a message he had someone deliver to me before the battle at the beach, but that person only just arrived now." Wang Jie accepted the note, which contained a single sentence, "I await you in the starry sky." As he contemplated those 6 brief words, he fell into deep thought. Zhuotian has gone to the starry sky. How did he manage that? The timing before the beach battle implies that he was aware he could reach the starry sky. Did he leave this note for himself, anticipating whether he would survive the battle or for some other reason? Lian Qin nodded. I inquired of the messenger. He stated that Zhuotian had instructed him that if you perished in the beach battle, there would be no need to deliver it. If you survived, then he should. After that battle, the outside world proclaimed you dead. Hence he had no intention of bringing it to me, but later news emerged that you were alive, prompting him to deliver it. But how did he ascend to the starry sky? Jia Yisek took away by Yuan, and Qi Yao took Luing. What of Zhuotian? How did he depart? Wang Jie looked again at the note, pondering whether it was a deliberate ruse to make him believe Zhuotian had left. While in truth, he lingered on Blue Star, not wishing to be discovered. Lian Qin departed, her purpose fulfilled in delivering the note to Wang Jie. She was acutely aware of the intricate relationship between Wang Jie and Zhuotian. Her conscience would not allow her to withhold it. Shortly after Lian Qin's departure, another visitor arrived, Bai Xiao. The once vibrant and beautiful girl now appeared considerably haggard. She spoke many words of concern to Wang Jie, yet some sentiments remained unvoiced. I do not know where Bai Yuan has gone, nor can I find him. Wang Jie spoke first. Bai Xiao and Appo's complexion was pale, her gaze devoid of color, since childhood. My father has indulged my every whim, granting me whatever I desired. After the apocalypse, he shielded me from countless calamities, loving me unconditionally, allowing me to experience the joy of being a daughter. Wang Jie did not interrupt Bai Xiao. As an orphan, he knew not the identity of his parents and could not fathom such feelings. Sister Tang had previously visited for this very girl. Bai Xiao spoke at length, and as she took her leave, she suddenly knelt before Wang Jie, imploring, I know this request is both unreasonable and selfish, but please, if at all possible, I beg you to help me find my father. I will do whatever you ask, I beseech you. Shortly thereafter, Wang Jie watched her depart, her figure forlorn. Bai Yuan is a man worthy of respect. If he has indeed been taken by Jia Yi sect, how can one even begin to search for him? Chapter 62. Are you certain? His gaze once again fell upon the note in his hand, left Tian, Bai Yuan, and Shu Mai. He had come to Blue Star, extinguishing the lives of countless individuals, and then departed. The people of Blue Star were rendered powerless to retaliate against him. What right did they have? Wang Jie clenched his fists, a simmering frustration confined within his heart. Had it not been for the wrist guard, he would have perished. While his adversary was effortlessly whisked away, their names still echoing throughout the cosmos, exalted and untouchable, while he remained merely a minor blemish in that individual's life. His greatest achievement reduced to being remembered. Moreover, the peace that had once graced the land was shattered simply because his opponent sought to recruit disciples, leaving merely a fraction of the billions on Blue Star alive. What did human life signify to them? The director had treated him well, offering him countless exquisite meals, yet met his demise at the dawn of the apocalypse. Why should this be so? The more he pondered, the heavier his heart grew. Raising his gaze to the heavens, He recalled the multitude of enemies still lurking, the bridge, the dark golden battle attire. The universe was the true realm. He too yearned to venture beyond. A gust of wind swept across the windowsill, sending the paper fluttering, the words starry sky martial arts glaringly vivid. You shall partake too, Shumai. Rising to his feet, he stepped outside. The aircraft descended upon the capital base, and Wang Jie had arrived. His presence ignited a commotion within the capital base, drawing throngs of onlookers. He was escorted by Sister Tang to the Underground Research Institute. What brings you here? Have you truly recovered? Allow me to examine you, Xi Yin exclaimed eagerly. Others around them regarded Wang Jie with astonishment. Wang Jie had come to inquire of Xi Yin regarding the research on the tool used by the trial takers to enter Blue Star. Xi Yin led him to a vast research chamber, where an object resembling an eggshell occupied the center, 5 meters in diameter and elliptical in shape, surrounded by screens displaying data. Take a look. What is this? Wang Jie inquired. A spacecraft, Xi Yin replied. Wang Jie glanced at Xi Yin and then back at the eggshell-like object. Are you certain? Sister Tang interjected. Those trial takers arrived aboard this vessel, propelled by external forces. However, the doctor has incorporated our own propulsion mechanism here, utilizing a special material that indeed allows us to classify this as a spacecraft, albeit somewhat diminutive. Were it not for that unique material being capable of generating thrust, constructing a spacecraft would require several decades and would be considerably larger. Xi Yin added, to be precise, I did not create this. I merely borrowed it. This material inherently possesses the capability to generate power for space travel. I merely devised a method to control and extract that energy. Wang Jie was well aware that Xi Yin excelled in mechanical research. In the past, the Jinling base was teeming with mechanical eyes, all unnoticed to this day. The trial of the Jia-E sect had only obliterated thermal weaponry and manufacturing equipment, leaving other technologies intact, showcasing Xi Yin's remarkable abilities. Wang Jie had at one point speculated whether Xi Yin had glimpsed someone researching technology within the phantoms of the martial arts hall. This contraption could indeed ascend, embarking upon cosmic voyages. However, there were 2 critical flaws that I must convey to you. The four-eyed being gazed intently at Wang Jie. Firstly, it cannot control its speed. In other words, once it releases its power, it will continue to do so unceasingly. What I refer to as controlling the power is merely the initial activation. Once it begins moving, it cannot be redirected. Secondly, it cannot be halted, while turning is possible. It requires an immense amount of energy and must be anticipated. This is something you must practice. You may envision this contraption as a stone hurled into the air. Wang Jie glanced at the eggshell and remarked, still, can this truly be called a spaceship? The four-eyed being ruffled its hair and continued, there are both advantages and disadvantages. It is quite sturdy. We have collected materials from the vessels used by those trial takers. The type of material affixed to their crafts is rather rare. I have embedded most of it within this structure. Thus, strictly speaking, yours is superior to those of the trial takers. Wang Jie approached and touched the eggshell. The four-eyed being elaborated, young one, there is but one way for you to escape Blue Star. Otherwise, you may as well remain here. Perhaps one day, you will be discovered by an alien civilization and then find a way out. The choice is yours. A friendly reminder. Once a stone is cast into the tempest, its destination remains a mystery to all. The probability of demise is exceedingly high. Wang Jie frowned and declared, this is the one. Sister Tang expressed her surprise. Are you certain? Wang Jie nodded. He had resolved before arriving that he must escape Blue Star, not only because his enemies were present, but also because the universe represents the grandest stage. He could not resign himself to a life of inaction here, knowing that such a magnificent world exists beyond. Why should he not venture forth? Moreover, the wristband was compelling him to act. The Holy Star Alliance bridge awaited him. He had to go. Otherwise, that individual might find a way to eliminate him through the wristband. The heat was becoming increasingly intense, and he needed to devise a way to acquire a complete battle suit, despite the slim odds. I imagine that since you can create such a device, you must have some degree of confidence, Wang Jie remarked, looking at the four-eyed being. The four-eyed being smiled, you understand me well. Come, take a look. Wang Jie followed the four-eyed being's gaze to the screen. Previously, Blue Star had been incapable of detecting alien signals, but now, as he observed the screen, countless points of light flickered. The four-eyed being's expression grew solemn. Our position has shifted. That hand has moved Blue Star, even the moon and the sun, far from their previous locations. This elucidated why Blue Star had not been demolished but continued to exist. The reasons remain unknown, yet our position has changed. And the outcome is that alien civilizations are not far from us. As long as we ascend into the cosmos, it pointed to a direction on the screen. Based on my estimations, you have a considerable chance of encountering alien civilizations. However, the outcome of such an encounter is uncertain. Wang Jie felt uneasy. Then our position on Blue Star will be visible to them as well? The four-eye being nodded, there is no avoiding it. If we can see others, they can certainly see us. Nevertheless, having endured such terrifying experiences, what more could possibly bring us despair? It chuckled again. Moreover, aren't you eager to venture out? You might as well serve as our vanguard. Of course, should Blue Star face annihilation once more, you will still be considered a spark of hope. Wang Jie turned his gaze towards the rudimentary spacecraft, nodding silently. The spacecraft was managed by Four Eyes, while Wang Jie's task was to enhance himself. The cosmos was fraught not only with pressure but also with various substances harmful to the human body. Only by augmenting his own capabilities could he adapt. This vessel merely ensured that Wang Jie could breathe and had something to eat, a singular function. If he were to embark on a journey into space with his current physique, survival to witness extraterrestrial civilizations would be far from guaranteed. The words of Four Eyes compelled Wang Jie to resume his cultivation. He had no choice but to pursue Ainley, for it was the sole power source on Blue Star. The next steps were straightforward: gather disaster materials, collect celestial stones, and cultivate. The three major bases on Blue Star remained paramount, with many auxiliary bases under construction, all prioritizing the provision of disaster materials to Wang Jie. The Qiong group continuously supplied resources. Thus, Wang Jie encountered the next phase of his training. Transitioning from single to 8 marks took merely the duration of a training session, and his recovery speed was nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, he sensed that the previously constrained power within him was beginning to loosen. Could it be that suffering grievous injury and near death would yield a breakthrough? That seemed improbable. If so, Shumiyi ought to be aware of this phenomenon. Setting aside these convoluted thoughts, he focused on cultivation, observing his energy, practicing swordsmanship, and familiarizing himself with his strength. After a month, Wang Jie ascended directly from 8 to 10 marks. Furthermore, he successfully transcended the 90-fold strength threshold through the utilization of disaster materials. This breakthrough was not solely due to the increase in Ainley, had it not been for his third confrontation with Shumiyi. Wang Jie understood that even attaining 10 marks would not have enabled him to surpass the 90-fold strength, as his body had reached its limit. Just as he retained his strength despite the severance of his Ainley cultivation, with 10 marks of cultivation, he stood alone on Blue Star, save for one other, Hong Jian. While figures like Lian Qin and Sister Tang were at 9 marks, they were closing in on 10 marks but had yet to achieve it. Shumiyi had annihilated a host of mutated creatures on Blue Star. Without that massacre, humanity could not have reclaimed dominance. Now that the trials had concluded, Blue Star not only continued to cultivate but also began reconstructing advanced weaponry, flourishing in a vibrant scene. Naturally, he could only address some of the formidable mutated creatures, relying on a combat power detector to seek them out. The mutated beings on Blue Star were endless, and he could not tackle them all alone. These creatures could also be left for other cultivators. At the Southern Nation base, the aircraft descended slowly. Wang Jie stepped out, greeted by Lian Fei, who, upon observing Wang Jie's spirited demeanor, felt her cheeks flush slightly. She approached him. "Brother Wang, please come inside." Wang Jie replied with a nod. "Where is Lian Qin?" Lian Fei glanced at him. "She is waiting for you inside the base." After enjoying a hearty meal, Wang Jie suggested a private conversation with Lian Qin. Lian Qin appeared somewhat uneasy. She had indeed changed. Reflecting on her past demeanor made her feel somewhat uncomfortable, especially as she wished for her daughter to be with Wang Jie. This private discussion felt inappropriate. However, she could not decline Wang Jie's request and dismiss the others. Wang Jie regarded her earnestly. "I will speak plainly. Please provide me with another swimsuit." Lian Qin, such bluntness. "Haven't I given you one already?" "Another, please." "I have none left." "Purchase one now, and wear it now." Lian Qin, with a sigh of resignation, rubbed his forehead and remarked, "Wang Jie, it seems rather inappropriate for someone my age to be involved in this." Wang Jie interjected, "You are overthinking it. I am merely acting on behalf of another." Lian Qin, taken aback, inquired, "On behalf of someone else?" Wang Jie nodded, secretly contemplating that it was indeed for the benefit of Greensprout. Though he remained oblivious to its intended purpose, Lian Qin, at a loss for words, observed, "In that case, just one item, and I forbid any further requests." They would have to wait and see. Wang Jie was uncertain if Greensprout would make further demands. It seemed unlikely. especially since he would soon be venturing into the cosmos, rendering any such requests unattainable. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He approached the dining table, picked up a piece of meat, and presented it to Lien Qin. "Here, take a bite, just 5 chews, and the remainder is mine." Lien Qin stared at Wang Jie, his heart devoid of any tumult, as if this were quite customary in their interactions. Observing the 3 green sprouts emanating light, Wang Jie let out a sigh of relief. He had succeeded. The technique, starlight sword style, was now within his grasp. The third material, the rainbow sword style 100 strikes, was something he had already mastered. Chapter 63. Safe Travel's radiance converged as a sword pierced Wang Jie's mind. He stood motionless for a moment, then raised his hand to grasp the sword, sensing a profound change. The stargazing sword technique required 3 specific materials, akin to the celestial Luoxian finger, and its potency was expected to be comparable. Wang Jie lifted his sword, directing it towards the overcast sky, his gaze focused. He faintly discerned the twinkling stars, each one representing a potential strike of his next attack. It was significantly more powerful than the rainbow sword technique. This time, for materials were required. With a heart full of trepidation, Wang Jie reached for the 4 green sprouts. The stargazing sword technique extinguishes the stars. Elegant sword tassels. Plucking a rainbow flower for the nearest person. Treading upon 100 faces. The first 2 tasks seemed reasonable. Yet the third felt somewhat amiss, and the fourth appeared not too difficult. Clearly, the most formidable was the first, extinguishing the stars with the stargazing sword technique, which necessitated strength beyond the star-breaking realm, an unattainable feat on Blue Star. Even if he achieved it, executing it was impossible. Next came the rainbow flower and sword tassels, both of which he needed to seek out. As the surroundings returned to normal, Wang Jie sat in a chair, gazing into the distance. Mastering this sword technique would have to wait. Nevertheless, his current combat skills were sufficient. Over the past half-month, aside from practicing the stargazing sword technique, he had engaged in rigorous exercises to enhance his strength. His power had now increased to 97 times. His previous instincts were correct. His limits had indeed loosened. To put it bluntly, in terms of strength, he had surpassed Xu Muyi, who had reached 89 times. Whether Xu had broken through since then remained uncertain. But Wang Jie had achieved 97 times. Days passed, and after completing his exercises, he exhaled deeply. His limit was 99 times, unreachable. On this day, it marked nearly a year since the arrival of the first batch of trial seekers, and it was time for him to depart. Outside the capital base, numerous cultivators observed from a distance, all curious whether the rudimentary contraption dubbed a spaceship could truly escape Blue Star. Sister Tang, Lien Qin, and Hong Jian had all come. Meanwhile, Qing was with Lao Wu and Lao Jiu, encircling the four-eyed one. "Boss, rest assured and leave. If anything goes awry, we shall accompany you," they assured. The four-eyed one rolled his eyes. "Nothing will go wrong. Even if it does, you want to witness it. At least let it not explode," Lao Wu shouted. The four-eyed one retorted, "Ignoramus, are there conditions for an explosion? The materials and propulsion are entirely external. I merely extracted the power." Realizing the futility of conversing with these simpletons, he fell silent. Wang Jie felt an overwhelming sense of apprehension, genuinely anxious, yet he knew he had to venture forth. "Hey, kid, are you ready?" The four-eyed one shouted. Wang Jie gestured affirmatively. The four-eyed one exhaled deeply and pressed the button. A tremendous force propelled the spacecraft against the Earth without any cushioning, launching it into the cosmos, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a white streak in the sky. The four-eyed one stood in a daze. "It seems I overdid it." Lao Wu and the others glared at him, their gazes menacing. Hong Jian and company looked skyward. Safe travels. Across the 3 major bases, countless individuals in Huaxia gazed into the heavens, offering silent blessings. Wang Jie reflected on his journey through beast tides, his battles against Xu Muyi, and his brushes with death. He feared nothing. Yet at this moment, he was truly afraid. A sensation akin to the soul departing from the body enveloped him. Was the velocity truly so astonishing? In the blink of an eye, the blue star had vanished, transcending mere speed. He clutched the seat with fervor, his entire being enveloped in a torrent of energy, beads of sweat cascading down as he perceived the universe itself quaking, rendering existence akin to torment. Fortunately, this disorienting sensation was ephemeral. With the spacecraft's slight tremor, normalcy returned. Gazing outside, the blue star had receded into the distance. The sun shimmering like a gem embedded in the night, yet it too was perpetually distancing itself. The surrounding cosmos stretched infinitely, instilling a profound sense of dislocation. As if the ground beneath him had vanished, Wang Jie wiped his forehead, regaining composure. He hoped that the four-eyed individual would receive a proper thrashing from the others. Such rapid velocity was almost unbearable. Although the speed remained swift, they had merely exited the atmosphere, settling into tranquility. Curiosity piqued, he surveyed his surroundings. This was indeed the universe. Looking upward, the bridge remained ever present. When Zhao had once remarked that no matter where one traversed in the cosmos, unless obscured, the bridge would always be visible. He shifted his perspective, and this time observed a beam of light, or perhaps something else, connecting the cosmos from above. It must be a bridge pillar. Where there is a bridge, there exist bridge pillars, and this pillar was visible everywhere, as it transcended the entirety of the universe. No wonder the cosmos is referred to as the sea of the universe. A sea necessitates a bridge, for calling it a river would seem quite unfitting. Amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, Wang Jie gazed at the universe, lost in contemplation for several days. Provisions sufficient to last 3 years lay within, all compressed. Along with ample materials for disaster recovery and energy replenishment, his sustenance was assured. Yet, he remained oblivious as to when he might encounter extraterrestrial beings. Based on the four-eyed one's estimations, coupled with the current velocity, he should arrive at the location of extraterrestrial signals within a year. Days passed, and the profound darkness of the cosmos ceased to evoke wonder within Wang Jie. He commenced his training. With his current 10 energy realm plateaued, he was uncertain how to ascend to the star-breaking realm, so he focused on cultivating his energy. Although he lacked clarity on augmenting this energy, he could practice its manipulation. Thus, he had brought along a substantial quantity of yellow beans. Previously, he had utilized energy to manipulate these beans, managing to levitate 17 of them at will across various parts of his body. The more adept he became at controlling his energy, the stronger he would inevitably be in combat. Much like Shumuyi, whose prowess was exponentially superior, he found himself significantly outmatched. Without the synergy of energy and strength, he would stand no chance against such a formidable opponent. The distinction with Chen Fa was equally pronounced, both at the 8 energy level. He required every conceivable external advantage to match Chen Fa's innate strength and celestial energy. If Shumuyi could achieve such feats, Wang Jie believed he too could. But it necessitated time and diligent practice. The more monotonous the endeavor, the more conducive it was for honing his skills and passing the time. Before long, 2 months had elapsed, and Wang Jie observed over 40 yellow beans before him, resolutely continuing his practice. Suddenly, an unseen force swept the spacecraft, hurling it in an alternate direction. The combat power detector emitted incessant alarms as Wang Jie tumbled within the vessel, desperately grasping the seat to stabilize himself. Peering outside, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a colossal entity streaking past, vanishing in an instant. Was that a behemoth? The combat power detector registered at 330,219. Wang Jie stood in stunned silence. A combat power exceeding 10,000? What could such a concept entail? The combat power detector was examined by the four-eyed, and the data extracted revealed that the highest combat power value currently recorded on Blue Star is 7,008, stemming from the deep-sea behemoth slain by Shu Mai. However, the combat power of Shu Mai himself remains undetermined, as does Wang Jie's. Yet, even if it could be measured, it would undoubtedly not exceed 10,000. As such a threshold signifies the star-breaking realm, a fact gleaned from the trials spoken by captured challengers. Just moments ago, a reading of over 300,000 was noted. Wang Jie was unprepared for such a terrifying creature. He could barely discern its form. Removing the combat power detector, he pondered whether it had indeed been modified by the four-eyed or if it possessed such capabilities inherently. Suddenly, a realization struck him as he glanced outside. The trajectory had shifted. The immense beast had swept past, its weight generating a powerful current that redirected the ship. Wang Jie's expression darkened as he scrutinized the screen. The course had deviated significantly, yet he could still ascertain the previous signal's location. He needed to alter their direction. Having trained on Blue Star for a few days, he understood the task was challenging yet feasible. However, in the next instant, his countenance shifted entirely. The direction could not be altered. The damage inflicted by the recent beast's turbulence had compromised the navigational controls. It was over. His face drained of color as he gazed at the screen. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, in the vastness of space, a colossal warship surged forward, distorting the starlit surroundings. Within the vessel, the atmosphere was laden with somber tension, each crew member's face reflecting the weight of the moment. Suddenly, an alarm pierced the silence, causing hearts to plummet and expressions to shift to anxiety. In the command room, a young man opened his eyes, his gaze dark and icy as he turned to the screen. Has it pursued us? Reporting to the Lord, no. Something is approaching. Its position is unclear. The young man scrutinized the display, his brow furrowing. Before long, the image drew closer and clearer, revealing an elliptical object. What is this? A stone? No, it is a spacecraft. The young man fixated on the screen. This is a ship? We detect life signs aboard. It is advancing towards us. Clear the path. It is too late to evade. We discovered it too late. Immediate action to repel it. The crew of the warship scrambled to maneuver, but the approaching vessel showed no intention of diverting its course, maintaining its speed as it hurtled towards them. Just as collision seemed imminent, the warship's defenses activated. With a forceful deployment, the ship opened its barriers, an action reserved for wartime, aimed at preventing enemy landings. However, due to the spacecraft's velocity, the barriers were continually breached, yet they managed to decelerate its approach. Ultimately, the vessel crashed into the compartment, demolishing nearly half of the warship's internal equipment before coming to a halt, smoke billowing as it embedded itself into the dining hall's wall. Surrounding the wreckage, thousands of armed personnel emerged, their expressions tense. Bang! The ship jolted. The atmosphere grew increasingly fraught. In the command room, the young man fixated on the dining hall screen. His brow knitted tightly. With a resounding crash, the spacecraft's hatch was forcibly flung open, and a figure stumbled out, coughing violently. Surrounding individuals swiftly advanced, weapons drawn and aimed at him. Surrender. Do not move. Surrender immediately. Coughing persistently, Wang Jie struggled to regain his composure amidst the swirling smoke that stung his lungs. He had narrowly escaped death. 6 months prior, he had embarked on this rudimentary vessel, venturing into the cosmos along a predetermined course. However, fate had other plans. As an unknown colossal beast had unexpectedly diverted him, causing his controls to malfunction, leaving him in a state of unease for the ensuing 4 months. The most perilous moment had just transpired. He had encountered a massive warship, an imposing behemoth far larger than the Blue Star base. It loomed directly in his path, and he braced himself for the impending collision, only to be astonished as the ship did not evade him and instead engulfed him completely. He had almost believed he would meet his end. Coughing again, he noted the array of weapons aimed at him, with combat power detectors incessantly displaying readings. Were these weapons capable of determining combat power values? No, there were practitioners among them. Surrender at once. Get down. The commanding voice rang out from ahead. Chapter 64. A fortunate day having collided with such force, he nearly failed to dislodge the door. Peering ahead, he raised his hand and inquired. I apologize for the unintentional intrusion. May I ask where I am? At that moment, 2 figures emerged from either side, launching an attack aimed at his head and legs. Their movements in perfect synchrony. Wang Jie swiftly pivoted, effortlessly evading their assault, and with 2 crisp sounds, sent his assailants hurtling into the crowd. Is this the prowess of the 7 seals? Just then, another individual descended from the 2nd floor, exuding a fierce energy. This time, it was the 9 seals. Wang Jie sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow that cleaved the ground, and retaliated by delivering a powerful kick, sending the attacker flying, leaving the 9 seals momentarily stunned. The surrounding individuals leveled their weapons at him in warning. Wang Jie surveyed his surroundings and raised his hand once more. I bear no ill will. The collective force of the 10 seals withdrew. A middle-aged man stepped forward. Wang Jie's gaze sharpened, sensing a formidable presence. This man towered above the rest, his robust physique reminiscent of a standing beast. Emerging from the throng, he fixed his gaze on Wang Jie and declared, You wear a combat power detector. Clearly not a novice in the cosmos. I care not for your intentions. Surrender or face the consequences. Wang Jie responded, I truly seek no conflict with you. It is merely a series of coincidences. The man replied coldly, irrelevant. I am Bian Qi, of the Starbreaker realm. Wang Jie's eyes narrowed. In the next instant, Bian Qi was upon him, moving with astonishing speed. Wang Jie instinctively prepared to execute the 8th step of the armor, but restrained himself, opting to gauge his opponent's strength first. Bian Qi swept his arm, and Wang Jie observed as the combat power detector registered a value of 3009. Such a meager number. Suddenly, Wang Jie was struck by Bian Qi's sweeping arm, crashing heavily against the wall. The wall, composed of an unknown material, proved far more resilient than iron. Although it did not shatter, it bore a significant crack. Bian Qi expressed admiration. Impressive. That was an attack surpassing ordinary 10 seal strength. You remain standing. Continue. The detector beeped 5006. It had doubled. Wang Jie retaliated with an elbow strike, colliding against Bian Qi's fist, only to be sent flying once more. Bian Qi was taken aback, Could he truly withstand the onslaught? He charged again, this time delivering an attack of 9,000. Wang Jie squinted. Indeed. As a practitioner of the Starbreaker realm, Bian Qi had achieved a power level of 9,000. He could no longer afford to meet force with force. For Bian Qi's destructive power was now comparable to 89 times that of Shami. One misstep could lead to injury. At that very moment, the warship jolted. In the next instant, a piercing alarm blared, sending everyone into a frenzy as the vessel shook violently. Without sparing Wang Jie a glance, Bian Qi rushed out. The surrounding crowd turned pale, though a few remained fixated on Wang Jie. Rubbing his arm, Wang Jie wondered what had transpired. Could the recent collision have damaged the warship? Boom. The warship trembled, accompanied by the sounds of explosions. Distant voices could be heard shouting amidst the chaos. The alarm blared incessantly. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jie made his escape. Unnoticed by the others, who seemed to be facing some dire predicament. Bursting out of the dining hall, he sprinted down the corridor. Encountering a group clad in entirely different attire from those aboard the warship, pushing their way in, while the latter cowered in submission. A tremendous crash echoed above, the force seemingly emanating from outside. Ahead, the corridor and the chamber were severed by a gleam of blade light. The previously aggressive Bian Qi staggered down, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion ashen. Wang Jie raised his gaze and beheld an elderly man, grasping a battle knife, descending slowly. The warship was engulfed in the cacophony of explosions. Where's Juntang? Bian Qi struggled to rise, glaring at the old general with a fierce shout. Old general. This is not your affair. Why do you intervene? The elder raised his battle knife, allowing it to descend gradually. Bian Qi made no attempt to resist, yielding to the weight of the blade pressing upon his shoulder, forcing him to his knees. You insolent whelp, when I was conquering the stars, you were but a child. Do you dare to rebuke me? Do you wish for death? The elder's demeanor was overwhelmingly domineering. Bian Qi bowed his head, his body trembling incessantly. Upon finishing his words, the elder turned his attention to the opposite end of the corridor, where a young man emerged, his expression calm. He is merely loyal to me. I implore the old general not to take offense. Juntang, I pay my respects. The young man bowed. The surrounding individuals collectively saluted the elder. We pay homage to the old general. Wang Jie mimicked the gesture, following suit. You have been stripped of your inheritance. Why continue to vie with that girl? Juntang regarded the elder. It is not I who seeks to contend with her. She refuses to let me be. The elder shook his head. Regardless of who is right or wrong, I shall not concern myself. Depart. Juntang inquired. Is this the only time the old general will intervene? The elder looked at him and nodded silently. Juntang smiled, bowing again. Understood. I shall take my leave with the old general. Wang Jie was restrained. How could he articulate his thoughts? The moment he laid eyes on the elder, he comprehended the futility of resistance. In truth, it would suffice for Bian Qi alone to overpower him. Moreover, numerous practitioners surrounded him, and the weaponry aboard the warship posed a significant threat. There was also the young man named Juntang, who, like Bian Qi, exuded an immense pressure. He was undoubtedly a powerful being of the Broken Star realm. Are there many such individuals in this universe? For Wang Jie, misfortune had befallen him from the moment he failed to control the power extraction at the Four-Eye Juncture. At this moment, clad in heavy shackles, he trudged alongside a group on a desolate, dimly lit planet, facing the arduous days of mining. He had been branded a traitor. Explanations were irrelevant. It seemed there was a celebration outside for someone who had officially ascended to the throne as emperor, while he, alongside Juntang, was exiled to this planet to toil in the mines. Wang Jie could scarcely articulate his predicament. He could only deem it unfortunate. This barren planet was bitterly cold, and the air was filled with a noxious odor that induced nausea. The landscape was dominated by gray, solid earth, and their task was to extract a specific type of ore from beneath the surface for submission. Only by mining sufficient quantities could they hope to alleviate their sentences. The weight of the shackles varied according to each individual's cultivation power. Wang Jie, at the 10th seal level, bore shackles tenfold heavier than others, yet for him, it was still manageable. The Silver Radiance Empire evidently did not regard him with much seriousness. In contrast, Bian Qi was burdened with shackles that were an additional 10 times heavier, having been stripped of his celestial energy and subjected to some substance that left him frequently dazed. The treatment in the Broken Star realm was indeed distinct. The clanking sounds of metal echoed in the air. Evidently, the objective was not to engage in actual mining, but rather to impose punishment. Wang Jie, following the others, submitted the mined ores while diligently recording his findings. He extracted neither too little nor too much, opting to assess the situation before acting. However, within a few days, circumstances took a turn for the worse. He became a target of bullying. You, and you. Gather your oars and present them. Wang Jie was singled out by Bian Qi, with the oars destined for Jun Tang, who would oversee their submission. Jun Tang held a unique status as a prince of the Silver Radiance Empire, despite being stripped of his claim to the throne and having rebelled. The guards at the mining site dared not offend him, allowing him to act as he pleased. Wang Jie glanced at the oars in his possession and acquiesced. For he was a stranger in this place, unfamiliar with its intricacies, enduring was the wisest choice. Yet, soon the demands escalated. Not only were they required to surrender their oars, but they were also compelled to kneel while doing so. Kneeling? That was something Wang Jie could not abide. He chose to disregard the command. Bian Qi, incensed, approached Wang Jie and seized his collar. I remember you. You boarded the battleship. Had you not been pursued? I would have slain you that day. Wang Jie met his gaze, proposing, how about we negotiate? I won't kneel, but I will hand over all the oars. What makes you think you are worthy of negotiating with us? Bian Qi scoffed. Wang Jie scrutinized Bian Qi. Assessing his capabilities, how much power can a mere Broken Star Realm practitioner wield in this situation? Bian Qi sneered, you can certainly find out. Were they not going to intervene? Wang Jie pointed to the individuals outside the mining area. Bian Qi replied, no one will intervene. Wang Jie nodded, then I can rest easy. Rest easy for what? Bian Qi queried. Rest easy to thrash you, Wang Jie declared. Delivering a swift knee strike to Bian Qi's abdomen. The attack was both rapid and forceful. Bian Qi sensed the impending blow but, shackled as he was, could not evade it. The impact left him unsteady, gradually sinking to the ground. Wang Jie followed up with a kick, sending him tumbling down the slope. The commotion drew the attention of the surrounding miners. Thousands of them turned to observe Wang Jie, surprised by his audacity to cause trouble. Wang Jie, however, focused on the overseers of the mining area. They too turned their gaze toward him, yet remained motionless. Wang Jie was astonished. Did they truly not care? Jun Tang regarded Wang Jie with surprise. He did not expect anyone here to dare resist him. Wang Jie looked down at Bian Qi. A smile gracing his lips. You were right. No one is intervening, which makes this all the more intriguing. At the foot of the slope, Bian Qi took a moment to recover, glaring venomously at Wang Jie. You seek death. He ascended the slope, launching a punch at Wang Jie. Wang Jie retaliated, throwing a punch of his own. Both were constrained, but Bian Qi's limitations were far more pronounced than Wang Jie's true potential, which remained unknown to all. The outcome was straightforward. Bian Qi was once again bested. Wang Jie effortlessly blocked the punch,